December 1880, London, England. The mist rising from the Thames tangled with the coal smoke belched from factory chimneys pressing down heavily upon the city's head. A public carriage drew to a halt at the corner of Baker Street. The door swung open and a hand in black sheepskin gloves emerged lightly bracing itself against the doorframe. A moment later a young man stepped down onto a paving stone at the edge of the pavement, the slab slightly loose beneath his foot. He was indeed young, barely past 20, with a face that irresistibly called to mind Julian Sorel, delicate, clean-cut, bearing a certain sensitivity and an almost feminine refinement. Yet he was far paler than Stendhal's ambitious youth. His cheekbones showed a slight protrusion beneath thin skin, making his eyes stand out strangely deep and hollow. There was little of youthful yearning or restlessness within them, but rather a weariness beyond his years, even a trace of lingering illness that would not disperse. Having received his fare, the driver cast him a brief glance from the box, muttered, "Mind your health, sir," then cracked his whip and drove the horses on the carriage, slowly dissolving into the fog. The young man, Charles C. Capla, came to a halt and let out a silent sigh. Baker Street, 221B. He adjusted his scarf and murmured under his breath, "Excellent." It had been less than a week since he arrived in this world. Already he had been forced to learn how to live like a true Victorian Englishman, shaving with a clumsy razor, without cutting his own throat, tying those complicated cravats and waistcoat buttons, maintaining decorous silence in public, and calculating the use of every single penny. In his previous life, he had been a 21st century international student in London pursuing a master's degree in mathematics. In his spare time, he also made and shared videos on literary reading and writing. Thanks to his agile mind and delicately observant prose, he had gradually gained a modest following in that niche. Then came a baffling accident, or perhaps sudden death from overwork after yet another sleepless night. He still had no idea what exactly had happened. All he knew was that when he awoke, he was lying in a bed at Christ Church, Oxford, his head splitting with pain, his body burning with fever, and an entirely different person's memories flooding his mind. This young man had just turned 20, born with a weakness in his lungs and worn down by years of neurasthenia. He had caught a severe chill and been forced to suspend his studies. After 3 days of relentless fever, the original Charles slipped away soundlessly in his own bed, and the transmigrator's consciousness took possession of the body that was still faintly warm. The illness had come fiercely, yet it did not depart particularly slowly. The new Charles lay in bed for another 2 days, and then miraculously the fever broke. When he could at last drag himself up to take stock of his finances, his heart sank. The body's former owner, though born the youngest son of a landed gentry family, had never been favored at home, thanks to his sickly appearance and a stubborn, even rebellious temperament. Upon reaching adulthood, he had resolved to flee to Oxford, breaking free of the path laid out for him, either a career in politics or a life in holy orders. The decision had brought him freedom, but it had also severed almost entirely both his financial support and whatever warmth his family might have offered. Only an older sister, already married, spared him a little concern. She had once written to inquire after this luckless invalid, and enclosed a few coins with her letter. Yet even after the steep medical bills were paid, the money left in his pocket was pitifully small. In the England of 1880, it would barely keep him in the cheapest of lodging houses for 2 or 3 weeks, and even then he would be gnawing on dry bread at every meal. He could not even afford to remain in his college rooms any longer. And so, with a sense of urgency that bordered on desperation, and after making what efforts he could to secure a livelihood, he had come to London and now stood before the door of 221B, Baker Street. This was already the most reasonably priced lodging he had been able to find. He could hardly let himself starve to death in pursuit of phantom dangers. In his former life, the name of this address had been nothing short of legendary, but in this very real year of 1880, it was merely an ordinary street number. At least Charles hoped so. When he had read Conan Doyle's stories in his past life, he had never so fervently wished that they were pure fiction. Perhaps, just perhaps, Sir Arthur had simply borrowed the name of a real landlady. Mrs. Hudson might well exist, yet that did not necessarily mean the famous lodger existed too. London held tens of thousands of rented flats. Baker Street was long, and 221B could be nothing more than an ordinary room. Charles drew a deep breath, an action that provoked a faint coughing fit. He pressed a handkerchief over his mouth and waited for the familiar discomfort in his lungs to subside. Then he raised his hand, hesitated for a second, and finally chose to knock. The brass knocker struck the wood with a dull, heavy sound. A brief silence followed. Then from within came footsteps that did not quite sound like someone simply walking to answer the door, but more like a rapid movement, almost as if someone had stumbled. Charles felt his heartbeat quicken for no clear reason. The door opened. The person standing there was not the landlady he had imagined, but a tall, slender gentleman. His features were striking, gaunt, and sharply chiseled, with a firm jawline and a nose aquiline as a hawk's beak and gray eyes of astonishing keenness. At that moment, he was scrutinizing the visitor at his threshold with a swift and utterly focused gaze. That look flashed over Charles's slightly worn collar, his pallid complexion, the faint bluish shadows beneath his eyes, the frayed edges of the suitcase he carried, and the mixture of bookishness and poor health that clung to him as a whole. The naive hope Charles had nurtured, the hope that Mrs. Hudson might simply be a coincidence, vanished the instant this man appeared. He could almost hear his heart shatter with a sharp crack. One might well ask what was wrong with a well-dressed gentleman of such distinctive bearing opening the door. Yes, a gentleman indeed. Yet Charles's gaze almost against his will first dropped to the other man's hand resting on the doorframe. The fingers were long and strong, their knuckles marked by several small scars, some long-healed, others still in the process of healing. Some like old abrasions, others more akin to traces left by chemical reagents. Only then did his gaze rise again to that face. It was a face Charles knew all too well. He had never met this man in person, but he had seen that face on another owner on television, Jeremy Brett, the star of the 1984 adaptation, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The man standing before him now looked almost identical to Brett, the same sharpness, the same depth, the same almost inhuman focus and detachment. Granada Television had truly struck gold. Brett and the original were astonishingly alike, Charles thought numbly. For someone harboring an unspeakable secret, could there be a worse flatmate than the world's greatest detective? Let the world be damned, he thought for a fleeting instant. The scene around him suddenly tilted, then dimmed, and at last fell utterly silent. In the final fragment of consciousness before everything snapped, the center of his blurred vision was occupied by Sherlock Holmes's cool, piercing face, upon which for once there flickered a brief blankness and astonishment. The man before him lost control of his body and collapsed forward. Standing by the door, Holmes reacted with remarkable speed. Almost at the very instant the other's knees gave way, he had already by sheer reflex stepped half a pace forward and caught the young man's limp body with precision, preventing him from crashing directly against the hard doorframe or the stone steps. At the same time, his other hand neatly scooped up the black top hat that had slipped from Charles's head. The heavy leather suitcase, however, was beyond even his ability. He could only let it fall from Charles's unconscious hand. It landed with a dull, resounding thud. It struck squarely against the polished steps before 221B, Baker Street. The lock sprang open from the impact, and pages of densely written manuscript all but rushed out through the gap, scattering across the ground. The commotion at the door immediately drew the attention of those inside. Two sets of hurried footsteps sounded from the stairway and the hallway. Good heavens! Holmes, what on earth has happened? Mrs. Hudson's voice rang out first, the familiar blend of concern and gentle reproach in her tone. Hot on her heels came another male voice. Mr. Holmes, a visitor. What is all this? Dr. John H. Watson's question followed quickly on the tail of her exclamation. This former army doctor had been in the midst of discussing with Holmes whether they might take this flat together. The sight before them startled them both. Holmes was bracing a completely unconscious young man in the doorway. A suitcase lay at their feet, and Holmes himself was holding a stranger's top hat in his hand, his expression, rarely seen so unguarded, one of genuine surprise. Don't just stand there, Dr. Watson, lend a hand. Holmes swiftly regained his composure. Mrs. Hudson, please clear the way. With Watson's assistance, they carried Charles, provisionally diagnosed as fainting rather than dead, into the sitting room and laid him on the sofa that would later become so widely renowned. Mrs. Hudson gathered the scattered papers in the suitcase, then hurried off to prepare smelling salts. Pulse fine and rapid breathing, shallow yet rhythmic enough. Watson quickly delivered his preliminary verdict. His complexion is pale, there is a faint sheen of sweat at his temple. This is more suggestive of extreme debility or a severe nervous shock leading to syncope rather than an acute organic crisis. He raised his head to look at Holmes. Do you know him? I do not. Holmes was already standing at ease by the fireplace, fingertips pressed together, having resumed his analytical pose, though his gaze had never left the figure on the sofa. Poor child. Mrs. Hudson came trotting back with a small glass of brandy and the smelling salts, her eyes resting on the overly young and deathly pale face upon the sofa. He looks dreadfully ill. Holmes, what is all this about? Who is he? An uninvited guest, Mrs. Hudson. Holmes replied, his attention already shifting from the patient to the scattered manuscript and the old suitcase. Not a minute ago he knocked at the door. I opened it. He looked at me for approximately 2 seconds, and then he made a concise gesture. As you see, he lost consciousness. Prior to that, there was no exchange between us whatsoever. He looked at you for 2 seconds and then fainted. A look of incredulous amusement crossed Watson's face. Mr. Holmes, if I may say so, your features are hardly so terrifying as to produce such an effect. This is far more consistent with extreme exhaustion combined with a sudden shock, causing a nervous collapse. A shock. Mrs. Hudson instantly seized upon the word, glancing from Holmes to the unconscious young man. What sort of shock could he have suffered? Did he come for you, Holmes, or was he here about the vacant rooms? Observe, his name is Charles C. Capulate written here. Holmes did not answer directly. Instead, he walked over to the tea table and with his finger lightly turned up the corner of the manuscript pages. Good gracious, Mr. Capulate. He contacted me beforehand, so he must have come to see the rooms. Mrs. Hudson concluded, her voice relaxing slightly, though her worry did not abate. Precisely as I surmised. He did not arrive here without purpose. Consider his attire. The cloth is of decent quality but already worn. The scarf follows current fashion, yet is of the cheaper variety, indicating that his family was once comfortable, but he himself is likely in reduced circumstances now. Further, despite his heavy clothing, his face remains bloodless, and there is a faint irregularity in his breath, suggesting pulmonary weakness. The slight darkness beneath his eyes I would attribute to prolonged nervous strain or chronic lack of rest. The corners of his suitcase are badly worn, consistent with long journeys or frequent removals, and there are traces of a Paddington Station luggage label upon it, which indicates that he has only just arrived in London. Such a young man standing at the door of these lodgings. Holmes inclined his head slightly. He can only be here in search of inexpensive yet tolerable accommodation. It is merely unfortunate that we do not yet know who directed him to this address. My word, that is positively astonishing. Watson burst out, his voice rising slightly with genuine amazement. He paused, his tone quickly shifting to cautious inquiry. However, you mentioned that he was greatly agitated after looking at you. What precisely transpired? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? That is exactly what makes this case interesting. It is hardly a normal reaction for a prospective lodger upon seeing a potential landlord or future flatmate. Holmes, clearly intrigued, motioned to stop Mrs. Hudson from applying the smelling salts at once. His eyelids are moving. He is about to regain consciousness. Let us hear what this mathematician from Oxford has to say. A mathematician from Oxford? Watson and Mrs. Hudson exclaimed in unison. And how do you know that? Holmes nodded and paced 2 steps across the room. It is of course elementary. He comes from Oxford University, most likely from the mathematics or physics faculty. My inclination is toward the former. The line of reasoning is as follows. This suitcase is a model that was fashionable in Oxfordshire last year and is seldom seen elsewhere. His tie is knotted in the standard collegiate manner, though somewhat loosened no doubt by the fatigue of travel or his indisposition. Taken together, these are enough to establish that he must be an Oxford man. Furthermore, there is no obvious sign of manual labor on his finger joints, yet faint traces of ink cling beneath his nails, and a thin callus marks the middle and index fingers, where pen and slide rule would rest. This points more toward a discipline demanding extensive work with pen and paper and precise instruments, mathematics or theoretical physics, rather than chemistry or engineering, which would involve frequent laboratory work. Taken as a whole, the conclusion is inescapable. Holmes allowed his words to trail off at just the right moment, for the unconscious young man was slowly opening his eyes. The vision was initially blurred, then gradually focused. The first thing Charles saw was the concerned face of Dr. Watson. You just fainted, Dr. Watson instinctively skipped over Holmes' long-winded explanation. How do you feel? Is there any particular pain? Mrs. Hudson also leaned in her face, showing sympathy, holding a wine glass in her hand. Poor child, your face is so pale. Drink some of this. Are you here to look for a place? Yes, madam. I'm Charles C. Caplet, the one who contacted you earlier. Charles suddenly covered his mouth, coughed twice. I'm very sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Oh, it's really you, Mr. Caplet. Mrs. Hudson realized suddenly, but then frowned again, looking worriedly at his pale face. But your health. You really scared me just now. Quick, drink this brandy. It will make you feel better. She forcibly shoved the small glass into Charles's hand. Charles thanked her and took a small sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, bringing a sense of warmth and a slight burning sensation, calming his chaotic thoughts somewhat. Thank you very much for your care, Mrs. Hudson. I'm truly sorry. Charles's words were interrupted by Mrs. Hudson. Please don't say that, Mr. Caplet. It's no trouble at all. Oh, any cultured person seeing your condition would lend a hand. I suggest you rest quietly for a while afterwards. A well-dressed gentleman with a beard paused and added, I'm Dr. John H. Watson, and if you still feel unwell later, I'd be happy to take a look at you. Absolutely. Mrs. Hudson nodded, a look of relief appearing on her face. Dr. Watson, thank you very much for your kindness and professional judgment. Charles turned to acknowledge Watson. This doctor looked like an actor from the Soviet version of Holmes. I'm already feeling much better. Sherlock Holmes nodded slightly. Mr. Caplet, to be frank, with your current health condition, traveling in such winter weather in London does require extra caution. You're right, I wasn't being considerate. Thank you for your assistance, sir. May I ask for your name? Charles admitted, still harboring a hint of fantasy. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes replied, briefly nodding slightly. Mr. Holmes. Charles had to accept this fact. He spoke with a calmness akin to resignation. Your insight is astonishing. Everything is just as you said. I came today to discuss renting a place with Mrs. Hudson. He paused and added, I just didn't expect it to start in such an undignified manner. Oh yes, that attic. Mrs. Hudson's attention returned to business, though her face still bore concern. The room is vacant, clean, and bright. But dear, look at how you are now. Are you really sure you don't need to rest a bit longer? It's been a tough journey from Oxford, and just now. Yes, madam, if that little attic is still available. Charles insisted. Mrs. Hudson explained enthusiastically, it's like this. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have agreed to rent the 2 adjacent bedrooms on the 2nd floor, sharing this living room. As for the small room you asked about in your letter, oh, it's on the top floor. It is indeed a bit small and simple, but it faces south and is fairly bright. The rent, as I mentioned in my reply, is very cheap. What do you think? It suits me perfectly, Mrs. Hudson. Charles replied, immediately feeling relieved. What he needed was a cheap place to rest. Can I see it now? Do you need assistance? Holmes was evidently quite interested in him, and as a gentleman, he took the initiative to ask. Thank you very much, I can manage the stairs, Mr. Holmes. Charles replied, offering a slightly pale smile. I think a bit of activity might be more beneficial than long-term bed rest. Very well. This way, please. Mrs. Hudson agreed, leading him toward the stairs, turning back to smile at the 2 tenants. Gentlemen, you continue your conversation while I take Mr. Caplet upstairs to have a look. We'll sign the contract when I come down. The stairs became steeper as they ascended, the wooden boards creaking slightly underfoot, the air filled with dust and a bit of wood shavings along with a faint scent of beeswax wafting around. Charles followed behind with his suitcase, feeling a familiar pressure in his lungs from climbing the stairs, and he had to slow his breathing. This is it, Mr. Caplet. Mrs. Hudson stopped at the top of the last flight of stairs and pushed open a low door. Just as she said, the room was small, easily visible in its entirety. The slanted roof meant that one had to bend down to pass near the window with exposed dark wooden beams overhead. But the advantage was that a fairly large casement window faced south, and the afternoon sun barely squeezed through the roofs of the adjacent buildings, falling just on a faded carpet in the center of the room, dispelling much of the usual gloom of an attic. The furniture was extremely simple: a narrow bed, a washstand with a basin and jug, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair with a brass-base white porcelain oil lamp sitting on the desk. The walls were painted a plain off-white, though the color was uneven in some places. It looked clean and tidy. Mrs. Hudson rubbed her hands apologetically. It used to be for the maid who got married and moved to the countryside last year. I know it's too simple for a gentleman like you from Oxford. No, Mrs. Hudson, it's absolutely perfect. A sunny, quiet, and private space, and most importantly, cheap. I'm very satisfied. The rent is 4 shillings a week, including a simple breakfast and dinner. You'll have to sort out your own lunch. The sheets and bedding are changed once a week. Mrs. Hudson observed his expression. Charles quickly calculated the remaining portion of the original estate in his mind, nodding. That's fine. I can sign the contract now. Wonderful. Mrs. Hudson was clearly relieved, her smile becoming more genuine. Then let's go down. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have likely settled their discussion. When Charles followed Mrs. Hudson back to the living room on the second floor, it seemed that Holmes and Watson had already finished their initial conversation. Mrs. Hudson's voice carried a lightness of having completed a significant task. Gentlemen, from now on we'll all be neighbors. Thank you once again for your kindness and help. Charles lifted his suitcase, which had endured the jolt of the stairs, and nodded in agreement with the three in the living room. His face remained pale, but his eyes had regained clarity and composure. I look forward to our in-depth conversations, Mr. Caplet. Dr. Watson smiled in response. Holmes merely nodded again, the sharp light of interest in his gray eyes not diminishing, but well wrapped in Victorian decorum. London always welcomes interesting minds. No offense intended, but I'm quite interested in the articles you've written, he said, then slowly read aloud the title of the manuscript he had seen, The Stolen Bacillus Right. Charleston was settled. He immediately understood as his gaze fell upon the box at his feet, the lock of which had been jolted open, and the scattered manuscripts had been carefully gathered and returned to the box by Mrs. Hudson. However, it was evident that during the process of picking them up, certain contents had inevitably fallen into the eyes of others. Mr. Caplet, please allow me to clarify. Holmes took a small step forward, his hands clasped behind his back. This was by no means an intentional intrusion. The situation was purely accidental. When you leaned towards my side, he chose a relatively polite description that suited the context. The lock on your suitcase just happened to spring open, causing the manuscripts to slip out. When Mrs. Hudson and I assisted in tidying up, the title page was fortuitously facing up. As someone with an almost instinctive attention to various pieces of information, it was difficult for my gaze not to catch such an intriguing title. His gray eyes sparkled with a pure intellectual curiosity, a gleam that shone when encountering an interesting puzzle or novelty, yet his tone and wording adhered strictly to an elegant norm so polite that it made Charleston, this faux gentleman, feel slightly out of place. No, I don't mind at all, Charleston replied with a wry smile. Rather, it's an honor for someone as clever as you to read an article that is ultimately intended for others. That's excellent, Mr. Caplet. Your article, The Stolen Bacteria, a rather captivating title. Holmes also displayed a smile, continuing to pace as he spoke. It reminds me of some medical terminology, such as Robert Koch, who first conclusively proved the causative agent of anthrax in 1876. However, compared to the article in The Lancet, yours seems to possess more literary flair. At least in the opening few sentences, I sensed a narrative air rather than a rigorous experimental record. This sparked my curiosity, nothing more. I assure you the act of reading itself did not occur. It was merely an impression from the title and a few lines. Of course, this is entirely your private work. I mean no offense, nor do I have the right to request to share. Holmes concluded with a slight bow. Only perhaps one day in the future, if you deem it appropriate, we could be fortunate enough to discuss such topics, purely for the sake of academic and imaginative exchange. After saying this, he raised an eyebrow slightly, as if enjoying the prelude to the reasoning game sparked by the unexpectedly discovered title. Yet the aura he emanated remained restrained and polite, even carrying a hint of just the right amount of apology. He apologized merely for this accidental sight, but felt no discomfort regarding the interest it sparked within him, exhibiting great composure. Charleston had to admit that based solely on that brief encounter, Mr. Holmes was far more captivating than any imagination he had based on characters in books or actors on television. Yet he also appeared more intimidating. You are too kind, Mr. Holmes. He heard his voice sounding steadier than expected. To receive such attention for a poorly constructed piece still in the conceptual stage is a delightful surprise for me. Sherlock Holmes sat down again, picked up his red tea, and took a small sip. So, Mr. Caplet, may I ask you a daring question? You have come from Oxford to London apart from the obvious need for an economical place to stay. Do you have any other plans? He paused. Given your physical condition and academic background, it seems you are not seeking a common clerical job. You are quite observant, Mr. Holmes. My journey here is primarily at the behest of a teacher from Oxford to visit an old acquaintance of his in London. This gentleman works at the Pall Mall Gazette. The Pall Mall Gazette. Dr. Watson interjected, clearly familiar with this well-known newspaper. That is a rather influential publication with some quite good literary works. Yes, Dr. Watson. Charleston nodded, continuing to explain, my teacher learned from correspondence with that editor that their newspaper intends to open a new column aiming to publish some scientifically themed literary short articles or a few fictional pieces based on scientific principles. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Due to health issues, I was unable to continue my studies, and Professor Dodgson knew that besides mathematics, I occasionally dabbled in writing, so he recommended I give it a try to see if I could contribute to this new column. Charleston added, science and imagination. Watson repeated, an expression of interest on his face. I have read some works by Jules Verne which are of a similar style and quite captivating. So, Mr. Caplet, the manuscripts you are carrying are trial pieces prepared for this column? Holmes asked. Mrs. Hudson, seeing that the gentlemen were discussing matters of knowledge in which she had little to contribute, smiled kindly. It seems you have much to talk about. They'll go to the kitchen to see about preparing something for Mr. Caplet to fill his stomach, and he'll brew a pot of hot tea. Saying this, she adjusted her apron and turned to leave the parlor. With Mrs. Hudson's departure, the atmosphere in the sitting room became more focused. Charleston felt a slight tension, but at the same time, he oddly let out a breath of relief. He nodded and bent down to open the lock of his suitcase. Yes, some immature concepts, he said, taking out a stack of manuscripts. The quality of the paper varied. Some were expensive ledger paper, while others were rough notepads, but the handwriting was clear and neat, indicating that the writer was extremely earnest. This is the piece that Mr. Holmes inadvertently saw the title of earlier, along with 2 or 3 other short story drafts. He placed the manuscripts on the coffee table, with the top page being The Stolen Bacteria. If you don't mind, perhaps you two could give me some preliminary suggestions. Watson appeared quite pleased. It would be my honor, Mr. Caplet. He picked up the first few pages of The Stolen Bacteria and read a few lines softly. Once again, the bacteriologist said, sliding a glass slide under the microscope. Ah, this is the cholera bacillus, a specimen of cholera. The pale-faced man leaned close to the microscope. He clearly was not accustomed to such operations, shielding one useless eye with a feeble pale hand. I can't see very clearly, he said. Adjust this knob, the bacteriologist said. The microscope may not be focused for you. Every pair of eyes varies greatly. Just a slight turn this way or that. Oh, now I see it, the visitor said. After all, there's not much to see. Just some pinkish little stripes and filaments. Yet these tiny particles, these insignificant small things, can breed and destroy a city. How marvelous. Charleston sat back in his chair, watching his two newly acquainted neighbors read his work, feeling a mix of emotions. This manuscript was indeed hastily crafted under the pressure of time after he had traversed into this frail body. Before his traversal, he had a commendable memory, though otherwise he would not have chosen to pursue a major in mathematics, a notoriously challenging field. After crossing over, he discovered that he had awakened a capacity akin to a memory palace. The texts he had read in the past, the knowledge he had acquired, and even some vague fragments of life coalesced into a tangible library or an archive of documents. Whenever he concentrated and thought of a particular theme, the relevant memories would be summoned as if by an invisible hand from the corresponding drawer or bookshelf, unfolding clearly in his mind, with details vivid and nearly devoid of the barriers of forgetfulness. The article that the two individuals in front of him were reading was precisely the product of his retrieval from the depths of memory, having undergone a rather arduous process of localization. The text in his memory was clear, but the specifics of the era were hazy. Various trivial research efforts consumed his already limited energy to anchor the story in London in 1880. It came from such a memory drawer. Label Herbert George Wells. At this moment, this writer was likely still a teenager, struggling as an apprentice in a fabric shop, or trying to gain entry into a teacher training college, a good decade away from producing the masterpieces The Time Machine and The War of the Worlds that would establish his status in science fiction literature. In 1895, Wells indeed published a short story titled The Stolen Bacillus, which was submitted to the Pall Mall Gazette, a point of entry that Charles managed to find, albeit tenuously, to align with the editor's interests. This was theft, the most despicable kind of literary larceny. He could argue that he was a thief of fire, stealing embers from the future merely to illuminate the frozen ground before him. But ultimately, this was just an excuse for his own shamelessness. Yet the moral condemnation seemed trivial in the face of the reality of being homeless in a few weeks and facing imminent death due to illness. Moreover, he had to admit that Wells' story itself was excellent. It perfectly matched the requirements of a new column in the Pall Mall Gazette, combining a scientific core with literary flair, presenting a tale imbued with suspense and a hint of horror. A fervent anarchist visits a bacteriologist, taking the opportunity to steal a vial of what he believes to be cholera culture, intending to contaminate the city's water supply and cause a massive disaster. The climax of the story lies in the tense street chase where the thief escapes to the banks of the Thames believing he is on the brink of success only to drink the liquid from the vial attempting to turn himself into a living bomb. However, the liquid was not true cholera bacillus, but merely a blue dye culture. Perfectly suitable, Charles whispered to himself again, as if trying to convince himself. If even someone like Sherlock Holmes could show interest simply from a glimpse of the title and scattered phrases, might the editor of the newspaper be more inclined to accept it? The living room fell silent for a moment save for the rustling of paper and the occasional sound of mild inhalation indicating surprise or appreciation. The bacteriologist curiously observed him through his spectacles from the carriage. "You actually drank it. So you are indeed an anarchist. Now I understand." He wanted to say more, but stopped, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He lifted the carriage curtain as if about to get out, and the anarchist dramatically waved goodbye, striding towards Waterloo Bridge, deliberately colliding with as many pedestrians as possible with his germ-laden body. The bacteriologist was so focused on watching him leave that he barely showed any surprise when his wife Minnie appeared on the sidewalk, holding his hat, shoes, and coat. "Thank you for carrying my things," he said, falling back into contemplation of the receding figure of the anarchist. "You'd better get in the carriage," he said, still gazing into the distance. At this point, Minnie was completely convinced that her husband had gone mad, so she took it upon herself to instruct the coachman to head home. "Wear shoes." "Of course, dear." It was only when the carriage started to turn, blocking the sight of that now tiny, still haughty figure, that he responded. Suddenly some absurd thought struck him, causing him to laugh aloud. Then he became serious and said, "But this is really serious. You see, that person came to visit me, and he is an anarchist. Don't faint, or I won't be able to tell you what happens next. I intended to scare him. At that time I didn't yet know he was an anarchist, so I casually took that newly discovered bacterial culture, the one I mentioned to you, that makes monkeys develop blue spots, and I speculated that it was responsible for those blue marks. As a result, I foolishly told him it was Asian cholera. He actually ran off with the culture, intending to poison and contaminate London's water supply, which could genuinely bring disaster to this civilized city. Now he has swallowed it himself. Of course I can't predict the consequences, but you know this bacterium has turned kittens all blue, caused spots on 3 puppies, and even turned sparrows bright blue. The trouble is I will have to spend time and money to prepare another batch. Wearing a coat on a hot day. Why? Because I might run into Mrs. Jabber. Dear Mrs. Jabber is not a draft. But why should he have to sigh? All right. Finally, Dr. Watson took a deep breath, raised his head, first his eyes sparkling. "This story is marvelous. It is indeed a cleverly conceived work." Sherlock Holmes then spoke up with a tone that indicated careful consideration. He paused before continuing. "The activities of the Fenian Brotherhood have indeed caused quite a stir in this city in recent months. Literally, and the entire fictional situation is established on a convincing foundation. It is perfectly appropriate to present such a work to the editor of the Pall Mall Gazette." Charles felt a slight weight lift from his heart. "Thank you both for your feedback. It is a tremendous encouragement to me," he sincerely said, carefully placing the manuscript back into the case. Holmes raised an eyebrow noncommittally, and then asked, "So you plan to submit this, the stolen bacillus, as the main manuscript to that editor of the Pall Mall Gazette?" "Yes, that is my plan," Charles admitted. "I believe there is a good chance." Dr. Watson enthusiastically encouraged. "Such an article is both intriguing and maintains a serious undertone, precisely the type that educated readers would appreciate. However, creating such a story requires a significant investment of energy. Given your recent recovery, you must take care to rest adequately while writing." Holmes set his gaze sweeping over Charles' somewhat thin coat and still pale cheeks. "So, Mr. Caplet, when did you arrange to meet that editor?" "If my health permits, I plan to go tomorrow," Charles replied, trying to sound determined and hopeful. "After all, time waits for no one, and I hope my luck won't be too bad." A restless night passed. Charles lay flat, staring at the outline of the thickest beam above him in the dim light. At least the severe coughing did not visit him in the deep of night. This could be seen as a good omen. "The stolen bacterium," Charles silently recited. In the Palace of Memory, the section regarding H.G. Wells was vividly clear. He knew that at this point to take out this novel was in the strictest sense a form of theft. Not that he was defending himself, but he was not merely copying, he was rewriting. The clear text brought by memory also needed slight adjustments according to the realities of 1880, combined with some of his accustomed writing style and habits, thus creating this piece. He turned over, and the wooden bed creaked in protest. Tomorrow he would go to the Belmere Street newspaper. Success or failure hinged on this. The sound of a carriage rolling over the cobblestone street came from outside, approaching from afar and gradually fading away. This is London, the city that never truly sleeps. And now he was one of its members. Drowsiness finally crept in around the early hours of the morning. The morning light was even more miserly than yesterday, the grayish-white dawn barely penetrating London's usual haze, falling on the slanted glass of the attic window. Charles woke up earlier than expected. He leaned against the headboard for a moment before slowly getting up. As he descended the stairs, the aroma of food wafted up from the kitchen below. Mrs. Hudson was setting the dining table in the living room. Upon seeing Charles, she immediately broke into a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Caplet. You look much better. Just in time, breakfast is almost ready. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have already finished and gone out early." Please have something to warm yourself before heading out. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hudson, Charles said sincerely. On the table was a simple breakfast toast, a small dish of butter jam, and a pot of steaming hot tea. For a lodger paying 4 shillings a week for room and board, this was quite generous. He quietly finished his breakfast. The hot tea dispelled some of the morning's chill and the stiffness in his body. You are going to Northampton Street today, right? Mrs. Hudson asked with concern while tidying up. Be careful on the road, it's always quite crowded there. The earlier you go and come back, the better. I have made some soup for you, it's good for your constitution. Yes, I'm going to the Belmere Street newspaper. Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Hudson, Charles said as he picked up his suitcase and thanked her again before stepping out of the door of 221B. Baker Street awakened in the morning. The milkman pushed his cart by, and the crisp calls of newsboys echoed in the mist with the sounds of hooves and wheels gradually becoming denser. Charles tugged at his collar, blending into the increasing flow of pedestrians on the street. Along this narrow and famous street stood numerous newspaper and publishing houses. The rumble of printing presses faintly emanated from behind some windows, and the air was thick with the smell of fresh ink and paper. News vendors, reporters, writers, and various people searching for news leads bustled in the streets. The office building of the Belmere Street newspaper was not hard to find, an old stone building with a prominent sign hanging at the entrance. Charles paused in front of the door, took a deep breath, suppressing the slight discomfort in his lungs and the rising tension in his chest. He pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside was a somewhat noisy reception area with clerks sitting behind several desks processing letters or receiving visitors. He walked toward the nearest desk where a middle-aged clerk with a serious expression was seated. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you? The clerk asked without looking up, still sorting through a stack of documents. Good morning. I have an appointment with your editor, James Henry, regarding a submission for a new column, Charles said, trying to make his voice sound steady and strong. I am Charles C. Caplet from Oxford. Please wait a moment, Mr. Caplet. I will check the appointment records. He flipped through a heavy appointment book, his finger sliding down the date column. Charles C. Caplet, Oxford. Found it. Mr. Henry has indeed reserved time this morning. Please wait in the area over there. I will notify Mr. Henry's secretary. After thanking the clerk, Charles walked to the corner indicated. There were a few hardwood chairs. He sat down, placing his suitcase by his feet, his hands folded on his knees, trying to appear calm. His heart was racing uncontrollably in his chest. Finally, a neatly dressed young boy in a black suit and white apron approached Mr. Caplet. Mr. Henry is ready to see you now. Please follow me. The boy led him through the reception area and up a staircase covered with dark red carpet. On the second floor, the corridor was lined with closed oak doors, each with a brass nameplate. The boy stopped in front of one of the doors and knocked. Come in, a steady male voice called from inside. The boy opened the door and stepped aside to let Charles enter. This was a spacious office with a large desk facing the door piled high with manuscripts, proofs, letters, and ink bottles. Behind the desk sat a gentleman in his 50s with gray hair neatly combed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was intently reviewing a manuscript. Mr. Caplet. Editor Henry put down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Please sit down. Professor Dodgson spoke highly of you in the letter. I hope your journey from Oxford was smooth. Charles took a deep breath. He sat down in the chair opposite the desk, placing his suitcase by his feet, his hands resting on his knees. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me, Mr. Henry. The journey was fine, and the weather in London is as usual. Indeed, Henry replied, briefly, his fingertips touching on the table. Now let's get down to business. Professor Dodgson mentioned in the letter that you have some manuscripts suitable for our planned new column. We refer to it as scientific romance or scientific curiosity, aiming to educate and entertain, not only to stimulate readers' interest in scientific progress, but also to provide engaging reading material. Yes, Mr. Henry. Charles opened his suitcase and took out the top manuscript from the stack, handing it over with both hands. This is a piece I conceived and completed preliminarily, titled The Stolen Bacterium. Perhaps it could serve as a starting point for discussion. Henry took the manuscript, his gaze immediately falling on the title and the opening lines. Charles felt his heart pounding. He struggled not to stare at editor Henry with an eager gaze. Henry read quickly, his brow furrowing slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. The office fell silent, with only the rustling of paper and the distant sounds of Northampton Street filtering in through the window. Charles struggled to control his breathing. He could feel the pressure in his lungs, but more intense was the pounding of his heart. Success or failure might hinge on the next few minutes. Henry's reading lasted about 15 minutes. He read attentively, sometimes pausing to return to a previous line, seemingly weighing words or contemplating the plot. His face showed no obvious expression, neither approval nor annoyance, only focused scrutiny. Finally, he turned the last page and gently placed the manuscript atop the stack of documents on the desk. He removed his glasses, slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth, and after putting them back on, turned his gaze to Charles. Mr. Caplet, he began slowly, this manuscript, The Stolen Bacterium. Silence pressed heavily upon Charles in the room, almost possessing a tangible weight that made it difficult for him to breathe. He swallowed, attempting to rid himself of the non-existent obstruction. Henry finally spoke after a brief pause. The core concept of this piece, The Stolen Bacteria, is undoubtedly ingenious, and the scientific framework is quite solid, indicating the thought you have put into it. However, he hesitated, seemingly choosing his words. Please forgive my candor. Your writing style, while not incorrect in certain subtle areas, employs word combinations that are not commonly found in current usage. Charles felt a slight chill in his heart. He had anticipated this issue. It was a trace of the writing habits of two eras, two souls unconsciously merging at his fingertips. He endeavored to mimic the writing style from the original's memories and referenced the framework of Wells' original text, yet the essence of the 21st century soul, with its deeply ingrained thoughts and expressions, quietly seeped through in more concise and direct sentences, even carrying a hint of translation tone. He had yet to fully acclimate to thinking and writing in the pure Victorian gentleman's tone. As a time traveler, this was unavoidable, not to mention that English was not his native tongue. Charles quickly adjusted his breathing, his face revealing a blend of realization and apology. Thank you very much for your correction, Mr. Henry. Your keen insight has pinpointed my weaknesses. To be honest, during my lengthy convalescence, my reading was quite erratic. Aside from professional literature and mainstream works, I also encountered numerous unconventional writings, including scientific columns from newspapers in both the European continent and America, whose writing styles might be more free and direct. I see. Broad reading is beneficial, Mr. Capright. It can broaden one's horizons, Henry replied, understanding. Exactly so, Mr. Henry. I suspect that in attempting to merge scientific core concepts with narrative storytelling, I unconsciously absorbed and blended some of those styles in an effort to make the narrative feel more vivid and dynamic, neglecting the integration with local reading habits, which led to these discordant flaws. That was my oversight. I thank you very much for your reminder. That makes sense. There's no need to worry. Innovative expressions can become one of your distinguishing features. Henry's tone softened slightly, his gaze returning to the manuscript. However, I must say that the story itself is quite remarkable, concise, and gripping. Do you understand what I mean? Charles felt a portion of his anxiety ease. It seems that his revisions were not entirely without merit. Building on the original, he had not only meticulously adjusted the details of the era, but also optimized the entire story based on an understanding from a future perspective. This understanding from a future perspective is an intuition refined in an environment saturated with marketing. When he managed his own account in his past life, knowing how to develop connections, set up suspense, and capture readers' attention with the most economical wording became almost instinctual. In this era, people who have yet to experience an information explosion naturally find such narrative techniques fresh and eye-catching. Charles humbly nodded. You flatter me, Mr. Henry. No, this is the recognition you deserve. Henry, the editor, waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the manuscript's header, and after a long pause, he seemed to reach a decision. He lifted the stack of manuscripts from the table, gently rearranged them, and placed them atop the pile of documents marked for pending or key review. Let's do this, he said, his tone becoming formal yet purposeful. This manuscript of the stolen bacteria will remain. I need more time to review the entire piece thoroughly and discuss it with a few colleagues responsible for this new column. Charles was taken aback. Henry continued, this is not a routine procedure, quite the opposite. It is precisely because we believe it possesses great potential that we need to collectively evaluate its positioning and possible directions for revision. He paused. However, the column requires a stable supply of submissions. Mr. Capright, aside from this piece, do you have any other similar concepts or completed works? Professor Dodgson mentioned in his letter that you have a few short story drafts. Yes, Mr. Henry. This was an opportunity. Charles restrained his eagerness, bending to open his suitcase. Here are 2 more preliminary story outlines. He handed over the additional pages of outlines. Please take a look. Henry, the editor, took the outlines and quickly skimmed through them, visibly intrigued. One is tentatively titled Dr. Moreau's Island, exploring topics related to biological modification. The other is The Invisible Man, envisioning a drug that could render human tissue transparent and invisible. Charles remarked, I focus on the technological developments in such scenarios and the resulting social and personal dilemmas. Very interesting. Your imagination is not only vibrant, but also uniquely directed. These themes hold great potential. Henry raised his head to look at Charles, his gaze now tinged with an expectation of a collaborator different from the earlier pure scrutiny. For these new concepts, we need you to submit more complete manuscripts. Can you do that? Charles' heart beat strongly in response, the lingering discomfort in his lungs seemingly faded by this sudden hope. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Mr. Henry. As Charles stepped out of the Belling Street Gazette, building the afternoon sun in London struggled to pierce through layers of haze, casting faint light patches on the cobblestones of Northampton Street. The lingering weakness from his illness was still vaguely present, yet something warm and buoyant surged within his chest. Hope. Upon returning to 221B, Baker Street, the afternoon light had begun to soften. Mrs. Hudson was polishing the stair railing in the foyer. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately paused her work, a concerned smile spreading across her face. Mr. Capright, you're back. Was everything smooth? Come in, it's quite damp outside. As she spoke, she took Charles' overcoat from him. Look at your complexion. You must be exhausted from running around all morning. The kettle is on for tea. I'll pour you a cup. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Everything went better than expected, Charles replied sincerely as he followed her into the sitting room. The sitting room was quiet. Sherlock Holmes sat in his usual armchair, deeply embedded fingers pressed to his lips, gazing at the flickering flames in the fireplace, evidently lost in a complex thought. Dr. Watson sat on the opposite sofa, a book spread open on his lap, but he seemed not to be reading attentively, more like engaging in a casual pastime. At this moment, Charles finally felt a sense of reality. He had traveled to London in 1880 and had become roommates with Sherlock Holmes and John Watson. As soon as Mrs. Hudson's voice fell, Dr. Watson, sitting on the sofa, raised his head upon hearing it. When he saw Charles standing at the doorway of the living room, his friendly eyes brightened slightly. Mr. Capulet. Watson immediately closed the book on his lap, setting it aside, and a sincere and concerned smile appeared on his face. You have returned. We were just discussing whether your meeting this morning went well. Please take a seat. You look like you need to rest. As he spoke, he naturally gestured invitingly towards another comfortable chair by the fireplace, one that was warm and perfectly positioned to create a small circle for conversation between himself and Holmes. Charles indeed felt exhausted, not just physically, but also from the mental strain of heightened tension. He did not decline nodding in acknowledgement to Watson before walking over to sit down. The soft cushion and warmth from the fire made him let out a gentle sigh. From your expression, it seems there is no bad news. Though Watson's observational skills were not as keen as the consulting detective beside him, he noticed that while Charles' complexion remained pale, the heavy tension from last night had lessened, and his eyes appeared clearer. Before Charles could respond, Mrs. Hudson returned with a tea tray and took over the conversation, her tone filled with sympathy. You must be tired. Ew, just look at your complexion. Here, Mr. Capulet, have some hot tea to warm you up. They'll go fetch a bowl of the soup I have on the stove. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hudson. Charles smiled, accepting the warm teacup, feeling its comforting warmth through his fingertips. He took a small sip, first letting the heat of the black tea spread in his mouth before turning to Watson and responding. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Watson. I think the outcome was somewhat better than expected. Just call me Watson. Watson said you. Oh, a short syllable came from the other side of the fireplace. Sherlock Holmes, who had been immersed in his own thoughts, turned his head at some point. He did not change his posture, with his fingers touching and his elbow resting on the armchair, but his attention had evidently shifted from the invisible puzzle of thought to Charles. Did Editor Henry from the Baker Street Journal leave your manuscript? His sharp gaze swept over Charles' overcoat. There were traces of dampness from outside on the shoulders, and his suitcase was casually placed at his feet rather than tightly clutched in hand. Most importantly, there was an aura of subtle relief surrounding the young man. Charles had long been prepared for Holmes' perceptiveness, but the shock was still intense when experienced firsthand. Every time he thought about how Holmes could complete his deductions solely through sight, smell, and logic in an era without surveillance footage, DNA testing, or criminal profiling theories, Charles felt a sense of disbelief. Memories of crime documentaries and popular science articles he had seen in his past life flashed through his mind, and the freshness of comparing Holmes' methods to modern forensic science surged once again. He forcibly suppressed these chaotic associations and nodded. Yes, Mr. Holmes. The editor said further review and internal discussion were needed, but essentially, it is nearly finalized. This is wonderful news. Dr. Watson said with genuine joy, sitting up a little straighter, his face radiating the kind of happiness that comes from sharing a friend's joy. I just knew such a brilliant story would capture the editor's interest. Did Mr. Henry mention anything else? What was his opinion about the story? He offered some subtle suggestions regarding the writing style, Charles replied honestly. Additionally, he expressed interest in several other ideas I mentioned, hoping I could refine them soon. Oh, this is quite clear encouragement. Dr. Watson's smile grew even brighter, and he nearly rubbed his hands together as if he himself had received recognition. Congratulations, Mr. Capulet. This first step is very solid. It seems that soon we will have a true writer at 221B, Baker Street. Don't mention it, just call me Capulet. Charles promptly responded, feeling a warmth from Watson's genuine enthusiasm. Speaking of true writers, I'm still quite far from that. I anticipate it. Watson smiled. To be honest, Capulet, I occasionally try to write something in my spare time, mainly to record interesting experiences or reading notes. Of course, it's nowhere near publishable quality, it's purely personal entertainment. Charles looked at the doctor, who would soon bring the legend of a consulting detective to the world with simple yet precise strokes, and a complex and subtle emotion surged in his heart. Watson. Charles set down his teacup, his tone carrying a sense of understanding and sincerity that transcended the current situation. By this logic, I actually feel you resemble a writer more than I do. The firewood in the fireplace crackled softly. Dr. Watson appeared to be momentarily stunned, then chuckled and shook his head, wearing the expression of a friend who has been gently teased. You flatter me too much. My essays cannot be compared to your intricately crafted stories. I merely record personal observations. I'm serious. Charles looked sincerely at Watson. Watson opened his mouth, clearly shocked, while even Holmes leaned in with interest. Just then Mrs. Hudson returned with a tray holding a steaming bowl of soup and a few slices of bread. The soup is here, drink it while it's hot, Mr. Capulet. Oh, and the teapot needs refilling too. Thank you, all three responded. It seems we will have two great writers. Mrs. Hudson laughed. Oh, that would be wonderful. By the way, Mr. Capulet, may I ask how old you are this year? I have a nice gathering coming up. If it suits you, you are both welcome to join. Indeed, Charles smiled and replied calmly. I just turned 20 not long ago. 20. Dr. Watson raised his eyebrows in surprise. Goodness, you look, if I may say, a bit more mature than your actual age. Of course, I mean no offense, it's just that your sophistication during discussions on scientific concepts and literary topics made me think you were a few years older. His tone was filled with friendly surprise. Perhaps it's due to being ill. Sickness sometimes forces one to contemplate certain matters prematurely. Charles assented. Thank you very much, but unfortunately my health cannot support activities like gatherings. Not being able to attend is my regret. What a shame, what a promising young man. Mrs. Hudson lamented. What about you? Sorry, my health isn't great either, Watson replied, promptly blinking. I'm 26 this year. He paused, chuckling self-deprecatingly. I used to be a military doctor and have just recently returned from the army, trying to find a suitable place to practice medicine. As for our Mr. Holmes, well, I'm curious too. Holmes' lips seemed to twitch slightly upwards, creating what could hardly be called a smile. I am 1 year older than Watson. My. Charles did feel a slight surprise. In his understanding, or rather in the widely accepted impression of later generations, Dr. Watson was usually depicted as slightly older than Holmes, appearing more composed, much like a reliable chronicler and elder friend. But at this moment Watson had admitted he was 26 while Holmes said he was 1 year older than him. This meant Holmes was currently 27 years old, born in 1854. This was indeed correct. He pondered for a moment, mentally flipping through the original text. In Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's writings, Watson's birthday had never been explicitly mentioned. Some researchers like William S. Baring Gould had boldly speculated in his book The Holmes of Baker Street that Watson was born in 1852. However, Charles had just discovered that in the stories Holmes sometimes referred to Watson as my boy, while Watson had once called Holmes old man. These affectionate terms indeed suggested that Holmes was likely slightly older than Watson. At this moment Holmes looked over. I see. Charles suppressed this fleeting thought, a look of realization and slight embarrassment appearing on his face. Please forgive my preconceived notions. Watson appeared very reliable, so I instinctively felt he might be a bit older. Age and the accumulation of knowledge are not always strictly proportional, Mr. Capulet. Holmes said lightly, seemingly uninterested in the topic. What matters is observation and continuous thought. Charles fell silent. Observation and reflection are indeed paramount. Fou air emosis voice broke the brief silence. Yet to overinterpret certain trivial particulars, even I am not immune to the occasional lapse. However, the assessment young is oddly fresh. I shall make a note of it. He added, his fingertip grazing his temple with an elegant motion, as if truly filing the word into that famed mental archive. After all, a competent observer should accept feedback from every angle, even when it springs from misunderstanding. The high bridge of his nose and his sharp contours softened in the flicker of the hearth, taking on the air of a gentleman engaged in witty clubroom conversation rather than an impersonal reasoning automaton. This left Cha Ersi with a subtle pang of embarrassment. Speaking of writing, Huashan, were you to collate your notes, their vividness and meticulous detail might not be inferior to any piece of fiction. Fu Aramosi turned to Huashan before Huashan replied with a smile, Are you encouraging me, Fu Aramosi? Huashan laughed. That small episode about age seemed brushed away, and his attention was successfully drawn back to the literary topic that interested him most. We'll see about that later, he said, turning to Cha Ersi. But you Kai Puliite, your conceits Inshinrin Moro Bashi Dadao. The names alone stir the imagination. How did you come up with them? Cha Ersi lowered his eyelids, as if earnestly recalling. In truth, his gaze lingered on the flames as his thoughts flowed swiftly beneath the surface. How did you come up with them? He repeated slowly, a smile at the corner of his mouth, threaded with fatigue and self-irony. It is a little shameful to admit many notions did indeed arise on the sickbed, he said, looking out at an unchanging sky. Sometimes from reading an account of optics or biology, sometimes merely a fragment of an absurd dream, he added with a sudden melancholy about his present state. Beidao de Ganjun was accepted, an encouraging sign, but there remained an uncertain distance before real remuneration and a steady column could be relied upon. Editor Henglis' support was a precious foot in the door, but by no means a lifelong stipend. 4 shillings a week for rent was modest, yet when one accounted for necessary food, clothing, stationery, and the medical expenses this frail body might at any time require, and so on, the sums grew alarming. The scant money left by the original tenant flowed like sand through an hourglass, irresistibly dwindling. Writing novels, especially those tinged with science fiction or fancy, paid by vague standards and with unpredictable intervals. To pin all hopes on that was tantamount to gambling. Relying on it alone would scarcely cover Mrs. Hadeson's rent for long. He needed a steadier income, and preferably one compatible with his present delicate convalescent state and the body of knowledge he possessed. Mathematics. His former life's master's degree in mathematics, together with the original tenant's Oxford background, constituted his most solid skill set. Yet in this era, pure mathematical theory lay far from the common populace and was difficult to monetize directly. Perhaps private tutoring, teaching mathematics or basic sciences to wealthy youths, might work. But that required robust health to cope with unruly pupils and to travel between addresses, and it relied on good introductions, both of which he currently lacked. Translation. He was fluent in English and Chinese, but Chinese held little utility in London at this moment in time. French or German had a market, yet his competence extended only to reading technical texts, far from the ability to render literature or commercial documents fluently. A thought occurred: detective fiction. His gaze involuntarily swept to the man on the opposite sofa, who would become legend, Sherlock Fu, Heir MOC, who sat there alive and acute, analyzing the world with powers of observation beyond ordinary measure. Seated beside him, the man destined to become the most famous chronicler of those deeds, Yuan H. Huashan looked at him kindly and with concern. Kai Puliite. Huashan's voice drew him from his scattered thoughts. You seem distracted, Huashan said gently. Are you tired? You have just returned and already spoken so much. Mrs. Hades and soup will grow cold. Ah, my apologies. Chai-RC immediately wore an apologetic smile and rubbed his temple. Perhaps so. My body has not yet fully recovered and my thoughts drift easily. You asked earlier about the source of my ideas, he continued. I could not help remembering those long afternoons of idle fancy upon the bed, and I was moved. He let a trace of fatigue show, not wholly feigned. The exertions of the afternoon and the strain of concentration had drained him considerably. Creation needs quiet and focus, Huashan said solicitously. We will not detain you further. You have just come back and talked so long, you should rest. Thank you, Huashan. Your conversation with Fu Heir MOC has been most beneficial, Cha-RC said sincerely, rising slowly. I look forward to your new work. Fu Heir MOC inclined his head slightly. Cha-RC bade them good night and turned toward the stairs that led to the garret. The wooden steps gave their familiar faint creak beneath his feet. Detective fiction. Perhaps it was worth attempting. Yet which of the classic modes in his memory, true murders, impossible crimes, psychological ploys, social deduction mysteries, would best suit the tastes of Victorian readers? His thoughts drifted unconsciously to another master of the craft, Ajiasha Kelly Sidi. Cha-RC weighed possibilities swiftly in his mind. Christie's first novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles, would not appear until 1920. She was not even born yet. The temporal gap was vast, which presented room for maneuver. But one could not simply transplant her plots wholesale. Her stories were often set in the early 20th century, a social milieu quite distinct from the 1880s Victorian world. Nevertheless, her core contrivances, the ingenious murder methods, identity puzzles, and artful misdirection, if carefully conveyed into Victorian terms and reimagined in motive and detail, might succeed. This demanded more craft than penning a mere speculative short. It posed a greater, more intricate challenge. Adaptation is not fabrication, or it required him to study thoroughly the era's social codes, legal procedures, and everyday minutiae to render the setting believable. Fortunately, he now lived in London in this very era and even had two superb subjects for observation nearby, though one of them possessed extraordinary acuity. Cha-RC reflected. He pushed open the garret door and set a lamp on the desk. The house was quiet, though not without sound. From downstairs came the faint clink of Mrs. Hadizan arranging tableware, clearer still from the direction of Fu Heir MOC's room on the second floor. A rhythmic noise like a file upon a hard object rang for some 10 seconds and then stopped. A faint chemical tang like ammonia mingled with acetic acid wafted under the door for a moment and then dispersed. Cha-RC removed his coat and sat at the bedside for a spell, listening to his slightly hurried breathing and allowing himself to steady within the house's low, steady murmur. Then he crossed to the desk and took his seat. But when the heavy tip of the pen touched the paper, the thoughts racing through his mind seemed to freeze again, and the ink spread, creating a small cloud of frustration on the cheap paper. He wrote a few lines, crossed them out, wrote again, and then paused. The glow of the kerosene lamp turned dim and stubborn, reflecting his tightly furrowed brow and the heavy fatigue in his eyes. Charles put down his pen and sighed silently at the chaos before him. It seemed unlikely that he would produce anything worthwhile tonight. Rather than exhausting his final strength on the blank manuscript, it would be better to preserve the remnants of his spirit for a tomorrow that might be clearer. He blew out the kerosene lamp, lay down in the dark, closed his eyes, and did not attempt to sleep, but allowed himself to sink into a half-awake, half-dreaming state until the darkness outside gradually diluted into a deep gray. When he got up, the sky was still not fully bright. The dawn of London in winter was stingy and slow, with only a cold gray-white hue creeping over the slanted skylight. The whole house was exceptionally quiet. Not even the sound of sleeping breaths could be heard. The door to the living room on the second floor was slightly ajar with no light inside, but a faint trace of sunlight was reflected on the floor. He gently pushed open the door. Holmes was already awake. Or rather, he might not have slept at all. Holmes was sitting in the famous armchair by the fireplace, facing away from the door and looking out at the slowly awakening gray city. The room was unlit, with only the meager daylight seeping and outlining his slender and upright silhouette. He sat upright, his hands casually resting on the armrests, completely still like a thoughtful sculpture or a ghost quietly merging with the morning mist. Charles paused at the top of the stairs. He did not want to disturb this silence and was about to quietly retreat upstairs when Holmes' voice rang out. The voice was steady and clear, devoid of sleepiness, as if he had been sitting there for hours. Good morning. It seems the night has not been kind to you. Charles stopped his footsteps. Good morning. I hope I haven't disturbed you. The morning air is chilly. Your body needs more rest. Holmes finally turned his head, his eyes fixed on Charles' face partially hidden in the shadows. Please sit down. I couldn't sleep much. Charles replied, briefly walking over to another chair without attempting small talk. A tranquil silence enveloped them. Holmes continued to gaze out the window, as if reading the outlines of the city that had yet to fully reveal itself. Charles directed his attention to the cold ashes in the fireplace, feeling the morning chill slowly seep through his thin clothing. At that moment, Charles felt sounds returning to his mind. The breath of life began to infuse this house. Dr. Watson's mumblings and the creaking of the wooden floor as he moved gradually approached, and Mrs. Hudson was busy in the kitchen downstairs, the faint sounds of pots and pans clinking and the smell of the fire wafting up. As the daylight brightened, the sounds from the street increased. The clattering wheels of the milk cart, the paperboy's calls growing closer, and a new day began heavily. Watson appeared to have rested while looking energetic as he greeted them enthusiastically. Mrs. Hudson brought in breakfast, as usual, consisting of oatmeal, toast, butter, and tea. She chattered about the weather, complained about the quality of the delivered coal, and reminded Charles to eat more. Charles ate the warm porridge, slowly feeling a bit of warmth and stability from the food. He listened to Watson's small complaints about job hunting, responding occasionally. Holmes was already dressed and seated at the table, quickly flipping through a copy of the Times, politely playing the role of the supportive listener in the conversation, occasionally chiming in with a comment. As breakfast neared its end, the doorbell rang as if someone was impatient to enter, and it kept announcing its presence. Charles' movement paused. At this time, it was usually not the peak visiting hour for Holmes' anxious clients. He heard Mrs. Hudson hastily going to answer the door, followed by a stranger's vibrant voice. "Good morning, ma'am. Is this the residence of Mr. Charles C. Caplet? I am Carter from the Burm Street Journal, and I have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Caplet." The conversation at the table stopped, and Charles' heartbeat nearly ceased. The Burm Street Journal. So soon. He set down his cutlery, took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart lest he pass out before he received an answer. He heard Mrs. Hudson's enthusiastic response and footsteps leading up the stairs, stopping at the living room door. Charles adjusted his attire, ensuring he did not look too disheveled, then stood up and walked somewhat stiffly towards the door. "I am Charles C. Caplet," he said to the newcomer. The visitor was a gentleman around 30, well-dressed, but not overly formal, with a look of keen eagerness typical of a journalist. He held a familiar brown paper folder in his hand. "Oh, Mr. Caplet." Editor Carter stepped forward, extending his hand with a bright smile. "I am Richard Carter, the deputy editor of the Burm Street Journal. It's a pleasure to meet you. Editor Henry insisted that I come personally. There are some documents that need to be handed over to you in person, and I'd like to discuss your brilliant piece, The Stolen Bacteria." "Mr. Carter, a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming in person," Charles said as he shook hands with him, feeling the strength and warmth of his palm. "Please have a seat. These two are my roommates, Dr. Watson and Mr. Holmes." Carter nodded perfunctorily to both of them, quickly returning his gaze to Charles. "Editor Henry has spoken highly of your work, Mr. Caplet. Internally, especially for someone like me who is responsible for planning new columns. We have almost regarded it as a model. You flatter me, Mr. Carter. Please come inside." Charles was almost startled by his enthusiasm, unable to help but cough lightly, which caused Carter's fervent speech to pause for a moment as they both entered the living room. Mrs. Hudson had already smartly gone to prepare refreshments. As soon as Editor Carter sat down, he couldn't wait to speak again. "Mr. Caplet, I simply cannot contain my excitement. Yesterday, Editor Henry shared your piece, The Stolen Bacteria, with us, and it was brilliant, simply brilliant. Especially that ending. The sharp irony is exactly the style we are dreaming of for our new column." His praise was so direct and fervent that it caught Charles off guard, and he could only respond cautiously, "I am honored by your high regard, Mr. Carter. But what did Mr. Henry mean?" "Adopted. Of course, adopted." Carter waved his hand vigorously as if to dispel any doubts that might linger. "The editor-in-chief made the decision this morning. I came here to personally deliver this modification suggestion and the preliminary draft agreement to you." He took out a thick envelope and placed it on the coffee table. "Secondly, I also wanted to express my appreciation in person and urge you, please be sure to complete the drafts for the other two stories as soon as possible. The Island of Dr. Moreau and The Invisible Man. Just hearing the names makes my heart race." At that moment, Mrs. Hudson entered with a tea tray, her face radiating understanding and joy. Editor Carter turned to her, his tone still enthusiastic. "You must be the landlady here. I recall Hudson right. What a treasure this place is, housing such a talented young man." "Huh, Mr. Carter, you're too kind, Mr. Caplet has been working very hard." Mrs. Hudson smiled as she poured tea for the two, casting a loving glance at Charles before retreating and thoughtfully closing the door. Charles picked up the envelope but did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Carter's visit truly surprises me. I am very grateful that the manuscript was accepted." "It's not just about being accepted." Carter lowered his voice with a hint of a secretive excitement. "There was quite a debate in our editorial department regarding the specific arrangement and remuneration for your manuscript. Old Simmons, our financial reviewer, you know, is always quite conservative, believed it unwise to offer too much to a newcomer at the start." He shrugged with a helpless expression, continuing in a slightly exaggerated tone of complaint, but with a glimmer in his eyes, I nearly got into an argument with our accountant old Simmons over this decision, especially regarding the remuneration. You know how tight the budget is for new columns. Simmons would split a penny in half if he could, particularly for newcomers. He initially only wanted to offer half a pound. Half a pound. Watson couldn't help but voice his discontent. This for a story of such quality is rather. Who would disagree? Carter seemed to find a kindred spirit. Turning to Watson, I argued my case fiercely at the time, saying, Simmons, look at this story. This concept. This charm. If it goes to young folks, it should start at least at 2.5 pounds. We cannot treat a talented young man like this. It would be a loss for the newspaper. He mimicked the intense tone from that moment vividly. The final remuneration was set at £1.10, a one-time buyout of the publication rights. But, Carter emphasized, editor Henry specifically added a clause within a year, if any other legitimate publication approaches to pay for reprints, you will receive 30% of the reprint fee. This is not common for him, indicating that he truly values you. £1.10. This figure finally settled a heavy stone in Charles's heart. Additionally, editor Carter pressed on, lowering his voice, as if sharing a secret. The 2 concept summaries you submitted with your manuscript kept editor Henry and me awake at night after we reviewed them. They were so astonishing, that kind of imagination. The editor explicitly hopes you can quickly refine them into full drafts. As long as the quality can be maintained. No, as long as it approaches the level of the stolen bacteria, we would be very willing to establish a more stable cooperative relationship with you. Perhaps a short-term column agreement is not far off. He winked, so please be sure to take care of your health, Mr. Caplet. We are all looking forward to reading the sequels. Watson genuinely felt happy for Charles. He put down his cutlery, and without even having time to wipe his mouth, excitedly stood up and patted Charles on the shoulder. Wonderful. This is truly a beginning worth celebrating. Mr. Carter, you have no idea how much effort Caplet put into this manuscript. I can imagine. Excellent creations are always the result of hard work. Carter agreed, then stood up. Well, my mission has been more than accomplished. I won't trouble you any longer, Mr. Caplet. Please take a good look at the modification suggestions, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact the newspaper or myself. I look forward to reading your new work soon. After seeing off Carter, Charles finally let out a breath he had been holding, nearly collapsing onto the chair, only to be quickly supported by Sherlock Holmes. The person whose arm was caught smiled awkwardly, not wanting to relive that embarrassing first meeting. Mrs. Hudson was the first to speak, having been standing by the door observing, and now her face blossomed with a motherly smile. £1.10. And the subsequent agreements. Oh, my dear Mr. Caplet, this is simply fantastic. I knew someone as smart and hardworking as you would surely be recognized. Tonight we must eat something good to celebrate. Watson turned to pick up the envelope, weighed it, and smilingly handed it to Charles. This is quite a sum. Indeed, it deserves a celebration. Tonight we must have Mrs. Hudson add another dish. Charles took the envelope, revealing a relieved smile. Thank you, Watson. And Sherlock, this wouldn't have been possible without your initial help. I appreciate that. Don't forget there's also a letter. Holmes released his grip, helping Charles settle back in the chair, casually pointing to the envelope on the table. Thank you, Charles replied. He felt a slight chill in his fingertips, but it wasn't from the cold. Taking the letter, he used his nail to open the envelope and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. One was formal stationery with the newspaper's letterhead. The other was a separate document resembling a contract or terms list. He first looked at the letter. It was handwritten by editor James Henry, highly praised the quality of the manuscript, and decided to accept it. Attached were several specific modification suggestions, mainly hoping that certain paragraphs would include more detailed descriptions and slightly adjust the rhythm of some sentences to better align with the reading habits of newspaper serialization. These suggestions were listed on another sheet, politely worded in a consultative tone. Next was the remuneration. £1.10. A one-time buyout of the manuscript's publication rights. But it was also noted that if within a year from the date of publication the article was approached and paid for reprints by other legitimate publications, the author would receive 30% of the reprint fees. At the end of the letter, editor Henry once again expressed interest in the concepts of the Island of Dr. Moreau and the Invisible Man, hoping he could quickly refine these 2 stories into full drafts provided his health permitted, and hinted that if subsequent manuscripts could maintain the same level of quality, the possibility of signing a short-term contribution agreement could not be ruled out. Holmes nodded slightly, commenting, Mr. Carter, I must say he is an eager and astute editor. His cigars are of a medium to high quality, but the cuff of his coat shows slight wear, indicating he is on an upward trajectory in his career and willing to invest enthusiasm and an appropriate cost for what he sees as potential. This makes him the perfect collaborator for Caplet's current situation. He paused slightly, his gray eyes looking at Charles's eagerness to come in person and reveal information about future agreements. Besides executing Henry's instructions, I believe carries personal investment meaning. He desires to establish a more solid connection with you, whom he identifies as a potential writer, as soon as possible. Charles nodded slightly. This indicates that what moves him about your work is not merely suitable, but that he genuinely sees some value that he recognizes. This kind of recognition sometimes holds more significance than mere figures of remuneration. So what do you plan to do next? Dr. Watson clearly agreed with Holmes' inference and turned to Charles. Charles returned his gaze to the letter and the attached list of suggested revisions. Mr. Henry provided some specific and insightful comments. Oh, I intend to start making the revisions soon. Then perhaps I will continue writing the other 2 articles. Holmes seamlessly joined the conversation, the island of Dr. Moreau. You even noticed that? Charles was somewhat surprised. Yes, there's another one called the Invisible Man. Holmes displayed an awkward yet polite smile. Watson chuckled to ease the atmosphere. Sounds like these 2 will be more exciting than your initial piece. I'm starting to struggle to understand these advanced concepts. Invisible? Really? Yes. Charles pondered his words, wanting to satisfy the obvious curiosity of his 2 roommates while not wanting to reveal too much too soon lest it diminish the impact of the final manuscript. It's a much grander concept. Can you elaborate? Watson leaned forward, his eyes shining. It was evident that he was truly a literary youth. In my vision, this would be a lengthy narrative. Charles began to narrate, striving to make the description more vivid. A young gentleman named Edward Prendick encounters an accident during a sea voyage. He miraculously survives drifting for days until ultimately being rescued by a passing ship. On the ship is a peculiar doctor named Montgomery, along with his silent servants whose appearances and behaviors always seem somewhat off. Charles paused for a moment, keeping his voice steady while observing the audience's reactions. The interest in Holmes' gray eyes intensified while Watson displayed an expression of concentrated listening. After landing on the island, he continued, slowing his pace as if he too were stepping into that strange realm with the protagonist. Prendick soon discovers that this island is far from a paradise. In the depths of the dense forest, inhuman howls and roars rang out ceaselessly. He sees some inhabitants. They can barely walk upright, dressed in crude clothing, yet their faces are distorted, their eyes murky, speaking broken English with slurred speech, their behavior imbued with a beastly clumsiness and frenzy. Oh my God! Watson gasped, his fingers unconsciously brushing over his neatly trimmed beard. As a doctor, he knew better than most the structure and limits of a normal human body. The scene Charles described had touched the edge of his knowledge, and even beyond stepping into a disquieting taboo. Dr. Moreau. Charles spoke the core name, feeling his throat dry as he picked up his now cold tea and took a sip. He is the mastermind behind it all, a remarkably talented yet misguided scientist. He firmly believed that through surgery, biological grafting, and a certain serum to stimulate growth, he could break the barriers between species, transforming beasts and endowing them with human forms, even cultivating a semblance of human intellect. In 1880, Darwin had already published on the origin of species, yet the thunderclap of evolution still resonated within the realm of thought, its echoes far from fading. Though Huxley and Bishop Wilberforce's Oxford debate had occurred 2 decades prior, the clash between science and religion, nature and the divine order, had never ceased. Transforming beasts into humans. This notion, growing within a Catholic cultural backdrop, sounded nearly sacrilegious to Watson. Charles observed their shocked expressions, yet his heart remained remarkably calm. He recalled the ethical debates from his past life regarding cloning and gene editing, as well as the classic melange of narratives about playing God found in science fiction. Dr. Moreau's madness was a shocking fable in Wells' time, but to his soul that hailed from the future, it resembled more of a forewarning about an inevitable technological power. He wrote this story not just to shock, but also to implant a deeper fear of technological overreach from his era into this time, which was filled with naive optimism about progress. It was a form of dark humor, a warning from the future, the most subtle yet profound intervention he could undertake. Did he succeed? Watson asked, his voice dry. To some extent, yes. Charles replied, his gaze fixed on the flickering fire, as if he could see those horrifying creations struggling in agony on Moreau's operating table, forcibly pieced together. He created those beast men, but are they suffering? Do they possess a so-called soul or self? Are they considered humans? Or are they merely beasts trapped in twisted forms? Can Dr. Moreau's self-imposed laws, which prohibit walking on all fours, hunting living creatures, and questioning the Creator, truly bind their instincts rooted deep in their flesh? He threw out a series of questions, not seeking answers, but showcasing the sharpness contained within this concept, sharp enough to cut through certain entrenched notions. Charles knew the controversies this novel would spark when it was published in 1896, yet in later years it would be revered as a classic of science fiction literature and philosophical reflection. What ripples would be caused by throwing such a story out over a decade in advance? He felt a shiver mixed with excitement and unease. A relatively safe science fiction piece like The Stolen Bacillus still had its aftershocks, but this is a story that could genuinely challenge certain concepts. Yet it would undoubtedly make people remember the name C. Pressfield. I believe this will be a powerful piece, but also one that is likely to provoke controversy or even attacks. Holmes slowly spoke after a moment of silence. Although presented in the form of a novel, the ideas within it are bound to make some readers extremely uncomfortable, even angry. That is precisely the kind of thought I hope to provoke, though the means may be somewhat extreme, Charles admitted. Editor Henry is interested perhaps precisely because he sees the controversy and discussion it might incite. After all, newspapers need topics. Undoubtedly this will be a topic of discussion, Holmes said, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, not a pleasant smile, but more of an expression intrigued by a complex game. I eagerly await reading it. However, he shifted gears, a sharp glint flashing in his gray eyes. Given your current health condition, conceiving and completing such a lengthy work with such a dark and oppressive atmosphere will be a tremendous test of your stamina. This is different from the concise and impactful The Stolen Bacillus. This was a fact. Charles felt a twinge in his lungs, as if reminding him of this reality. He nodded. I will act according to my capabilities. Perhaps I should start with a more detailed outline and key scenes. That is wise. Watson interjected, his tone returning to a practical one befitting a doctor, though the shock in his eyes had not faded. Honestly, Capelete, this concept is astounding. Just hearing it gives me chills. You will need more than just medical advice. You will likely require a strong nerve. Charles smiled faintly, his expression somewhat pale, but his eyes bright. So, I need your help, Watson. Now please remember to save me. Breakfast gradually came to a close in a relaxed atmosphere. Mrs. Hudson hummed a tune while clearing the dishes, and Watson enthusiastically talked about a few potential clinic locations he planned to investigate today, while Holmes expressed his intention to refer to some materials. Soon only Charles remained in the living room along with the monotonous light of a London winter day outside the window. He also put on his coat and hat, deciding to go out for a while. The submission process of the revised manuscript proceeded so smoothly that it left Charles somewhat dazed. He stepped once again into the ink-scented building of the Bermery Street Journal and handed the meticulously transcribed manuscript to editor James Henry. Mr. Henry quickly skimmed through the key revisions, nodding in satisfaction. As for the subsequent manuscripts, we shall keep in touch, Mr. Caplet. I look forward to seeing the protagonist's adventures on Dr. Morrow's Island. It will surely be enthralling, editor Henry said as he shook hands with Charles to bid farewell. Charles nodded in response. Upon returning to 221B, Mrs. Hudson was dusting in the foyer. You're back, Caplet. Oh dear, you look pale again. Come in and warm up. Would you like some tea? It's still hot. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I'll have some later. Charles smiled and carried his parcel upstairs. He could hear Dr. Watson's voice coming from the sitting room on the second floor, along with another excited male voice that sounded unfamiliar. Clearly, Charles had never met the person. It seemed there were visitors, perhaps clients. Charles did not intrude and headed straight back to his loft. He placed his newly acquired items on the desk, removed his coat, and sat by the bed for a moment, waiting for his breathing to steady. Then he lit the kerosene lamp, the orange glow dispelling the shadows in the corners. He spread out a blank sheet of manuscript paper, dipped the pen tip in the inkwell hovering above the surface. Charles pondered how to begin. In the palace of memory, the sentences from Wells' original work vividly emerged, but he could not merely replicate them. He had to transform them into something that Charles C. Caplet might have written in 1880. He recalled the summary he had described to Holmes and Watson during breakfast. A shipwreck survivor, a deserted island, a mad scientist, and those tortured creations struggling between man and beast. The core shock lay in the chilling inquiry of what it means to be human, along with the terror brought about by science overstepping natural laws. But the beginning needed to be more mundane and realistic to make the subsequent adventures more impactful. Perhaps starting with a ship. A passenger liner heading to the South Pacific, an ordinary passenger who is not a hero, perhaps somewhat disillusioned and confused about his current state. If it doesn't work, it can be changed later. The pen tip fell. Many years later, Edward Plendick would still recall the afternoon he boarded the Lady Vane at the Kaya Pier to begin his sea voyage. At that time, the leaden gray sea was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the equally heavy and stagnant sky. Just as such oppressive weather foretold misfortune quietly descended. The Lady Vane collided with an abandoned ship and disappeared, and on the 11th month and 4 days after the incident, Edward Plendick was rescued by a small boat. People said he had drowned, but when he recounted his experiences due to the truly bizarre nature of those events, they said he had gone mad. At this point, Charles paused his pen and coughed lightly twice. He took a sip of the water that had long gone cold beside him, suppressing the itch in his throat. This beginning is still acceptable. Edward Plendick, a somewhat disheartened observer, is suitable as a narrator. Next, it should be the shipwreck. It shouldn't be too long. It should be concise and powerful, quickly immersing the reader in a dire situation. As he contemplated the description of the storm and shipwreck, footsteps approached outside the loft door and stopped at the entrance. Then came a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Charles said, flipping the manuscript paper to a blank side. The door opened, and it was Dr. Watson. He wore his usual friendly smile, holding a pipe in his hand. "I hope I'm not disturbing your work, Caplet. Oh, are you writing a new story?" He keenly caught sight of the ink stains on the manuscript paper. "Just to start feeling my way around." Charles gestured for him to come in. "Has the guest downstairs left?" "Just left," Watson replied, sitting on an old chair he had brought up from his room the day before, being considerate of Charles' lungs and not lighting his pipe. A stockbroker frazzled by a complicated check fraud case came to seek Holmes' help. A common plight, really. He sighed and changed the subject. "Is it still the story of that island?" "Yes, starting from when the protagonist boards that fateful ship." Charles relaxed somewhat. Conversing with Watson was always pleasant. "Shipwreck." Watson's eyes lit up. "That reminds me of some maritime stories I heard during my time in the army. Those could be terrifying. But seriously, Caplet, are you sure you want to write about such a controversial subject?" He used a euphemistic term. If he had said dark or cultish, Charles would not have been surprised, for in an era where intellectuals prided themselves on being gentlemen and ladies, this concept fully merited those terms. Yet obviously Watson was a kind and gentle enough person. When I heard you speak about it at breakfast, I thought such detailed descriptions might scare off quite a few readers, even attract controversy. Watson continued earnestly, I know. Charles set down his pen and smiled at Watson. Outside, the sky had completely darkened with only sporadic lights spilling from the neighboring building's windows. Watson paused for a moment. Charles continued, editor Henry probably anticipated this as well. But think about it, my dear fellow. Some stories, much like certain ailments, though discomforting, must be told. Science can bring light, but it can also create shadows unseen before. Watson silently picked up his pipe and then set it down. You're right. Covering up a sore only worsens the condition. Doctors often have to confront unpleasant truths. He suddenly laughed, dispelling the slightly heavy atmosphere, but at least this time, don't make the protagonist suffer too much, at least leave him some hope. You don't want to deal with professional issues during off hours, right? Charles winked, finally putting on a bit of the liveliness a young man should have. If you want me to help provide medical expertise, I would be more than happy. Watson raised an eyebrow. Holmes has also said he would be delighted to provide you with new inspiration and ideas. I feel he just wants to see your article early. Who wouldn't want to be the first reader of such a splendid story? He jestingly tapped Charles' desk and shrugged. I came up to say, Mrs. Hudson's stew is nearly ready. Remember to come down for dinner. Writing can be taxing. You need nourishment. Right away. Charles tidied up the manuscript paper and stood up. In the sitting room, Holmes was sitting alone on the sofa reading the newspaper. Hearing the sound of footsteps on the stairs, he looked up with a slight smile. Has our writer emerged from his fortress for some fresh air? It seems progress is being made. I mean in writing. Charles smiled wryly. Rather than saying progress is being made, it's more accurate to say I've made no headway at all. Am mired in a quagmire. Creating a convincing, grotesque world is more laborious than I imagined. Dinner time. The dinner was Mrs. Hudson's specialty lamb stew with thick gravy soaking carrots, turnips, and soft potatoes, served with fresh black bread, utterly delicious. The fire in the fireplace blazed warmly, dispelling the winter night's chill and illuminating the four faces gathered around the table. Regrettably, due to health reasons, Charles ate little and slowly, but with great seriousness. He could feel the warm flow of food slowly nourishing his weakened body. Mrs. Hudson clearly remembered that he needed nourishment, and her serving of stew contained extra pieces of meat, as she continuously urged him to have a little more bread to soak in the gravy. Mrs. Hudson, your culinary skills are truly a marvel on Baker Street, Dr. Watson said, savoring his meal and sincerely praising her. This is 10 times more delicious than anything I've had at those so-called dining halls. You flatter me, Dr. Watson, but it's just simple home cooking. Mrs. Hudson's face broke into a radiant smile, but she soon turned to Charles, her brow slightly furrowed. Mr. Caplet, you need to learn from Dr. Watson. You must eat more to regain your strength. Look at you, you're about to topple over with the slightest breeze. I am trying, madam. This stew is truly delicious, Charles replied with a smile, ladling up another spoonful. Meanwhile, Sherlock Holmes was dining with them, his movements quiet and swift. His thoughts seemed to have already flown elsewhere, perhaps still reviewing the afternoon's case involving a stockbroker or contemplating some chemical formula, as his gaze remained unfocused on the soup. Yet he maintained impeccable table manners, chewing silently, occasionally casting a polite glance at Watson or Mrs. Hudson when they spoke, indicating his attentiveness. This feeling of being present yet distant, should one commend it, as being quintessentially Holmes. Yet it was this quality of his, though his mind raced with thoughts, that amazed Charles once again with its courtesy and meticulousness. Holmes ate quickly, and when he was the first to set down his spoon, his bowl was already entirely clean. I'm done, he said, pushing back his chair and standing up. If you all don't mind, I need to attend to a small matter. Some component analyses are still unfinished. Another of your chemical experiments. Mrs. Hudson shook her head, half in complaint and half in affection. Just don't burn any more holes in the curtains, Sherlock. The color of the last patch never matched. I assure you, I will be more careful, Mrs. Hudson. Holmes rarely displayed a nearly mischievous expression, and then he exited the dining room, briskly heading towards that room which later became known for its scent of smoke. Watson laughed heartily and explained to Charles, don't worry, Mrs. Hudson is just speaking out. She actually takes great pride in Holmes, though she sometimes gets frightened by his experiments. By the way, Caplet, if you feel bored at night, feel free to come down and sit with me. I usually read or write something in the sitting room, and it's always very comfortable by the fireplace. Thank you, Watson. I will, Charles sincerely replied. In the following days, Charles gradually found his rhythm of life at 221B, Baker Street. In the mornings, it was usually either he or Watson who appeared first in the sitting room. Holmes was a person of very regular sleep habits, going to bed and waking up at the same time every day, and only rarely waking in the middle of the night to ponder until dawn in his armchair. The breakfast table was a gentle place for exchanging information, where Watson would share his progress on finding a clinic location or comment on news from the newspaper. Holmes, contrary to his rumored strong desire for display, was usually a silent and gentle listener. In the mornings, if there were no appointments, Holmes might go out to meet his various information sources around London or to the reading room to consult some obscure materials. Watson often went out as well, continuing with his settling affairs. Charles, on the other hand, took advantage of this relatively quiet time to concentrate on writing. He continued to struggle with the opening of the island of Dr. Moreau, repeatedly deliberating the narrative's tone and period details, making slow but noticeable progress. His body seemed to show a slight improvement due to the regular routine nutritious food and the brief respite from the survival crisis. The severe coughing fits decreased, although his complexion remained pale and emaciated. The deep dark circles under his eyes had lightened somewhat. He could feel that the pressure in his chest when climbing stairs was no longer as suffocating as it had initially been. From afternoon to evening was the most likely time for 221B to be open for business. Clients seeking the detective services, people from all walks of life, from anxious nobles and deceived businessmen to confused clergymen and even anxious commoners, would ring the doorbell. Mrs. Hudson would first greet them, taking their names or conveying the visitor's intentions before guiding them to the sitting room on the second floor. Charles did not intend to eavesdrop, but the silence of the attic and the thin floorboards often made the conversations below faintly audible. He gradually began to distinguish between different types of visitors. Those with tearful female voices were mostly related to emotions or missing relatives. Urgent and angry male voices often dealt with financial scams, while those who spoke hesitantly and with flickering words might be burdened with secrets they did not wish to share. Holmes dealt with them in various ways, sometimes sharply and incisively striking at the heart of the matter, at other times patiently, as a listener guiding the narrative, and sometimes exhibiting a near-dramatic fervor to evoke the other's emotions. Charles had never been formally invited to participate in any consultations, but as a roommate, he was passively exposed to the edges of this profession. Occasionally, when meeting on the stairs, he would catch a glimpse of clients, leaving some relieved, others with heavier burdens. Sometimes in the shared sitting room, Watson could not help but express a few words about a recently concluded meeting, complaining about the foolishness of a client or praising Holmes' ability to deduce astonishing facts from a button or a speck of mud. "It's simply like magic, Caplet," Watson once said excitedly after dinner, having just sent off a young lady who had nearly lost her inheritance due to a forged will. Holmes spent only 5 minutes looking at the suspicious letter she brought and pointed out 3 ink and paper characteristics that could only be found in a specific printing workshop in the East End of London, concluding that the writer was left-handed and had recently suffered from severe rhinitis. "That poor girl nearly fainted, of course, from joy," he said with enthusiasm. This good doctor was not only a passionate roommate, but also gradually revealed his potential as a chronicler. In the evenings in the sitting room, Watson would write and sketch in a thick notebook by the light of the gas lamp. "Look, Caplet," Watson eagerly pushed the notebook towards Charles. "I wrote down the core contradictions of that case like this. Isn't it more interesting than dry receipts? Of course, I omitted real names and address information." "Very impressive, Watson," Charles said, sincerely, reading through it slowly, then reading it again. He felt a bit reluctant to part with this manuscript of a celebrity. "You have a talent for letting the facts speak for themselves, and you capture the essence of characters well," he said. This was no flattery. Watson may not have yet formed the concise and powerful style he would later develop, but his faithful recording of details and unadorned narrative, along with the warmth of humanity, already shone through the lines. "Do you really think so?" Watson said happily, like a student receiving praise from a teacher. "Compared to your marvelous scientific ideas, this really doesn't count for much. However, writing it down does help clarify my thoughts, and I think it aids Holmes too. He sometimes thinks too quickly, forgets what he says, and by writing it down, he can look back to see if he missed anything." "Of course, he will thank you. I'm also glad to see such a wonderful work," Charles said. "The citizens of London are lucky." The two exchanged glances and laughed. In this era, having such a group of friends seems quite nice, doesn't it? The sentiment in Charles' heart lingered in his chest for about 3 days, as precious and fleeting as a sunny day in London. On the evening of the 4th day, the weather was as gloomy as a saturated gray velvet cloth, with mist drifting from the direction of the Thames, mingling with coal smoke and weighing heavily on the rooftops of Baker Street. Charles descended from the attic feeling more fatigued than usual, with a mild tinnitus and headache echoing within his skull, while a subtle pressure in his lungs reminded him of the change in weather. "I thought it was snowing," he mumbled as the cold air made him cough twice. When he came downstairs, dinner was already set. Holmes was meticulously slicing potatoes into perfectly equal strips with a delicate little knife. Watson was sipping red tea while flipping through a stack of advertisements, his brows slightly furrowed. "Hey, Caplet." Watson looked up, his smile still intact, but with an undeniable hint of worry. "This dreadful weather has my knees complaining again. How are you feeling? You seem a bit more fatigued than this morning." "Good evening, Watson." Holmes. "Mrs. Hudson." Charles sat down at the table. "Mrs. Hudson," chuckled softly, picking up the teapot and handing it to him to pour himself some hot tea. Charles thanked her and sighed. "It's just an old ailment that acts up with the change in weather. I hope it doesn't affect your appetite, Mrs. Hudson's cooking is always worth looking forward to." "You're right, dear. There's some nice smoked fish today, and I saved you the tenderest piece. You young people never take your health seriously." Mrs. Hudson weighed the teapot, noting its reduced weight, then grumbled as she went to refill the kettle. Just then the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Watson glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It was just past 6. Holmes set down his silver knife, his gray eyes glancing towards the stairs outside the window, his ears twitching slightly. A postman, but not an ordinary one. He walks with a steadier gait, a fixed rhythm, carrying a specialized mailbag made of leather marked with the wax seal of the Oxfordshire post office. Charles momentarily halted the motion of bringing bread to his mouth. Oxford, Mrs. Hudson's footsteps hurriedly crossed the hallway, followed by the sound of the door opening and a brief exchange of words. Moments later, she returned holding a letter, a hint of confusion on her face. It's for Caplet, from the University of Oxford, stating urgent document, needs personal signature. The letter was delivered by a specialized courier from the university's direct post office. She placed a sturdy off-white envelope on the tablecloth in front of Charles. He felt a sense of foreboding. He set down his knife and picked up the envelope. It was heavy, containing more than one piece of paper. The wax seal slightly protruded under his fingertips, carrying an unmistakable sense of formality. He probably knew what it contained. After a brief pause, Charles unexpectedly smiled. With permission granted, he carefully pried open the wax seal with the handle of his knife. The seal made a faint cracking sound. He drew out 3 sheets of sturdy paper printed with the university's letterhead. The gist of the letter was, Mr. Charles C. Caplet, pursuant to your previous application for a leave of absence due to illness, your medical leave will officially conclude on April 15, 1881. By that time, you must return to the college, settle the administrative fees incurred during your leave, and complete the registration process to restore your formal student status. If not processed by the deadline, your student status will be considered automatically forfeited, and the college will cancel it in accordance with regulations. The letter was signed by the college registrar, dated a few days prior. Charles' gaze immediately fell on the amount due noted at the bottom of the letter. A clear number, £42, 7 shillings and 6 pence. His hand was steady, not trembling at all. He simply placed the letter gently back on the table, picked up his knife, and continued slicing the now somewhat cold potato. £42, 7 shillings and 6 pence. The fee for the stolen bacteria was £1, 10 shillings. This meant he needed to write at least 15 to 20 stories of equal quality and standard to the stolen bacteria, and sell them all successfully to gather this sum by next April. And this did not even include his living expenses in London for the past 4 months, nor the possible medical costs. He glanced at the pale back of his hand. This body might require more expensive treatment or recovery at any moment. The rent of 4 shillings a week sounded cheap, but multiplied by 4 weeks, and then 4 months, it was also a significant fixed expense. The board and lodging provided by Mrs. Hudson were a lifeline, but not limitless. Bad news. Holmes' voice suddenly broke in. He had unknowingly shifted his gaze from the newspaper, those gray eyes now fixed on Charles, or rather on the letter that had been opened and then folded. Watson also looked up, concern etched on his face. Well, it's not exactly that, Charles sighed, forcing a smile. He gave in to folding the letter back up and shoving it into the envelope, just a routine reminder from Oxford. My leave of absence ends next April, and I need to go back to sort out my student status and some fees. He did not mention the specific amount. There was no need. Holmes could perhaps deduce from his breathing rate, the thickness of the envelope, or the sound of the paper rubbing together that this letter contained significant content and involved financial pressure, but Watson and Mrs. Hudson need not worry about it. Oh, academics are important. Watson immediately said encouragingly, there are still a few months left, enough time for you to recuperate your health. By then you can return to Oxford to complete your studies, earn your degree, and your prospects will be much better. Thank you for your kind words, Watson. Charles nodded, stuffing the remaining baked potato into his mouth. That's a good thing. Mrs. Hudson returned with a cup of water, a smile on her face. Returning to university to complete your studies and earn your degree is the proper way forward. You, a clever person, should not be buried in. Her words trailed off as she caught sight of the look in Charles' eyes. In those eyes, there was no anticipation or excitement about returning to campus, only a deeper sentiment mixed with anxiety and a near-desperate weighing of options. Mrs. Hudson was perceptive. She immediately realized that things were not as simple as she had thought. Of course, this requires careful consideration. Here, have some water first, dear. You really do look unwell. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Charles lifted the cup, forcing a wry smile. I think I need to return to my room, sorry. Mrs. Hudson waved her hand, concerned. Quickly do what you need to. Dinner will be saved for you, remember to come down to eat. Charles expressed his gratitude, returned to the attic, closed the door, and took out an old leather wallet from the depths of the drawer. The payment of £1, 10 shillings had once felt like a small windfall, allowing him to briefly surface for air. Now, compared to the gaping abyss of £42, that £1, 10 shillings seemed like a small pebble thrown into the Thames with not even a decent splash to be seen. To end up like this as a traveler, there's really no one like me. After counting his possessions, he sighed deeply, lying flat, as if he were a thin pancake. Others who travel either have illustrious identities or a system guiding them. Why is it that my relationship with money remains so strained? In my last life, I owed student loans, and in this life, I owe tuition fees. The world has simply placed the DDL before him, and he feels like he is about to shatter it gently. Well then, he murmured to the empty attic, at least there's finally a specific number and date. It is the vague anxiety that is the most consuming. Lying flat, he stared at the outline of the thickest beam above him in the dim light, until his eyes began to ache. The near-burning agitation in his chest gradually cooled in the cold silence. Since the vague fear had been replaced by a clear number, it was time for clear actions to follow. Since he couldn't sleep and his mind wouldn't stop, he decided to do something useful. Charles slowly sat up, found matches in the dark, and lit the oil lamp on his desk. The tiny flame flickered a few times before stabilizing, spreading a dim circle of yellow light that barely dispelled a small patch of darkness. He wrapped his coat tighter, but still felt cold, his fingers slightly stiff. He spread out the manuscript paper, the pen tip feeling a bit stiff due to the cold. He exhaled to warm his hands, then couldn't help but cough softly, twice the sound particularly clear in the silence. He instinctively glanced at the floor below. Downstairs was the shared living room of Holmes and Watson. The soundproofing of this old house was hardly adequate, especially late at night, when even the slightest noise would be amplified. He hoped his downstairs roommates hadn't been woken up, especially the consulting detective whose hearing might be several times sharper than an ordinary person's. "Sorry, everyone," Charles mumbled insincerely in his heart. The soundproofing of the Victorian era should be better than that of modern apartment buildings, right? Maybe. His understanding of the soundproofing standards of Victorian architecture was limited to novels and films, where the walls always seemed just thin enough for the protagonist to overhear crucial conversations. He forced himself to focus back on the manuscript paper. The island of Dr. Moreau had just begun, with the protagonist Pendrick having just suffered a shipwreck on the lifeboat, teetering on the edge of despair. Charles stared at the last sentence he had written. "I lay here watching the sun rise from this cruel blue, only to fall back into the same cruel blue. Everything had lost its meaning, and only one kind of despair gradually emerged. I might die here silently, like a speck of dust." He tried to recapture that feeling. Not the specific details of the shipwreck. Those he remembered clearly, but the sensation of teetering between life and death while adrift. That state of extreme physical pain intertwined with a slow mental unraveling. The silence outside and the chill inside bore some strange connection to the small wooden raft exposed to the endless sea. He no longer calculated the despairing chasm between 42 pounds and £1 10 shillings, beginning instead to immerse himself in another desperate situation. The pen tip moved. You need to understand that was a shipwreck. 8 whole days, without food, the last drop of fresh water long gone. Ordinary readers can hardly imagine, nor should they. Fortunately, they cannot. This is their blessing. Fresh water had completely disappeared by the 3rd day, and each breath thereafter felt like swallowing grit of fire burning in his throat. In those moments, a thought emerged with unusual sharpness. Drink seawater, fill up, let madness come sooner, let it all end sooner. This thought was so clear, so enticing, as if death whispered in my ear. It was then that I saw it. A sailboat emerging from the seams of heaven and earth like a dream seeping into reality. It danced with the rhythm of the waves, sometimes lifted to the clouds, sometimes plunged into the depths. What a beautiful sight it was! If it were in the past, my heart would surely race. He wrote slowly and with great effort, as if carving with the pen tip, the sun scorched with the saltiness of cracked lips and the almost dizzying sting when hope appeared. He felt his throat dry and his chest constrict, resonating strangely with the physiological pain of the character on the page. His own helplessness, anxiety, and faint hope for rescue were woven into the fate of Edward Pendrick. Writing became the crucible through which he could digest his own pressure. He didn't know how long it had been, but the plot reached a pause. Charles put down his pen, feeling his arms ache and his eyes dry and stinging. He belatedly realized that his coughing had ceased at some point, perhaps because his attention had completely focused on writing. But fatigue surged like a tide, almost drowning him. He looked out the window. The sky remained thick with darkness, and dawn seemed far off. Yet at this moment, the feeling of being tossed and turned by anxiety had diminished considerably, replaced by a sense of emptiness after exhaustion and a strange tranquility. It seemed he had injected some of his undigested pressure into the fate of Edward Pendrick through his pen, allowing him to bear a part of it. Writing therapy, truly not deceiving me. Charles marked a cross in his mind for the protagonist. He was writing quietly, thinking, Watson, I may not be able to fulfill my task of treating the protagonist kindly. He carefully blew on the still damp ink, arranged the manuscript paper. A slight bit of joy made him cough twice. This night had not been entirely wasted. At least he had created something. The oil lamp was extinguished, and he lay back down on the bed. The darkness embraced him once more, but this time the unsettling, chaotic thoughts seemed to have temporarily receded. Extreme fatigue finally overwhelmed the excitement caused by emotions, and consciousness began to dissolve in the darkness, sinking into a blur. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, outside the attic door, an extremely faint sound, almost imperceptible, came through, like someone lightly stepping over the creaky board at the top of the stairs, pausing for a moment, then leaving silently. Charles was so tired that he could hardly lift his eyelids. Blurred thoughts drifted by. Was it Mrs. Hudson getting up? Or Dr. Watson? It couldn't possibly be Holmes, could it? The next morning, Charles was abruptly awakened by a violent cough. He tidied himself up, rubbed his face to bring some color to it, and then began to wash up slowly before getting dressed. Although every move felt like it drained his entire strength, at least he managed to complete all the necessary preparations. In the living room, Holmes, dressed in a morning robe, was quickly flipping through several different newspapers, laying them out side by side on the table to compare something. Watson appeared to be in high spirits, describing to Mrs. Hudson, a potential clinic space he had his eye on yesterday. Good morning. Watson was the first to see him, greeting him enthusiastically, but then his smile faded as he asked with concern, "Goodness, you don't look well. Did you not rest well last night? Is your cough getting worse?" "Good morning, Watson. Just caught a bit of a chill, nothing serious." Charles tried to make his voice sound normal. His vocal cords felt as if they were rusty when he spoke to himself last night, and he was startled by how terrible it sounded. He sat down at the table. "Mrs. Hudson immediately served him a full bowl of oatmeal, looking at him with concern, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Your complexion doesn't look well, dear. You must rest at home today, don't go anywhere." "I will, thank you," Charles readily agreed. He was very grateful to Mrs. Hudson. Holmes also looked up from the newspaper, his gray eyes scanning Charles's face, and lowered his voice slightly, almost as if advising. "While writing late at night requires inspiration, the long-term exposure to light and sleeplessness undoubtedly harms your eyesight and nervous system, Caplet. Especially considering your pre-existing lung condition, the cold night air is particularly detrimental." Charles, who had been listlessly stirring his oatmeal with a spoon, paused at his words. How did Holmes know that he was writing late at night, instead of merely suffering from a cough? Had he been disturbed by him in the middle of the night? He lifted his eyes to meet Holmes' gaze, which held no probing pressure, but rather a kind of resigned concern, as if saying, "I've noticed this, it's unwise." "You're right, Holmes," Charles admitted gratefully, but did not want to discuss why he couldn't sleep, instead lightly stating, "Occasionally thoughts come unbidden, and it's hard to control. I will be more careful in the future." Holmes quietly responded with a hum, redirecting his attention back to the newspaper. But Charles knew that his roommate had likely read the chapters of Increased Pressure and Heavy Heart, from his exceptionally tired expression, worsening illness, and the weighty dark circles under his eyes, as if reading an open book without pressing him further. Watson seemed to believe the explanations of catching a chill and rushing to meet a deadline, seriously advising, "Health is the foundation of everything. No matter how good your story is, it would be a shame if you exhaust your health. You must listen to Mrs. Hudson today and rest well. Do you want me to check on you later?" "Not for now, Watson, thank you. If I'm still unwell this afternoon, I'll trouble you again." Charles thanked him once more, stifling a small yawn and deliberately adopting a relaxed demeanor. Breakfast ended in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Holmes wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up first. "I have an appointment at Scotland Yard to review some files regarding the connections between the recent thefts in the dock area." He nodded at Watson, then glanced at Charles, his tone, as usual, flat. "Take it easy, Caplet. The reason a problem is precisely that there is a solution to it. We'll talk again tonight." With that, he turned and went upstairs to change. Watson also picked up his hat and cane. "I have an appointment with a lawyer today to finalize the details of the clinic contract." "Are you sure you'll be all right at home by yourself, Caplet?" Charles forced a weary smile. "I'm not a child anymore, gentlemen." Watson laughed, bid him farewell, and hurried out. In the living room, only Charles remained along with Mrs. Hudson, who was tidying the table. "Caplet," Mrs. Hudson said casually, while wiping the table, lowering her voice a bit. "I'm not trying to pry into your private matters, but if you're facing any difficulties, perhaps you could talk to Sherlock or Watson. Both of them are kind-hearted gentlemen. It's not a solution to shoulder everything alone, especially for someone like you." Charles felt a warmth in his heart. Mrs. Hudson may not have much education, but her kindness and experience allowed her to sense the undercurrents beneath his calm facade. "It's just some trivial academic matters which I can handle," he replied gently but firmly. Financial troubles cannot be resolved simply by talking. Moreover, the thought of borrowing money from his roommates filled him with extreme reluctance, leading him to self-reproach at the mere idea. It was not out of pride or arrogance, but rather he did not wish for the relationship with Holmes and Watson, which was purely based on intellectual interest and friendship, to become entangled with monetary issues. That kind of bond was one of his few comforts in this strange time and space. Charles returned to the attic, but did not lie down to rest immediately. The letter from Oxford still lay on the table. He stared at it for a while, then picked it up, opened a rarely used drawer in the desk, stuffed it inside, and closed it. Out of sight, not necessarily out of mind, but at least it would not constantly remind him how close that sword of Damocles hung. He lay back down in bed, his body utterly exhausted, yet his mind was exceptionally clear after the intense writing session the night before. If he truly could not gather the tuition in 4 months, was it possible to negotiate with Oxford, to request a deferral, or to retain his student status in other ways? Charles turned over restlessly. The worst-case scenario was losing his student status. Not to mention that his original family would undoubtedly find out, making it hard to explain. He also had to ensure that before that happened, he could establish himself as a writer or contributor with enough income to survive in London. He coughed a few times, pulled the blanket over himself. The weakness of his body was real, the pressure of finances was real, and the countdown from Oxford was also real. A kind of resigned calm enveloped him like a blanket, just like Prendick on that little wooden raft, watching the fresh water dwindle day by day, knowing he would either reach land or die. There was no third possibility. In this small but temporarily his attic, after yet another night of struggle, Charles C. Caplet closed his eyes and decided to take a short nap. Only by resting well could he continue to navigate this world that was not particularly friendly to him. In the following days, Charles deliberately adjusted his routine. He forced himself to write during the day and to sleep as early as possible at night. Even if he had to toss and turn for a long time in bed, he would never easily get up to light a lamp. Mrs. Hudson's care became more specific and detailed. The porridge for breakfast was cooked softer, and the stew at dinner always included turnips and onions, which were said to be beneficial for the lungs. Her gaze often followed this pale and quiet young tenant, filled with a motherly concern, while her lips merely murmured about him dressing too lightly and just leaving a crack in the window while writing "Don't let the wind blow directly on you." Watson attempted to offer help in a more direct manner. One afternoon he knocked on the attic door holding a brown medicine bottle. "I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Caplet," he said cheerfully, his eyes carrying a hint of concern for Charlotte's health along with a trace of expectation. He took out a medicine bottle and placed it on Charlotte's writing desk. "This is a remedy I previously prepared for an officer with similar chronic bronchitis symptoms. It mainly consists of soothing tinctures with no strong active ingredients, but it may help with cough and wheezing. If you don't mind, you can give it a try. 3 times a day, 10 drops, each time taken after meals," Watson added, pushing the bottle slightly towards Charles, as if fearing he might decline. "Of course, this cannot replace proper medical treatment. If your condition does not improve or worsens, we must take it seriously." Charles accepted the bottle. "Thank you, Watson. I'm always troubling you. Don't mention it. Neighbors should look after each other, especially since I'm a doctor." Watson waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the scattered manuscripts on the desk, spotting words like Moro and beastmen. He wisely refrained from asking too much about the content of the writing. "Just remember to take your medicine on time and rest. Inspiration is important, but health is the foundation that supports inspiration. That fellow Holmes sometimes buries himself in experiments, neglecting sleep and food, and it often falls to Mrs. Hudson and me to clean up the mess. Don't follow his example." Charles naturally agreed. As for Sherlock Holmes, his concern was more concealed and silent. He no longer made any direct comments on Charlotte's late nights or health, but at the breakfast table, when Charles paused his meal due to a fit of coughing, Holmes would subtly slow his pace of reading the newspaper by a second. This feeling of being quietly cared for was unfamiliar to Charles. In his past life, he had studied alone, accustomed to reporting good news without sharing worries, absorbing pressure and pain by himself. Now in this London apartment from 1880, although he still carried enormous secrets and financial pressures, he felt as long as they were there, he could borrow another 500 years from the heavens. The creation of the island of Dr. Moreau continued, though the progress was not as swift as he had hoped. The physical burden was one factor, but the more significant issue was the psychological weight. The more he tried to immerse himself in Edward Prendick's horrific adventures, the sharper the metaphors about identity and existence pricked back at him. In order to untangle the complex plot lines and the physiological and social structures of the creations that lay between man and beast, Charles had to frequently draft notes. He often spread cheap notepaper beside the formal manuscript, sketching maps, listing timelines, designing the physiological features and behavioral logic of the beastmen with faster speed and more careless handwriting, even jotting down fragments of key dialogues. The problem lay in his writing habits. In moments of extreme focus or fatigue, he would unconsciously switch between languages and symbolic systems. For instance, to quickly capture an inspiration regarding biological modification, he would write down several Chinese terms such as grafting, degradation, and population pressure, or use modern mathematical symbols or abbreviated formulas. These notes were usually written in a messy manner, discarded after use, and he himself might not even clearly remember what he had written. Charles would typically crumple them up and toss them into a small tin bucket under the desk that served as a wastepaper basket. Mrs. Hudson would come every morning to clean the room, emptying the wastepaper from the bucket and replacing it with clean lining paper. However, Charles overestimated his attention to detail in a state of fatigue and anxiety and underestimated Mrs. Hudson's diligence while cleaning, along with Holmes' terrifying acuity for any peculiar information in the environment. The incident began on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Mrs. Hudson emerged from the kitchen with a tray of tea utensils and freshly baked biscuits, preparing to take them to the living room on the second floor. Holmes had no appointments that afternoon and was tuning his violin by the fireplace, while Watson was writing a letter. On the stairs, a small piece of paper about the size of half a palm floated down and landed right at Mrs. Hudson's feet. "Oh dear, another one." Mrs. Hudson bent down to pick up the paper, unable to suppress a complaint. "It's really strange these days. These papers keep coming out of Caplet's room." She instinctively glanced at the piece of paper. It was written with ink, but it was neither in English nor in any French or German she recognized. The strokes were square and complex alongside some curved symbols that looked like numbers, but not quite, with arrows and strange shapes. "God knows what this is." Mrs. Hudson sighed, shoving the paper into her apron pocket as she continued to carry tea upstairs. "It must be something Caplet copied from some strange book while researching that island of his. Honestly, it's obvious the window wasn't closed tight, and he's not worried about catching a cold," she muttered, setting the refreshments on the table while casually chatting with the 2 men in the living room. "Isn't it odd? Recently, I occasionally find pieces of paper filled with strange symbols, and it seems they drifted out from Caplet's place. Perhaps his studies are too profound, using symbols we can't understand," Watson replied, taking the teacup and laughing. "Quite possibly. Mathematics is certainly not something easily grasped. It probably seems like a celestial language to us." Capulet is working on a story involving biology and some unconventional concepts, so some personal notes and drafts would not be surprising. Holmes had been absent-mindedly rubbing the bow against the strings, producing a harsh noise, but at these words he stopped his actions. He turned his head, his eyes curiously fixed on Mrs. Hudson. Oh, a piece of paper with special symbols. Did you happen to find one, Mrs. Hudson? Indeed, I just picked one up on the stairs. Mrs. Hudson took out the crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Holmes. Here, take a look. What is this drawn here? Holmes took the paper and studied it intently for a moment, a glimmer of understanding and increasing interest flashing in his eyes. There were indeed patterns on the paper that were not Latin letters. Due to their regularity, it should be some form of writing, likely an East Asian language, though he was not entirely sure. Next to it was a simple mathematical expression, using some mathematical symbols and variables that were clearly self-created. Though it was scrawled, the logic was clear. It was certainly not random doodling. It is indeed quite interesting, Holmes murmured. You mean such slips of paper have appeared occasionally of late? Besides near Mr. Capulet's room, have you seen any elsewhere? Well, one drifted out from beneath the living room sofa, and another was found beside the front hall doormat. I suppose he must have carried it in his pocket and dropped it by accident, Mrs. Hudson remarked indifferently. Shall I ask him later whether he still needs it? Or would you like to keep it for now, eh? If it is convenient for him, would you kindly collect any similar slips he may happen to leave behind in future? I find them deeply intriguing. Holmes nodded politely and placed the slip with meticulous care upon the small table beside him. Every resident of 221B, Baker Street, is singularly fascinating. These delicate fragments may yet afford us a glimpse into the intricate and extraordinary intellectual world wherein our gifted literary neighbor immerses himself. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Dr. Watson leaned forward curiously to examine the slip, and frowned. Indeed, most peculiar. I have never encountered this script before. Holmes, do you recognize it? This appears to be a logographic script, likely belonging to one of the vast Eastern linguistic systems. Regrettably, my knowledge falls short of deciphering its precise meaning. Holmes lightly traced the air above the mathematical expression with his long, elegant fingers. Yet this notation clearly denotes summation over sequences and the concept of limits, a convention uncommon outside specialized disciplines. It may suggest, however, that Mr. Capulet's thought processes are more agile, and perhaps more unconventional, than we initially presumed. He did not elaborate further, but his gaze had already shifted toward the staircase, as though it could pierce through floorboards to behold the young man upstairs hunched over his desk, writing feverishly, his frame racked by violent coughs. What an enigma. The following day brought an unexpected turn. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell rang again, sharp, urgent. Mrs. Hudson muttered as she opened the door. The visitor was Mr. Stafford of 223B, Baker Street, a retired clerk, mild-mannered, yet prone to nervous agitation. Mrs. Hudson, oh God, terrible things have happened. Mr. Stafford's face had paled. He clutched a handkerchief, repeatedly dabbing at his brow where no sweat glistened. My house has been broken into. Good heavens. Mr. Stafford, do come in and sit down. What valuables were taken? Have you alerted the police? Startled Mrs. Hudson hurriedly ushered him into the front hall. Yes, I've reported it. The constables came and examined the premises. But, Mr. Stafford sank into the chair. Mrs. Hudson had brought forward, accepted a glass of water, and trembled visibly. Nothing of monetary value was stolen. Precisely why it feels so uncanny. It was a bundle of my grandfather's old manuscripts. The man gasped audibly, his chest rising and falling heavily. Sermons he wrote in his youth, household accounts, worth not a single penny. Yet they were violently scattered across the floor, pulled from their drawer as several pages had even been torn away. And this was left behind at the scene. From his pocket, he withdrew a small folded paper packet. Opening it revealed 2 or 3 minuscule irregular shards, torn haphazardly from some larger sheet. Faint ink traces remained, scattered symbols, fragmented strokes. Mrs. Hudson drew a sharp, involuntary breath. This looks very much like the slips found near Mr. Capulet's room, is it not? A calm voice descended from the staircase. Holmes stood there, unseen until that moment, dressed impeccably, evidently preparing to go out, yet arrested by Mr. Stafford's arrival. He descended the stairs with swift, silent grace, took the fragments from Mrs. Hudson's hand, and produced, seemingly from nowhere, the slip recovered the previous day, holding both side by side for careful comparison. Dr. Watson, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the sitting room and stood nearby, attentive and concerned. The paper stock matches. Both are common notepaper. The ink hue and saturation are identical, indicating the same bottle. The writing instrument is a dip pen with a nib of identical gauge. Moreover, the writer's pressure pattern is consistent. The distinctive lift and fall of strokes, particularly the curvature of these hooked terminals. Holmes raised a faint, thoughtful eyebrow. Mrs. Hudson, can you confirm with certainty that the slip you retrieved yesterday was found specifically near Mr. Capulet's doorway? He looked up. Absolutely. Right at the edge of the rug outside his door. Mrs. Hudson's own complexion paled as the gravity of the matter dawned upon her. But Mr. Capulet, could he possibly have stolen Mr. Stafford's grandfather's old manuscripts? That is unthinkable. The boy finds descending the stairs for meals an ordeal. How could he? Pray misunderstand me not, Mrs. Hudson. I harbor no accusation against anyone. Holmes swiftly clarified, raising his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a surgeon, calm, precise, devoid of confrontation. We are merely mapping the connections already observed. Mr. Stafford, might you recall precisely how the manuscripts were disturbed? Beyond the missing pages, did the remaining sheets bear signs of deliberate scrutiny? Also, were any valuables taken? Silverware? Cash? He questioned with quiet intensity. No, not a thing. The constables asked the same. Not a farthing missing. The silver candlesticks remained untouched. The manuscripts were flung everywhere, the drawer forced open, clumsily as if by an unpracticed hand. The torn pages held nothing remarkable, merely trivial sermons my grandfather habitually composed. Mr. Stafford spoke in bewilderment and dread. Mr. Holmes, what on earth is happening? Are these strange characters some gang cipher? Witchcraft? Once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Yet simplicity often proves the closest approximation. Holmes gathered the fragments, carefully securing them within his possession. Mr. Stafford, if you would permit it, I should like to inspect your study. Watson, would you accompany me? Of course. Dr. Watson immediately reached for his hat and cane. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes added softly, turning just before departure with characteristic tact. Until matters clarify further, perhaps it would be best not to apprise Mr. Capulet of these details, lest we disturb his convalescence and creative work without cause. Yet events rarely unfold as planned. Just as Holmes, Watson, and Mr. Stafford were about to step outside, the attic door swung open. Charles descended the stairs, cradling his enamel mug as though it were a fragile relic, evidently bound for the kitchen to refill it with hot water. His pallor remained unimproved, dark smudges shadowed his eyes. Seeing the group assembled at the threshold, especially the distraught Mr. Stafford and the grave, watchful Holmes and Watson, he paused, startled. Good morning, everyone. Has something occurred? His voice was hoarse. Mr. Stafford pointed directly at Charles and declared to Holmes, That's him. The lodger Mrs. Hudson mentioned, the one who writes those bizarre characters. Mr. Stafford, Mrs. Hudson hastened to intervene. Holmes sighed faintly, turned fully toward Charles, and let his gaze rest upon the writer's face, etched with confusion and exhaustion. His attention then fell upon the mug in Charles's hand, and his tone softened instinctively with concern. Mr. Capulet, I trust we haven't disturbed your rest. We've encountered a curious coincidence, one that may benefit from your insight. His phrasing was deliberately measured, designed to defuse tension. A minor incident occurred at Mr. Stafford's residence where certain fragments bearing unusual markings were discovered. Mrs. Hudson recalled having seen similar slips near your quarters recently. Might you perchance offer any explanation? Charles was clearly taken aback by the words. Surprised. Paper scraps. Could it be related to his drafts? He instinctively glanced at the cup in his hand, then looked up at Holmes and the bewildered Mr. Stafford, his face filled with confusion that read, I don't quite understand what has happened. Ah, he said. Holmes briefly explained the situation. Could I see the paper scraps? Charles pondered for a moment before asking. Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he seemed a bit reluctant as he took out a small paper bag from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Charles. Charles saw several pieces of torn paper scraps along with a slightly larger piece from yesterday. He recognized the handwriting and symbols at a glance. It was indeed his. The traditional Chinese characters for species isolation and the draft formula regarding when to go ashore. Awkward. It is indeed my handwriting. Charles admitted, frowning. I was drafting ideas for a new story. Some fragmented thoughts, I jotted them down casually and threw them away when done. I am truly sorry, Mrs. Hudson. It must have been my oversight that caused them to scatter everywhere and inconvenience you. He instinctively chose to apologize first to the landlady who was responsible for cleaning. Mrs. Hudson sighed with relief and immediately said, Oh, I knew it. Mr. Stafford, you see, this is just a misunderstanding. Writers often have some strange ideas that others cannot comprehend. Please hold on, Mrs. Hudson. Holmes raised a hand to temporarily interrupt him, guiding the conversation. Capulet confirmed that the scraps originated from him, which explains their presence at 221B. However, the current question is, why would identical scraps appear at Mr. Stafford's residence? We need to clarify the connection between them. He turned to Charles, his tone consultative rather than accusatory. Capulet, may I ask if you have taken such drafts out recently, or if there is any possibility that you accidentally left some near Mr. Stafford's home? No, definitely not. Charles shook his head immediately, this time answering with conviction. Recently, aside from a visit to the Bellingham Street newspaper for a social meeting, I've been writing in the attic, rarely going downstairs to eat, never visiting neighbors, and seldom walking nearby. This was the truth. His physical and financial conditions did not allow for much outdoor activity. Thus, an interesting question arises, Holmes said, pressing his fingers against his lips, continuing with a tone filled with excitement at encountering a puzzle. Why would these scraps appear at another scene? Logically, there are basically two scenarios. Either they somehow escaped from you through a means we do not yet understand, and were inadvertently or intentionally brought there, or there are some minor possibilities we all dread to face. Of course, this is merely a theoretical extreme hypothesis, though other explanations exist. I personally lean towards the former as it aligns more with common sense. As he spoke, he reached out to take the cup from Charles' hand, then patted his arm, as if inviting him to ponder this puzzle together. Therefore, perhaps we can start from the source. How do you usually handle these drafts? Where do they end up being discarded? Charles closed his eyes, feeling a tightness in his throat. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. What's the difference between someone seeing his drafts and someone seeing his browsing history? I just throw them in a small tin bucket under the table. Mrs. Hudson comes to clean every morning. Mrs. Hudson, how do you handle these scraps after cleaning? Holmes turned to the landlady. Generally, they go into the large bin in the kitchen specifically for waste paper accumulating for several days until Hanson, who collects waste paper, comes every Thursday. Mrs. Hudson answered. Then from last Thursday when Hanson collected the waste paper to yesterday, when you found the scraps, did anyone possibly come into contact with that waste paper bin? Especially someone who might have touched specific waste paper from Mr. K-Plate's room that was not completely burned or soaked. Mrs. Hudson frowned, trying to recall. In the kitchen, it's usually just me and the little maid Bella. Bella is responsible for cleaning and errands, but she wouldn't touch the waste paper bin. Late last Friday afternoon, Bella said she saw a stranger loitering near the back door looking like a vagabond, but he didn't come in as she shouted at him, and he left. She paused for a moment, snapped her fingers, and added, also, Tom, who delivers coal, came on Saturday morning. He dumped the coal into the coal box while the back door was open for a while. Oh, the waste paper bin is not far inside the back door. Is coal delivering Tom a regular? Yes, it's always been Tom, honest and reliable. He has been doing it for several years. A vagabond, Holmes mused. Mr. Stafford, when was your home robbed? It was last night, Monday evening. I went to the club yesterday afternoon and noticed something was off when I returned at 9. The thief took no valuable items, only ripped a few pages from worthless old manuscripts and left these peculiar scraps that should have been in the waste paper bin at 221B. Holmes' fingertips touched and his speech quickened. This is not a typical burglary. The target seems quite clear, yet rather arbitrary. Leaving scraps, if unintentional, suggests the thief may have come into contact with waste paper from 221B. If intentional, it becomes even more intriguing, like some clumsy framing or marking. He smiled. I think I understand now. Charles, understand what? But Holmes changed the subject abruptly. By the way, K-Plate, I suddenly have some curiosity. From the perspective of your storytelling mind, if you were to design a theft case like this for a novel, what do you think the thief's possible motive would be? Why specifically those old manuscripts? The question came unexpectedly. Charles was taken aback. Was Holmes asking for his opinion in an investigation related to him? Watson also appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly nodded encouragingly at Charles as if to say, don't be nervous, share your thoughts, it will help clarify your own position. Charles felt no pressure. After all, Holmes was highly reliable in reasoning, and he was willing to place his complete trust in him. He took a deep breath, trying to think from the story perspective that Holmes required. He was not a detective and did not understand trace evidence, but he had read too many novels and watched too many films, being familiar with various narrative tricks and crime patterns. If this were a story, Charles rubbed his chin slowly, speaking, his gaze unfocused as it drifted upward, as if organizing his thoughts. The thief's target is usually quite clear: money, jewelry, secret documents. But this time no valuable items were touched, only the worthless manuscripts. Watson added, therefore there could be several possible story directions. Charles replied. First, the manuscript itself may conceal intrinsic value. Perhaps it contains hidden items such as bank drafts or treasure maps, or certain pages may be inscribed in invisible ink requiring special methods to reveal. But Mr. Stafford stated his grandfather's manuscript consisted solely of ordinary sermons and household accounts, making this possibility rather unlikely. Charles pressed his lips together and glanced around expectantly. Mr. Stafford shook his head vigorously. It was just plain paper and ordinary ink. I even used it as a sketchbook when I was a boy. Second, Charles continued. His mind grew increasingly agile, and knowledge from his prior life began offering myriad plausible explanations. The target is not the manuscript's content, but rather its physical attributes as an object. For instance, its paper, its age, watermark, binding method, might serve to forge another far more consequential document, a fabricated will or deed. Sherlock Holmes's eyebrows lifted faintly, yet he remained silent. Third, Charles paused briefly to refine his phrasing, his expression sharpening with analytical focus. Could the theft itself be a ruse? The intruder entered the study, scattered the manuscript, even deliberately tore out several pages, and left behind foreign paper fragments to obscure his true objective or divert suspicion. Perhaps he sought, or removed, something else entirely within the study, something whose significance he wished not to expose immediately. At this final point, Mr. Stafford suddenly gasped, his face paling. What is it, Mr. Stafford? Dr. Watson asked sharply. Nothing. Mr. Stafford's gaze darted evasively. He feigned a nervous cough. My. Holmes uttered a low, probing hum. Under the detective's piercing gaze, he finally confessed. Actually, that porcelain vase my late wife left on the desk. I noticed yesterday it had fallen from its shelf onto the thick carpet, cracking slightly. At the time, I was so preoccupied by the disarray of the manuscript that I assumed it had been knocked over by the thief. I even swore I'd break his nose if I caught him. He clenched his fingers nervously and stammered. Yet now I recall. The shelf holding the vase is exceptionally stable, though it's highly improbable it would have toppled accidentally. A vase? Dr. Watson frowned. A look of quiet triumph flickered across Holmes's face. It holds little monetary value. It belonged to my wife, and its worth lies purely in sentiment. But our manservant Etta is rather clumsy. He broke a porcelain plate last week, and I reprimanded him. Still, this remains mere conjecture. Charles interjected hastily, unwilling to appear definitive. Evidence is required. Indeed, evidence underpins everything. Holmes rose, his posture instantly taut with purpose. Mr. Stafford, might I examine your study at once? Specifically the vase, the shelf upon which it stood, and the precise condition of the disturbed manuscript. Additionally, I should like a private word with your manservant Etta. He then turned to Charles, his tone sincere and subtly expectant. Capulet. Given these paper fragments originated from your own creative process, and given the remarkable ingenuity of your hypotheses thus far, would you, if your health permits, and you find no intrusion, accompany us in this examination? Of course, entirely at your discretion and comfort. He added quickly, a genuine invitation imbued with respect and appreciation for Charles's singular intellect. Charles paused. Yes, provided my presence proves no hindrance to the investigation. He nodded, his voice still tinged with lingering uncertainty, as though absorbing the implications only gradually. Yet truthfully, he was deeply intrigued. What deductions had Holmes already formed? How precisely had his discarded drafts migrated there? Moreover, as the first inexplicable case he had encountered since his transmigration, he felt an odd, almost historiographic impulse, even though minutes earlier he himself had been under suspicion. Excellent. Watson, Holmes asked. I shall certainly accompany you, Watson replied at once, clearly unwilling to leave the ailing Charles alone amid potentially tense circumstances. Thus the party, Holmes, Watson, Charles, and the visibly unsettled Mr. Stafford, departed 221B and walked the short distance to 223B. Mrs. Hudson stood at her doorway, her expression a mixture of anxiety and quiet relief as she watched them go, her lips moving faintly, as if in silent prayer. Walking along the cool, crisp pavement of Baker Street, Charles felt the chill air sting his cheeks, his thoughts swirling. He had never imagined his anxious, transmigratory habit of scribbling drafts would ignite such commotion. Nor had he foreseen being drawn into this baffling affair in such an awkward, singular manner. Yet that was not the crux. He recalled the faint, ambiguous traces of a Chinese background in his predecessor's life. Charles C. Capulet. His father, old Capulet, harbored an almost obsessive passion for Eastern artifacts, porcelain, folding screens, tea, silk. Even his mother, as remembered by the original Charles, black-haired, black-eyed with unmistakably East Asian features, had taken her own life when he was 3. Just as his thoughts churned, Sherlock Holmes, half a step ahead, strode onward unhesitatingly, evidently brimming with anticipation for the investigation about to unfold. Charles, lost in reverie, followed instinctively. He did not know that the detective walking ahead, already buoyant with excitement, was now also captivated by him, the young lodger, who composed extraordinary tales and possessed a uniquely narrative mind. The investigation inside the study at 223B concluded with unexpected swiftness. Through Holmes's meticulous examination and a brief, incisive interview with the manservant Etta, the truth emerged clearly. As Charles's narrative hypothesis had subtly suggested, Etta, while cleaning, had accidentally chipped the porcelain vase left by Mrs. Stafford, a hairline fracture nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Panicked, he recalled overhearing Tom the coalman idly mention in the alleyway recently that the eccentric young writer at 221B routinely discarded sheets covered in devilish symbols. A crude plan coalesced in his mind. Seizing his employer's absence, he staged a break-in. He rifled through the neglected old manuscripts, tore out several pages to heighten the illusion of chaos, and deliberately collected 2 of Charles's draft sheets, ripping them and scattering the fragments on the floor. Etta hoped to redirect his master's wrath toward a mysterious symbol-scribbling thief, thereby evading severe punishment or dismissal for damaging a cherished memento. His scheme collapsed instantly beneath Holmes's logic and observation. Holmes even identified the distinctive type of coal dust clinging to Etta's trouser cuff, the very kind picked up while retrieving those discarded drafts. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Etta broke down sobbing and confessed everything. Mr. Stafford, though furious and disillusioned, exhaled in quiet relief. At least the crime was not directed against him personally. He dismissed Etta on the spot and profusely thanked Holmes and his companions. Thus the minor disturbance dissolved into calm. Life had settled back into its familiar rhythm, yet something intangibly had shifted. Charles continued his solitary struggle against the grotesque world of the island of Dr. Moreau. In the attic, Holmes received his procession of eccentric clients. Watson pursued his dream of establishing a medical practice, and Mrs. Hudson, in her quiet, steadfast way, sustained the warmth of their small, fragile community. Time crept steadily across the calendar pages. London's winter deepened, the Thames shrouded in fog that lingered all day. Yet within 221B, Baker Street, the hearth burned ever bright, its dancing flames repelling the chill that seeped through every window pane. At last, on a somber Thursday afternoon, the Belgrave Street Gazette quietly launched its new column Scientific Romance. Its inaugural piece was the stolen bacillus signed simply C. Capulet. There was no fanfare, no biographical note. Only quiet dignity as it appeared in the newspaper's interior pages, occupying 2 full columns amidst political dispatches, commercial advertisements, and society gossip. It was not until Friday morning that Charles purchased the freshly printed paper from the boy who delivered it precisely at dawn. He felt more exhilarated than he had anticipated. Standing in the dimly lit hallway, he turned the pages with trembling fingers, guided only by the faint light filtering through the narrow windows. The typeset title, the immaculate layout, line upon line of letters fixed with solemn authority upon the page. The sharp scent of ink mingled with the earthy aroma of paper, a visceral, unprecedented tangibility that nearly made him want to roar like a great ape. For the first time, it seemed the figure known as Charles C. Capulet had truly inscribed his name upon the fabric of this time and place. "What are you reading so intently, Dr.?" Watson's voice called down from the staircase, his coat already buttoned, hat in hand. Charles looked up, striving for composure, but the luminous spark in his eyes and the quickening of his breath betrayed him. "The paper? Mine? The article was published today. Really? Let me see." Watson instantly perked up, bounding down the stairs and snatching the paper from Charles's hands, scanning eagerly until he found it, the stolen bacillus by C. Capulet. Excellent. Simply excellent. He skimmed a few lines, then broke into an unfeigned smile. "Congratulations. Congratulations, my literary gentleman. This is a genuine first step. Has Holmes been told? Mrs. Hudson, come quickly. Capulet's work has appeared in print." His booming voice summoned Mrs. Hudson at once. The landlady wiped her hands on her apron and leaned in. Though she could not grasp the story's intricacies, the crispness of the typeset name and the elegant layout told her all she needed to know. Her face blossomed into radiant delight. "God bless us. It's been printed, truly printed. Look how clear the type is. Our young master has become a real author. We must add a special dish tonight. This calls for celebration." Her jubilation even stirred Holmes from his upstairs sitting room. He appeared at the top of the stairs, still holding a chemistry test tube. "A celebration? Then our writer has achieved something tangible." He descended and took the paper from Mrs. Hudson's hands. C. Capulet. Admirably balanced, preserving anonymity and mystique while asserting a distinct personal signature. Newspapers favor precisely such a pen name. He turned to Charles, his expression warm with genuine approval. "Congratulations." The narrow hallway now held 4 people, joy overflowing into every corner, pressing so thickly around Charles that he could barely draw breath. Yet he smiled, responding to each word of praise, while the paper passed from hand to hand, met with murmurs of wonder. Unconsciously, his fingertips rubbed together, smudging fine gray traces of printer's ink into his skin. In that moment, accomplishment was undeniably real, and soon another letter arrived, delivered via the Belgrave Street Gazette editorial office. Its envelope was far more refined than the paper's official stationery ivory-tin high-quality paper, sealed with a private wax seal, its minimalist abstract emblem difficult to decipher. The postmark indicated Chelsea. The letter itself was composed in elegant, assured script, clearly the hand of a woman of cultivated education. The sender identified herself only as a sincere admirer of your stories, omitting her full name and signing merely a M. She praised the stolen bacillus as exquisitely conceived and rich in implication. A keen anatomist of human nature beneath its scientific scaffolding, adding that several friends having read it expressed astonishment at the author's singular insight. Then came the invitation: this Thursday evening at 23 Gordon Square, Bloomsbury, a residence where a small circle of friends gathers regularly to discuss literature, art, and emerging ideas. We would be honored if Mr. C. Capulet might grace us with his presence, to share his thoughts or simply observe from the periphery. This is a private salon, no journalists, no intruders, where candor is welcomed and expected. Bloomsbury, Gordon Square. Charles had certainly heard of the place. Bloomsbury housed the British Museum and other major cultural institutions, and served as London's foremost academic district, home to most colleges of the University of London system. By 1880, it had already matured into fertile ground for intellectual fellowship. Though the famed Bloomsbury Group would not coalesce until the early 20th century, the neighborhood had already begun drawing together scholars, cultural figures, and avant-garde thinkers. Imagine a private literary salon. To his modest understanding, this was nothing short of an unparalleled opportunity to edge into the very heart of London's literary and artistic circles. To expand one's network, acquire resources, elevate one's standing. If recognition were earned within that circle, commissions, publishing prospects, and other avenues might follow in swift succession. He could finally repay his tuition. After all, the original Charles had completed nearly 3 years of study. Only the summer term of 1881 remained before final examinations and graduation. He sincerely did not wish to delay his degree. His heart raced so fiercely he feared it might crack his ribs. Yet reason swiftly reasserted itself. As a fledgling writer, and as a transmigrator bearing countless secrets, such a salon carried equal risks: scrutiny, intrusion, or social complexities for which he was wholly unprepared. Moreover, an anonymous invitation, an upscale district, a private gathering, and the undeniable fact that he resided within the architecture of a detective novel all conspired to ignite his imagination along decidedly conspiratorial lines. After a moment's reflection, he placed the letter upon the table and called out to the other two. "Watson, Holmes, I should like your counsel on something." He summarized the letter's contents and his own misgivings, candidly expressing his desire to attend, and asked for whatever information they might possess. Dr. Watson immediately showed interest. "The salon in Bloomsbury. I've heard something about it. It indeed gathers many intellectually vibrant figures, writers, critics, university professors. To be honest, I've always wanted to see it. This is a great opportunity. If you can gain the recognition of those people, it will greatly benefit your writing career." Of course, Watson glanced at Charles' still pale face. "You must also consider whether your health can support such an evening gathering." Charles nodded and extended a hand towards Watson. "Dear Watson, might I have the honor of being accompanied by a reliable former army doctor? Having such a friend by my side would certainly enhance my sense of security." Watson's eyes immediately brightened. "What about me?" Holmes silently interjected from the side. Charles turned to the unyielding detective, puzzled. "Thursday evening. You mentioned you had an investigation to conduct." Holmes fell silent. He quietly took the letter, first scrutinizing the envelope, wax seal, and paper, then pulled out the stationery for a quick read. His sharp gaze swept over each word, even the texture of the paper and the ink's diffusion. "The stationery is customized of the highest quality, usually reserved for nobility or extremely wealthy individuals. The ink is iron gall ink, but with a trace of indigo added for enhancement, also a private custom formula with a color that is relatively deeper and bluer than ordinary ink. The handwriting is feminine, between 30 and 45 years old, well-educated, and written with a calm demeanor, slightly proud. Chelsea, home to many artists, writers, and wealthy widows." Holmes analyzed in a calm tone, then gently brought the stationery to his nose and sniffed. "There is a very faint scent of jasmine perfume along with a hint of cigar, like the scent of a hostess study who frequently holds salons." Charles and Watson looked at him in silence. Holmes, unembarrassed, looked back and continued his reasoning with composure. "Although the salons in Bloomsbury are avant-garde in thought, they are still within a respectable range and much safer than some clubs or underground gatherings. Moreover, I suspect your gains may exceed expectations. These salons are marketplaces of ideas and cradles of reputation. Receiving a good review there can sometimes outweigh 10 mediocre articles." "So you suggest I go?" Charles asked. "I suggest you go with caution," Holmes corrected, "using the pseudonym C. Caplet to match your publishing name, maintaining a professional identity. There's no need to disclose too many personal details, especially your address and health status. During conversations, listen more and speak cautiously, but if you do speak, ensure it is concise and powerful like your novels. As for this lady, I will look into the recent residence and social situations at Gordon Square No. 23 and provide you with some background information tomorrow." He glanced at Watson and snorted. "Having Watson accompany you is a good idea. It both takes care of your health and adds another pair of observant eyes. I am honored to receive your acknowledgement, great detective." Watson smiled. Holmes indeed worked with remarkable efficiency. By the next evening, he brought some information. Annie Merivalli, formerly Green, comes from a gentry family and married the late wealthy merchant Roderick Merivalli. After her husband's death, she inherited a substantial fortune and currently lives alone in a residence in Bloomsbury. She herself is an art enthusiast and has sponsored some struggling painters and poets. Her salon is renowned in certain circles for its openness and high-quality discussions, frequented by several moderately famous poets, a radical critic who often writes for the Fortnightly Review, a noble youth interested in decadent art, and several young lecturers from universities. The atmosphere is said to be avant-garde in thought, yet decent in demeanor. Holmes reported succinctly, no obvious negative rumors or dangerous associations were found. You can consider it a relatively safe and beneficial literary social occasion. Charles felt completely at ease. Dr. Watson then began to act like a true guardian, reminding him to dress warmly that evening, to bring spare handkerchiefs and cough lozenges, and strictly limiting the latest time to return home. On Thursday evening, Charles changed into his best suit, still slightly outdated but crisply pressed, striving to maintain his dignity. Dr. Watson was also dressed neatly, serving the dual roles of guard and companion. An ideal start. Holmes glanced at his watch and left with them. "Enjoy the night, gentlemen. Perhaps you can bring back some interesting stories." "Definitely." The carriage carried them through the brightly lit streets of London towards Bloomsbury. Gordon Square No. 23 is a Georgian-style terraced house, elegant yet understated. A well-mannered male butler answered the door, checked the invitation, and respectfully ushered them inside. The salon was held in a spacious living room, the walls a deep, steady green adorned with classical oil paintings and exotic crafts. The air was warm, mingled with the scents of coffee, tea, cigars, perfume, and the aroma of old book covers. About 15 to 20 guests were present, both men and women, all dressed and conversing with noticeable status. They gathered in small clusters, speaking softly, occasionally bursting into polite laughter or intense debates. Charles' entrance did not cause much commotion after all. C. Caplet was merely a name that had appeared once. As a seasoned old Londoner and literary youth, Watson shone at this moment, discreetly pointing out a few recognizable figures among the crowd. Mrs. Merivale personally welcomed them. She was a woman around 40, dignified in appearance, warmly praising the stolen bacteria as impressive and personally introducing him to several guests present. The discussions at the salon were wildly imaginative, ranging from the latest French symbolist poetry to the conflict between Darwinism and social ethics to urban poverty issues, with even a mention of the then avant-garde concept of psychological analysis. Charles mostly played the role of a listener. After all, he knew very few of the people in this salon, if any, let alone having seen their works. The original owner had previously resided in Oxfordshire and was even less familiar with these literary figures from London. Charles cautiously observed, occasionally offering brief opinions on the scientific background or creative intentions of his own novel when questioned. His humble demeanor, clear thinking, and the youthful spirit hidden beneath his illness actually endeared him to some. However, it was evident that not everyone harbored goodwill. A fashionably dressed middle-aged gentleman, whom neither Charles nor Watson had heard of, later identified by the well-informed Holmes as a columnist for a radical tabloid, shifted the topic towards progress and humanity. He vehemently criticized the hypocrisy of traditional morals, advocating for pure scientific rationality and social Darwinism, claiming that the weak should be eliminated and any emotions or ethics obstructing progress were outdated. His remarks caused some to frown, yet others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere of the salon grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, the middle-aged gentleman turned his gaze towards Charles, who was quietly sitting nearby, his tone laced with provocation. "Mr. Caplet, your story is so remarkable that we have all heard of it. Do you believe that today's scientific progress is worthy of your foresight?" The salon suddenly fell silent. Huasheng furrowed his brow, slightly glancing worriedly at Charles. Mrs. Merivale concealed her face with a fan, remaining silent, seemingly eager to see how he would respond. Charles paused. The anxiety that had subtly stirred within him since entering the salon was now ignited by the provocative question, transforming into a sharp tremor that surged from his spine to the crown of his head. He could feel his heart racing, pounding against his thin ribcage while his lungs constricted, bringing the familiar harbinger of suffocation. But more intense than the physical discomfort was a dangerous exhilaration, like standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking the unaware crowd below. A thought thundered in his mind: that poem, that elegy that did not belong to this era, the second coming. His throat felt unprecedentedly dry, not merely due to illness, but also from a mix of fear brought by great risk, the urge to showcase his intellect, and an almost self-destructive impulse. He wanted to hurl this future bombshell into the cozy, elegant Victorian salon and see what kind of ruins it would create and what position it would earn him. This was it, he whispered to himself, imbued with the cold determination of a lure. Nothing. Detonate it. Charles took a deep breath. This action triggered a slight cough. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief, waiting for the familiar discomfort in his lungs to pass, using the moment to briefly lower his gaze, organizing his expression, and burying all his madness deep within his eyes. Then he raised his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the questioner, glancing past Mrs. Merivale and looking towards a point in the void, as if gazing at a sight only he could perceive. His voice was not loud, but in the suddenly fallen silence it rang out with extraordinary clarity, carrying a strange tension woven from fatigue and insight. "Sir, your question pertains to the future, and the future always arrives wearing a mask. Regarding the balance between progress and humanity, I cannot provide you with a specific answer. That belongs to philosophers and social reformers. However, your words remind me of a fragment I composed while ill. This fragment has never been completed and has lingered in my mind. Oh, perhaps at this moment it can aptly express the vague yet intense feeling within me." He paused for a moment, ensuring everyone's attention was focused on him. Then, in a calm and rhythmic tone, he began to recite, bringing forth from the depths of his memory the lines belonging to William Butler Yeats into the Salon of 1880. "The falcon cannot hear the falconer, things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, the blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity." The mocking laughter froze. A few lines in the living room fell into complete silence. This was nothing like the Victorian poetry they were familiar with. There was no lengthy elaboration, no clear moral preaching. According to Christian legend, Christ will return to earth at the end of the world to preside over the judgment. This poem depicts a scene of destruction filled with power and beauty. Charles slightly adjusted his pace, leaving a chilling pause before the next imagery. Surely the revelation of God is about to manifest. Surely Christ will return. Christ returns. Before these words had left his lips, a giant beast appeared in people's minds, dazzling them in the desert sand. See a sphinx-like figure, cold and indifferent, as the sun slowly moved its legs, while the shadows of furious flocks of birds circled around. Darkness fell once more. Now I understand. The 19 centuries of rock-like heavy slumber have been rocked into nightmares by the moving cradle. What kind of brutish beast has finally awaited its time, lazily walking towards its birth in Bethlehem? The final note trembled with an almost sighing quality, stemming not only from emotion, but also from the instinctive quiver of this body after extreme mental focus. The verses ended. The echoes spread silently. In the silence, Charles lowered his eyelids once more. He picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold. The icy porcelain touched his fingertips, bringing a sense of tangible reality that slightly pulled him back from that lofty perspective. Within his chest, his heart still raced, but the rhythm had shifted from an exhilarating drumbeat to a tremor akin to survival after a disaster. Had he succeeded, or had he messed it up? A wave of intense disorientation swept over him, nearly causing him to drop the teacup. The strange clarity of mind faded, quickly replaced by a bottomless exhaustion and dread. Cold sweat quietly soaked his shirt, clinging to his icy skin. What had he just done? He had thrown a trench poem from 40 years in the future into a literary salon of 1880. For what? To respond to a boring provocation. For that bit of vanity, eager to prove himself. Or for that subtle revenge against this world that he himself was reluctant to admit. He could almost hear his rational mind screaming from behind, foolish, dangerous. But at the same time, the thrill of gambling success brought a slightly sinister pleasure. The critic who initiated the attack had a face flushed with alternating shades of red and green. He was clearly stunned by the impact of the poem. The entirely unfamiliar sensibility and shocking content had left all his prepared retorts stuck in his throat. He wanted to condemn this unrhythmic grotesque and imagery full of ominousness, but his lips moved without being able to immediately formulate an effective attack. An old gentleman wearing pince-nez, Hua-sheng later whispered that he was a professor studying classical literature at the university, was the first to break the silence. Mr. Caplet, he slowly set down his pipe as if facing a rare creature, and said, "Please forgive my frankness. This is certainly not any form of poetry we are familiar with. You refer to it as a fragment from illness." "Yes, Professor." Charles slightly inclined his body, intentionally lowering his voice a little, displaying a kind of weakness. During the time of illness, high fever and weakness often bring strange dreams and fragmented thoughts. He paused for a moment. And the embryo of this poem emerged from those moments. Later, I attempted to organize it, but always felt it was too sharp, far removed from the current state of mind and common forms of expression, hence I never dared to show it. When it came to discussing progress and change, that indistinct sense of fear suddenly resurfaced and escaped my lips. I hope you forgive the embarrassing part. It is chilling and unforgettable. Is this truly your feeling while ill? Perhaps illness brings one closer to a certain essence of nothingness, Professor. Charles cautiously replied, keeping the conversation at the level of feelings. When the order of the body is on the brink of collapse, the imagination of a greater order's downfall no longer seems so distant. Another silence fell, as the salon's host, Mrs. Maravalli, finally lowered her fan. An astonishing work, Mr. Caplet. You call it a fragment, or do you feel it is incomplete, or does its own fragmented and urgent form constitute a part of the expression? This question struck at the core of the poetry's form. Charles felt a chill. The salon hostess indeed had an astute eye. Perhaps both, madam. It originates from a momentary, yet holistic illusion. When I attempted to mend it with a more complete and traditional form, that suffocating sense of oppression dissipated instead. Thus I chose to preserve its almost explosive state. Charles finished speaking, coughed twice, while covering his mouth deliberately, presenting a sickly demeanor, yet his eyes remained raised, shining brilliantly. Explosive? Yes, it must only be explosive, the professor murmured, his eyes gleaming with the light of a scholar who has discovered a rare treasure. This is certainly not something that can be achieved through meticulous crafting. This is delirium, and it is prophecy. Lady Maravalli pondered the word, nodding her head as her gaze swept over the guests in the living room, each displaying varied expressions. Tonight we discuss progress, the future, and the brilliance of reason. Mr. Caplet, however, reminded us with a poem that beneath the wheels of progress may lie the crushed bodies, and behind the veil of the future might hide the riddle of the Sphinx. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call, a successful discussion. She characterized the evening's episode. The critic had completely fallen silent, retreating to the edge of the crowd with a grim expression. In the latter half of the salon, Charles became an invisible center. Not one, but several people approached, feigning casual conversation, yet the topic would inevitably circle back to that poem. A young poet, flushed with excitement, expressed incoherently how the poem encapsulated his unspeakable anguish and earnestly requested a copy. A professor of classical literature solemnly requested permission to discuss this fragment within his own small circle. For these self-proclaimed avant-garde figures in the literary world, an unclassifiable oddity, a poem filled with impact, holds far more allure than a balanced and conventional response. As Sherlock Holmes once casually remarked, some things become a mystery, and the mystery itself holds value. Watson remained close to Charles like a vigilant guardian, deflecting some overly aggressive questions, and when Charles's face became too pale, he subtly suggested that they might need to take their leave. As they departed, Lady Maravalli personally escorted them to the door and sent her carriage. You have given my salon a topic that will be discussed for an entire season, Mr. Caplet. She fluttered her fan and nodded at Charles. Next month, I will have a more private gathering with a few friends from the publishing and critique circles. If you have any new poems or stories, please do come again. London needs voices like yours. On the return carriage, Watson remained immersed in the shock. Honestly, Caplet, that poem. He lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. I heard that critic from the Biweekly Review tell someone next to him, tonight was not in vain. This poem alone was worth it. Several others were inquiring about your background. You are about to become famous, I mean truly famous in that circle. I mean, I don't know much about poetry, but it gave me chills. You never mentioned that you also wrote poetry, and such poetry at that. I merely spoke some words that fit the occasion. Charles whispered, gazing out at the flowing London nightscape, the gaslights flickering in the mist. I hope it won't be too inappropriate. I don't know about appropriateness, Watson replied honestly, but it certainly made them remember you. I bet starting tomorrow at least a few salons in Bloomsbury will discuss C. Caplet and his peculiar frightening poem. Is that a good thing? I'm not sure, Charles replied just as honestly. The two exchanged glances in the carriage. Perhaps, Charles finally whispered, coughing lightly, at least tonight we don't have to pay for the carriage. It was Lady Merivalli who insisted on sending us off. Is that a decent start? You're right, the effect was astounding. Watson recalled the complex gazes of the crowd at the salon's final moments. Lady Merivalli was evidently impressed. That troublesome gentleman turned green. They all remembered you as a dangerous genius. Perhaps that is far more memorable than a talented young man. But he paused, expressing concern. This will also attract more scrutiny and criticism. How is your health? I know. Charles softly interrupted him, coughing twice, but Watson, sometimes gentleness and caution cannot break the deadlock. I need a voice, a different yet loud enough voice. Especially when time is not on my side. Watson remained silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Regardless, I support you. If Holmes knew how brilliant tonight was, he would surely regret not coming. However, he asked me to tell you that he will learn about the salon's basic situation through other channels. Perhaps he already knows now. Charles paused, then chuckled. Yes, perhaps indeed. You must be exhausted. Make sure to get a good night's sleep. However, after tonight, I fear the number of people seeking you out, and the letters will not decrease. Watson also lightened up. Returning to 221B, Baker Street, the entire house was quiet, with only a small light left on in the hallway. Mrs. Hudson must have already gone to bed. They tiptoed upstairs, and at the second-floor landing saw a light still emanating from the crack under Holmes' door. Watson winked at Charles and whispered, it seems someone is still awake waiting for news. Charles smiled and shook his head, feeling an odd sense of reassurance. No matter what storms he had experienced outside, returning here felt like finding a temporary anchor. The writer named C. Caplet, along with the pale, sickly young man who seemed to connect to some dreadful inspiration behind him, officially entered the sight of certain individuals. The road ahead remains arduous, but at least on the stage a beam of light shone bright for him. He did not know that tonight's ill-timed poem, like a stone cast into the deep waters of London's artistic circle, would stir ripples far more enduring and complex than he had felt in the salon's moment. Some admiration, some apprehension, some curiosity, and some criticism were brewing in unseen corners. And at this moment, Charles C. Caplet simply wished to return to his small attic to lie down as soon as possible before the cough completely conquered him, and then close his eyes. Tomorrow, he murmured. Tomorrow there would still be Dr. Moreau's Island to conquer, Bills from Oxford to face, and a long, realistic battle for survival to continue in this unfamiliar era. But at least tonight he had undertaken an adventure. Was it successful? He did not know. Charles fell asleep almost instantly, so swiftly that he could not even recall shedding his coat or fumbling his way onto the narrow bed. The last sensation before consciousness dissolved was the ever-present acrid tang of London's coal smoke drifting through the window, and the familiar sunken contour of the worn mattress beneath him. He slept as though swallowed by oblivion. Not until nearly noon the next day did pale winter sunlight struggle through the attic's slanted window pane, casting a warm, dappled patch upon his eyelids, and only then did he stir reluctantly from the depths of slumber. So profound was his rest that his mind awoke with rare lucidity, though his body remained leaden, and each deep breath stirred a faint resonant hum within his lungs, yet the gnawing ache of anxiety had for now receded. Charles lay still on the bed, gazing upward at the grain patterns etched across the ceiling, exhaling, slowly, deeply, in quiet release. Last night's salon had been a success. Beyond the ambiguous boon of newfound renown, it had gifted him a wealth of fresh insights. The elegantly dressed guests spoke fervently of the latest intellectual currents, eager to flaunt their superiority and razor-sharp intellect, devouring tales of societal oddities with near-greedy fascination. They craved conversation pieces, intellectual stimulation, and narratives that affirmed their taste and perceptiveness. And now, before Sherlock Holmes himself had truly emerged into public acclaim, this market lay wide open, unclaimed. Detective fiction, short stories tightly paced, laced with ingenious deceptions, set against the familiar cobblestone alleys and fog-draped streets of London, steeped in Gothic suspense to satisfy readers' morbid curiosity about the city's shadowed underbelly. Like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in his own world, he would submit to popular periodicals such as the Strand magazine, widely circulated, generously remunerative, and read by the burgeoning middle class. A faint, inexplicable smile flickered across Charles's lips. He had, in effect, already begun reaping the dividends of Holmes's legend. Yet once the detective became a household name across London, the future of his own fictional tales would grow uncertain. For who, after all, would choose invention when the living embodiment of genius stood just around the corner? He would too prefer the real thing. As for Conan Doyle, Charles paused and thought. A new pseudonym was essential, one distinctly separate from C. Capulet. primarily to safeguard his reputation as a vanguard radical prodigy, ensuring this identity remained untarnished by association with popular accessible fiction. Dual projects, absolutely non-negotiable. The moment of breakthrough had arrived. So what would be the first story? A breathtaking opening. A concept sharp enough to seize an editor's attention at first glance. His gaze drifted over the blank manuscript before him, and in his mind's eye the vast, meticulously organized chamber devoted to detective fiction opened silently within his memory palace. Agatha Christie Ellery, Queen John Dixon Carr. Countless time-honed narrative blueprints, each as precise and lethal as a mastercraft weapon, were laid out in the armory of his intellect. And as he had long suspected, Christie's short fiction would serve as the perfect genesis, and then there were none. The crown jewel of Agatha Christie's oeuvre, a landmark that pioneered both the locked-room island and nursery rhyme murder archetypes, establishing foundational paradigms of isolation and poetic justice. Yet, as with every adaptation, the era must shift, the characters be wholly reimagined, and the motives recalibrated to mirror Victorian society's tensions, inheritance disputes, bitter class enmity, sins buried deep in the past. The core structure, sequential murders, collective guilt, would remain intact, but the execution, the atmosphere could grow darker, more gothic, more suffused with the oppressive, mist-laden weight of London itself. He could already envision it a brooding ancient manor, or a private island severed from the world by storm. 10 guests summoned by cryptic invitation, each guarding a secret, each dying one by one in accordance with a chilling nursery rhyme, panic spreading like contagion, suspicion poisoning every glance, while the killer walked among them unseen. That was it. Sunlight fell upon the stack of manuscript pages for the island of Dr. Moreau beside his desk, and beside them pristine paper waited ready to be filled with a new tale. Charles seated himself, picked up his pen, and inscribed the title at the top of the page, and then there were none. The outline flowed swiftly from his hand. 10 guests, diverse in background and station, receive invitations signed only Mr. Owen, summoning them to a luxurious villa on Soldier Island for a holiday. Upon arrival, however, their host remains conspicuously absent. That evening, a phonograph abruptly crackles to life, broadcasting a recorded voice that accuses each guest of having committed murder and escaped justice. One by one, the guests begin to die, each death mirroring precisely the grim verses of the nursery rhyme 10 little soldiers, displayed prominently throughout the villa. He paused mid-sentence. Did 10 little soldiers exist in this world? Yet. Its original iteration, 10 Little Niggers, was composed in 1869 by Frank Green and first appeared in Mother Goose's Melody. Leaning back in his chair, Charles appeared lost in reverie, yet his mind raced, sifting feverishly through archival fragments he'd previously unearthed, hunting for the faintest trace. Soon thereafter, the rhyme evolved into 10 Little Indians, perhaps explaining why in Christie's original Soldier Island was also known as Indian Island. After prolonged contemplation, he seized upon the pivotal clue. Kate Greenaway's illustrated edition of Mother Goose's Melody was published in 1881, and it was widely acknowledged that the original rhymes were profoundly unsettling. Greenaway's reinterpretation softened their edges, rendering them tolerable, if not exactly comforting, for children. It was during this period that 10 Little Soldiers began gaining traction in its revised form. A fleeting self-satisfied smile crossed his face, then vanished as he plunged back into writing. His pen flew across the page, a fluid mix of English, Chinese, and symbols, thoughts surging like tide. He made no effort to conceal the habits of thought forged in another world. His prose carried the instinctive rhythm of that earlier life, its suspense architecture flawlessly honed. How to distribute perspective, when to unveil a clue, how to use setting to evoke claustrophobia and dread, how to render each suspect simultaneously suspicious and heartbreakingly human. He was utterly absorbed, the nib racing across the draft, a quiet smile playing at his lips. 10 figures, each concealing a secret grave enough to warrant death. The killer walked among them. But who? What drove them? How had they engineered seemingly impossible murders? And how had they ensured their own anonymity amid the inescapable confines of the stormbound island? Logical gears engaged, clicking softly with each stroke of his pen. Just as Charles penned the ultimate revelation, Judge Wargrave had orchestrated everything, faked his death, and died alone on the island. A sharp rap at the door startled him, sending his pen clattering onto the desk. Come in. The door opened. It is Watson. He holds a thick notebook in his hand, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I hope I'm not interrupting your writing, Caplet. I actually have something I would like you to take a look at, he said, stepping inside and taking a seat on the old chair indicated by Charles, handing over the notebook. What is this? Charles asked, a bit puzzled as he accepted it. Some of my notes. Watson rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation and a touch of anxiety. It's mainly about various cases that Holmes has handled, of course omitting all real names and potentially identifying information. It's more about documenting the reasoning process along with some of my reflections. You know, I occasionally write a bit myself, but it always feels rather mundane. Your performance at the salon last night along with the new story you're conceptualizing made me think that perhaps you could give me some advice about how to make real events as captivating as your stories, he asked. Charles was momentarily taken aback, then a warm current surged within him, accompanied by a subtle sense of historical dislocation. He actually wrote it and came here. The future world-renowned biographer was now seeking writing advice from him, a time-traveling speculator holding his youthful manuscript. He solemnly received the notebook and opened it. The handwriting was neat and strong, the records well-organized, expressing amazement at Holmes' incredible deductions, reflections on human weaknesses, and vivid portrayals of London's eccentricities, all beginning to take shape. Though the style still bore slight traces of the era's common verbosity and sentimentality, the genuine feeling of authenticity and loyalty to a friend leaped off the page. "Watson," Charles looked up and said earnestly, "I think it's fantastic." "Really?" Watson's eyes brightened. "Really? You have a gift." Charles pointed to a particular passage. "Look here, where you document Holmes deducing a person's whereabouts from a piece of coal dust on his trousers logically and convincingly, followed by your commentary. This is akin to sorcery, yet Holmes insists it is merely the result of observation and knowledge." He smiled and added, "This sense of shock and confusion coming from an observer is precisely what allows readers to empathize with the story." He paused for a moment, then continued, "If you intend to organize these into more readable stories, I suggest emphasizing that is you, as the narrator's perspective." Watson listened intently and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" "Right now you are in a god's perspective." Charles pondered for a moment, then gestured with his hand. Watson was taken aback. "What?" He forgot that these people might not understand contemporary colloquialisms. Charles gestured again. "What I mean is you are not an omniscient author. You are a partner discovering the truth alongside the readers, just like them, as you follow Holmes. Your doubts, your surprises, your reasoning all enhance the suspense and immersion in the story." Omniscient. Watson mulled over the term, a very apt description. "You hit the nail on the head. Additionally, you could consider trimming some overly technical details, focusing on the setting of the puzzle, the process of unraveling it, and the exhilarating feeling of revelation when the truth is finally revealed." Watson's face lit up as he listened. "You're right. I'm always worried that my records aren't accurate enough or too bland. If I write from the perspective of a partner, yes, then readers can experience those surprises with me and highlight the key points." "I understand now," he joyfully declared. He excitedly took back the notebook and flipped through it as if already envisioning the direction of his revisions. "Holmes always says I make him sound too mystical, but I believe it's that incredible charm that captivates people. However, you're right, I also need to write about our reactions as ordinary people." As he flipped through the notebook, he shyly covered a few pages. The content of this notebook is quite colorful. It records interesting discussions about detective novels during dinner, expresses concerns about Charles' health, and notes his decision to more strictly supervise the routines of this young friend. "He has incredible talent," Watson once wrote, "but like a candle in the wind, he burns too eagerly. As a friend and doctor, I must ensure that this light does not extinguish too soon. God bless, may his stories find readers, and may his body support his dreams." Hopefully Caplet did not see this, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. He thought, "Actually, Watson, I am currently writing another story," Charles said, oblivious, simply pulling out a portion of his manuscript to share with his friend. "A story leaning more toward mystery and thriller. It takes place in a Scottish manor where a group of people is trapped, and then accidents happen in succession, or rather murders." Watson's eyes immediately lit up. "A murder mystery. That's fantastic. It sounds so captivating. More dramatic than those actual cases of Holmes. Quick, tell me about it." So Charles briefly introduced the background and characters of, and then there were none, and Watson listened intently, occasionally gasping or asking questions. "The method of death echoes that nursery rhyme. Good heavens, where do you find so many strange and wonderful things?" he exclaimed, questioning. "Is the title, and then there were none for real. All 10 died." "Indeed," Charles confirmed. "How fascinating." Watson eventually marveled, the joy that comes from unraveling a mystery. Charles chuckled and wanted to explain the core trick. "Actually, the trick isn't complex. Don't tell me who the murderer is and how they did it. I want to keep the anticipation. The first reader must be me. Then I will definitely be the first to guess it." A voice came from the door. The two turned to see Holmes leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing a half smile. "Holmes, when did you come back?" Watson exclaimed in surprise. "Just now. I heard your enthusiastic discussion from the stairs. Impossible crimes, they all died. It seems our writer is making good progress. May I come in?" "Please, but I don't have a chair left." "No problem," Holmes replied with a bemused look. He stepped inside, glancing over the 2 stacks of manuscripts placed side by side on Charles' desk. "What is this?" "New. I'm still helping Caplet refine the plot of his new story," Watson explained, quickly emphasizing, "but we both firmly refuse to be spoiled. Right, Holmes?" "Of course," Holmes nodded, looking at Charles with his gray eyes. "Maintaining an air of mystery is the lifeblood of such stories. Don't be in such a hurry to kill it. At least let it linger in my heart for a while." "Certainly." Charles made a shushing gesture indicating he would never spoil it from now on. "Now would you be willing to tell me about that background?" Holmes' gray eyes sparkled. "I only heard a small portion. I need more complete information. Wait until I finish this part." However, the pressures of life did not lessen due to this brief moment of warmth. As Charles immersed himself in advancing Dr. Moreau's island, and then there were none, a letter from his hometown struck him like a heavy blow to his handsome face. The letter was from the original owner's sister, the former Adeline Caplet, who had changed her surname to Mitchell after marriage, yet the original owner still persistently called her by that name. The handwriting remained elegant and fluid, each letter's curve radiating cultivation and restraint, yet the weight of the words made Charles' fingers tremble. Sitting at the desk in the attic with the monotonous lead-gray sky of a London winter afternoon outside, he slowly read through the entire letter word by word. In the letter, his sister first expressed concern for Charles' recovery, inquired whether the climate in London was suitable for his convalescence, and urged him to take care of his health, enclosing £5, nearly the largest amount she could save from her household budget. Next, she subtly mentioned that their parents had caught wind of the situation. The notification from Oxford College had likely reached the Caplet family estate in the countryside in a more formal manner. Their father's attitude was not optimistic. This meant that the hope of receiving financial aid of £42, 7 shillings, and 6 pence from the family was bleak. The letter from his sister felt more like a worried reminder. Charles, what exactly are your plans? At the end of the letter, she wrote, Dear Charles, I know you have your own ideas and dislike constraints, but a degree is the foundation of your life. In any case, please consider it carefully and honestly inform me of your plans. As siblings, we are bound by blood, and I will always stand by your side. Charles' heart tightened suddenly, warm yet profoundly heavy. This unreserved affection was the legacy of the original owner of this body, while he, the occupant, was consuming it with a near fraudulent silence. Adeline was concerned for her clever yet stubborn brother, who was also physically weak, not for him, the soul from another world. He felt a tightness in his throat for a moment, had to put the letter down, covered his mouth with his hand, and suppressed a few coughs, his shoulders gently trembling. But the trembling lasted only a short time. He took a deep breath, the cold air irritating his throat, bringing a slight sting, yet it also forced his chaotic thoughts to calm down. He carefully folded the letter, placing it along with the £5 note back into the envelope, then opened the desk drawer and put it together with the overdue payment notice from Oxford. The immediate difficulty had not changed, it had merely become more specific and urgent. The sister's assistance was a timely help, but it was still inadequate to bridge the deep chasm of tuition fees. He still needed to generate enough words to convert into pounds within the 4-month countdown. He sat in the chair staring at the open manuscript of Dr. Moreau's Island before him and the draft of, and then there were none that had just begun. The ink was still wet, the ideas about the deserted island, orcs, murders, and nursery rhymes intertwined with the pressure of reality, creating a sense of absurd dislocation. He had to be faster, better. At dinner time, Charles went downstairs as usual. His complexion might have been slightly paler than usual, but he tried to keep his step steady and his breathing even. The aroma of Mrs. Hudson's stew filled the air, the fireplace crackling warmly, and the living room was imbued with a comforting warmth. Good evening, Caplet. It seems you had quite a fruitful afternoon. Sherlock was already seated at the table, casually flipping through a chemistry journal, his gray eyes swiftly and lightly scanning Charles' entire body as he entered the room. Good evening, Holmes, Watson, Mrs. Hudson. Charles pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to sound as normal as possible. Not bad, just sorting through some clues for a new story. Your complexion seems worse than earlier, Dr. Watson said with concern. Have you been overexerting yourself with writing? Did you not rest this afternoon? Maybe a bit. In any case, it's nothing to worry about. Charles shook his head, picked up a spoon, and took a scoop of thick soup. His movements were slow, as if each bite required extra effort to swallow. He ate less than usual, chewing especially carefully, as though the food was difficult to swallow. Holmes did not ask further, but quietly continued to eat, occasionally glancing at Charles' overly tense hands, at his eyes that drooped lower than usual, and at his lips that had almost lost all color. Mrs. Hudson chatted about the rising prices of eggs at the market, while Watson talked about the last clinic he inspected that day, the atmosphere seeming quite ordinary. But Holmes knew that the letter with the countryside postmark and the delicate handwriting had clearly brought a significant burden. The thickness of the paper, the depth of the ink, the pattern of the wax seal, and Charles' momentary expression when he received the letter were quickly categorized and analyzed in his mind. Debt. The pressure of familial ties. Moreover, it was a rather specific and urgent financial pressure. Holmes could almost infer the general content of the letter concerned inquiries, limited assistance, and the urging of some significant obligation. And Charles' reaction was a kind of inwardly tightening calm. He was maintaining a facade of normalcy with astonishing willpower, locking all the pressure within that frail body. This was intriguing and impossible to ignore. As dinner approached its end, Charles excused himself early, citing needing to catch up on some writing. Watching him disappear around the corner of the staircase, Watson couldn't help but whisper to Holmes, he definitely has something going on. That letter. What did you discern, Holmes? Holmes put down his napkin, his fingers meeting. From a female relative, most likely a sister. The content of the letter brought dual pressures, encompassing emotional concerns and guilt, as well as a significant financial dilemma in reality. He is trying to digest all this alone, doing so by working harder. This aligns well with his character, but it is hardly a wise course of action, especially concerning his health. God, we must do something. Directly asking for financial assistance. That would destroy him more than the pain. Holmes said, standing up, a glimmer of contemplation in his gray eyes. Perhaps we can approach it differently. Watson, perhaps you would like to bring that pot of hot tea. We shall go upstairs under the guise of discussing academia. When the attic door was gently knocked on, Charles was lost in thought over the draft of, and then there were none, the pen poised above the paper, yet unable to descend. The phrases from his sister's letter and the figures on the Oxford bill swirled in his mind, incompatible with the fictional murder conspiracy he was penning. He came to himself and hurriedly said, "Come in." Sherlock Holmes pushed the door open with Watson following closely behind. "I hope I haven't interrupted your crucial thoughts, Caplet." Holmes spoke casually, as if it were a spontaneous visit. "Watson and I were just discussing your new story, and then there were none. I have some different thoughts regarding the psychological motives behind certain murders, and I would like to discuss them with you. The behavioral patterns of crimes based on greed and concealment, and how they evolve under pressure, have always been an intriguing topic." Watson placed a teacup beside Charles' steam and the aroma of tea rising gently. "Drink something warm, you haven't eaten much tonight." Charles looked at the two uninvited friends, and the taut string in his heart strangely loosened a bit. He understood all too well that discussing academics was just an excuse. But they chose the least embarrassing way for him. "Of course, please sit down." He put down his pen, leaned back, and made room for discussion. Watson sat on an old chair while Holmes leaned against the edge of the desk, his posture relaxed. The conversation began with fictional motives for murder, and Holmes skillfully guided it from the characters' choices in dire situations in novels to the psychological defense mechanisms people may exhibit under immense pressure in reality. Some people will crumble, some will evade. Holmes' gray eyes were fixed on Charles. "And some will enter a state of unusual clarity, almost cold planning. They will concretize the pressure into a list of problems to solve, then mobilize all their rationality to tackle it." Charles listened in silence. He took a deep breath, looked up, his gaze sweeping over his friend's concerned yet restrained faces, his voice lower than usual, even carrying a calmness akin to analyzing a case. "Yes, it's difficult. I admit it without beating around the bush. The tuition for Oxford is £42 7 shillings and 6 pence, due by April 15th next year. My sister's letter reminds me that the assistance from home, let's just say it's very limited." He paused, noticing the shock and deeper worry that suddenly surged in Watson's eyes, and also seeing Holmes' expression of no surprise. The detective had indeed guessed much of it. "But sitting here anxious won't make pounds fall from the sky." Charles continued, his tone even calm. "I've calculated it. The fee for the stolen bacteria serves as a reference. I need to finish Dr. Moreau's Island, which is longer and should fetch a higher buyout price or better installments. At the same time, I must start at least one, if not two, new short stories or novellas targeting publications with more generous pay. Time is tight, but if all goes well, if the upcoming submissions are accepted, and if the prices are reasonable, just in time before the deadline, it might be possible to gather everything." He did not say hope, only might. This clear, almost cold plan left Watson momentarily speechless, staring at him in a daze. The glimmer in Holmes' gray eyes only intensified. "Interesting," he said softly, as if evaluating a sophisticated experimental phenomenon. "The vast majority of people on the brink of financial collapse tend to panic and seek help everywhere or fall into a state of negative numbness. Your brain, however, instinctively categorizes it as a project to be solved and begins to swiftly allocate your creative resources and time resources. You possess a rare resilience. I have seen similar cases, typically among certain strategists." Or he paused. Charles pressed. "Genius," Holmes replied, nodding at him. Charles tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was almost self-deprecating, perhaps. "At least this kind of resilience has suddenly deepened my understanding of the characters in my writing." His gaze returned to the draft of, and then there were none. Those trapped on the island, their despair, their scheming, every choice they make to survive or cover up their crimes. I suddenly felt that I could touch that feeling. On a very realistic level, this might make the story more authentic. "A very good insight." Holmes nodded immediately, his tone purely encouraging. "Write it down. This understanding of the human predicament under personal pressure is far more valuable than if you were to ponder alone against a wall." Charles paused for a moment, then genuinely picked up the nearby notebook as instructed. The discussion continued. His focused expression and shining eyes temporarily dispelled the pallor and fatigue on his face. At that moment, he was no longer the patient gasping under the weight of immense debt, but merely a thinker passionately discussing academic issues with companions. The economic pressure had not disappeared, but it was temporarily lifted, becoming a topic that could be placed on the table and examined rationally and analytically. The tea gradually cooled. The discussion was nearing its end. Holmes stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust. "A delightful discussion, Caplet. I look forward to your new story even more now." His gaze swept over the few rough phrases in Charles' notebook, and the smile in his eyes deepened. "However, all intricate plans require a healthy executor. Dr. Watson, what do you say?" "Absolutely correct." Watson immediately chimed in, his tone serious. "Take your medicine on time, ensure a minimum amount of sleep, and consume enough nutrition. This is an order, Mr. Charles C. Caplet. Otherwise, I reserve the right as a doctor to ask Mrs. Hudson to confiscate your ink." Charles laughed, and this time the smile was much more genuine. "Warm, at your command, doctor. And thank you both for coming to discuss academics." Holmes and Watson left. The attic fell silent again. The soft sound of the door closing seemed like a signal pulling away the last bit of support from Charles' spine. He maintained his seated posture, his back straight, staring at the empty wall in front of him, remaining still for several seconds. Then, without warning, he suddenly bent over, pressing his forehead heavily against his arms crossed over his knees. The action triggered his lungs, causing a bout of suppressed coughing, but he held it back, only squeezing out a few broken gasps from his throat. His shoulders trembled involuntarily a couple of times, very slight, but exhausting all his strength. A drop of hot liquid suddenly burst forth from his tightly closed eyelids, swiftly soaking into the rough wool fabric of his sleeve, leaving a dark circle. He immediately raised his hand, roughly wiping his eyes with his palm, the moisture quickly and forcefully erased, as if he were trying to wipe away an error that should not exist. Then he blinked and refocused his gaze on the unfinished manuscript. The personal pain and confusion belonging to Charles Caplet were gradually pressed back deep inside, covered again by a layer of cold ice belonging to the narrator. He picked up the pen once more. Outside the window, London had completely sunk into the night, only a few scattered gaslights blooming in the fog. His shadow was illuminated by the light, still thin, but with a straight back. Downstairs, Holmes paused slightly at the living room door and leaned towards Watson to whisper, a typical in-game Watson. His body resembled a king heavily besieged on the chessboard, but the player controlling the pieces had every move aimed at 20 steps ahead. He shook his head slightly, a complex light flickering in his eyes, a mix of concern, admiration, and a pure interest of a researcher facing a rare specimen. This is very, very interesting. The next day, Charles was awakened by the brighter daylight than usual. The headache seemed to have lessened somewhat, but the tinnitus still stubbornly echoed within his skull, and the pressure in his lungs was distinctly noticeable, with each slow breath accompanied by a lingering noise. A false sense of tranquility enveloped him, much like the unsettling stillness before a storm. He stared at his reflection in the mirror for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. The breath was not steady, carrying a slight tremor from deep within his throat. He forced himself to straighten his back and smooth out the last crease in his coat. As he descended the stairs, the aroma of breakfast wafted up. In the sitting room, Watson was reading the freshly delivered Times in the morning light, while Holmes was nowhere to be seen, likely engaged in his famous morning contemplation or already tinkering with his test tubes in the laboratory. Good morning, Caplet. Watson looked up from behind the newspaper, his sharp gaze sweeping over Charles's face, breaking into an encouraging smile. You've come down. How are you feeling? Did you rest well last night? Charles sat down at the table, receiving the hot tea that Mrs. Hudson handed him, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the cup, drawing warmth from it. Good morning, Watson. I'm fine, your medicine works well, he said before sipping a small amount of tea, allowing the warm liquid to temporarily soothe his tight throat. That's good to hear. Writing is important, but enough sleep is the cornerstone of recovery. Watson nodded in satisfaction, turning a page of the newspaper. What are your plans for today? Continuing to tackle your island of terror. This morning you'll deal with Dr. Moreau's island. Charles bit into a slice of buttered black bread, the chewing motion somewhat mechanical. In the afternoon, I want to change my mind and refine the outline of my new story. His gaze fell on the texture of the tablecloth, but his thoughts uncontrollably drifted toward the pile of manuscript paper, toward that isolated island, toward the abyss of 42 pounds. His stomach tightened slightly, but he maintained the rhythm of chewing. Mrs. Hudson brought over fried eggs and bacon, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at his noticeably thinner frame and the dark circles under his eyes. She muttered, "That's right, you need to take it slow. I see the weather has cleared up a bit today. After finishing your writing in the afternoon, you should open a window for some fresh air. It's good to walk around the house too." "He'll listen to you, Mrs. Hudson," Charles replied amiably, his tone gentle, but inside, he felt no waves of emotion. He did not show it, focusing his attention back on the plate, making an effort to get the food into his mouth and swallow. Breakfast ended in what seemed to be a peaceful atmosphere. Charles set down his knife and fork, gently wiping his mouth with a napkin, his movements almost mechanical. He nodded to Watson and Mrs. Hudson before turning to ascend the stairs. Pushing open the attic window, the cold air rushed in, carrying the unique dampness and coal smoke of a London winter, dissipating the heaviness inside. The sky was a rare light blue, with the distant skyline shrouded in a grayish-yellow veil. The sun hesitantly spilled onto one corner of the desk, illuminating the floating dust motes, as well as the pile of Dr. Moreau's island manuscripts and the blank sheets beside them. Charles sat down, not immediately reaching for the manuscripts. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, once, twice, 3 times. He tried to suppress the restless anxiety in his chest and temporarily block out the swirling numbers and deadlines in his mind. He knew it was difficult, but it had to be done. He needed to focus to enter that fictional world, to let Edward Prendick's suffering temporarily overshadow his own. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the manuscript. Prendick, the unfortunate soul tormented by his pen, now found a twisted sense of familiarity in his current predicament. At least in that world, the pain was clear and the enemies were visible. After being rescued from a shipwreck, he accompanied Dr. Moreau's assistant, Montgomery, to a mysterious island. Upon landing, he witnessed the inhabitants with distorted faces and bizarre behaviors, heard the howls of cougars and the groans of humans, suspecting that Dr. Moreau was conducting vivisection. Fear took hold of his mind, and he began to flee while Moreau and Montgomery, accompanied by hounds and servants, pursued him, forcing him to be led into the wild man's village by the ape men. Even Charles would have to remark on the existence of that unlucky fellow. He is a man. He must understand the law. A deeper shadow emerged, hunched shoulders with a dull outline. The cave entrance grew dimmer, the heads of two shadows cutting off the faint daylight from outside. My fingers turned white as I gripped the stick tighter. Recite the law. I could not hear the last words clearly. Do not walk on all fours. This is the law. It monotonously repeated. He was immersed in this creation, filled with a sense of tearing as time silently flowed between the sluggishness of his pen and the turbulence of his thoughts. The light outside gradually turned golden, then was dyed by dusk. Charles finally set down his pen, not due to the pain in his wrist, but because he could no longer continue. He rubbed his wrist and looked out the window. The results were meager, far from expectations. Dr. Moreau's island had only advanced a small distance, and the outline of, and then there were none, was also progressing slowly. A feeling of anxiety, mixed with self-reproach, began to spread. Just then, bang! A dull thud mixed with a curse expressing immense pain suddenly pierced through the floorboards, reverberating in the silent air. Charles opened his eyes in an instant, his heart pounding heavily in his chest, overshadowing the dull pain in his lungs. The days brought on by writing and his own frustrations were shattered by this sudden noise. Was it Watson? Was there an accident? He didn't even have time to think. His body acted before his mind. He suddenly stood up, the legs of the chair scraping against the wooden floor with a sharp, jarring sound. Dizziness hit him, and he steadied himself by gripping the edge of the table. His lungs protested with a dull ache from the sudden movement, but he paid it no mind as he pulled open the door and hurried toward the stairs. There was no further sound from downstairs, only a disquieting silence. The attic stairs were steep and narrow, but Charles descended quickly, his fingers tightly gripping the cold wooden railing. The door to the sitting room on the second floor was slightly ajar. He gently pushed it open. The slanted afternoon light filtered through the window, casting fuzzy shadows in the room. The fire in the fireplace burned low, leaving only dark red embers. Watson had his back to the door, kneeling on one knee on the carpet in front of the fireplace, one hand resting on the edge of the brick hearth, while the other pressed against the top of his right knee. His hat had rolled a few steps away, and his cane leaned against the armchair. "Watson," Charles called out, his voice strained from hurried breathing and an unquenched cough. Watson jolted, as if awakened from some submerged thought. He tried to stand quickly, but his right leg clearly did not cooperate, causing him to stumble and grasp the hearth more firmly to steady himself. He turned his head, the usual warmth and calm on his face replaced by a sense of agitation and weariness that he struggled to conceal. His cheekbones were unnaturally flushed, and fine beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. "Capla, I'm sorry, did I disturb you?" He attempted to force a smile, but it appeared weak and strained. "Damn me, sigh, it's an old ailment. The weather changes, or I bump into something, and it acts up like this." Charles hurried over, ignoring the fallen hat or cane, and directly supported Watson's arm. His movements were somewhat hurried, carrying attention he was not even aware of. "Don't rush to move. Did you bump it just now? Apart from the knee, is there any other injury?" His gaze quickly scanned Watson's body, revealing his unmasked worry. There were no obvious bloodstains, but the back of the hand resting on the hearth had a small, fresh abrasion with droplets of blood seeping out. "I just slipped and bumped into the corner of the coffee table," Watson said, glancing at the back of his hand, casually shaking it off. "It's just a small injury. The knee is the real trouble. It always chooses the most inopportune moments to remind me of its existence." Charles did not respond, carefully assisting him as he slowly sat down in the nearest armchair. Huasheng sat down, letting out a silent, long sigh. Leaning back in his chair, he held his forehead and smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, yet the gloom in his brow remained. In that moment, the ever-enthusiastic, ever-caring, and ever-optimistic Dr. Huasheng was nowhere to be found. Seated before Charles was merely a young man overwhelmed by old wounds and a sudden emotional collapse. A young man struggling in the mire, yet compelled to play the role of the strong one due to his identities as doctor, friend, and chronicler. Charles walked to the corner, picking up the medical case that Huasheng always kept within reach. He opened the case, finding the items neatly arranged, disinfectants, cotton swabs, and clean bandages, all in their familiar places. He returned to Huasheng's side, half kneeling, and began to treat the abrasion on the back of his hand. When the cold medicine touched his skin, Huasheng flinched slightly. Charles moved gently, carefully dabbing away the bloodstains with a cotton swab and applying the medicine. Silence enveloped the two, broken only by the sound of the cotton swab gliding over the skin and the occasional crackle of the fire. Within this silence, something flowed. Charles lowered his head, intently observing the wound. Then his gaze inadvertently brushed over the back of Huasheng's hand. Not just this new injury. Beneath it, close to the wrist, there was an old scar that had already healed, irregular in shape, as if left by the scrape or tear of some rough object. Further up, near the web of his thumb, there was a mark from an old burn. These traces silently spoke of a past that Huasheng had never elaborated on. The battlefield. Hasty rescues. Chaos and danger. They stood in stark contrast to his always clean and tidy attire, his gentle and courteous demeanor, yet at this moment, they were laid bare, connecting his unwillingly spoken past to the collapse he could no longer hide. Charles felt a tightness in his throat. Any ordinary comfort, "It will be all right, don't worry, you need to rest," seemed so trivial, even offensive at this moment. They could not touch the pain roiling beneath this silence, nor could they soothe the soul ravaged by both physical pain and inner demons. He finished bandaging the wound, tying a neat knot. The action complete, he did not immediately rise. He maintained his half-kneeling position slightly, lifting his eyes to glance at Huasheng. Huasheng still had his eyes closed, his brow furrowed, as if battling an invisible enemy within. Then Charles heard his own voice rising, seemingly flowing out from some corner of his chest that had been reserved to fend off his own despair. "I do not possess a cowardly soul. I shall not tremble even in the face of a raging storm. I see the light of heaven shining, and faith shines just the same, aiding me in resisting fear. A God within my chest, all-powerful and omnipresent spirit. Life, residing within me as I, an indomitable life, draw strength from you." Charles' voice was steady and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable conviction. He was not passionate or fervent, but recounted calmly, as if restating an ancient truth. The verses flowed in the warm living room, colliding against the walls, merging with the flickering shadows cast by the fire. The twilight outside deepened the last bit of daylight, struggling to enter, landing softly on Charles' lowered lashes and straightened nose, gilding the pallor of his profile with a faint golden edge. Huasheng still had not opened his eyes, but the tension in his furrowed brow seemed to have slightly eased. His shoulders, having borne too much calmness and support, began to gradually slump, a relaxation that finally allowed him to temporarily shed the heavy burden. The fingers pressing on his injured leg gradually loosened their grip. Countless creeds are empty, though moving, utterly futile, like dry wild grass, insignificant, and like the vast sea bubbling foam. To awaken doubt, while those of faith hold your infinity steadfastly anchored upon the immortal rock, unwavering. With immense and boundless love your spirit infuses vitality into eternal ages, penetrating from above, enveloping, transforming, supporting, dissolving, creating, and nurturing. Even if the earth and moon vanish, stars and the universe cease, only you remain, and every form of existence shall endure within you. Death shall have no dwelling place, not even a speck of dust can his power destroy you. You are existence and breath itself, and what you are brings an end to annihilation. Charles finished reciting the last word. The lingering sound sank into the suddenly descending silence. Yet this silence was utterly different from before. The previous silence had been stifling, filled with unexpressed pain. The current silence, however, resembled a sky washed clean by rain after a storm. Clear and spacious, yet with room to breathe freely. Huasheng finally opened his eyes. Those always gentle and bright blue eyes were now veiled with a sheen of water, not merely tears, but as if a deeper hue had emerged after a torrential emotional surge. The pain, restlessness, and gloom within had not entirely vanished, but were covered by a great tremor and a gradually spreading calm. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Charles, who was still half kneeling on the carpet beside him. The young man lowered his head, staring at his hands clasped over his knees, his profile appearing quiet and fragile in the deepening twilight, as if the powerful verses just spoken were not his own. "I do not possess a cowardly soul." Huasheng softly repeated the first line, his voice hoarse, but no longer fragmented. He savored the phrase as if tasting a fruit, both unfamiliar, yet deeply resonant. "Whose poem is this?" "Emily Bronte," Charles replied, lifting his head. Their eyes met, and Charles saw in Huasheng's eyes the lingering ripples yet to dissipate, along with the warmth and clarity belonging to John H. Watson beginning to coalesce once more. Huasheng in turn saw in Charles' eyes a profound understanding beyond the frailty of age, along with a shared acceptance of their mutual plight. "I've heard of Wuthering Heights. I never expected her poetry to be like this." "It's beautifully written," Huasheng murmured. "Indeed, it's beautifully written," Charles echoed, saying no more. He felt a dizzying release after a long tension, yet the solid ice that had lodged in his chest since receiving the letter from Oxford seemed to have quietly melted a corner. In attempting to soothe another trembling soul with verse, some of the clamoring fears and cowardice within his own spirit seemed to have been temporarily subdued and calmed by the resonant rhythm. Two weary souls trudging on their own battlegrounds shared a moment of respite in the silence of the trenches, perhaps enjoying a refreshing smoke or a poem that could pierce through the darkness. Outside, the twilight deepened, street lamps flickered on diffusing clusters of dim yellow light through the thickening fog. In 221B, the fire continued to radiate warmth. One sat in a chair while the other leaned against the edge of the sofa on the carpet, sharing this tranquility akin to that after a storm. The physical pain may still linger and the challenges ahead loom large, but at least in this moment, in this small space reinforced by poetry and silence, cowardice seemed to have retreated temporarily. And the soul, regardless of the shell and scars it bore, could still choose not to tremble. Charles wondered if Emily Bronte foresaw that these lines would, on some distant winter night in an ordinary London apartment, bring a touch of solace and strength across time to an injured doctor and another ailing poet. This must be the meaning of words, he thought. Even he, a thief of fire, could sometimes use borrowed light to illuminate those around him. Thank you, Huasheng finally said, his voice returning to its usual steadiness, even carrying a hint of relieved ease. Emily Bronte, I must find her poetry to read. The two sat quietly for a while in the thickening dusk until the pain in Huasheng's legs seemed to be finally soothed by the warmth of the fire and the silence transforming into a deep, lingering fatigue. He moved slightly, trying to sit up straighter, and Charles immediately reached out to assist him. I suppose I should prepare some medicine for myself. Huasheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice regaining much of its former calm. The old military doctor has forgotten to take care of himself, which is quite unprofessional. At that moment, cheerful and familiar footsteps could be heard from downstairs, not the heavy tread of Mrs. Hudson, burdened by life, but a different agile rhythm that seemed to bounce with confidence, each step exuding absolute control over the environment and one's own body. It was Sherlock Holmes returning. He pushed open the door to the sitting room like a whirlwind that swept in with the cold air from outside and a certain intangible excitement. His black coat was damp from the London evening, and though he held no cane, he clutched a thin folder made of brown paper. "Oh, both of you are here." His gray eyes scanned the room, instantly catching sight of Huasheng's somewhat rigid posture and the cane beside him, his gaze lingering for half a second on Huasheng's knee before flicking over the subtle indentation on the carpet in front of the fireplace, his brow raising slightly. "I hope I haven't interrupted anything important." His words were quick, but his tone was a gentle inquiry, even carrying a hint of, "Do you need my help?" As he spoke, he removed his coat, deftly tossing it onto the back of the sofa, revealing a dark suit underneath. "It's just an old injury, the weather is acting up." Huasheng immediately replied, his tone light, as if the earlier gloom had never existed. "And you? From the looks of it, you seem like you've just unraveled an intriguing mystery." "Indeed." Holmes walked over to the fireplace, using the poker to stir the coals and reignite the flames. He did not immediately narrate his findings. Instead, he turned to look at Charles, his eyes sparkling with the same brilliance one displayed upon discovering new experimental materials or complex chemical formulas. "Capulet, you arrived just in time. I was thinking perhaps you could extract some story inspiration from this case. Of course, a different kind of story." Charles' eyes brightened slightly. He needed a change of topic as well as a new stimulus to dispel the heaviness in his chest brought on by empathy. More importantly, the plan that had just begun to take shape in his mind desperately needed a touchstone. "A most welcome opportunity, Holmes," he said, his voice slightly taut with anticipation. "In fact, I was hoping to discuss my upcoming writing plans with you and Huasheng. I need to devise a brand new detective character. Originally, I intended to bring Hercule Poirot into this world, but after careful thought, I abandoned that idea. Poirot belongs to the 1920s, to Agatha Christie, to a more international world. This implies that in 1880, if a foreigner were to make a splash as a detective, especially one who speaks French, old London, steeped in tradition, would certainly not spend money to support him. However, the core essence of Poirot must be retained. This core essence does not refer to his egg-shaped head and obsession with cleanliness, though these are indeed key character traits, but rather his methodology as a detective. His relentless exploration of the order of the human heart and psychological motivations, the elegance and confidence of deductive reasoning, as well as his profound understanding of human weaknesses form the captivating core of Poirot. Yet the exterior must be completely reimagined, reshaped into a character that is reasonable and vivid within the context of 1880 London. Thus, Charles needs a new detective. A new detective? Huasheng was immediately intrigued, momentarily forgetting the discomfort in his knee. One that is completely different from Holmes. Completely different. Charles' gaze also shifted to the flickering flames, feeling a thrilling shiver of mixed absurdity and excitement. He surveyed the familiar sitting room, his gaze sweeping over the slightly warping air above the fireplace, gliding past Holmes' sharp profile and catching Huasheng's curious eyes. A name rolled off his tongue, carrying a certain thrill of breaking the fourth wall. "I shall name him Arthur Conan Doyle." "Doyle, eh?" Huasheng did not grasp the peculiar nature of the name, merely repeating it. "It's a Scottish surname." "Your new detective is Scottish?" "Yes, a true Edinburgh native." Charles nodded, almost without thinking. A stream of descriptions flowed from his lips like a chant. From a good family, his father was a government clerk and painter, while his mother loved literature. He pursued medicine and became a doctor. This segment is based on the real Mr. Doyle. Then he considered his wording carefully and began to truly let himself go. But later his perspective on illness changed. Many crimes are actually symptoms of soul or psychological illnesses to which traditional medical methods are ineffective. Thus he left the medical field and came to London to become a consulting detective. He focused on solving cases that occurred within respectable society involving complex human nature and psychological entanglements. "Doyle." Holmes slowly repeated, his tone flat, but Charles swore he saw a glint of eagerness in his eyes. "A solid name, nothing flashy. So what about the author's signature?" See. If Capulet continues writing detective stories, will it cause unnecessary confusion with your previous scientific romance and that uniquely styled poem? Under a pen name, Charles had long since contemplated this, or rather in the heat of his intense thoughts upon a choice had spontaneously emerged. M. Montague. M. Huasheng asked. "It stands for murder mystery, straightforward and direct." "As for Montague," Charles paused seemingly for the first time, clearly realizing the teasing impulse that lay within his subconscious. In Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, Capulet is Juliet's family, while Montague is Romeo's family. It could be considered a literary symmetrical joke. While he had to admit that when he named the detective Arthur Conan Doyle, his sense of mischief had already gone overboard, now he was just adding to it. Huasheng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. God, Charles. You really are. Seriously, this is quite amusing. Romeo and Juliet. Montague. Sounds like a true detective novelist. Holmes let out a faint hum, leaving it unclear whether it was praise or boredom. So Mr. Montague is your Doyle detective, ready to tackle his first case? At any time. Charles responded with a slightly defiant tilt of his head, his gaze intense. I happen to have a ready-made case here, perhaps to test whether your so-called psychological order analysis truly works. Holmes chuckled softly. What case is it? Charles immediately inquired, leaning forward, the calculating sensation replacing the brief moment of relaxed jest. A newly emerging children's book publishing company, let's call it Company A. They invested 6 months of effort into a set of natural picture books emphasizing exquisite illustrations and accuracy of knowledge, and just before printing, they nearly copied the ideas and layout of Company B, launching their products ahead of time. With a lower price and faster distribution, Company A suffered greatly and was on the brink of bankruptcy. Industrial espionage quite common, Huasheng remarked. The interesting point does not lie here. Holmes interlaced his fingers, revealing a subtle smile. The version plagiarized by Company B was not Company A's final approved draft, but rather an early conceptual design rejected internally 3 months ago. Holmes concluded calmly. It contains several factual errors later corrected by the illustrator and naturalist, such as rendering primroses with violet-shaped blossoms and attributing certain fox behaviors to badgers. In the plagiarized version, these errors remained unaltered. Company A underwent significant personnel changes over the past 3 months. 5 individuals meet both criteria, having been employed 3 months ago and having had access to the preliminary hand-drawn manuscript stored in the CEO's safe. Yet to simplify matters, I shall reveal that only 2 of them had the opportunity, during a specific week 3 months ago, to access that preliminary manuscript kept within the CEO's private office safe. Have you identified the leaker? Watson asked. Holmes gave a slight self-satisfied nod and immediately offered further clues. One is the layout design assistant who, prior to the CEO's illness, was verbally authorized to consult the preliminary draft for stylistic reference while preparing new design proposals. The other is the company's janitor responsible for cleaning all offices, including the CEO's. What did you uncover? Who is the culprit? Watson pressed eagerly. His friendship with Holmes stemmed not only from the detective's charisma, but also from his own profound passion for solving mysteries. Yet Holmes withheld the name, instead fixing his steely gray gaze upon Charles, a look charged with quiet challenge. A compact case, its evidentiary chain impeccably clear. However, I am curious, how would your detective Doyle approach this matter, Mr. Montague? The pressure instantly shifted to Charles. Charles felt his heart hammering wildly, but under pressure his mind sharpened with crystalline clarity. He closed his eyes, rapidly retracing Holmes's disclosures and stepping fully into the role of Detective Doyle. He half wished for scrap paper to sketch his reasoning. After a moment's thoughtful silence, he spoke cautiously. First, the leaker must have had access to the preliminary draft 3 months ago, and either lacked opportunity or failed to recognize the necessity to obtain the revised version. This suggests the individual may not be a core creative member, lacking sensitivity to technical accuracy, or their exposure may have been singular and incidental. Second motive. Commercial espionage is typically profit-driven. Though Company B is a rival, directly bribing an insider remains logically sound. Yet the preliminary draft bristles with errors. Publishing an identical copy would damage Company B's reputation, even as it undermines its competitor, unless they were racing to seize market advantage or confident they could quietly correct flaws in later print runs. No, if urgency dictated haste, correction would likely prove impossible. Thus, perhaps the leaker was never directly bribed by the rival, but acted out of resentment. Or perhaps he never imagined they would replicate it verbatim, merely seeking to sow minor chaos for his former employer. Third, I would conduct a behavioral profile of both suspects. Charles opened his eyes, gaze sharp and focused, unconsciously crossing one arm across his chest while resting his chin on his other hand. Holmes narrowed his eyes. A profile. Regarding the layout assistant, he possessed legitimate grounds to access the manuscript and had received professional training, enabling him to grasp its intrinsic value. If he leaked it, his motive might be financial or rooted in dissatisfaction with his position or remuneration. Yet as a design assistant, he stood to benefit from the album's success through bonuses or promotion. Was his betrayal driven by short-term gain or the eruption of long-simmering grievance? One would need to examine his recent finances, performance reviews, and rapport with superiors. As Charles carefully explained the concept of profiling, Holmes and Watson exchanged glances of dawning understanding and leaned in, listening more intently than ever. As for the janitor, his access was accidental. He likely could not decipher the manuscript's true significance, yet he would recognize it as something important to the company. If he leaked it, his motive would likely be simpler, perhaps an urgent need for modest funds prompting impulsive bribery by the rival, or simmering resentment over some petty grievance fueling retaliation. His loyalty to the company may be tenuous, yet he might also fear jeopardizing his livelihood enough to avoid risk altogether. Detective Doyle would interview each man, not through interrogation, but through seemingly casual conversational exchanges. He would ask the assistant for his impressions of the album, his thoughts on its errors, whether he noticed them, and how exactly he consulted the manuscript. He would inquire about the assistant's hopes for the company's future. He would observe micro-expressions. Was there anticipation or indifference when discussing the album's potential success, concern, or guilt, or even a flicker of grim satisfaction upon hearing the company might collapse due to the leak? With the janitor, his questions would differ: routine work details, opinions of the CEO and colleagues, whether he recalled anyone handling the CEO's belongings over 3 months ago. He would note the janitor's attitude toward important company documents, reverent deference, or dismissive contempt, viewing them as mere scrap paper. And when subtly suggesting someone had stolen documents for money, would the janitor react with curiosity, moral condemnation, or palpable unease? The crux lies not in what they say, but how they say it, and the unconscious emotions and cognitive biases they betray. Charles concluded, voice growing steadily more assured. For instance, if the assistant were the leaker and aware the rival copied the flawed version, he might display subtle condescension when discussing those errors, of faint knowing superiority or deliberate evasion of technical detail. Whereas if the janitor were culpable, he might recall nothing of the manuscript's content, or lack any concept of error altogether. Yet his account could contain vague contradictions in time or place, or exhibit disproportionate sensitivity to the notion of selling for money. Silence settled over the sitting room, broken only by the soft crackle of the hearth fire. Watson listened, rapt and wide-eyed, on the verge of exclaiming aloud. Holmes remained motionless, fingertips steepled, his gray eyes fathomless and unreadable. So, your conclusion, he finally asked. Based solely on available information, and without direct observation, I can offer only a probabilistic inference, Charles said, lowering his gaze in thought before delivering his judgment. If compelled to choose, I incline toward the janitor. Oh, why not the layout assistant, who had direct sanctioned access? Because of the errors, Charles replied swiftly. The assistant, though not a zoobotanist, would at least have scanned the content, given his responsibility for layout design. Had he deliberately leaked it to a rival, logic dictates he'd warn them of the errors, or at minimum feel apprehensive that their verbatim replication might invite scrutiny leading back to him. Yet he issued no warning. Either he is recklessly foolish or insatiably greedy, heedless of consequence, or he simply never anticipated the rival would copy it wholesale. He may have merely lent the manuscript for someone to take a look, never imagining it would be plagiarized. This aligns more closely with the mindset of a non-core employee lacking deep institutional loyalty, yet harboring quiet resentment, seeking only a minor act of retribution. By contrast, the janitor likely cared little for the illustration's subject matter, and certainly wouldn't detect the errors. If he stumbled upon or surreptitiously glimpsed the manuscript, he'd recognize only that it was company property, and therefore potentially sellable. What the buyer did with it afterward, whether it contained errors or how it might be used, would be irrelevant to him, perhaps even beyond his imagination. Such a motive is simpler, more direct, and carries far less psychological weight. Moreover, a marginalized janitor stumbling upon something deemed important, seizing it impulsively for pocket money or petty vengeance, feels to me more psychologically coherent and far more common. Holmes fell silent for a measured pause, then lowered his hands and leaned back into his chair, his expression complex, a blend of scrutiny, contemplation, perhaps even surprise, and a trace of deflation. Admiration, however, was unmistakable. Fascinating, he said slowly, each word precisely weighted. Your reasoning rests upon universal human frailties and occupational psychology, bypassing the concrete chain of physical evidence entirely. You correctly identified the culprit, the janitor. Yet, Mr. Doyle, your deductive process contains a flaw. What if we assume that the leaker is a non-core member who is insensitive to the content, thus overlooking the errors? But is there another possibility? The assistant might also overlook those mistakes. If he took a hurried glance, focusing solely on the layout design and completely ignoring the content, or perhaps he knows nothing about plants and animals, even he might deliberately fail to remind the other party, allowing them to publish a flawed book, which would both undermine his former employer and exploit the other party, achieving two goals with one act. This is not impossible. Your psychological order analysis method, lacking sufficient observations and detailed information, can easily slip into speculation and even be led astray by preconceived notions. Today, you tend to associate the handyman with a likelihood of being ignorant and indifferent based on your assumptions. But that assumption itself may be a form of bias. Holmes' tone was not harsh. It could even be described as a calm exploration, yet every word struck at the foundation of Charles' reasoning. The key piece of evidence I found, Holmes continued, his voice steady, is the pawn ticket for the handyman's wife's silver brooch, combined with the contradictions in other subtle inquiries. The handyman's description of the scene in the boss office during that week does not align with the minor displacements of items discovered by others upon their return, sufficient for me to pinpoint him. My method, starting from physical evidence and logical chains, may not be very humanized, but it is more robust and less easily swayed by subjective imagination. Direct and to the point. Charles felt a warmth in his cheeks, not from embarrassment, but from a kind of enlightening excitement. Holmes not only did not deny his ideas, but also delineated boundaries for him, pointing out where the potential narrative tension lay. The profundity and helplessness of the psychological detective might be precisely where great stories can be told. So in the stories of Detective Doyle, Charles slowly said as his thoughts opened up, the resolution of the case itself may not be the endpoint, or rather, after the case is solved, the tragedy has already occurred. What he reveals is the unfathomability of the human heart, not merely the answer to a riddle. Exactly. Holmes displayed one of his closest smiles of the evening. As a novel, it would be quite captivating for readers love to ponder the human heart. But please do not forget, when you are writing those brilliant deductions based on psychological analysis, you are constructing in order a structure of your understanding of human nature. And in my view, the real human heart is sometimes chaotic, sometimes contradictory, and utterly devoid of reason, easily tearing apart any seemingly perfect assumption. Detective Doyle may be able to solve cases in fiction, but when faced with the chaos of the real world, he, and you Capulet, should never be engulfed or harmed by such chaos. Holmes finally smiled, the firelight casting a soft red hue on his high cheekbones. However, I believe M. Montague and Arthur Conan Doyle's detective should be able to earn quite a bit of royalties. This is very practical and useful. I look forward to reading his first case. His smile deepened, now clearly infused with encouragement. Remember to show me the first draft. Perhaps I can point out some flaws in your psychological profiling, detective, from the perspective of evidence reasoning, making the story more rigorous. Of course, in exchange, you must tell me why it is specifically the name Conan Doyle. I always feel there is a joke here that I have not fully grasped. Holmes' smile faded and he adopted a deliberately serious expression. Charles met his gaze, a smile slowly blooming on his pale face, tired, yet bright, with a sense of relief. Deal. He chuckled, lifting the now cold teacup in a toast to Holmes and Watson. This is the biggest joke a writer can play on creation itself. It is rare that I am unable to understand something. Holmes raised an eyebrow in appraisal, but he did not press further. At this point, Watson, who had been striving to keep up with their train of thought, finally found an opportunity to interject. He wore an expression of realization and excitement. I understand now. This is so clever, Charles. Holmes excels at reasoning from things to people, while your Mr. Doyle is adept at reasoning from people to things, and then validating it with things. This is a perfect complement. Moreover, he couldn't help but laugh, his gaze flitting between Holmes and Charles. Have you noticed the biggest difference between this character and Holmes? Holmes and Charles both turned to him. Watson's smile widened, slightly mischievous. This Detective Doyle, according to the setting, is well versed in literary classics. I bet that in this Mr. Doyle's study, the works of Shakespeare, Milton, and Scott are certainly alongside legal texts and psychological reports, and perhaps when he enlightens suspects or summarizes cases, he even quotes a few lines from Robert Burns' poetry. Watson, growing excited, gently nudged Holmes with his elbow and winked. If you ask me, this Doyle and you's biggest difference likely lies here, my dear friend. Your mind is full of chemical formulas, tobacco ash, and carriage tire prints. Watson's teasing was unintentional, but his words instantly reminded Charles of the historical Conan Doyle, the creator of Holmes, who was also a writer with profound literary cultivation. An uncontrollable laughter surged in his throat. Cough, cough. Charles quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, using the cough to mask his suddenly contorted expression and nearly erupting laughter. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly from stifling laughter and real coughs. Holmes observed Charles' momentary oddity. He did not inquire further, as if giving up on the mystery, only responding to Watson's words with a subtly self-deprecating tone. Watson, you are right. Perhaps I will never learn to express my reflections on the human heart in verses. That belongs to Capulet or to psychologists like this Detective Doyle he created. He turned to Charles, reiterating, I look forward to reading the debut of Arthur Conan Doyle. Charles finally suppressed the bout of coughing and laughter, lifting his head, still flushed from the cough, but his eyes had regained clarity. He met Holmes' gaze, and in that deep gray, he seemed to see a tacit understanding. Perhaps Holmes guessed something, perhaps he did not, but it did not matter. What was important was that he recognized the value of this concept. I will do my best, Charles said solemnly, the stone in his heart regarding the new character finally settling firmly. In fact, I already have the outline for the first story. Great, Watson exclaimed softly. When will you finish it? I want to be the first reader. And you, Holmes, you must also want to know how this psychological detective solves cases, right? Of course. Holmes nodded slightly, picking up the thick book again. I would gladly look forward to seeing how this detective, so different from me, unravels the mysteries of the human heart. Well then, Charles stood up, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. I won't take up more of your time. Before that, I need to finish writing, and then there were none. Hurry up. Watson waved his hand to urge him, more excited than when he himself was writing, yet still reminding him, take care of your health, and don't stay up late. Holmes also raised his hand, waving casually, his gaze already returned to the pages of the book, but the thoughtful smile at the corner of his mouth had yet to fade. The fire in the fireplace crackled, sending out bright sparks. Despite the circumstances, the oil lamp in the attic burned brightly throughout the night. When Charles finally pinned the title, and then there were none signaling the final period, the sky outside had taken on the deepest indigo hue before dawn, with a hint of pearly white seeping through at the edges. He set down his pen, his fingertips twitching slightly from the prolonged grip as the ink smeared from the gaps of his nails down to his knuckles stark against his pale skin. 50,000 words. He had completed it. The thrill and joy from the previous night had been scattered by an all-nighter, leaving him with no joy from finishing his creation, only a sense of exhaustion akin to being drained. Deep within, a subtle unease was stirring, an anxiety over plagiarism and anxiety over the urgency to sell. But Charles had no time to savor these emotions. The bill from Oxford, Edeline's letter, Mrs. Hudson's weekly rent of £1, and the pain in his lungs that could flare up at any moment. All of these were more concrete than the fluctuations of morality and emotion. He organized the thick stack of manuscripts and tied them with a thin string. The edges of the paper were rough from repeated handling, and revisions weighed heavily in his palm, exuding the fresh scent of ink and the warmth of a sleepless night. He stared at the hefty stack of manuscripts on the table, the ink of, and then there were none seeming to have weight in the dim light. The attic was dim, but the light filtering through the slanted skylight showed that time was pressing on. He began to wash up and change clothes, daring not to look at his reflection in the mirror, yet carefully and perhaps awkwardly tying his bow tie, brushing back the damp strands of hair on his forehead. Then he carefully cradled the stack of manuscripts of, and then there were none, as if holding some fragile treasure, and stepped down the stairs slowly yet steadily. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the second-floor sitting room. The fireplace crackled warmly, dispelling the morning chill. "Ah, you finally made it down, Caplet." Dr. Watson was sitting at the table, a half-eaten breakfast in front of him. Upon hearing the voice, he looked up with an immediate smile, which was soon replaced by concern. "Good heavens, your complexion. Did you stay up very late again?" Holmes sat opposite him, his posture as elegant as ever, precisely piercing the yolk of the fried egg with the tip of his knife. Hearing the commotion, he raised his gray eyes, his gaze lingering on Charles' face for 2 seconds, the keen scrutiny making Charles almost believe he had ink on his face. "Good morning, Watson." Holmes. Charles tried to make his voice sound normal, but the hoarseness and weakness were hard to conceal. He slowly walked to his seat at the table. When he pulled out the chair, the wooden legs scraped against the floor with a slightly jarring sound. "Sit down quickly, child. You look utterly exhausted." Mrs. Hudson came out of the kitchen with a plate of fried mushrooms and bacon. Upon seeing Charles' condition, her brows immediately knitted together, her tone unguardedly filled with concern. "I knew it. You've been burning the candle at both ends for days on end. Look at you, your eyes are sunken. Quick, have some hot tea." She placed the food in front of Charles and hurried off to pour tea. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Charles murmured in gratitude as he sat down in the chair. His body sank into the soft cushion, and the fatigue surged even more fiercely. He stared at the sizzling food on the plate, his stomach growling, yet his arms felt so heavy that he seemed to lack the strength to lift a knife and fork. He managed to lift the hot tea that Mrs. Hudson had handed to him, sipping it slowly. The warm liquid slid down his dry, aching throat, bringing some comfort. He set the cup down, took a deep breath, and prepared to tackle his breakfast. Picking up the knife, his fingers twitched, slightly not quite obeying him. He cut a small piece of bacon and mechanically chewed it. It tasted wonderful. Mrs. Hudson's cooking was as excellent as ever, but at that moment it felt somewhat numb in his mouth. His eyelids grew heavier. The edges of his vision began to blur, the faint sounds of forks and knives clinking against the porcelain plates, the low conversations of Watson and Mrs. Hudson, and even the crackling of the fire in the fireplace gradually faded, becoming vague and unreal. He struggled to focus, wanting to join the conversation, wanting to at least finish this breakfast. But his hand holding the fork gradually loosened its grip. His head began to droop slowly. The stray hair on his forehead fell lightly, brushing against his eyelashes. His breathing became long and steady. "So I think that position might..." Watson was speaking when he suddenly noticed that there was no movement from across the table. He paused, looking at Charles in confusion. There sat the young writer in his chair, slightly leaning forward, head bowed, his hair obscuring half of his face. His hand holding the fork was loosely resting on the edge of the plate, while his other hand was still lightly supporting the teacup. He had actually fallen asleep while holding the fork. Watson gaped in astonishment, glancing at Holmes. Holmes had already stopped his poking at the egg. He tilted his head slightly, observing Charles' sleeping profile. There was no surprise in his gray eyes, only an expression of as expected and a hint of a complex emotion, mixing helplessness with admiration. Mrs. Hudson also noticed as she covered her mouth, suppressing a gasp, her eyes filled with pity. "Oh, poor child." She lowered her voice, almost whispering, "He must be utterly exhausted. Should we call him to bed? Let him sleep?" Holmes' voice was very soft, breaking the silence. "Just temporarily move the cup and plate away from him. It wouldn't be a good idea to wake him forcibly at this moment." Watson nodded, carefully and gently moving Charles' teacup and plate aside to prevent him from accidentally knocking them over. Mrs. Hudson tiptoed in with a soft wool blanket, gently covering Charles' curled-up knees. The sitting room fell into another kind of silence. Only the soft crackling of the fire and Charles' shallow yet slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Thus he fell into an unguarded sleep at the breakfast table amidst the customary warmth of 221B. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, perfectly illuminating his drooped eyelids and straight nose, outlining a quiet and fragile silhouette. About 20 minutes passed, perhaps even less. Charles' eyelashes fluttered a few times. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision first blurred, then gradually becoming clear. What came into view was the familiar texture of the dining table, a shifted empty plate, and he jolted awake, realizing where he was and what had just happened. He sat up straight, instantly the blanket slipping off his knees. A layer of embarrassed crimson quickly spread across his face, creeping to the roots of his ears. I am sorry, Did you sleep well? Holmes spoke calmly as if nothing had just happened. He even picked up his knife again, continuing his work of poking at the egg, although there was a hint of interest at the corner of his mouth. It seems your work exhausted the last bit of reserve energy. I presume you finished it. Watson laughed lightly, filled with understanding and encouragement. Congratulations on completing it, Charles. It sounds like it was a tough battle. How do you feel now? Is your head still spinning? Mrs. Hudson chimed in eagerly. It's good that you're awake. Would you like to eat a bit more? The fried eggs are still hot in the pan. Charles looked at them, the embarrassment in his heart slowly replaced by a warm sense of relief. He shook his head, then nodded, finally revealing a tired yet genuine smile. I completed it. The first draft. He cleared his somewhat hoarse throat, his gaze turning to Holmes and Watson, his eyes shining with that mixture of exhaustion and anticipation that follows the completion of a work. If you don't mind reading a rough first draft and are willing to give me some feedback, he paused, his tone becoming earnest and inviting, I would like to ask you, my earliest and most anticipated readers, to read it. And then there were none. A story about an island and nursery rhyme murder and the absence of survivors. The living room was so quiet that one could hear the faint crackling of the kerosene lamp wick. Charles' invitation, laden with weariness and anticipation, hung in the air like a feather gently settling into the warm glow before the fireplace. Holmes set down the maltreated dinner knife in his hand, the silver tip clinking lightly against the porcelain plate. He did not answer immediately, but allowed his gaze to fall upon the old chair at Charles' feet. There lay a neatly bundled stack of manuscript papers tied with fine string considerable in thickness. And then there were none. He slowly repeated the title, as if savoring the ominous feeling these syllables imparted. Then he lifted his eyes to Charles. No one survives, just as the title suggests. Charles nodded, his throat a bit dry. He lifted his teacup to take a sip, the cool liquid causing a slight shiver, dispelling some of his drowsiness. Dr. Watson's reaction was much more direct. He nearly sprang from his chair. The movement stirred an old injury that made him wince slightly, but excitement overshadowed everything. Finished. So soon. I knew the attic light was on all night last night. He rubbed his hands together like a child awaiting a gift, his gaze eagerly darting between Charles and the stack of manuscripts. Of course we must see it. We must see it. Right now? Mrs. Hudson, please add some more tea. It seems we need something to perk us up. Mrs. Hudson looked at Charles' still pale face and shook her head disapprovingly, but she turned and went to the kitchen muttering, at least let us finish breakfast first. One by one they were a handful to manage. Holmes finally made a move. He stood up, walked over to his designated armchair by the fireplace, turned to Charles, and made a simple gesture of invitation. It seems our esteemed author believes his work has reached a level acceptable for review. Thus it is better to comply than to resist. His tone carried a sense of ritual solemnity, as if he was about to initiate a scholarly paper or a criminal case that required rigorous scrutiny. Charles approached the chair, picked up the heavy manuscript, and let his fingertips brush over the rough paper, feeling the world filled with calculation and death that lay beneath. Then he walked to the coffee table between Holmes and Watson, gently placed the manuscript down, and untied the fine string. Please, he said, his voice steadier than he had anticipated. Holmes was the first to reach out, his fingertips grazing the title on the top page before flipping it open. He read quickly, his long fingers occasionally turning the pages, producing a crisp rustling sound. Watson held his own thick notebook, but was clearly distracted. His gaze kept darting between Holmes and the manuscript in his hands, his face a mix of curiosity and anticipation with a hint of concern for Charles' health. Charles had just completed such intensive work. Although he sat up straight, his complexion was pale and translucent under the morning light, with dark circles under his eyes telling the tale of sleepless nights. Seeing that Charles seemed to be holding on with difficulty, Watson couldn't help but put down his notebook and offered a concerned doctor's smile. How are you feeling? Do you need to sleep a bit more? I'm all right. Charles shook his head, feeling indeed a bit better than he had a moment ago. Soon Holmes cleared his throat and handed the top half of the manuscript to Watson, who immediately set down his notebook as if he had found a treasure and began to read. Charles' gaze was locked onto Holmes. Seemingly sensing his scrutiny, Holmes turned the last page, gently placed the manuscript on the table, and brought his fingertips together, resting them under his chin. He did not speak immediately. His gray eyes shimmered with light in the glow of the fire. The living room fell silent for a moment, with only the crackling of the fire. Watson was the first to break the silence, speaking rapidly. So how is it, Holmes? Have you finished? My God, I only managed to glance at the first part. What about the subsequent twists? Who was the murderer after all? How did they do it? Did everyone die? Not a single one survived. He fired off a series of questions, his eyes sparkling, completely embodying the image of a loyal reader itching with suspense. Holmes lifted his gaze and turned it toward Charles, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a smile. It was a smile that radiated almost childlike excitement, making him look years younger, even possessing a lively energy, as if discovering a new toy. I must say, he began, his voice infused with a lively rhythm ignited by reading, "This far exceeds my expectations based on the outline." He abruptly stood up, began to pace slowly in the limited space, his speech gradually quickening and his gestures becoming more animated. This was a typical state for him when he was seized by a particularly intriguing thought. "The most brilliant aspect is your grasp of fairness. I can discern that you provided the readers with all the clues. Each character's past secrets, personality flaws, subtle behavioral oddities, even those easily overlooked details of physical evidence. During the revelation, that sense of so that's how it is astonishment comes from the reader's own logical chain gradually forming in their mind, finally validated. I must say, this is a sophisticated and respectful narrative strategy toward the reader." Watson, enraptured, couldn't help but interject, "So the murderer really is that judge?" "When I read that part, although I felt he was a bit off, I never dared to think that way." "How did you come up with that Caplet?" Watson's unreserved praise and eager questioning made Charles aware of the manuscript's allure to ordinary readers, and this affirmation brought him solace. Though Holmes had no interest in literature, he saw through the intentional or unintentional designs and the tricks and clues, understanding them even more thoroughly than Charles himself. However, this did not cause Charles to feel the discomfort of being exposed. Rather, it oddly alleviated the sense of emptiness caused by borrowing. At least in this time and space, this story through his pen was read, understood, and admired for the first time, an experience truly belonging to him. "Thank you," he whispered, coughing a couple of times. "If it can withstand your scrutiny, then this manuscript can be considered truly qualified." Holmes. Qualified? Far from it. Holmes resumed his seat, regaining some of his usual reserve, though the sparkle in his eyes remained undiminished. "As a puzzle, it undoubtedly possesses all the elements of success: a novel pattern, intense suspense, meticulous logic, profound depictions of humanity." And he paused, adding a hint of teasing to his tone. "An impressively striking title that is convenient for serialization. I believe that the editor of the boy's own paper, as long as he is not completely oblivious, would not let it pass." However, Watson is correct. The core of the subsequent twists and the identity of the murderer are the greatest commercial secrets of this work. Before it is officially published, the fewer people who know, the better. So Watson, before Caplet reveals the ending to you, you may need to endure the torment of curiosity a bit longer. He winked at Watson, revealing a rare glint of playfulness. Watson sighed, dramatically falling back against the chair. "Holmes." "Just joking." Holmes laughed joyfully. "Caplet will tell me." Watson feigned indignation and waved his hand, then straightened up, looking at the writer on the bed with a serious and keen expression. "Seriously, putting the story itself aside, your state of having completed it worries me. This length, this intensity, your body cannot endure such continuous strain. Writing is your talent and your lifeline, but you cannot use it to harm yourself. We need a more sustainable plan." Charles felt a bit ashamed. He nodded, not wanting to put on a brave face. "Thank you, I will think more carefully about how to balance these two aspects moving forward." Holmes nodded understandingly, gently steering the conversation away from guilt. "Then the next step is to send it to the boy's own paper's editorial desk." He paused, adding, "Do you need me or Watson to accompany you?" Unlike the Bellamy Gazette, the boy's own paper is larger in scale with a more formal system. The attitude of the editorial department may also be more commercial and less predictable. "If you don't mind," Charles' eyes brightened as he quickly replied, "I know far less about the London publishing scene than you. With you present, at least I can more clearly judge whether the other party's attitude is a sincere negotiation or pure exploitation." "It'll pass." Watson rubbed his forehead. "I feel like I can't help at all." Holmes nodded slightly. "Then I will go. Caplet, does your manuscript need a neater copy? Or should we just use this one?" "Let's use this one," Charles said, looking at the densely marked up manuscript. "The final version is like this. If they have any requests for changes, we can discuss it later." "All right." Holmes stood up, returning to his usual briskness. "I will write to the editorial department of the boy's own paper recommending this work in the name of a common reader with an appreciation for detective novels and request a meeting with the editor. This provides a bit more leeway than submitting it abruptly." He glanced at the clock and added, "Watson, you supervise our writer to combine breakfast and lunch, and then at least rest for another hour. I will go write the letter and see if there's an appropriate time this afternoon." No one disagreed. The reply arrived faster than expected, reaching me by noon the following day. It was from a deputy editor at the Young Man, who mentioned receiving a recommendation letter from Sherlock Holmes and expressed interest in a detective novel that might align with the magazine style, scheduling a face-to-face meeting at the magazine office the next afternoon. Mr. Morris, the editor, was around 40 years old, and his office was more spacious than that of editor Henry. "Mr. Holmes and M. Mr. Montague, please take a seat." Mr. Morris shook hands with each of them, maintaining a polite but distant demeanor. His gaze lingered for a moment on Charles' excessively youthful face before shifting back to Sherlock Holmes. "First of all, thank you for your recommendation letter. The letter mentions that Mr. Montague has completed a detective novel of considerable length and unique style. At the Young Man, we have always been open to excellent manuscripts, especially narrative works that can attract a wide readership." After some pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Charles handed over the manuscript. Mr. Morris received it, not immediately flipping through the pages, but instead weighing it in his hand, quickly glancing at the number of pages and the density of the text, a flicker of evaluation passing through his eyes. About 50,000 words, a standard length for serialization, he commented in a flat tone, and then there were none. Has Mr. Montague published a long work before? Or has he made any contributions to the field of detective novels? This is my first long piece, and it's also my first attempt at a detective novel, Charles replied calmly. Mr. Morris nodded, showing no visible emotion. A new author making his first attempt at a long detective novel. He reiterated his tone, revealing neither praise nor criticism, but the implication was clear. This meant higher risks and a lower initial offer. In that case, we might need some time to evaluate the manuscript. Typically for long works, especially by new authors, we require multiple editors to review it, cross-sectionally assessing its market potential, plot coherence, writing quality, and whether it fits the magazine's overall style and reader expectations. This process could take a week or even longer. A week. Charles' heart sank slightly. The countdown from Oxford would not stop. He needed to obtain a definite answer as soon as possible, even if it was a rejection, rather than endure endless waiting. I understand your magazine's rigorous processes. Sherlock Holmes interjected at the right moment, his voice steady and carrying a persuasive calm. However, sir, considering the uniqueness of this work and its potential to spark immediate discussions, perhaps we could explore a more efficient way of collaboration. Mr. Morris raised his eyes in mild surprise. For instance, while your magazine conducts its regular review, could we not have an initial discussion about the collaboration intent and the range of remuneration based on the excellence of the first third of the manuscript and a complete story outline? This way, if the manuscript is approved, we can immediately enter the signing process, saving time for both parties. Sherlock Holmes continued. Charles added at the right moment, if it doesn't get approved, I can also promptly seek other avenues for the manuscript. After all, a work conceived with such intricacy, I believe more than just the young man will be interested. Mr. Morris adjusted his glasses, reassessing the two individuals in front of him who were engaged in a harmonious exchange, and glanced at the thick manuscript on the table. Mr. Holmes seems to have great confidence in this work. As a reader, I found it profoundly engaging to the point of setting aside my affairs to spend an entire day reading it. Sherlock Holmes stated calmly, which was indeed the truth. As someone who observes logic and human nature, I appreciate its exquisite design. I believe that the editors of the young man possess equal discernment. Mr. Morris pondered for a moment. Very well, he finally conceded, I can take a look at the opening sections and the story outline first. If, as you both say, it has astonishing potential, we can initially discuss a tentative range of remuneration. But whether to accept it and the specific remuneration will still need to be decided after a full editorial review. Fair enough. Sherlock Holmes nodded. For the next half hour, Mr. Morris read the first few chapters of, and then there were none, quickly and intently, along with the outline provided by Charles, which detailed every chapter's core events and suspense points. His reading speed was swift, but the pace of turning pages gradually slowed, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing while the corners of his mouth would tighten unconsciously, a subconscious reaction to being drawn into the plot. When he finally set down the outline, removed his glasses, and began to wipe them, the air in the office seemed to solidify. Charles could hear his own heart beating a bit too quickly, his hands resting on his knees tightening slightly. Even Sherlock Holmes, seemingly relaxed, showed signs of tension in his muscles. I must admit, Mr. Morris said as he put his glasses back on, his gaze sweeping over the manuscript again, his tone now infused with a few more elements of substantial interest, though he still maintained the restraint of a business negotiation. The suspense and atmosphere created in the opening are outstanding. The nursery rhyme murder setup, combined with a confined space where everyone harbors secrets, indeed possesses strong commercial appeal. The story outline indicates that the subsequent structure is quite complete, and the core of the plot is cleverly conceived. However, as a new long work and in the fiercely competitive detective novel genre, we need to consider market risks. Typically, we do not offer very high remuneration standards for debut novels from authors at a similar standing. The moment of price negotiation had arrived. Charles held his breath. Mr. Morris quoted a figure, £15 for exclusive serialization rights. To be paid in 3 installments, 1/3 upon signing, 1/3 upon publication of the first part, and the final third upon completion of the full publication. Sherlock Holmes did not exhibit any surprise on his face, as if he had anticipated it. He did not directly counter the offer, but posed a question. Mr. Morris, may I ask what type of serialized novel currently has the highest sales in the young man? What is the average remuneration standard? Mr. Morris thought for a moment and replied, the most popular genres currently are adventure and family dramas. Top authors can earn between £2 to £3 per 1,000 words. The detective novel genre has seen an upward trend in recent years, but there are not many authors who consistently receive high remuneration. Then is it truly worth so little for a work that could pioneer a new subgenre in detective fiction, possessing high topicality and discussion value, and with a complete structure capable of attracting readers to follow updates continuously? Charles coughed lightly twice, smoothly taking over the conversation. After all, the magazine pays not only for the words, but also for the potential increase in sales and reader engagement. Sherlock Holmes added. Soon the realistic negotiation reached a stalemate. Charles felt his throat dry up and couldn't help but cough twice, the sound resonating clearly in the silent office. Sherlock Holmes glanced over with concern, and Mr. Morris cast him a sidelong glance. Sherlock Holmes keenly picked up on this detail and suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming gentler, even infused with a touch of humanity. Mr. Morris, we understand your considerations. How about this? Let's each take a step back. We can negotiate the total remuneration, but regarding the payment method, perhaps we could be more flexible to alleviate the immediate financial pressure on your magazine, such as choosing a compromise price that both sides can accept, but opting for installment payments. Mr. Moore's expression softened a little. So what do you consider to be a compromise price that both sides can accept? £25. To be paid in 4 installments, £5 upon signing, £5 upon publication of the first part, £5 upon serialization up to 2/3, and the final £10 upon full publication. Under the persistent eloquence of the two, the relatively weaker Mr. Morris ultimately relented. I need to see the complete manuscript and require reviews from 2 other editors. Of course, it will still need the final approval of the editor-in-chief. This was almost an oral commitment. Please leave the manuscript here. We will review it as soon as possible, and regardless of the outcome, we will provide you with a definitive response within a week. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me with any questions. As Charles left, the young man building the winter afternoon light in London had already turned a dusky yellow, but he felt a surreal warmth faintly pulsating in his chest. You're amazing, Holmes. His earlier facade of calm at the negotiation table crumbled the moment he stepped outside, his voice carrying a lightness akin to that of someone who had just survived a disaster, but he then coughed twice as a gust of cold wind hit him. Sherlock Holmes wore a subtle smile, pulling up his coat collar against the cold wind. Morris is a shrewd businessman, but he's not foolish. I have enough confidence in, and then there were none. It seems your confidence in it exceeds mine. Charles attempted to jest, but as the words left his mouth, he felt a profound fatigue seeping from his bones. Once the tension from the negotiation eased, the toll of sleepless nights and a lingering ache in his lungs immediately returned. He felt excitement, but like the foam atop a beer glass, it dissipated quickly, leaving behind a more complex and unnameable flavor. He tightened his scarf and matched Sherlock Holmes' pace, thinking at least tonight he could temporarily relax. The fleeting exhilaration brought by triumph, a piece titled The Young Man, surged like the harsh, transient warmth of cheap brandy. For the next 2 days, Charles secluded himself in the attic, mechanically completing the final revisions and fair copy of The Island of Dr. Moreau. He entrusted Watson to mail the manuscript to the Pall Mall Gazette, then exiled himself into the silence of the attic, awaiting an echo, whether applause or rotten eggs. The response arrived sooner, and with greater force, than he had anticipated, yet it did not emanate from the editorial offices of the Pall Mall Gazette, but rather from the literary criticism pages of London's major and minor newspapers. At first, only tentative ripples appeared. A weekly journal titled The Spectator, in its literary supplements column Glimpses of New Voices, offered a seemingly objective note. C. Capulet, a young author. C. Capulet, a young Oxford-educated author, first emerged with the scientific sketch The Stolen Bacillus, revealing promising talent for weaving austere logic with narrative charm. Yet fragments of verse circulating discreetly among certain literary salons betray a markedly different temperament, almost morbidly somber, laced with profound skepticism toward established civil order. This compels concern. Is this gifted Oxonian navigating a precarious, hyperstimulated phase of mental instability? While literary creation demands the spark of inspiration, enduring brilliance still requires the steady wick of sound reason. Charles blinked slowly upon finishing. He set the newspaper aside and walked to the window, gazing out at the leaden sky. Criticism had arrived. Milder than expected, yet far more astute. It attacked not the work itself, but the author's presumed psyche, a subtler, more formidable strategy. Yet this was merely the overture. The true bombardment came from the orthodox Lighthouse, a staunchly conservative paper that styled itself a moral sentinel. Its columnist, writing under the pseudonym The Watchman, unleashed a polemic titled Beware the Literary Weeds, on the dangerous tendencies of C. Capulet, his work and his person. Its rhetoric was so vehement, its accusations so ideologically charged, that Charles froze mid-read on his first pass. On the second reading, a wave of absurd, irrepressible laughter rose sharply in his throat. He clapped a hand over his mouth, coughing violently, even shedding involuntary tears. Weeds. Decadence. Flippant mockery of social order. They hadn't even read The Island of Dr. Moreau. Should they have done so, who knew what further monstrous labels they might affix? Such extravagance, such strenuous effort, even fabricating an entire rebellious genealogy he had never conceived, proved one truth unequivocally: his words had pierced something profoundly entrenched, stirring in its guardians a fear bordering on dread. That fear ran so deep that critics felt compelled to paint him as either a dangerous genius or a mental aberration, as though only such caricature could serve as ideological disinfectant. Just then Watson's indignant voice rose from downstairs, followed by rapid footsteps ascending the stairs. With a sharp thud, Watson all but shouldered open the attic door, clutching another newspaper tightly, his face flushed with anger. Utter nonsense. Complete venomous drivel. He brandished the paper as if to tear it apart. Capulet, have you seen this? That bloviating columnist from the Orthodox Lighthouse. How dare they? How dare they? Charles smiled faintly at Watson's vehemence, a touch of vitality returning to his pallor. I've seen it, Watson. Calm yourself. It's hardly worth ruining your health over. I can't calm down. Watson dropped heavily into the chair opposite, chest heaving. It's defamation. Malicious slander. Because you wrote a poem they couldn't parse, or a story brimming with original insight. It's the 19th century. He paused for breath then, his expression shifting from fury to sudden delight, leaned forward, eyes alight with conspiratorial excitement. But Capulet, do you know what? The world isn't populated solely by these fossilized reactionaries. Today, while settling my final clinic affairs, I ran into Professor Rodney of University College, the eminent scholar of English literature. Charles blinked, surprised. What did he say? He asked after you, voluntarily. He's used the stolen bacillus as a case study in his literature seminar for science students, sparking vigorous debate. Young minds especially relish how you fuse scientific reasoning with suspenseful storytelling. As for the poem, Watson lowered his voice, his blue eyes gleaming. He admitted it diverges from his personal preference for classical meter, but confided that several younger lecturers he knows along with friends in poetic circles hold it in high private esteem. They call its fractured urgency and startling imagery precisely what articulates the unspoken anxiety and prophetic insight of a segment of today's intellectual elite. It's true, where some despise you, others admire you sincerely, and their stature carries no less weight. As he spoke, Mrs. Hudson arrived upstairs bearing a tray, her face radiant with tender pride. Exactly. Dr. Watson speaks wisely. She placed a steaming cup of tea beside Charles's hand. Why, Jonathan the butcher told me this very afternoon. His daughter studies at Bedford College for Women. Several close friends there fiercely competed for the issue of the Pall Mall Gazette featuring your story, then debated what kind of person the author must be. Some guessed a weathered elder scholar. Others insisted he must be an exceptionally brilliant, enigmatic youth. She patted Charles's arm, her tone resolute. Pay no mind to those sour old fogies shouting in their papers. They simply can't abide novelty nor young people succeeding. Many here, and beyond, genuinely cherish your stories. At dinner, even Holmes, who usually remained absorbed in cases or experiments, uncharacteristically turned his attention to the table's conversation. He sliced vegetables from his plate with unhurried precision, remarking almost casually, I observe that your name Capulet has recently been mentioned, unprompted and in concert, by at least 3 or 4 publications with vastly divergent orientations. From the relatively temperate Spectator to the radically progressive The Horn, which expressed a measure of sympathetic understanding toward your poetry, and finally to the hysterical Orthodox Lighthouse. He lifted his gray eyes, calm, incisive, as if dissecting an intriguing chemical reaction. Typically, such polarized yet uniformly intense scrutiny arises only when a name, or the work it represents, acquires symbolic resonance beyond the text itself, when it touches a raw societal nerve or embodies an ascendant intellectual current. Detractors seek to demolish it utterly, admirers hail it as vanguard or kindred spirit. He paused, delivering his conclusion. In literature, and in thought, sharp, unequivocal hatred can sometimes forge a creator's presence and unique coordinates more swiftly and firmly than widespread tepid approval, provided the work possesses sufficient inner substance to withstand and harness such controversy. And then there were none displays flawless logic, a pure intellectual delight. Yet your poetry, and the new novel you submitted to the Pall Mall Gazette, he arched a brow. They clearly challenge the boundaries of faith and ethics. Fierce backlash is virtually inevitable for such exploratory work. Still, from the most pragmatic standpoint, a faint, almost sardonic curve touched Holmes's lips. This gratis controversy may well elevate the market value and public attention surrounding your future works more than you imagine. After all, these papers are masters at manufacturing sensation. Charles's knife and fork stilled in his hand. So this is good? He asked softly. I merely state observed phenomena and their probable consequences. Holmes corrected, returning his gaze to his plate. Whether it is good or bad depends entirely on how you respond, and what you ultimately intend your pen to achieve. Holmes speared a piece of vegetable, his tone lightly amused. One thing is certain, Capulet. You are no longer unknown, whether they hail you as a genius or condemn you as a madman. The controversy continues. The Capulet phenomenon is linked to grand themes such as the moral decline of the younger generation and the erosion of faith by scientific arrogance with increasingly alarmist rhetoric. However, a couple of moderately influential publications have offered relatively fair commentary suggesting that such vehement moral criticism of a young writer just starting out is unfair, and noting that their work has considerable merit in narrative technique and intellectual sharpness. These external voices reached 221B, mostly dissipated by Mrs. Hudson's indignant mutterings and Dr. Watson's rational rebuttals. Holmes, however, focused on another stream of information. He had faintly learned of an interesting polarization in the editorial department of The Young Man regarding, and then there were none. Some senior editors appreciated its ingenious plots and strong readability, believing it could very well become the next serialized work to spark widespread discussion. Others felt uneasy about the story's dark tone and its structure that was novel to the point of being rebellious, fearing it might alienate some traditional readers. On the fourth morning, the postman's footsteps were heavier than usual. As Mrs. Hudson went upstairs, she held a letter that was thicker than usual. The envelope bore the unmistakable emblem of the Young Man magazine. Your letter, Mr. Capulet. It looks quite important. She placed the letter on the bedside table, glancing worriedly at his pale face. Do you want me to help you open it? Think you will manage. Charles smiled as he took the envelope. The thickness beneath his fingertips made him involuntarily take a deep breath. It had come too quickly, far quicker than the promised week of review. Usually this indicated two possibilities: extreme admiration or a swift, decisive rejection. He thought with a near coldness. However, dear Mr. Montague, please pardon this somewhat hasty letter, but after reviewing the full manuscript of, and then there were none, with two colleagues from the editorial department, we could no longer wait for the standard procedure. We must admit that the impact of this work far exceeds our expectations. The concepts of the rhyme of the murderer and the island model are nothing short of brilliant. Please excuse my frankness, but in my 15 years of experience, I have never seen such a seamless integration of psychological pressure in a confined space with nursery rhyme forewarnings. Even more impressive is your fair and clever laying out of all clues. As the three of us editors read, we found ourselves caught up, like children, each circling points of suspicion and deducing the murderer, only to realize at the moment of revelation that all clues had already been laid bare before us, just misled by your superb narrative technique. This writing style, which both respects and challenges the reader's intellect, is the essence of top-notch detective fiction. The discussion in the editorial department this morning was unusually heated, not about whether to accept the work, but about how soon and in what format to present it to the readers. The conclusion was remarkably unanimous, and then there were none, is not only an outstanding detective novel, but may also pioneer a brand new subgenre. We can already foresee how once serialized people will fervently discuss who will be the next to die, and how the murderer managed it in salons, clubs, and even family tea gatherings across London. Therefore, we have made an exception to skip all intermediate review steps, and the editor-in-chief has personally approved to adopt this work with the specifications of a front-page serial with remuneration of £25 as previously discussed. Enclosed is a draft contract and a check for the first installment of £5. We hope to meet with you soon to discuss serialization details. This work deserves the swiftest pace and the highest honors. Yours sincerely, Morris, Deputy Editor, The Young Man magazine. P.S. Mr. Holmes referred to you in his recommendation as a poet of logic, and it seems that this is indeed true. His fingers brushed against the letter below. There lay a check for £5 quietly resting. The raised texture was clear and real, the scent of ink mingling with the unique smell of the paper. £5. The first payment, payable upon signing. This meant he could immediately cash it at the bank, pay Mrs. Hudson's rent for the coming weeks, buy decent stationery and manuscript paper, and repay Watson for the price of his medicine. The good doctor always said it was just a favor between friends, but Charles had always remembered. He carefully removed the check from the letter and glanced at the grayish-white daylight outside. The watermark was clear and the amount correct. The reply was written smoothly and quickly. Accepting all terms of the contract, confirming receipt of the first payment, and agreeing to meet soon to discuss details. The rustling sound of the pen on the paper was surprisingly pleasant at that moment. After writing the last sentence, he signed M. Montague blew dry the ink and placed it in an envelope. On the corner of the table, the half-written letter prepared to inquire about the review progress of Dr. Morrow's Island lay quietly. He glanced at it, reached out, and gently pushed it aside, placing it atop the stack of unreturned reader letters and clipped critiques. Dr. Morrow's Island remained silent. That work which had absorbed so much of his pain, confusion, and self-examination awaited its fate. But at this moment, Charles suddenly felt that the silence seemed less burdensome than before. At least one door had been opened for him. At least one work had been affirmed in value by a group of the most discerning professional readers with the most enthusiastic language. At least at this moment he had a check for £5 in his pocket, and the pain in his lungs seemed to subside temporarily due to the surge of emotion. The subsequent days flowed between the pen tip and the medicine bottle, and though it was called passing, it actually oscillated between dragging days and fleeting time like a rushing river heading towards the unknown. Charles sealed himself in this tilted space like a dormant cicada. The world outside was a blurred background sound, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, the cries of vendors, the rising cold wind, howling, all filtered out by his dulled senses, becoming a kind of white noise. He occasionally went downstairs to eat, or following Watson's medical advice, to get some fresh air, stood for a few minutes on the stone steps at the door. Baker Street indeed felt somewhat different. Some windows adorned with snowflake cutouts, the butcher hung fatter poultry, and the air wafted with a sweeter aroma mingled with cinnamon and roasted nuts. But he saw nothing and smelled nothing. His thoughts were submerged in the residual ink of the manuscript, entangled in the subtle pain in his lungs, drifting amid the echoes of the typeset, concerning radical and gimmicky. The holidays seemed to belong to those who were healthy, gathered, enjoyed abundance, and had a clear future, separated from him by a thin haze. The weather is terrible today, one afternoon, Watson said, looking out at the cold rain falling as he inserted branches bearing green leaves and red berries into an empty vase. But Mrs. Hudson said it might snow this Christmas. That would be atmospheric, wouldn't it? Charles replied blankly, his gaze lingering on those bright red berries. A corner of childhood memory belonging to the original owner was unearthed by the grand cleaning associated with Christmas. In 3 days it will be Christmas Eve, Watson said, oblivious to his distraction, enthusiastically planning. We really ought to decorate the living room nicely. Holmes is not to be relied upon. By the way, is there anything special you want to eat? I can tell Mrs. Hudson. Christmas Eve. Christmas. He had almost forgotten this holiday. In previous years, the original owner might have returned to his home in the countryside or stayed at the quiet academy. This year he would spend it at 221B, Baker Street, with 3 people who in a sense were strangers. How did you spend Christmas while at Oxford? Watson casually mentioned, quickly falling silent as if realizing he had misspoken. Usually quite quietly, Charles paused, responding vaguely. In the original owner's memory, Christmas was often accompanied by familial estrangement and the solitude of illness, not pleasant at all. This year will be different. Watson looked at him earnestly, saying, his eyes revealing an unreserved warmth. We will have roast goose pudding and perhaps a bit of punch. You will see. Like a bell tolling, it suddenly shattered that invisible barrier. Charles froze instinctively, turning his head to look at the small lattice window. Outside the window, a thin layer of white frost had unknowingly settled on the tiles of the roof across the street, glimmering in the gloomy daylight. At the corner, the small shop that usually only sold newspapers and tobacco had surprisingly hung a rough wreath made from holly and ribbons. In the distance, the faint sound of children's choir drifted in. The melody of "Listen, the Angels Sing" was clear, yet distant. Has time already reached this point? He belatedly realized that in this isolated island constructed from paying manuscript debts and typeset, he heard the tide of the holidays clearly for the first time, gently washing over the cobblestones of London's ancient streets towards the steps of 221B, Baker Street. A sense of daze along with a trace of anticipation he himself had not noticed quietly flooded his heart. The streets of London gradually illuminated by festive decorations. Vibrant gifts and wintergreen wreaths displayed in shop windows, the cries of newsboys mingled with the notes of carols, and the smoky scent in the air seemed somewhat softened by the aroma of roast goose pudding and mulled wine. A warm feeling belonging to the end of the year's fatigue, yet filled with coziness, enveloped the city and seeped into 221B, Baker Street. On Christmas Eve afternoon, the light snow finally arrived, not a heavy fall, but a light dusting of snowflakes that melted quietly upon touching the gray-black cobblestones like a stingy sigh. However, this bit of whiteness was enough to outline a hazy halo around London's heavy winter skyline. The living room had been tidied up, looking fresh and new. The wood in the fireplace crackled, the dancing flames casting a warm glow on the deep green walls. The wintergreen and mistletoe, carefully arranged by Mrs. Hudson, adorned the doorframe and mantelpiece with clusters of deep green and vibrant red. Watson had brought in a small spruce, decorated and shimmering with gold, standing in the corner with ribbons, small candles, and sequins reflecting a gentle light in the fire. Even Sherlock Holmes had changed out of his usual meticulous suit or practical attire, wearing a somewhat worn deep red pullover, sitting in his usual armchair by the fireplace. He was not playing the violin, merely gazing at the flames, the usual sharpness in his gray eyes replaced by a near-empty relaxation. When Charles came down from the attic, this was the scene he saw. He held 3 carefully wrapped small parcels in his hands, his heart lightly pounding in his thin chest, filled with a strange sense of anticipation. This anticipation was so subtle, yet so solid. Not only a yearning for this unfamiliar celebration, but more importantly, a cherished warmth of this moment. He did not have much. That £5 note in his pocket was all his sense of security at that moment. But when he exchanged part of it for these gifts, the anxiety about life and debts was replaced by a kind of solemn satisfaction. This feeling was different from selling his manuscripts. The royalties were for survival, for repayment, fuel for struggling forward. But these gifts were his first attempt to use the fuel he earned to illuminate those who brighten his life. "Ah, Caplet, you're down." Mrs. Hudson came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, her cheeks flushed with the satisfaction of labor. "Just in time, the tea is freshly brewed." "What is Dr. Watson mumbling about doing something according to tradition?" "All right, gentlemen, and our dear Mrs. Hudson." Watson took over the conversation, winking as he magically pulled out several wrapped small boxes with a childish excitement on his face. "According to tradition. A small token not meant to be taken as a grand gesture." Holmes seemed to finally pull himself away from his contemplation by the fire. He turned his face, his gaze sweeping over the parcels in everyone's hands, raising an eyebrow slightly, saying nothing, merely getting up and walking to the desk, retrieving a few flat items simply wrapped in brown paper. The gift exchange naturally began on the carpet by the fire. The order was casual, imbued with a familial ease. Watson was the first to hand Mrs. Hudson a box, inside of which was a tea towel embroidered with delicate daisy patterns. "Mrs. Hudson, thank you for your delicious hot tea and care every day." "Oh, Dr. Watson, you are too kind." Mrs. Hudson exclaimed in surprise, taking it, caressing the soft cotton and exquisite embroidery, her eyes slightly moist. She then took out 3 pairs of thick wool socks with fine and even stitches, distributing them to the 3 tenants. "In London's winter, keeping your feet warm means comfort for the whole body. I guess the size while knitting, try them on for fit." Watson dug into his pocket again, giving Holmes a box of premium Turkish tobacco. I know you're picky, so try this. It's said to have a unique flavor. Holmes received it, sniffed it at his nose, revealing an almost satisfied expression. Thoughtful Watson. I was indeed in need of some new samples. Then Watson turned to Charles, handing over a box wrapped in deep blue paper, wearing an expectant smile for our writer. A new set of supplies hoping to capture more wonderful stories. Charles unwrapped it to find a thick and sturdy blank notebook, its cover made of soft brown leather along with a brass fountain pen. The pages of the notebook were thick and the pen tip glimmered softly, indicating its high quality. He picked up the pen, feeling its weight and fine craftsmanship, momentarily at a loss for words. This gift was too precious and too appropriate. Watson, this is too. Don't mention its value. Watson waved his hand, his smile sincere. Good stories deserve to be recorded in a worthy place. And I noticed you always draft on those cheap notepads. It's time to treat yourself better, Caplet. Holmes coughed lightly, interrupting the moment between the two, and also took out his gift. For Mrs. Hudson, it was a gift voucher to a nearby upscale tea room, enough for her to enjoy several leisurely afternoons. For Watson, it was a medical monograph on the latest research on tropical diseases, which Watson instantly began to peruse with delight. Finally, he turned to Charles, handing over a carefully wrapped flat item in brown paper. For you. Charles curiously accepted it. The package was light, but had a solid feel. He carefully unwrapped the brown paper. Before him appeared a deep blue cloth-bound book, the gold title shimmering in the firelight. Anthology of English Poetry from Chaucer to Tennyson. This was an authoritative anthology covering the essence of centuries of English poetry. He felt a slight stirring in his heart. Was it to encourage him to read more poetry? Or was it a hint that he should learn more orthodox rhythms? He opened the thick cover, and on the title page a line of elegant and familiar cursive caught his eye to see. See, Caplet, may the true muse always favor those who dare to gaze into the abyss and attempt to outline its shape with words. Ignore the noise, just move forward. Yours sincerely, S. H. His fingertips brushed over the ink, feeling the slight indentation. Those two short lines struck Charles's chest like quiet bullets unexpectedly. This was not a compliment to the intricate concept of the stolen bacterium, nor an appreciation for the meticulous logic of, and then there were none, let alone an interpretation of the second coming. But it was an understanding of his profoundly worldly soul, a recognition of the most painful and restless part of his creative core, an acknowledgement of the path he had chosen. Holmes heard all the noise, but what he offered was a calm and solid shield, and a sword pointing toward the distance. A scalding heat surged up Charles's throat, reaching his eyes, bringing a sharp sourness. He blinked hard, trying to ward off the sudden moisture, gripping the cover of the poetry book tightly, his knuckles turning white. In his chest his heart beat violently, pulling at his delicate lungs with a dull pain, yet this pain was also engulfed by the vast warmth at that moment. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found his voice caught in his throat, leaving only hurried breaths. He looked up at Holmes. The detective did not look back at him, but gazed at the dancing flames in the fireplace, his profile appearing unusually soft in the light and shadow, as if he had just done something perfectly ordinary. But this silence, this posture was more powerful than any words. Charles ultimately did not say thank you. He simply held the heavy poetry book tighter against his chest, as if it were the first identity, proof his wandering soul had obtained. Outside, Christmas Eve was silent and cold, but at that moment he felt as if he were defended by a silent vow. The twilight of Christmas Day seemed to descend more lazily than usual. The windows of 221B, Baker Street glowed with a warm, bright light, casting a faint golden hue on the edges of the snow accumulating on the window sills. Under everyone's gaze, Charles also stood up to present his gift. He first handed his purchased gift to Mrs. Hudson, a thick, soft woolen sleeve in light gray embroidered with simple daisy patterns on the edges, plain yet warm. He made a small joke. Perhaps we complement each other perfectly, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you for your care all this time. I hope this winter your hands will be warmer. Oh, my dear Caplet. She said, her voice slightly choked, immediately putting on the sleeve, which fit perfectly, the warmth spreading from her wrist. This is truly wonderful. How did you know? She did not finish her sentence, but gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand wearing the sleeve. Charles caught a fleeting glimpse of nostalgia in her eyes, perhaps a semblance of warmth from a long-ago memory. He did not press further. Watson, Charles handed over a custom-made doctor's bag. I hope this new companion will make your visits easier. It should hold more and withstand wear better than a suitcase. This good doctor always carried an old medical bag with worn corners and a loose clasp. He had mentioned in casual conversation that the canvas bag from his military days was much lighter, only lacking in dignity. Thus Charles commissioned a craftsman to create one, a sturdy olive-green canvas body reinforced with brown leather at key points. He hoped this new companion would accompany Watson through the streets and alleys of London. Watson exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is this made for me?" His face lit up with unreserved joy as he inspected the craftsmanship of the canvas and leather, the clasp, and weighed it in his hands. "Caplet, this is so much better than my old antique," he said excitedly, like a boy receiving a new toy. "It's lighter and looks so professional. How did you think of this?" Finally, Charles handed a package box to Holmes, feeling slightly awkward. "Holmes, this, I hope it helps better protect your hands during those interesting experiments." Holmes accepted the gift, unwrapped it, and for a moment his expression fell into blankness. That day Charles stood in front of the counter pondering for a long time. This roommate seemed extremely indifferent to material pleasures apart from his violin chemical experiments, and those bizarre cases it was hard to discern any particular tastes. At last his gaze fell upon a row of soaps displayed in the pharmacy window. He thought of Holmes' hands, long, strong, yet often marked with scars from old and new injuries bearing traces of chemical burns and abrasions from fights. The detective evidently had no concept of hand care. With a touch of subtle dark humor and genuine concern, he ultimately chose a high-quality Marseille soap, set reputed for its moisturizing and restorative effects, which also came with a delicate bristle hand brush. At that moment Charles felt a twinge of apprehension. Soon Holmes came back to himself, his gaze sweeping knowingly over the faint scars on the back of his hand, then looking at Charles, a faint, yet wholly genuine smile crept across his lips. Very practical, Caplet. Observant and perfectly thoughtful. Thank you, he said solemnly, placing the gift aside, as if it were a piece of evidence that needed to be carefully stored. As the formal Christmas dinner was laid out on the living room table, even the air seemed to become rich and satisfying. A gigantic roast goose dominated the center, surrounded by roasted potatoes, honeyed carrots, Brussels sprouts, and rich gravy. The punch shimmered in the glass bowl, exuding the fragrance of oranges, lemons, and rum. To Her Majesty the Queen, to health, to friendship, to the rare good weather. Watson raised his glass, beaming as he made a toast. To Mrs. Hudson's unmatched culinary skills. Holmes rarely chimed in, raising his glass in tribute to their rosy-cheeked landlady. Oh, you gentlemen. Mrs. Hudson feigned annoyance, but her eyes were filled with mirth. Holmes blinked, then added teasingly, at least it allows me to temporarily forget Inspector Lestrade's report on the smuggling case in the dock area, which is fraught with flaws. Watson laughed heartily, and I must thank this feast for giving me the strength to tackle that ridiculous application form from the health department. By the way, Holmes, you mentioned seeing that article on post-traumatic neuralgia in the Lancet yesterday. The topic briefly shifted to professional exchanges, only to be pulled back by the steaming pudding Mrs. Hudson had just brought in. Charles sat among them, slowly sipping his punch. The alcohol brought a gentle warmth, loosening his nerves. The outside world's criticisms were now shut out, dissolved by the aroma of roast goose, the laughter of friends, and the crackling of the fire. With most of the food consumed, the effects of the alcohol further relaxed them. Holmes even took out his violin, but did not play the complex etudes or passionate improvisations. He adjusted the strings, and then a soothing, tranquil melody flowed out. Silent Night. The music was pure and melodious, lingering amid the fragrance of food and laughter, adding a solemn, yet gentle undertone to the feast. Next came God Save the King, with notes carrying a broad and comforting power. The music faded, leaving echoes behind. Watson took a deep breath, as if awakening from a beautiful dream, his gaze sweeping across the room, finally landing on Charles. The alcohol and atmosphere made his blue eyes especially bright, revealing unmasked mischievousness and anticipation. I say, Watson took another large sip of punch, satisfied, and sighed, his gaze drifting over the warm room illuminated by the fire, candlelight, and Christmas tree, finally settling on Charles. The alcohol and festive atmosphere emboldened his spirit and enthusiasm, a gleam of mischief and brightness on his face. Such fine food and drink, such a beautiful night, and with our great detective maestro providing the music, something seems to be missing, don't you think, gentlemen, and our dear Mrs. Hudson? Mrs. Hudson immediately caught on, smiling with pursed lips. Oh, Dr. Watson, what good idea do you have this time? Of course we have a ready-made one right here. Watson pointed his empty glass toward Charles, his smile widening. Our talented writer Charles C. Caplet. Don't you think that on a night dedicated to stories and poetry, some impromptu creation would make it truly complete? Charles was holding the anthology of English poetry that Holmes had given him, his fingertips lingering on the gilded title, savoring the warm touch of the leather cover. At the invitation, he looked up, still slightly immersed in the emotions stirred by the gift. The sudden shout did not pressure him in the least. Perhaps softened by the warmth of the room and the alcohol, or perhaps influenced by the pure expectations in his friend's eyes, the tension he had maintained due to criticism and the pressure of survival relaxed more than ever at that moment. Charles felt the warm current in his chest surge once more, even more forceful than before. It dissipated the last remnants of reserve and hesitation. He did not want to borrow any passages from his memory palace anymore, nor consider meter depth or whether it was ahead of its time. On this Christmas Eve that belonged solely to 221B, he simply wanted to say something for this moment, for this place, for these people before him. A feeling and thought that belonged to him. Charles C. Caplet, sitting at 221B, Baker Street on Christmas of 1880, swelled in his chest, seeking expression. He suddenly lifted the empty glass in front of him as if it were still filled with liquid and laughed loudly into the void. What I write is not for proclamation, not for inscribing an eternal refrain on a tombstone. It is merely for the invisible, those forever on the journey, to have a moment to pause and catch their breath. When they finally traverse all the wastelands and dictionaries and arrive, perhaps people will suddenly realize and softly name it. Look, this is it. We call it spring. Spring has not arrived. At least for Charles C. Caplet, the vision named spring glimpsed in the cup on that peaceful night, remained dormant beneath the heavy gloomy fog and cold of London in the early weeks of 1881, you still out of reach. In the attic of 221B, Baker Street, a different season was changing on Charles C. Caplet's desk. While the spring of nature had not come, the waves stirred by the world he penned were pouring new pressures and opportunities upon his already slender shoulders like a sudden downpour mixed with hail. The first wave was stirred by M. Montague. As the serialization of And Then There Were None began and the boys owned the closed island, the eerie nursery rhymed the series of deaths, and the setting where everyone harbored secrets all became like a bath ball thrown into the Victorian reading market, spinning and amplifying its own presence. The magazine sales saw a significant boost and letters from readers flooded the editorial office, all inquiring about the follow-up and the true identity of the murderer. The name Montague, along with its mysterious background, quickly became a hot topic in London's popular literature circle. Other magazines and publishers with keen senses were quick to respond. Charles began to receive some exploratory letters, some from publications like the Illustrated London News that also catered to the public, and others from smaller, but more generous-paying popular fiction weeklies, with similar content, inquiring whether Mr. Montague would be interested in writing for them with no restrictions on the subject, but hinting that detective suspense work similar to And Then There Were None would be especially favored with remuneration that was negotiable and often accompanied by phrases like urgent need for submissions and hope for a quick response. These commissions implied higher, sometimes even double remuneration, but also meant tighter deadlines and possibly more commercial content requirements. Charles laid the letters printed on different letterheads on his desk, examining them like a complex chess game. Behind each letter was a square that could fill the gap of Oxford tuition fees, but each move would also require him to expend his already scarce time and energy. He had to choose carefully, balancing income, energy expenditure, and the long-term planning of his various pen names. Just as he was weighing the fame of Montague against the commissions, another long-awaited letter which he had almost dared not hope for finally arrived at his hands via the Belleville Chronicle. It was a handwritten note from editor James Henry. The letter began with a formal greeting and quickly got to the point. Editor Henry wrote in his usual cautious and clear tone that after several rounds of intense discussion within the newspaper, they had made a rather bold decision. They did not intend to serialize the novel in the newspaper, but proposed to collaborate with Charles to publish it as an independent book. This is undoubtedly a risk, Mr. Caplet, Henry candidly admitted in the letter. The intellectual impact of the ideas in your story, as well as the statements that challenge scientific ethics, seem too unique and too heavy within the framework of a newspaper column. However, it is precisely this uniqueness and heaviness that reveals its potential unique value as an independent work. But the opportunity comes with stringent conditions. Henry proposed that the manuscript must undergo substantial revisions before publication. Some overly graphic depictions of dissection and transformation needed to be softened, certain dialogues that might be deemed blasphemous needed to be adjusted or removed, some passages depicting the orc's suffering and struggle were considered potentially distressing for general readers and were advised to be simplified. And at the end of the story, that pervasive despair and nihilism would be best accompanied by a glimmer of light pointing towards a reflection on humanity or future hope. At the end of the letter, Henry shifted his tone to a more personal one. Additionally, please allow me to say a few more words as an elder and friend. I have noticed some unfriendly remarks regarding you in some recent publications, particularly concerning that poem of yours. Please do not take it too much to heart. The literary world has always been like this. Mixed reviews often accompany the true emergence of talent. The harshest voices sometimes prove that you have touched upon areas they are unwilling or afraid to confront. Focus on your story, revise it, perfect it. Let it be published in book form to undergo a broader and more lasting scrutiny, which may hold more significance than merely creating a temporary splash in the newspaper. Then, as if casually, he mentioned, there is another matter. I recently received a personal letter forwarded by the newspaper asking me to deliver it to you. The sender is a professor from University College London who has a connection with Professor Dodson. He expressed great admiration for your piece, The Stolen Bacteria, published in our paper, and for the scientific imagination you displayed. Their college holds regular public lectures aimed at exploring the intersection of scientific frontiers and humanistic thinking. He believes your perspective is unique, hence the audacity to extend an invitation inquiring whether you would be willing to share on this subject. A formal invitation is enclosed. This matter should not cause you any pressure. It is entirely up to you. Charles unfolded the private invitation attached to Henry's letter. The wording was respectful and the signature was from the Society for the Advancement of Science and Public Understanding at University College London, with a lecture scheduled for an afternoon 2 weeks later, inviting him as the recently prominent science fiction author C. Caplet to give a lecture lasting about an hour with the theme left to his discretion, but suggesting it could relate to future visions and social implications in scientific fantasy. Charles set the letter down, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes. Revisions for the standalone book. Competitive high-paying short story commissions. An invitation for a university lecture. His body was silently protesting a dull pain and itchiness emanating from deep within his chest. He knew he should be cautious, should turn down some offers and prioritize rest. Watson would surely advise him this way, and Mrs. Hudson would be worried. But another voice in his head coldly and almost cruelly analyzed the lecture at University College London. This was not a private salon in Bloomsbury, it was a formal academic setting facing scholars, students, and critics. If successful, this would be a crucial vindication and elevation for the identity of C. Caplet, significantly solidifying his reputation in the intellectual community with a value far exceeding the remuneration. Those critical voices might be partially offset by a powerful public appearance, and the high remuneration for Montague was the quickest way to alleviate survival pressures. The publication of the standalone book would be a long-term accumulation of reputation. The risk lay in his health and whether he could prepare a high-quality lecture in a short time, and whether he could manage two creative identities without revealing any flaws, and in whether that already warning body would completely collapse after excessive exhaustion. Just as he was concentrating and weighing his options, he vaguely heard muffled voices from the living room downstairs, a conversation between Holmes and a stranger with an anxious male voice. Intermittent phrases floated up. "I must know. That African gray parrot. The last thing it said before it died." Holmes' response was concise and calm, carrying that diagnostic tone that stripped away emotions. Even late at night, the consulting business of 221B, Baker Street, had not closed. A strange death involving a talking parrot might provide material for tomorrow's Times Curiosity section. The light outside dimmed further. Charles opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the book of English poetry, A Gift from Holmes, its deep blue cover appearing particularly tranquil in the dim light. Ignore the noise and just move forward. He took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and spread out a new sheet of letter paper. Charles found himself caught in a different rhythm of busyness. This busyness was different from the immersive torment of writing a novel. It was more outward-focused, more exhausting, requiring frequent visits to public places, dealing with a plethora of textual materials, and constantly simulating interactions with crowds. He became a regular at the British Museum reading room. In this age without air conditioning, Charles had to wrap his coat tightly around him, sitting in this dilapidated place for most of the day. He needed to find solid scientific evidence, or at least reasonable speculation, for his depiction of the future in the lecture, ensuring he did not unconsciously bring elements familiar in the 21st century back to the late 19th century. He began to repeatedly study Verne's works as he was a local author. As a foreigner in spirit, Charles needed such a guide to analyze how to bridge known scientific principles into adventurous narratives. Afterward, he would focus on turning his gaze toward those slightly more distant realms still not fully illuminated by the light of science. The drafting and revising of his speech became a purgatory. The first draft overflowed with overly modern terms and concepts from his memory palace, which he decisively discarded. The second draft was overly restrained, resembling a dull scientific overview. Listening to him speak was less engaging than reading Nature and the Lancet for oneself. The third draft was also unsatisfactory. The fourth draft, he continuously adjusted the tone, proportions, and selected examples. He had to find that delicate balance. It needed to be sufficiently novel, inspiring, and impactful to meet the audience's expectations of a science fiction writer, yet not overly radical, challenging the boundaries of contemporary scientific and public understanding. He needed to package those carefully selected and vaguely processed fragments of the future in plain, yet compelling language. At the same time, he had to prepare responses for any potential doubts. He envisioned various questions about the boundary between scientific fantasy and mere nonsense, about the ethical dilemmas that technological advancements might bring, and possibly even direct citations of critiques regarding the danger of decadence in his poetry, questioning his qualifications to discuss scientific foresight. For each question, he prepared concise, calm, or evidence-based draft responses, rehearsing them repeatedly until addressing them became as instinctive as responding to a cough. This process drained his spirit. He often felt a throbbing pain at his temples when the reading room closed, his vision blurring, having to lean against a cold stone pillar for a moment before slowly making his way back to Baker Street. His Botus alarm had not been lifted. Frequent outings, exposure to the library's dusty books, had worsened his cough. The frequency of coughing up blood had not increased, but the sensation of rust in his throat became more frequent. Dr. Watson's medicine was running out quickly. The good doctor watched Charles' increasingly gaunt cheeks and the persistent dark circles under his eyes with a furrowed brow. The words of persuasion lingered on his lips, yet they often turned into a sigh, silently placing a newly prepared bottle of medicine at the attic staircase. Mrs. Hudson's worries were more directly reflected at the dining table. The soup was thicker, the food softer. She even tried to persuade Charles to drink some peculiar herbal juice said to boost energy, which he declined with a wry smile, citing that the taste might affect his thinking. Holmes was merely an observer. He no longer offered specific advice on the lecture content. Such was not his domain. Occasionally at breakfast, his gray eyes would thoughtfully glance over the subtle changes in Charles' pen-holding posture or the instinctive motion of pressing his hand to his chest when coughing, yet he said nothing. On the eve of the lecture, Charles hardly slept. He recited the speech one last time, confirming every transition and citation, even preemptively preparing responses for several potential questions during a brainstorming session. In the early hours, he leaned against the headboard, listening to his rapid heartbeat and the howling wind outside, feeling a shift from a desperate grasping for hope and tension to a detached calm. It seemed the one about to step onto the podium was no longer Charles C. Kaplan, but rather a meticulously calibrated instrument, a literary character named the prophet of the future. The sky had not yet brightened. The clouds hung low over the rooftops, yet it had not begun to rain. In front of the classical-style building of University College London, carriages arrived one after another, discharging well-dressed gentlemen, scholarly-looking elders, and young students with curious gazes. Charles arrived alone. He rejected Watson's kind offer of accompaniment. "If you show up, others will think I'm gravely ill and need a doctor's supervision." He also turned down Holmes. "Your appearance might steer the topic away from science fiction and toward detective novels." He wore a slightly oversized dark old suit, the best one left by the original owner, now fitting loosely on his much thinner frame. His complexion was the usual pallor, but before the speech he deliberately splashed cold water on his face to make his skin appear less ashen. The only difference from usual was in his eyes. There was neither the dazed look of a sickly person nor the intentionally deep gaze of a social setting. Instead, there was an unusual calmness, as if he were in the low-pressure area of the eye of a storm. He was led to the podium. The hall was packed with many people, even standing at the back. Eyes converged upon him, curious, scrutinizing, expectant, and perhaps even disdainful. Charles gently adjusted the edge of the podium. The cold wooden texture sent a jolt of focus through him. He unfolded the meticulously revised speech, yet did not immediately look at it. He lifted his head, letting his gaze slowly sweep across the entire audience before speaking. His voice was not loud, even somewhat hoarse, yet it resonated clearly throughout the quiet hall. "Ladies and gentlemen," he paused, as if giving both the audience and himself a moment to acclimatize. "When Mr. Jules Verne, with his unparalleled imagination, led us into 20,000 leagues under the sea, around the world in 80 days, and even to the moon, he expanded the physical boundaries of our understanding. He demonstrated that fantasy grounded in solid science can illuminate the darkness of the unknown and inspire the courage to explore. However, the march of science never ceases. Should our wings of imagination not also soar toward realms that are perhaps more distant and murky in time and space? Not only to explore the unknowns of geography, but also to ponder the future riverbeds that the torrents of time may wash away, not merely to depict mechanical wonders, but also to examine how these marvels will reshape us, our society, our ethics, our very definition of human." He began in a tone that was calm to the point of being narrative. There were no exaggerated gestures, no impassioned tones, only the clear logic and refined imagery wielded as deftly as his pen. Evidently, the opening was smooth and captivating. Then Charles began to depict a near-future scenario boldly extrapolated from the nascent science of the present. He spoke of how the proliferation of electricity could completely transform the nights of cities and the labor of households. When discussing new forms of transportation, he cautiously employed vague terms like more efficient rail systems and self-propelling vehicles, suggesting that they might reshape the sense of distance between urban and rural areas. He talked about medical breakthroughs, based on the research of Pasteur and Koch, that could challenge traditional notions of disease and death. His descriptions were not fanciful daydreams, but were cleverly tied to a paper on generator efficiency from Nature magazine or a doctor's call for the promotion of sanitation from the Lancet, giving the fantasies a scientific framework. Gradually, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. Initial scrutiny and curiosity transformed into focused listening, occasionally punctuated by murmurs of realization or the rustling of notes. Charles' voice remained steady, though it seemed somewhat lacking in strength due to his physical condition. Yet it was this slightly frail calmness that created a tremendous tension against the provocative content he was discussing. He seemed unaware of the shocking prophecies he was proclaiming, merely recounting a series of actual scenes he had once witnessed, although he had indeed lived amidst such visions. Charles closed his manuscript, coughed lightly twice, wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, and raised his eyes. "What I have presented is merely a superficial sketch of the tomorrow as envisioned by a dreamer. There are surely many fallacies within, but I hope to inspire you all to think more deeply about the future potential embedded within the current scientific progress." With that, my talk concludes, but it also signals a more daunting challenge. The beginning of the QA session. The atmosphere was lively, with questions flooding in. Most inquiries were curious explorations and friendly additions. Until a serious-looking old-school scientist stood up, adjusted his glasses, and expressed his unvarnished skepticism. "Mr. Kaplan, while the scenario you depicted is indeed intriguing, please forgive my frankness. Many of the possibilities you mentioned, such as the widespread use of electric power and the tiny germs causing major illnesses, lack solid scientific principles and experimental data to support them, being more rooted in literary associations. Does this not stray from the rigorous foundation that science ought to have, slipping into baseless fantasy?" The room fell silent, eyes focused on Charles. Charles did not answer immediately. He coughed lightly a few more times, the sound particularly clear in the silence. Then he raised his hand, signaling that he needed a moment. This gesture was natural, yet powerless, oddly softening the confrontational atmosphere in the air. He pressed the handkerchief to his lips again before slowly speaking, his voice still hoarse, yet each word clearly reaching every corner of the classroom. "Esteemed sir, thank you for your question. It is crucial. You mentioned the solid mathematical and physical foundations. Yes, this is the backbone of science. I hold it in the highest regard." He then shifted his tone, his gaze slightly unfocused, as if casting into a more distant void. However, beyond the reach of the torch's light lies an abyss of darkness. The first person to describe the motion of objects with formulas, the first to speculate about the existence of microscopic organisms unseen by the naked eye in their time, also had no solid formulas in hand. Were their conjectures not in the eyes of the authorities of their day also seen as baseless fantasies? He paused. Another bout of suppressed coughing interrupted him. He turned slightly to the side, tightly covering his mouth with the handkerchief, his shoulders gently shaking. The sound of coughing echoed distinctly in the silent auditorium. After a few seconds, he managed to steady his breath, turning back a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. The spirit of science, he said slowly, each word deliberate, as if expending all his strength, may lie not only in delineating precise boundaries for the known world, but also in maintaining a sense of reverent exploration towards that vast, unknown darkness. Yesterday's fantasies may very well be the hypotheses being validated in today's laboratories. Today's wild ideas might just become tomorrow's common knowledge in textbooks. Our discussion of the future today is not to predict it with certainty, but to ensure that when it truly arrives, we are not left bewildered because our gaze has never ventured beyond the horizon. With that, he said no more, slightly bowing to indicate he had finished his response. The room fell silent for a moment, then applause erupted, initially sporadic, then swelling into a unified chorus, growing louder. The old scientist who had asked the question appeared momentarily stunned, ultimately offering a token clap, his serious expression unchanged, yet the sharp skepticism in his eyes seemed to lose its confrontational edge. The post-lecture salon was held in a smaller reception room at the academy, offering simple refreshments. Charles was surrounded by several university lecturers, newspaper critics, and key figures from the literary circle. He cautiously responded to questions about future social structures and the ethical dilemmas that technological advancements might bring, often using phrases like "this is a literary concern," or "this is more about exploring humanity," as a narrative framework to soften overly sharp viewpoints. He navigated the conversation, deftly appearing polite, yet distant. When Charles finally settled into the cab heading back to Baker Street, his legs felt as if they were laden with lead, and outside London had become a chaotic, deep night blurred by gaslights and fog. The taut strings suddenly loosened, fatigue swept over him, engulfing him in an instant. He leaned against the cold carriage wall, eyes closed, feeling as if each breath tugged at the dull pain deep within his chest, as though a rough pebble were lodged in his throat. Upon returning to 221B, he was greeted by the worried face of Mrs. Hudson. "Goodness, look at your complexion. Come in, I've got tea warming on the stove." Charles nodded, slightly stumbling as he nearly fell to the floor. He was almost helped upstairs by Watson. As soon as he entered the living room, he collapsed into the armchair by the fireplace, unable to control his severe coughing, his pale cheeks flushing an unhealthy red and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Watson immediately took out a stethoscope, his expression grave as he examined him, quietly inquiring about the specific location and sensation of the chest pain. Holmes was not as usual immersed in his thoughts or experiments. He quietly stood on the other side of the fireplace, holding the Marseille soap that Charles had given him, thoughtfully rolling it between his fingers. His gray eyes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, quietly observed the young man, who was curled up from coughing. It was not until Charles' breathing calmed slightly and Watson administered some cough-soothing medication that Holmes slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly cutting through the warm, slightly medicinal air of the room. "Your future seems to have indeed frightened quite a few who are living in yesterday." He paused, using a tone that was almost teasing yet also seemed to encourage or comfort, quite effective. It accurately encapsulated the core conflicts and outcomes of tonight's lecture, subtly implying a sense of "as I expected." Charles leaned back in the chair, laboriously lifting his eyelids to look at Holmes, capturing that barely perceptible approval in the other's tranquil gaze. A faint yet genuine warmth mingling with the effects of the medication temporarily suppressed his extreme discomfort and mental exhaustion. On a crisp morning at the end of January, Charles sat beside the hearth holding a freshly printed copy of the Daily Telegraph, its ink still faintly pungent. His gaze settled upon a brief cultural review, his fingers unconsciously tightened, crinkling the paper's edge with delicate telling folds. The reviewer wrote, in that characteristically condescending yet fascinated tone, "Of late a young man writing under the pseudonym C. Capulet has stirred quiet ripples among London's most discerning readers with his distinctive scientific romance. From the wry satire of the stolen bacillus to his recent thought-provoking lecture at University College London, this author reveals an unmistakable gift. He possesses the rare ability to fuse rigorous scientific grounding with an almost pathological imagination, forging unsettling yet inescapable visions of the future." Audience members privately likened listening to him to witnessing a prophet risen from a sickbed, calmly, even coldly narrating the possibilities and paradoxes of tomorrow's world while burning away his own vitality. A prophet from the sickbed. This epithet, steeped in the Victorian romantic association between genius and frailty, captured with uncanny precision the most dramatically compelling facet of C. Capulet's public persona. And the Belgrave Street Gazette, as the inaugural newspaper to feature him, responded with even greater ambition. Editor Carter himself took the helm, devoting nearly half a page to a detailed summary of Charles's lecture accompanied by an effusive, near-episodic editorial note. The article hailed Charles as a new star discovered, and proudly claimed, "By our paper, a mind uniquely endowed with both the mathematician's rigor and the poet's visionary frenzy," and praised the lecture as one that not only illuminated the frontiers of scientific imagination, but also delivered a piercing yet compassionate interrogation of our age's spiritual malaise. In closing, Carter alluded, tactfully, to earlier critiques of Charles's poetry, dismissing them as the instinctive rejection of the extraordinary by the ordinary, and confidently predicted Mr. Capulet's ideas will spread through our brilliant era like the very bacilli he writes about, quietly, inevitably, and catalyzing profound transformation. Pale, keen, aloof, genius, prophet. These words printed on coarse newsprint mingled with the warm, fragrant steam of breakfast tea, creating a profoundly unreal reading experience, as though the newspaper were chronicling a stranger who merely shared his name. That stranger bore the weight of expectation, interpretation, even myth, whereas the man seated at the dining table of 221B, Baker Street, swallowing cough syrup with his oatmeal, was nothing more than mortal flesh, persistently tormented by a deep-seated pulmonary ache and the tinnitus of nervous exhaustion. The most immediate and tangible echo of this newfound fame soon arrived at the door of 221B, Baker Street. Editor James Henry paid a personal afternoon visit, still impeccably clad in his somber tailored suit. His eyes lingered for a moment on Charles's pallid, bloodless face before stating plainly, "The lecture appears to have taken quite a toll, Mr. Capulet. You look even more drawn than when last I saw you at the office. An old ailment aggravated by the weather." "Thank you for your concern," Charles replied with a practiced, weary smile, gesturing for him to be seated. Mrs. Hudson served hot tea. Formalities concluded swiftly. Then Henry withdrew a neatly bound document from his leather briefcase and placed it upon the low table. "Let me be direct. The editorial board, including Mr. Carter and myself, having reviewed the quality of your work to date, the critical discourse it has ignited, and the singular promise and temperament revealed in your recent lecture, has unanimously resolved that it is time to establish a more formal and enduring collaboration." He slid the document gently toward Charles. "This is a 6-month contract appointing you as a regular columnist. Its core stipulations are these: each month, you shall contribute 1 science fiction short story and 1 essay straddling the realms of scientific exposition and philosophical commentary, both destined for the Belgrave Street Gazette's scientific romance and related sections. Subject matter remains entirely at your discretion, but the overall tone must preserve the hallmark qualities you have already established: prescience and intellectual depth. In return, the paper guarantees a fixed monthly remuneration." Charles's heartbeat faltered just once. He accepted the contract, his fingertips registering the fine, substantial grain of its paper. With deliberate effort, he wrenched his gaze from the figure denoting his monthly salary and began reading line by line. The terms were lucid: rights and obligations precisely delineated. The agreement secured first publication rights only, imposing no excessive restrictions on other intellectual property, and payment schedules and methods were clearly specified. This was a legitimate, legally binding employment contract, utterly distinct from the scattered ad hoc submissions he had previously offered. Having traversed time, teetered on the brink of death, crawled through poverty and illness, and navigated the moral chasms of transposing another world's wisdom, here now lay stability itself, resting quietly in his hands. It was unassuming yet undeniably real, the first sturdy rope he had grasped in this alien epoch. "Regarding remuneration, we believe this figure reflects both the paper's present goodwill and our confident projection of your future worth," added Henry, his voice calm, yet imbued with quiet, unassailable certainty. "Naturally, should any clause raise questions, we are open to discussion." Charles forced himself onward. Legal terminology and stipulations blurred across his vision until slowly he turned to the final page, the signature line blank and waiting for either C. Capulet, or his given name. Here it was. To sign would bind his thoughts, his time, and every word produced under the name Capulet to the Belgrave Street Gazette for the next 6 months. It was security, and it was a shackle. It was the paper's acquisition and investment in his talent. They had recognized the market value of this prophet from the sickbed and the attention and readership he could command. And he in turn was selling his most precious resources, his creativity, his fragile health, and the gnawing, ever-present moral anxiety over plagiarism, in exchange for the bare right to survive. At last he had sold himself outright. A wave of near-sardonic absurdity washed over him. Before his crossing, he had despaired of being ignored. After it, he feared exposure, and now he was openly pricing and commodifying this carefully constructed facade of genius, signing a veritable indenture. His hand closed around the pen Henry had extended. Its barrel felt icy. His fingertips trembled, not wholly from excitement, but from the body's involuntary protest after prolonged nervous exhaustion and relentless overextension. The nib hovered above the signature line, trembling faintly, casting a small, unstable shadow upon the page. Charles closed his eyes. Fragments flooded his mind, the terror and disorientation upon waking in his Oxford dormitory bed, the jolt of recognition standing before 221B, Baker Street, seeing Sherlock Holmes, the stark crimson bloom on his handkerchief during a midnight hemorrhage, the complex blend of scrutiny and anticipation in the lecture hall, the warmth of Edeline's letters, and the chilling figures on his Oxford ledger. All of it, good and ill despair and fragile hope, converged upon this instant upon the name about to take form beneath his pen. He drew a slow breath, stirring the familiar dull ache in his chest. Then steadying his wrist against the tremor, he began to write, Charles C. Capulet, letter by deliberate letter. The script was slightly less precise than usual, yet clear and legible. The moment the nib lifted from the paper, a sudden searing tinnitus pierced his skull, a shrill alarm-like drone that drowned out every other sound. Simultaneously, a profound sense of hollowness rose from his gut, spreading rapidly through his limbs and torso, as if in signing he had surrendered not just his name, but a vertebra from his spine or a keystone from his soul. His vision darkened, he released the pen and slumped back into the chair, gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles whitened and veins stood out sharply on his hands. Capulet. Dr. Watson instantly sensed something amiss and rose to his side. I'm all right. Charles managed the word strained. The ringing receded, but the crushing fatigue remained. He waved a dismissive hand, signaling he simply needed a moment's respite. Just tired. He turned to Henry, attempting another smile, only to feel its stiffness and utter lack of conviction. Henry paused, nodded understandingly, gathered the signed copy of the contract, and slid Charles's personal copy toward him across the table. Rest well, Mr. Capulet. We look forward to receiving your first submission by mid-February. Take your time choosing the subject. He rose, exchanged courteous farewells with Holmes and Watson, and descended the stairs escorted by Mrs. Hudson. After the editor departed, an uncanny silence settled over the sitting room. Charles remained reclined against the chairback, his eyes closed. The contract's weight pressed heavily upon his heart. But what truly drained him was the avalanche of exhaustion that surged the moment the taut string of willpower, stretched thin for months, finally slackened. That string had been drawn tight the instant he awoke, transmigrated, confronted with death and destitution. The verbal duels at salons, the veiled barbs in newspapers, the precarious poise required during lectures, all flooded his dazed, relaxed mind at once, unbidden and unstructured. That very night, the low-grade fever returned. His forehead burned, his temples throbbed, his throat seared as if aflame. His cough was no longer intermittent. It became a relentless, violent cascade, wrenching deep from his lungs, each spasm tearing through his chest, blurring his vision with blackness. Awakened by the ceaseless rattle of coughing in the dead of night, Watson ascended the stairs, and his face darkened with grave alarm. Capulet, look at me. Watson's voice shed all warmth, hardening into the cold, commanding tone of a battlefield surgeon confronting a gravely wounded soldier. What precisely do you imagine your body to be? An indestructible machine. Look at what you've done to yourself these past months. He counted on his fingers, voice urgent and pained. To pay that accursed tuition you wrote day and night, as though you were two men. See. Capulet, the science fiction writer, and Montague, the detective novelist. You sparred with those arrogant salon attendees, and returned home coughing blood. You prepared that infernal lecture, exhausting your spirit more than scaling 10 mountains. Have you not read the vile things printed in the papers? And tell me, can you truly read them without letting them sink in? Now your nerves, your lungs, every cell in your body is rebelling, protesting against a master who rules them with reckless, tyrannical disregard for survival. Watson drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his rising emotion, yet his gaze remained unrelenting. Now I order you, by virtue of my oath as a physician, to enter full convalescence. All writing, all thinking, all anxiety must cease. Otherwise, every effort we have made thus far will be undone. The consequences you would not wish to know. This collapse was no accident. It is the inevitable culmination of every choice you have made. You must stop. Now. The inertia of the mind proved far stronger than the stillness of the body. For the first few days, Charles sank into a restless, feverish stasis, too weak even to sit upright, yet his mind refused to quiet. The shadow of the contract, the dual burden of his pen, names, the dread of his illness, the uncertainty of his future. These hung like a dream catcher above his bed, swaying ceaselessly in his thoughts. Half awake, half dreaming, he would suddenly recall the incisive opening of a science essay, or a pivotal clue in a Doyle detective case, only to jolt awake horrified to find himself thinking of work again, followed instantly by deeper exhaustion and self-loathing. Each morning, when the cough eased slightly, he would force himself upright, propped high on pillows, a small writing board balanced across his knees, then begin composing, channeling the disciplined, analytical mindset of C. Capulet. The scientific essay commissioned by editor Henry centered on the transformation of urban-rural structures following advances in transportation. He strove for language cool and detached, rich in logical extrapolation and humanistic reflection. He described how accelerated rail networks compressed both space and time, driving unchecked urban expansion while reshaping rural life. He speculated how new transport hubs might birth liminal zones, neither fully city nor traditionally rural. He pondered whether shrinking physical distances would truly bridge human hearts, or deepen spiritual estrangement instead. Yet the act of writing was agonizingly labored. More unsettling still, whenever he attempted to portray the future commuter, his mind refused the imagery of 1881's carriages and steam trains. Instead, it summoned the crush of commuters in a morning subway, faces blank with fatigue, solitude unbroken even by earphones, and the monotonous blur of suburban landscapes flashing past high-speed train windows. These memories erupted with visceral clarity. Noise sent raw emotion, brutally displacing the calm, objective stance he had reserved for Capulet. He choked violently, his pen slipping from his grasp and gouging a jagged ink-black line across the page. This was less prophecy than nostalgia, a homesickness draped in science-fictional guise. And he was forced to clothe these symptoms in the scientific vernacular of the Victorian age, a process akin to extracting his own viscera, then clumsily suturing them back into a form deemed acceptable by contemporary sensibilities. In the afternoon, perhaps stirred by a social news clipping Watson had left beside his bed, his thoughts would inevitably drift into Montague's register. He began unconsciously dissecting a domestic dispute recounted in the clipping, seeking to distill from it a psychological enigma worthy of the Doyle detective. But when crafting the murderer's motive, a profound sense of helplessness seized him, tightened its grip around his collar. Death, that very instrument, so frequently wielded in his fiction to heighten suspense or expose human frailty, now weighed upon him with unbearable gravity and immediacy sharpened by his own fear of illness. He could no longer assign death lightly to a fictional character, for death itself now whispered, distinct, intimate, from within his own chest. His pen hovered suspended in midair, refusing to descend. Once struggling to draft a passage where the Doyle detective suits a terrified woman, he found himself unconsciously mimicking that character's gentle, yet subtly detached, gentlemanly cadence. Just as Mrs. Hudson entered with his medicine. "Ah, dear Mrs. Hudson, pray do not trouble yourself over this minor disturbance. Evil exposed beneath the sun shall reveal itself, just as tea stains yield to soap and water." His tone was unmistakably that of his detective comforting a housekeeper at a murder scene. The moment the words left his lips, he froze. "Oh, Charles, you speak just like those clever gentlemen in your stories." Mrs. Hudson blinked, then laughed warmly. "Though I am no suspect, I've only come to deliver your medicine." She set down the bowl and shook her head, smiling as she descended the stairs. Charles sat motionless, a chill tracing his spine. He had just spoken to Mrs. Hudson, not as himself, but through Montague's lens. It was only a fleeting roll slip, but such blurring filled him with dread. It had become a co-author, exacting, merciless. This disorientation, entwined with his bodily decline, warped his concentration, magnified his fears, injected tremors of raw feeling into his rational constructions, and reminded him of life's fragility each time he wove a puzzle of death. Writing, the very skill sustaining his existence, had grown excruciating, each step mired in sludge, each breath scorched by the effort of thought. He felt pain. The next morning, when Hua Xiang came to check, his expression was even more grave than in the past few days. "You must go downstairs and move around a bit, Kepler," he declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "At least an hour every day. You can't just lie down all the time. Your blood circulation will worsen and your mood will plummet." But it could only be mild activity, and it had to be indoors or at the door, absolutely no exposure to the wind. Thus, going downstairs for an hour of activity every day became the new prescription. This activity was strictly limited to the interior of 221B and the front steps. Initially, Charles felt helpless and even irritated. He was used to operating at high speed under the pressure of survival, whether it was writing or worrying. His brain was like an overheated machine. Even when forcibly shut down, its internal components spun wildly with inertia, emitting a buzzing noise. This enforced idleness made him restless. Time lost the urgency of tasks. Each second stretched out, and anxiety filled every inch of his mental crevices. He stared at the flames in the fireplace, yet his mind was automatically counting submission deadlines and Oxford bills. He listened to the ticking clock, its sound like the second hand of a countdown striking against his taut nerves. Prohibiting thoughts of meaningful matters only made the fears of illness, debt, and failure run rampant. Seconds felt like years. On the first day, Charles was assigned to help Mrs. Hudson shell peas. He sat on a small stool in the kitchen, a basket of fresh pea pods in front of him, like a child punished to sit. Mrs. Hudson was busy by the stove, the aroma of soup gradually wafting through the air, a warm scent of carrots, onions, and meat. As she stirred the soup pot, she chattered on about neighborhood gossip. The new maid at Mr. Stafford's next door seemed a bit clumsy. The butter at the corner grocery had too much whey lately. The milkman, Tom's wife, had given birth to their third daughter, making him both happy and worried. Charles initially paid little attention, his fingers moving mechanically while his thoughts floated over submission papers and bills. Until pop, a sound so subtle yet exceptionally clear. It was the sound of a pea pod bursting along its seam under his fingertips. He paused, looked down at his hand. The cold touch of the pod still lingered on his fingertips, along with its slightly fuzzy, rough texture. A few plump round peas rolled out, resting in his pale palm, a tender green that was almost transparent, brimming with effortless vitality under the dim light of the kitchen. He gazed at them as if seeing a pea for the first time. He placed the peas into the bowl, the soft sound echoing against the porcelain. He picked up the next pod. Mrs. Hudson's chatter gradually became a warm backdrop, like the gentle sound of a distant stream, persistently present, yet non-intrusive. He no longer tried to listen or understand each word. He simply let himself immerse in the rhythm of that sound. His actions of shelling peas slowed down, no longer a mechanical task. His fingertips began to truly feel the curved shape of the pod, the subtle spots on its surface, the raised texture of the seam. With each pop sound, his breathing, he realized, had unknowingly synchronized with the soft sound of the bursting pods. Those thoughts of deadlines, coughing up blood, and Oxford receded like the tide. He was simply there shelling peas. So I say one must be content, Mrs. Hudson's voice floated over. Tom may not earn much, but he works hard and is good to his wife and kids. In this day and age, peace and health are blessings, don't you think, Kepler? Charles looked up and saw Mrs. Hudson wiping her hands on her apron, turning to him with simple yet warm concern in her eyes. The firelight illuminated her profile, softening the usually stern lines of her face. The aroma of the soup grew richer, filling the entire kitchen with the scent of Holmes, solid and comforting. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, he replied softly, feeling that some hard and cold part within his chest seemed to melt a little under the warmth of her gaze, and the fragrance, peace and health are blessings. These trivial details, because of their meaninglessness, instead radiated an astonishing vitality. These images, these sounds, these subtle fragments of life had also played out before his eyes, but he had never truly seen them. He was too busy struggling on the cliffs of his mind, busy stealing in the labyrinth of memories, busy playing Kepler and Montague. Everything outside was just a blurred background noise. Now being forced to stop, being forced to do nothing, these daily details became clear and full again, possessing a cinematic quality. To observe them, to feel them, to learn to engage with this world using his senses rather than just his anxious mind. This became his way of mending the fragmented state of his mind, torn by overthinking and fear, slow, yet genuinely effective. He began to cherish these moments, pulled from the vortex of thoughts. They were a form of breathing apart from illness. He began to understand the deeper meaning behind Hua Sheng's insistence on having him move. He was relearning how to live, how to perceive this world he was a part of yet had always been distant from. One day Mrs. Hudson was chattering again, speaking of her late husband. He was just a tight-lipped man, couldn't express a thing. But once when I fell ill, he stayed by my side for 3 whole days, never closing his eyes, just sitting there occasionally, bringing me a cool cloth. Later, when I recovered, he collapsed into bed and slept for a day and a night. Some people just cannot say good things yet do everything good in their hearts. Charles listened to scenes suddenly flashing in his mind, the detective Doyle he had crafted, who after solving a case did not give a grand speech, but silently chopped enough firewood for a grieving mother who had lost her son before quietly leaving. This detail resonated inexplicably with a short story he was conceptualizing. That night, when he finally felt a bit of spirit and noted this inspiration on his draft paper, the pen tip suddenly paused. A familiar yet strange hesitation gripped him. It was about ownership of the plot, or rather a subtle guilt. He had incorporated a private memory belonging to Mrs. Hudson into his fictional realm without explicit permission. Mrs. Hudson, today you mentioned something about your husband. I might write it into one of my stories. Of course it will be reworked. Do you mind? He bowed his head like a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment, confessing to Mrs. Hudson. Good things are not spoken, but done in the heart. That line. Mrs. Hudson paused for a moment, then her face broke into a smile of surprise mixed with a bit of embarrassment. My goodness. Those trivial matters of mine could also make it into your book. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. If old Hudson knew, he would surely be delighted over there. She rubbed her hands together happily, her eyes sparkling. This is remarkable. I can connect with a writer in my lifetime. Just go ahead and write. Seeing her genuine joy, the guilt he felt from borrowing transformed, like a manhole cover suddenly lifted by a flow of warmth. He had stolen a real and warm moment, but this theft acquired meaning through exchange. It brought joy to the storyteller and breathed new life into this fragment within the narrative. During his recovery, Charles began to muster a faint reserve of energy to observe, understand, and attempt to repay the care given to him by his 2 roommates. It was like some kind of siphoning effect, with 3 cups connected by a straw, and the shimmering wave of emotion flowed within them. He first saw more clearly the full extent of Watson's trauma. It was more than just the physical pain in his knee from the cold weather. One deep night, Charles was awakened by the shallow sleep caused by his nervous exhaustion and a feeling of suffocation in his chest. He heard a deeply suppressed sobbing from downstairs, a sound he was very familiar with, a short groan squeezed out from the depths of the throat, followed by heavy and hurried breaths, then an effort to calm down accompanied by a trembling voice. It was Watson. Charles quietly listened in the darkness for a few seconds. The stifled sobbing was like a dull knife cutting into his already unstable breath. He threw off the covers and groped his way downstairs. The living room was illuminated only by the dim red glow of the dying embers in the fireplace. Dr. Watson was sitting on the sofa, gripping his knees tightly, staring vacantly into the darkness with a sheen of moisture on his forehead, uncertain if it was sweat or something else. Charles' heart tightened suddenly. He did not turn on the light or make a sound. He simply walked over, sat down on the carpet, leaned against the sofa, and settled at Watson's feet. He suppressed his breath to near silence, trying to merge it into the all-consuming darkness and pain becoming a quiet footnote. He could even smell an intangible presence in the air, a cold, rusty sensation born from a mix of panic and despair piercing his already sensitive senses in his illness. After what felt like a century, Watson's tense shoulders seemed to relax just a little. He still did not look at Charles, but a low, hoarse voice broke the silence, light as a sigh. The tourniquet is insufficient. Fragments of memories tinged with gunpowder and blood overflowed from the crack of a nightmare. Silence settled once more, thicker and heavier. Charles lowered his eyes. He knew that any comfort at this moment would be powerless. He gathered his strength and began to recite softly with his throat worn by coughing. The stormy night has passed, the sun shines bright and radiant, the green fields are exceptionally magnificent, and the gentle breeze carries warmth. I will leave my bed to see the sun smile, to dispel the illusions troubling my mind, those shapes that cause me distress. In those gloomy times my spirit was swept away. He recited slowly, allowing each syllable to sink into the silence. At first Watson's tense shoulders remained like a stone. But gradually, as the irregular rhythm flowed, Charles caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that hand, tightly gripping his knees, slowly released one finger after another. In truth, it is not a separation of time and space. Rather, it is an eternal sea of death beyond which humanity has never ever ventured. Ah, that period of terror, may it never resurface, when it opens its mouth and makes a sound disrupting the surrounding silence, dreamlike, yet causing the earth to tremble and the daylight to shudder under its power. He recited for a long time still the verses of Emily Bronte, until Watson's breathing grew deep and steady, his body relaxed, seemingly slipping back into a peaceful sleep. Watson, Charles called his name for the first time in the tranquil dark, his voice calm. Do you know what I am most grateful to you for? Watson did not move or respond, his face appearing hazy in the shadows. It's not the medicine you prescribe, though they are indeed helpful. Charles continued, as if to himself, his gaze directed toward the last ember in the fireplace. You make me go downstairs every day to shell peas, to listen to Mrs. Hudson's chatter, to see the carriages on the street. These things like a form of prayer, awkward, but merely to confirm. Confirm that the sound of rain is real, that the fire in the stove is real, and that friends nearby are also real. What you gave me, John, is not a treatment plan. It is a place where I can still touch being alive, even while I am ill. This is more important than any medication. Charles sat for a while longer, confirming that Watson's breathing remained steady, and then gently got up to silently return to the attic. He lay down wearily, soon dragged into another round of restless, shallow sleep by his own coughing and weakness. What he did not know was that after he left, Watson quietly opened his eyes in the dark. The remnants of the nightmare had not fully dissipated, but the suffocating panic in his chest was replaced by something warm and soft. He listened to the faint suppressed cough coming from upstairs, his eyes gazing at the spot where Charles had just been sitting, which was now empty, yet seemed to still retain a trace of his quiet warmth. The coughing continued for a while, gradually subsiding, eventually replaced by a slightly rough, yet fairly steady breathing sound. Charles had fallen asleep. Watson remained lying on the sofa, unmoving. He gazed at the blurred shadows on the ceiling, repeatedly tracing those few simple words in his mind: storm, illusion, eternity, silence. They did not form a narrative, or fragmented, yet felt like a few stones warmed by kindness, heavy on his heart, oddly dispelling the scent of blood and fire deep within his memories. He silently repeated these words in his heart, like a soldier repeating a new command, like a devotee reciting a brief prayer. These spells bestowed by a frail youth seemed to truly, if only temporarily, ward off the nightmares that always dragged him back to the field hospital. He slowly closed his eyes. This time sleep welcomed him gently, without disturbance. Since that night, Charles became more attuned to those silent tremors. He noticed that when the dull sound of construction work came from afar, or when the street's carriage bells rang unusually urgently, Watson would have an almost imperceptible pause. Sometimes, upon seeing meat stained with blood at the butcher's, Watson's face would pale slightly, and his fingers would curl unconsciously. And on that day in the living room, a pungent smell of burning trash wafted in from outside. Watson was reading, suddenly freezing in motion, the pages pausing between his fingers, his breathing shallow, his gaze fixed into the void, of fine sweat beating at his temples, as if that smell had instantly dragged him back to a time-space filled with gunpowder and burning. Charles remained silent. He merely placed his own cold fingers, chilled from long illness, gently on the back of Watson's slightly trembling hand. The icy touch jolted Watson sharply back from the mire of memories. He shuddered, coming to his senses, meeting Charles' calm and understanding gaze, which held no pity, only a shared recognition of pain and the invisible wounds. Thank you, Watson said hoarsely, giving a gentle squeeze before letting go. No explanation was needed. Charles suddenly understood that Watson's almost protective focus might stem not only from the heart of a healer. Within perhaps lay some young shadows that he had been unable to save on the battlefield, and his own being here at this moment was in itself a silent answer. As for Sherlock Holmes, it seems there is even less that Charles can do for him. This detective friend's mental world resembles a self-sufficient fortress built of logic and observation, seemingly unneeding and unaccepting of ordinary emotional solace. However, Charles is not entirely oblivious. The inscription Holmes penned in a book, the soul that dares to gaze into the abyss and attempts to outline its shape, already indicates that this rational detective has seen something deeper within his seemingly unconventional poetry and novels. Yet Charles himself does not know what lies in that deeper place. Perhaps it is a calm, even cold examination of the world, a confrontation with the chaos and darkness beneath the surface, and an effort to understand and outline those intangible things in some way. In Holmes' eyes, Charles may be another form of an intellectually rich kindred spirit. Although the tools and language used are entirely different, they are both engaged in some form of decoding the world. This understanding is silent, yet more solid than any verbal consolation. It makes Charles feel that even if the whole world sees him as a prophetic invalid or a sensational adventurer, at least in this house, there is one person who recognizes the essence of what he is trying to do and acknowledges it. This in itself is a powerful support. Thus Charles continues to rack his brain about how to compensate Holmes in the small ways he can think of, like having Mrs. Hudson just happen to stew his favorite rich soup after he has immersed himself in a case for several sleepless days. But he does not realize that these deliberate compensations may not be what Holmes needs. For Holmes, the existence of Charles as this puzzle, his chaotic draft papers, the struggle of switching identities, and the unquenchable fire of thought beneath his frail body may very well be the best gift that continually captivates his intellectual interest. What on earth is going on in this boy's mind? Mrs. Hudson would often shake her head, collecting those scraps of paper that Charles clearly no longer needed, waiting to hand them to Holmes when he had the time. She knows that this tenant has an extraordinary interest in those drafts. For him, these draft papers mixed with Chinese and English mathematical symbols, literary concepts, and science fiction settings are far more complex and interesting than any forensic evidence at a crime scene. Deliberate codes. No, these are the most genuine traces of thought flowing in an extremely focused, exhausted, or chaotic state. Analyzing them makes Holmes feel as if he is directly observing the internal movements of an active volcano. He can see from a sketch drawn with simple gear structures and steam pipes with the words wireless transmission, an information network, scribbled beside it. He notices a few lines of tiny dialogue fragments at the edge where Detective Doyle comforts a witness who feels inferior due to their background. Holmes deduces that Charles, while conceiving future technologies, is subconsciously anxious about the various issues of contemporary society, and when he switches to detective mode, he attempts to alleviate this anxiety through an understanding of humanity. One draft which intrigued Holmes the most has the top half repeatedly revised lines from the poem, the second coming scrawled in a chaotic hand. The other half, however, lists the evidence for Detective Doyle's next case, in extremely neat handwriting, a porcelain cup with tea stains, the pattern style, the distribution of ashes in the fireplace, the contradictions in the maid's testimony regarding the tea delivery time. And at the intersection of the poem and detective notes, in very faint writing, are the two words abyss and gaze, connected by a bidirectional arrow. Holmes stared at this paper for a long time, the light in his gray eyes shifting. To dare to gaze into the abyss, this very gaze requires immense courage, and to continue constructing, even if only fictional logic and warmth after such a gaze, is almost a form of heroism. Holmes carefully smoothed this paper and tucked it into one of his notebooks. He had never mentioned these archaeological discoveries to Charles. Some understandings need not be spoken. However, this resonance of being understood did not alleviate the personal pain that Charles experienced. The burden of thought and the backlash of his illness continued. Sherlock Holmes remains the first to clearly point out the dangers of this state. Caplet, he suddenly spoke. Charles sat in the chair, just recovering from a violent coughing fit, his reaction a beat slow. Long-term and consciously playing two, or even multiple completely different roles of thought, Holmes affirmed. He was looking at himself, then slightly tilted his head, and made a very light gesture mimicking Charles' action of tapping his temple and adjusting his cuffs. Perhaps it can indeed exercise mental flexibility. But I must speak frankly, it will also exacerbate the burden on your nervous system, especially given your current physical condition. I have noticed that when you write different types of articles, not only is there a subtle difference in your handwriting pressure, but even some unconscious small movements, the rhythm of your breathing, and the way your gaze focuses, all shift accordingly. He paused, a flicker of nearly worried sharpness flashing in his gray eyes. This is interesting, but also very dangerous. Just like an actor overly invested in switching between two vastly different characters, over time, there may come a moment of relaxation that leads to a brief confusion of cognition, even blurring the boundaries of self. You should pay attention to yourself, Caplet. Holmes raised his hand, not pointing at Charles' head, but rather gesturing towards his heart. Pay attention here. Do not let those voices you have created drown out your own original voice. Charles felt his heart, no, his entire soul, as if it were brutally stabbed by that finger pointed into the void, suddenly constricting. A chill instantly exploded throughout his body, his limbs and bones feeling icy. The blood in his fingertips seemed to flow backward, cold and numb. In his mind, there was a thunderous sound, the collapse of some support. The thin shell of illusion that he relied on to maintain everything is still under control was easily pierced by Holmes' few words. He was seen so clearly, seeing his fragmented creative state, seeing the essence of the exhaustion within that state, and seeing the terrifying collapse that such exhaustion might lead to. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, more so than in any previous bouts of illness. Immediately after that self which had been suppressed and ignored now completely seen seemed to have found a breach. A wave of unprecedented coughing surged violently from the depths of his lungs, completely uncontrollable. He bent over, sharply pressing his handkerchief tightly against his mouth, but this time the cough transformed from a muffled sound to a terrifying hollow noise, as if something were breaking within his chest. The violent convulsions tugged at every rib, causing his vision to darken and his ears to buzz. Watson's face changed drastically as he rushed forward to support him, patting his back. "Relax. Breathe slowly. Don't hold it in," he urged. But the coughing was completely out of control. Charles felt his lungs convulsing wildly, each sharp contraction attempting to expel something from the depths. The metallic sweet taste of rust filled his entire mouth and nostrils, so intense it made him nauseous. He pressed the handkerchief tightly against his mouth, but the warm liquid quickly soaked through the fabric, spilling out between his fingers. "I'm sorry," he mumbled through sobs. The last image before his eyes was the rapidly expanding red stain on the handkerchief. Then darkness swallowed everything once more. All complex emotions, guilt, frustration, anxiety, anger, howled in, only to be rebounded, compressed, and transformed into a highly focused concentration by the willpower that Holmes had honed over the years. His gaze locked onto Charles' body, which once again lay limp and trembling before him, and this time the dark crimson rapidly spreading on the handkerchief. It had not yet reached a fatal level, but it was a clear signal of severe distress. "The attic," was all Watson said as he helped Charles up. "I will clean this up." Holmes' voice was taut like a tightly strung bow, devoid of any fluctuation. He pulled out his handkerchief, covering the glaring red on the sofa, then turned to follow. Charles wanted to speak, to apologize, to explain, but pain overtook the senses, and his lips felt as if they were rusted shut, his eyelids slowly closing. In the end, all words could only dissipate into a sigh lost in the air. He was placed on the bed, and Watson adjusted his position for easier breathing, covering him with a warm cloth while ensuring his neck remained loose. The medication began to take effect, combined with the intense exhaustion and fright. Charles' eyelids grew heavier, his cough subsided, but his breathing remained rough and labored, his cheeks flushed with an abnormal hue. "Let him sleep, but someone needs to keep watch," Watson said quietly, jotting down a note. "I will prepare a more targeted potion here. I will keep watch." Holmes did not wait for Watson's reply. He directly pulled over a chair from the attic, placing it not far from the bed, and sat down. Watson looked at him like a wedge driven into the floor side and hurried downstairs. The room was left with only the uneven sounds of breathing and the faint noise from outside the window. Holmes sat in the chair, his back straight, hands folded on his knees, his gaze resting on Charles' damp forehead and tightly shut eyelids. At this moment, the complex thoughts that had been suppressed by action began to resurface and settle. He witnessed the process of collapse. Charles C. Caplet, a young man with rare insight and complex thought processes, was being hollowed out internally by multiple pressures: survival, morality, identity, and creative fragmentation. Then he would be crushed. Just like now, his body sounded the most severe alarm before his mind did. Time passed in silence. The sedative seemed to plunge Charles into a deeper but more unstable sleep. He began to emit intermittent, indistinct murmurs. Holmes' ears caught these sounds. He instinctively began to analyze, but then forced himself to stop analyzing, simply listening. "Why? Me?" A whisper laced with a sob, filled with endless pain and confusion. It sounded like a questioning of fate itself. Holmes' spine stiffened for a moment. There was no answer, only silence. Then came a flurry of rapid and chaotic breaths, and Charles' head began to move restlessly on the pillow. "No, no, let me out." He seemed to be resisting something, his hands unconsciously gripping the sheets beneath him. Then came a more vague whisper, imbued with deep confusion and fear. Who am I?" The voice was so faint, like a small murmur, yet it struck heavily against the silence. A destabilization of self-awareness, a sign more dangerous than coughing up blood. Holmes recalled the chaotic mix of Chinese and English mathematical formulas and murder schematics scrawled on those draft papers. Is it Caplet? Is it Montague, the patient, the debtor, or some deeper existence trapped beneath all those labels? As he had said before, Charles was writing a story, yet in the process he was gradually losing himself. The murmurs from the sickbed continued, growing more indistinct and weaker. See it. No. All wrong. Who am I? No. Not. Home. Come back home. Home. He repeated the words several times, each utterance weaker, more confused, more like a desperate plea lacking any clear direction. Home. Which home? Did 221B, Baker Street, count as home for him? Or the dormitory in Oxford? The old Caplet residence? Or some more distant, more indistinct place that existed only in his tortured dreams? Holmes did not know, so he remained silent, simply listening, imprinting every syllable along with the pain it bore into his memory. Then something else emerged. Neither English nor any European language he was familiar with. The pronunciation was peculiar, with short syllables or strange tonal variations. "I'm sorry. In Chinese, I want to go home." In Chinese, Holmes' eyebrows moved slightly. He temporarily swept these incomprehensible words along with the English murmurs into the storage cupboard of his mind's attic, as if clearing off a desk. They were unconscious overflowings, perhaps more revealing of core fears and desires than any conscious discourse. At that moment, Charles on the bed gasped suddenly, a strange sound emanating from his throat, and his body began to thrash even more violently, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Holmes stood up, moving swiftly and silently. He did not wake him. That might provoke an even more intense reaction. He reached out, gently grasping Charles' cold, sweaty wrist outside the blanket, feeling a rapid and weak pulse. Caplet. Holmes called his name. Charles C. Caplet. He repeated, but Charles' struggles did not cease, his eyelashes quivering violently, as if plunging into an unseen abyss. You are at 221B, Baker Street. You are in a safe place. I am here. Dr. Watson is here. Mrs. Hudson is here. Holmes said, unconsciously applying more pressure with his fingertips. Dr. Watson is downstairs preparing the medicine. Mrs. Hudson is preparing hot towels. He recited these words, his tone steady like a chant, his volume not loud, but carrying a calm strength that seemed to penetrate the nightmare. You are at 221B, Baker Street. The attic. Your desk is on the right with unfinished manuscripts on it. Survive. He repeated it several times, his tone devoid of any fluctuations yet imbued with a soothing rhythm. Perhaps it was the calming effects of the sedative, perhaps it was the steady and undeniable touch on his wrist, or perhaps it was that tranquil voice becoming an anchor amidst the waves, but Charles' struggles gradually subsided, his rapid breaths slowly eased, and he slipped back into the profound sleep induced by the medication. Yet his brow remained tightly furrowed, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, even in his dreams. Holmes did not immediately release his grip. He maintained this position, standing quietly for a moment, confirming that Charles' pulse gradually stabilized, and his breathing became less labored. Only then did he very slowly withdraw his hand, so slow that it seemed almost rigid, and placed Charles' arm back under the covers. The instant his fingertips left the skin, he sensed a barely perceptible tremor in his fingers. He gazed at his hand, a hand that was steady while extracting evidence, playing the violin, and conducting precise experiments, but at this moment betrayed his will. Holmes clenched his fists and sat back, down, his back straight, yet his entire demeanor radiated an unprecedented heaviness. The last sliver of daylight outside extinguished. The premonition of things spiraling out of control became a reality. He recognized the issue, pinpointed it accurately, and even foresaw certain consequences. But all this felt utterly powerless in the face of the frail young body before him, now pale from a violent cough. Did his words, those calm analyses, serve as the final straw that broke the already precarious camel's back? He knew, he understood, the deep-rooted illness, the accumulated pressure, the collapse was almost inevitable. Perhaps his words merely triggered the fuse ahead of time. Yet this realization brought no relief at this moment. It transformed into a heavier burden. Since he foresaw it, why could he not prevent it? Since he prided himself on his keen observation, why did it take until the other coughed up blood to change the label of danger from potential to immediate? Responsibility, concern, worry, gradually swelled within him, unmarred by any analytical interest. Charles Caplet, the young man who had moved into the attic shrouded in mystery, talent, and illness, had unknowingly ceased to be merely an interesting case or potential source of inspiration. He was an audience who would appreciate his violin melodies, even if those tunes were often unconventional. A conversant capable of engaging in intellectually stimulating dialogues that exceeded the norm, even to the point of delight. He was the patient whom Watson cared for with utmost dedication, and the poor dear boy Mrs. Hudson spoke of. He was a part of the subtle community of 221B, Baker Street. And now, watching this integral part slip towards the edge of danger, potentially culminating in tragedy, and then vanishing, Holmes felt a clear discomfort. He sat there, his gray eyes gazing into the void of darkness. This was one of the rare moments he was not reasoning, not observing, but simply feeling. He felt the loneliness and struggle that permeated the space, along with a certain fatigue that was nearing its limit. After a long while, his gaze finally focused, sweeping over Charles' gaunt profile, ultimately resting on the bedside. The selected poems of England he had gifted lay there, its deep blue cover almost blending with the shadows under the dim light. The pages had slightly curled from frequent handling, exposing the corners of the inner pages. Dare to gaze into the abyss. Holmes' lips curved into a slight arc. At this moment, the abyss seemed to gaze back, and it was too close. It was too dark, with talent as fuel, pain as kindling, and the need for survival igniting it all. Charles had placed himself upon this pyre to illuminate the path ahead, yet he had not anticipated the flames would be so fierce, nearly consuming him entirely. No, it should not be like this. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The first step was to ensure this collapsing young man could survive the night to see the dawn. The second step. Holmes slowly rose from his chair. The prolonged stillness caused his joints to emit faint sounds, but he paid no mind. He walked to the window, peering through the foggy glass at the night scene of London. A faint trace of gray-blue twilight began to seep into the eastern skyline. Dawn was approaching. He turned around, his gaze sweeping once more over the sleeping Charles, the poetry collection, and the disheveled sheets of paper on the table. He left the attic quietly. The wooden stairs creaked softly beneath his feet, but he paused on the second-floor landing. Watson was just emerging from the sitting room, an empty pill bottle in hand, fatigue etched on his face from a sleepless night. How is he? Still asleep. His breathing has stabilized, Holmes replied, his voice slightly hoarse from the prolonged silence. You should go rest, doctor. I will take over from here. Take over what? Watson rubbed his temples. He needs absolute rest, Holmes, not your taking over. You saw his condition. This is not just physical. I saw it, Holmes interrupted him, his tone calm, yet firm. That's why I will take charge. Trust me, Watson. I know where the limits are. Watson stared at him for a few seconds, then sighed once more. Don't provoke him. Don't talk to him about work. Don't make him think, especially don't let him touch a pen. His mind needs rest just like his lungs. I understand. Holmes replied, tersely, heading straight for the desk. The morning light had now completely flooded over the windowsill, painting the sitting room in a cold grayish white. The fireplace was cold, and the room's temperature was quite low, yet Holmes seemed oblivious. He pulled out a sheet of letter paper from the drawer, opened the ink bottle, and dipped the pen tip into the dark blue ink. The pen tip hovered above the paper, then descended. To the Honorable Miss Caplet, Holmes paused. What he could confirm was that this Miss Adeline Caplet was the only relative still concerned for Charles, and the letters she had sent allowed him to ascertain the precise address. In the letter, he objectively described the recent recurrence of Charles' old ailments due to overexertion, highlighting dangerous symptoms like coughing up blood, and stated that he was currently receiving emergency treatment from Dr. Watson at Baker Street, but the situation still required long-term observation and rest. Furthermore, he subtly yet firmly indicated that his current physical and mental state was concerning, likely due to immense financial and emotional pressure. After writing, he pinched the letter between his fingers, lifting it up to quickly skim through from start to finish. No requests were made, only facts were presented. He knew that for a true relative concerned for her brother, this information was already sufficient. On such a chilly morning, the sky over London was leaden gray, as if brewing a frost-laden rain. The Daily Rhythm at 221B, Baker Street. Watson organizing medical records, Holmes reading newspapers filled with bizarre cases after breakfast, and Mrs. Hudson preparing lunch in the kitchen, was abruptly interrupted by a clear, almost unassailable knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson wiped her hands and went to answer the door. The lady standing outside caused her to pause slightly. The visitor was dressed in a fine dark wool traveling outfit, simple, yet dignified, without any superfluous embellishments, well-tailored, but travel-worn, with the hem of her skirt smeared with mud from the streets of London. She wore a conservatively styled hat, and when the veil was lifted it revealed a face that bore a resemblance to Charles, though with sharper and more defined features. The fatigue of long-distance travel was evident, yet her hazel eyes, reminiscent of Charles, burned with a cold, fiery anger. She carried little luggage, only a small suitcase which a silent coachman-like man stood behind her. I am Charles Caplet's sister. Her voice was clear and slightly husky, with no pleasantries or hesitation, cutting straight to the core. He lives here, doesn't he? In which room? Please take me up. Her tone was not impolite, but the decisiveness and directness of her approach instantly shattered the usual rhythm at 221B. She did not inquire whether it was convenient for Charles to receive guests, did not wait for an announcement, nor did she offer Mrs. Hudson a social smile. Her aim was as clear as a drawn sword, to see her brother immediately and confirm his condition with her own eyes. Mrs. Hudson was intimidated by her commanding presence, and upon hearing that she was Charles' sister, quickly stepped aside to let her in. Oh, please come in, he's upstairs resting, he's very ill. I know, Adeline responded curtly, her gaze swiftly scanning the hall, assessing the environment and condition of the house. She placed her suitcase at the door, nodded to the coachman to wait, and followed the somewhat flustered Mrs. Hudson straight towards the stairs, her steps unwavering. The attic door was ajar. Adeline did not knock, but pushed the door open. Charles was half reclining against the headboard, attempting to swallow some powdered medicine with water left by Watson. His complexion was pale to the point of transparency, his cheekbones protruding due to emaciation, heavy shadows under his eyes, and his lips cracked. Hearing the door open, he raised his head in confusion, and when he saw who it was, his fever-clouded eyes widened in shock, causing the cup of water in his hand to tremble and spill onto the bedclothes. Adeline. His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief, and then a mix of panic and anger at being caught off guard. How did you come here? No one told me. Adeline did not answer immediately. She stood at the door like a statue, with hard lines, her sharp gaze scanning the small space quickly and thoroughly, the low slanted ceiling almost within reach, the narrow window letting in a grayish light. The room crowded with a narrow bed, a desk piled with disheveled papers and books, and a thin wardrobe. The bedding on the bed did not appear thick. Her gaze finally settled on Charles, lingering longer as she took in his alarming emaciation, unhealthy complexion, the shadows beneath his eyes, and his futile attempts to straighten his back, interrupted by a fit of oppressive coughing. Her jawline tightened, and her lips pressed into a firm line. The chill of the attic, the scent of medicine, her brother's evident ailment and fatigue, and the overall environment starkly contrasting with her memory of a once frail but lively young scholar, weighed on her increasingly serious countenance, as the anger in her eyes was overshadowed by deeper worry and heartache. She did not rush forward to embrace or weep as siblings do after a long separation. She did not even approach the bedside. She simply stood there looking at him with eyes strikingly similar to Charles', her voice restrained, but every word fell clearly and heavily in the silent attic. Mr. Holmes wrote to me informing me of your address and your current situation. We need to talk. Openly and honestly. Do you think you can overcome tuberculosis and neurosis by exhausting your willpower? Charles' complexion paled further. He wanted to argue, but Adeline did not give him the chance. Her gaze swept over the disorganized manuscripts on the table inscribed with C. Caplet and M. Montague. Different qualities and colors of paper were mixed together. The handwriting varied, and there were even many symbols she could not recognize as if penned by different hands. A stack of manuscripts secured with the editorial letterhead of the Belmere Street Press was pressed under several hefty scientific tomes, revealing only the edges. The letterhead was clearly visible beneath. It was a dense scrawl of handwriting. The title on the top page made her frown slightly. The Invisible Man, a note on visibility and temperature. The handwriting was Charles, but it was more forceful than any letter she remembered from home or his school days, with a near-determined decisiveness that often trailed off into weak tremors. The manuscript was covered in marks of revision, words crossed out, sentences reassembled, paragraphs crudely connected with arrows, blank spaces filled with smaller supplementary phrases, and question marks. The entire page starkly showcasing the essence of acute anxiety. As if stung by some ominous aura emanating from the title and handwriting, Adeline ignored Charles' feeble attempts to explain or conceal, stepping forward 2 paces. She removed her sheepskin gloves and picked up the top few pages of the stack of manuscripts. True invisibility is when no one looks at you when you need to be seen. I invented the latter and then inadvertently used it on myself. He died on a snowy night. People found him by following the blood and footprints, a line of invisible steps leaving deeper impressions on the pristine snow. Griffin's greatest regret was not inventing invisibility. The coroner closed the autopsy report, but forgetting that humans breathe. On winter nights when the temperature is below zero, each breath condenses into white mist in the air. The villagers chasing him saw a floating mist moving across the snowy ground, followed by gunshots and then bloody footprints. The memory of the day the experiment succeeded now only lingered as the cold touch of optical instruments. Griffin watched his hands disappear before his eyes, first the skin, then the muscles, and finally, even the bones turned transparent. He joyfully pushed open the laboratory door and walked into the London night. In the first week, he stole, spied, and went everywhere. Freedom was sweet. In the second week, he discovered that cold could kill the invisible god. Rain would outline his figure. When hungry, the food digesting in his stomach would create the illusion of a moving, translucent gut. In the twilight before the chase, Griffin curled up in the haystack of the barn, trembling. He attempted to wrap his body with wheat straw, but the straws floated up one by one, as if a transparent figure were performing a comical self-binding. He recalled the old professor who had first discovered his secret. The professor said, "Griffin, you have forgotten the most fundamental law of physics: action and reaction. You push the world away, and the world will push you back. You have now become the greatest reaction force in the world." The pursuit in the snow lasted for 20 minutes. Over there, someone pointed at the puff of breath that appeared out of nowhere. As the gun fired again, Griffin recalled the white mice in the laboratory, the first batch of invisible experimental subjects. They all crashed against the walls and died within 3 days. I thought they weren't smart enough, the last thought crossed his mind, but now I understand. They just couldn't confirm their existence in a world where they couldn't see themselves. The bloody footprints ceased. People gathered around, gazing at the outline gradually revealing itself in the snow, first a pool of blood, then centered around it the shape of a man slowly emerged like a photograph developing. Pale skin, wide open eyes, lips turning blue from the cold. "He has revealed himself," someone said. The forensic expert squatted down to examine. "No, it's just that death has returned his body to a normal physical state." The case report contained only a single line: Griffin deceased, cause of death hypothermia and gunshot wound. The final period at the end of the cause of death almost pierced through the paper. Adeline took a deep breath and then exhaled. How far had her brother walked to the edge of the cliff without her knowing? She swallowed the questions surging to her throat, along with the bitterness and fear forging them into an armor that must be worn in the face of harsh realities. Adeline almost cautiously placed the few pages of manuscript back onto the disordered pile on the table, her movements so light, as if afraid it would scatter with a breath, as if the paper were burning her hands. Then she raised her eyes and looked back at Charles. Her gaze had changed. The previous anger was replaced by something more complex. Within it lay scrutiny, assessment, unmistakable worry, but deeper still, a resolute hardness. "Charles," she spoke again, her voice deeper and calmer than before, yet each syllable carried an undeniable weight. "This article along with all these others." Her gaze swept over the intermingling traces of Caplet and Montague on the table. "Is this what you are currently writing?" Charles could find no escape under her gaze, and could only nod slightly, his throat dry as he squeezed out a voice. "Yes, it's a commission column for the Bellingham Street News." "Commission column." Adeline repeated, her tone flat, devoid of emotion. She paused, seemingly digesting the information and weighing her words. "So you were dragging this body in such an environment." She looked around the small, cold attic again, "while writing such stories for different publications under different names." This was not a question. Charles' cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, unsure whether it was from shame or discomfort sparked by emotional agitation. Adeline did not wait for him to defend himself. She took a step forward, bringing herself closer to the bedside and nearer to the chaotic world of manuscripts. She reached out her ungloved hand and gently brushed aside a few strands of brown hair dampened by cold sweat from Charlotte's forehead. This gesture was extremely natural, possessing a sisterly intimacy, yet immensely restrained. "It's astonishing, Charles," she whispered, her gaze falling on her brother's exceptionally clear facial features due to his emaciation, "and it is also very sad." This was the closest Adeline Caplet could express to emotional revelation while desperately maintaining her calm exterior. She withdrew her hand, stood up straight again, restoring that erect, yet slightly distant posture. "But these now are no longer important." Her tone became pragmatic again, carrying decisiveness. "What matters is your body and the chaotic situation you're in right now. I give you two choices, Charles." Adeline stepped forward again, her gaze firmly locking onto him. "First, pack your things and come home with me now. Return to the Caplet home. At least there you can receive ample rest, proper nutrition, clean air, and care from the family doctor. First, nurture your body to a state where you can survive, then we can discuss your writing and your reputation." She noticed the flicker of resistance in Charlotte's eyes, her tone grew heavier. "Second, you can choose to stay in London. But you must immediately and completely cease this self-destructive method of writing. We need to establish a truly sustainable plan, including a strict routine, reasonable writing volume, and most importantly, accepting help. I will stay here until we reach a clear agreement and see you start to execute it." Her words were like a final ultimatum, leaving no room for negotiation. And the declaration of "staying here" indicated that she was prepared for a prolonged struggle. The light at the door was momentarily blocked by a figure. Sherlock Holmes stood there, not knowing how long he had been listening. Since Adeline Caplet stepped into 221B, he had been evaluating this sister's intentions, temperament, and the variables she would bring to Charles and this house. He heard Mrs. Hudson's guidance, heard the attic door pushed open, heard the initial shocked silence, and then every word of confrontation that followed. Holmes' gaze quickly swept across the room. Charles appeared more weakened than yesterday. Adeline's tense shoulders, the stack of the Invisible Man manuscripts that had been perused. These details, combined with his previous observations, gave him a clear judgment of the current situation. This Miss Caplet brought with her decisiveness and resources capable of changing the status quo, whether economically or in terms of will. This could be a crisis for Charles or a turning point. It depended on how it was handled. Adeline didn't even look back, just turned her face slightly, giving him a sharp glance. Then unexpectedly she spoke to him. "Mr. Holmes, thank you for the care you and Dr. Watson have provided to my brother." She first expressed her thanks politely, yet distantly, then shifted the conversation. "With your powers of observation and insight, I would like to ask, do you believe my brother's creations," she gestured toward the manuscripts on the table, "are they a true reflection of his outstanding talent or a manifestation of a spirit that has been overexhausted on the verge of collapse, something that is?" She hesitated for a moment, but clearly articulated, "a pathological product." Holmes did not answer immediately. He slowly straightened up, taking a small step forward, his gaze flickering between the pale, weary Charles and the ironclad Adeline. "Miss Caplet, determining whether a mind is pathological exceeds my field of expertise and is not the crux of the matter." He spoke slowly, his words cautious yet incisive. "What I can observe is that regardless of what profound source these creations spring from, whether it's the extraordinary talent you mentioned or something else, the harsh logic of the world they construct, whether it be the dilemmas of future society or the mysteries of the human abyss, the toll it takes on the creator may not be as significant as a more basic and deadly truth. The wear and tear of the real world on his body has far exceeded the speed of recovery." His gaze fell on Charles, then returned to Adeline, nodding slightly with a tone that carried an almost cold understanding. "Our goals seem to be aligned." Charles lowered his gaze. He did not respond immediately. Shame burned at the roots of his ears, facing the disarray witnessed by his sister, who had traveled thousands of miles, and confronting the truth of his health that he had desperately tried to conceal, but had utterly failed. The feeling of utter humiliation nearly overwhelmed him. Yet beneath this suffocating sense of shame and weakness, another feeling began to emerge slowly and stubbornly. It was not defiance nor the stubbornness of youth, and certainly not the fragile pride of a scholar. It was an attempt to grasp some core essence of Charles C. Caplet while acknowledging his fragmented state. He struggled to take a breath, then raised his head, his gaze first landing on Adeline's face. The panic and resistance that had initially been there were gone, replaced by a softness that could even be described as serene acceptance. "You are right," Charles continued, speaking slowly, as if every word required great effort, yet his logic began to clarify. "Regarding myself, I have overestimated my willpower and underestimated the toll of illness. Concerning my writing, I have been engaging in dangerous methods." He swallowed hard, his throat moving. "Those pen names, Caplet, Montague, they were my means of survival in London." "No, not merely a means." He corrected himself, a glint of stubbornness flashing in his eyes. "They are also my way of thinking, expressing, and attempting to understand this world and myself. Even if that process indeed feels like burning something away." He acknowledged the burning, admitted to the danger, and this near-complete acceptance tightened Adeline's heart, for she heard in her brother's words a persistent dedication to creation that could not be easily erased by choice. "Going home with you, resting quietly, forgetting everything." Charles slowly repeated the corners of his mouth, barely twitching, more a bitter arc than a smile. But what comes after forgetting? The debts in Oxford will not forget. The contracts I signed will not dissolve automatically. He paused. Charles was acutely aware that all of this stemmed merely from the need to survive. He stole words from another world, often feeling a chill of impurity at his fingertips, as if every stroke of the pen added a line of plagiarism to his ledger. He told himself it was just a temporary measure. Once the debts were paid, once his health improved, he would stop and seek his own voice. But now when Adeline presented him with the idea of stopping as a gift, he found he could no longer grasp that straw named temporary measures. Writing had become the only spider's thread he could hold on to. It might be fragile, filthy, perhaps even dragging him deeper into an abyss, but aside from it, there was only the void of darkness below. If even this stolen thread ceased, what else could he use to prove that he still existed? Not as the son of the Caplet family, nor as a student of Oxford, and not even as a brother with a sister, but merely as a consciousness. A consciousness trapped in this decaying shell, torn back and forth by past memories and future fears. He could not stop. He did not want to. But he dared not release this only proof of I am still here before seeing the light of day. Even if this proof itself was filled with lies and costs. Ultimately, he chose a more honest statement. And there are those things in my heart that must be written down. They will not disappear just because I am not in London. They will transform into something else, perhaps into a worse form of torment. He spoke slowly, each word clear. This was a cruel reality for him. The problems would not vanish simply by changing locations, nor would the inner drive. As for the second choice, Charles' gaze swept over Watson and Holmes before returning to his sister's face. You stay, supervise me, and devise a sustainable plan. He repeated Adeline's wording, his eyes revealing a complex expression of fatigue mixed with faint hope. This might be the only realistic path. But Adeline, for me, writing is not entirely for the sake of earning shillings. It is also one of the ways I breathe, even in illness. To stop completely may be as dangerous as overburning. His words were softly spoken, but carried a palpably unsettling certainty born from personal experience. He felt as if he had seen what it was like to stop writing entirely and be consumed by despair. He paused, gathering his strength, then spoke in a softer tone, nearly pleading. I need to find that sustainable balance. This requires help. Yes, you're in Dr. Watson's supervision, and perhaps also Mr. Holmes' calm observation. But I also need to be trusted that I am not seeking death, to be trusted that I am striving to find a way to continue living and to continue being me. Even if that me looks terrible and chaotic right now. Adeline gazed deeply at him as if for the first time seeing the painful, yet exceptionally resilient core beneath her brother's calm facade. The anticipated hard resistance was nowhere to be found, instead something unbreakable, like flowing water, emerged. No more than 1 hour each day, and only with Dr. Watson's explicit permission and your physical condition permitting it. She finally spoke, her voice dry, but having shifted from an ultimatum tone to a negotiating concession. And I have the right to suspend it at any time based on your health condition. Is that acceptable? A faint glimmer of genuine vitality appeared on Charles' pale face, and he nodded gently yes. Thank you, Adeline. Holmes, who had remained silent, now stepped forward in a natural manner from the doorframe. Well, it seems a preliminary consensus has been reached. His tone was calm, directing his gaze towards Adeline. Madam, your decisiveness is impressive. The specific care plan can perhaps be detailed with Watson. He paused for a moment, then made a simple suggestion. Mrs. Hudson's neighboring room should be slightly better, though modest, at least dry and warm, suitable for your rest and long-term stay. Holmes naturally began to assist in arranging the follow-up, taking on the role of a thoughtful and clear-headed consultant. He stepped back from the role of an emotional participant. At that moment, Mrs. Hudson appeared at the door, carefully carrying a tray of broth and bread. Relieved to see the atmosphere in the room seemed to have eased. Mr. Charles, if I may call you that, it's time to eat something as the doctor ordered. She said, looking warmly at Adeline. Miss Caplet, your journey must have been exhausting. Hot tea has been prepared for you downstairs, and the room has been tidied up a bit. Would you like to rest for a moment? Adeline paused at this address. She was indeed utterly fatigued. She glanced again at Charles, her expression complex and difficult to describe, but ultimately nodded, thanking Mrs. Hudson, nodding politely to Holmes, and then picked up her suitcase, following Mrs. Hudson out of the attic. Her back was straight, but with each step she took, the weight of the long journey began to show. Only the two of them remained in the attic. Charles seemed to have exhausted all his strength, slowly leaning back against the pillow, closing his eyes, his chest slightly rising and falling. Holmes did not leave immediately. He walked to the table, his gaze skimming over the scattered drafts, finally resting on one relatively clean sheet of paper, which bore a few lines of repeatedly scratched-out, illegible poetic fragments beside, which was a strange little mechanical sketch marked with incomprehensible symbols. He stared silently for a few seconds. Then he reached into his pocket and took out something. It was not a book nor a reagent. What he held was a small branch about the length of a thumb with a slightly fibrous wooden texture in the dim light. He gently placed this small piece of wood beside Charles' pillow next to the English poetry selection. When it's cold, or when you feel the need to grasp something tangible, Holmes said as if casually, you can try holding it. Peach wood with decent hardness and interesting grain. At least it won't drain anything from you. After saying this, he no longer lingered, turning to leave the attic and gently closing the door. The sound of his footsteps steadily faded down the stairs. Charles opened his eyes and turned to look at the unexpected small piece of wood beside his pillow. It resembled a branch plucked from the garden in winter, dry and frail, lying silently there, yet possessing a texture distinct from medicine manuscript paper and the sickbed, solid and silent. The arrival of Adeline Caplet, or rather Mrs. Adeline Mitchell, irrevocably reshaped the daily rhythm of the attic at 221B, Baker Street, and its inhabitants. She was like a calm battlefield commander swiftly assessing the state of the battlefield, and the wounded immediately forging a solid medical alliance with Dr. Watson and gaining the full logistical support of Mrs. Hudson. The air in the attic became different because of her presence. Before Holmes and Watson, Charles, despite his frailty, unconsciously maintained a thin veneer of reserve and effort to not fully expose his vulnerability, trying to engage in some semblance of equal dialogue with these two extraordinary roommates, at least intellectually or emotionally. But in front of Adeline, this thin facade evaporated like morning dew under the sun. She was blood-kin, the guardian of childhood memories, the one who knew all his past weaknesses and glories. Faced with her, the sharpness and aloofness born from the pressures of survival and traversing time became hard to maintain for Charles. He reverted to a more authentic self, a brother rendered helpless before illness who could only worry his loved ones, weary and ashamed, thus shedding all defenses, revealing a near-chick-like softness and pallor. At times Adeline would set aside the medicine bowl and quietly watch him, her gaze sliding from his sunken eye sockets to his shoulders, where the collarbone was plainly visible, finally resting on his slightly damp brown curls due to a low fever. She would reach out her hand, tentatively brushing aside the strands of hair stuck to his forehead, with sweat the movement carrying a near-clumsy unfamiliarity. Charles would gently shudder at this touch, but did not pull away. Instead, he obediently tilted his head slightly, fully exposing his frail neck and clearer signs of illness to his sister's gaze. This was a complete surrender of resistance, an acknowledgement of his own disarray, and a submission of his weakness. "Your hair has grown," Adeline would say softly, her tone devoid of emotion. Charles would mumble in response, his voice muffled in the pillow. On the third morning after Adeline's arrival, when Charles' temperature finally stabilized within a less dangerous range, and when Dr. Watson reluctantly nodded to allow him to sit up for no more than 2 hours each day, Adeline took out a bundle of manuscript paper, carefully tied with fine string, from her small suitcase. She walked to the bedside and placed the manuscript on Charles' lap, which was covered with a thin blanket. "Your things," she said, her voice calm. "The Invisible Man, and that essay on urban and rural development. Editor Carter asked me to pass this to you. He said this is a proof for your final confirmation. Moreover," she paused, her gaze sweeping over the top of the manuscript where the title, "The Invisible Man," was displayed. "He hopes that if your health allows, both pieces can be published simultaneously, a novel and an essay forming some kind of resonance." Charles' fingers gently brushed over the edge of the manuscript. The Invisible Man was presented before him in such an orderly manner. He turned to the first page. Adeline stood by the bed watching her brother's profile as he read his own work. His eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his pale skin, and his lips, lacking color due to illness, were slightly pressed together. But those hazel eyes, when reading, they became exceptionally focused, even carrying a kind of painful clarity. "Charles," Adeline suddenly spoke up. Charles lifted his head from the manuscript. Adeline looked at him as if wanting to say something, but as the words hovered on her lips, she merely took a light breath and repeated, "It's amazing." "Is it?" Charles understood. He lowered his eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the corner of the manuscript paper. "It's just a story, Adeline." "Really?" Adeline's voice was soft, but each word seemed to come out with a bite. "A story about a person who makes himself disappear and ultimately dies unseen." The attic fell silent for a few seconds. "I submitted it," Adeline finally said, her tone returning to that pragmatic steadiness. "Yesterday afternoon, I went to the Belmere Gazette. Editor Carter personally received me. He said they are very much looking forward to it." She paused as if weighing her words. "He said this novel might stir some waves. He hopes you're mentally prepared." Charles gently nodded. "Waves are better than silence." Adeline gave him a deep look and said nothing more. She sat down facing away from Charles and began to methodically and gently categorize the manuscript papers: completed, incomplete, utterly discarded, science fiction settings, detective drafts, essay fragments, unconscious doodles, and those incomprehensible symbols. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window, illuminating the dust floating in the air, also outlining her somewhat thin, yet remarkably resolute back as she sat in that hardwood chair. Charles quietly watched his sister's back. The medication dulled the intense pain in his body, but his mind was sharply clear, an unusual clarity amidst illness. He watched Adeline carefully smooth a crumpled sheet of paper, possibly filled with his frantic ramblings written during the depths of night, when he battled with coughs and despair, watching her neatly tie a stack of draft papers belonging to Montague, with fine string, her movements skilled, as if she had tied countless similar manuscripts before. The attic was very quiet, with only the rustling of paper and the distant muted noise of London. A mix of emotions began to wash over Charles. Guilt still lingered like a stone stuck in his stomach, over the trouble he had caused, over the position he occupied, over the true Charles C. Caplet who might have lived another life. The self-inquiry had not vanished in the moments of quietude and weakness. It still echoed like a whisper from the abyss. Fragments of memory belonging to the original Charles quietly resurfaced. Not the young man gasping on the sickbed who left a mess for him, but rather the earlier Charles in the old Yorkshire estate, alongside Adeline Caplet. The girl who would argue fiercely against the rigid explanations of a Latin teacher, her cheeks flushed with anger. The one who in the garden stood like an angry little lion, arms outstretched to ward off bullies tormenting her brother. The girl who, after the family had fallen asleep, would secretly light a candle and swiftly write passionate verses in her diary, verses that didn't rhyme but brimmed with fervor. Those verses spoke of distant seas, of locked wings, of strange visions seen in the flames of the fireplace. Did those visions share the same source as the scenes from the future or the abyss that he penned? A painful mixture of sharp guilt over usurping another's place and existential confusion surged once more in his heart. He enjoyed, or rather was forced to rely on, Adeline's unreserved love and sacrifice, but this love should rightfully belong to another soul, that Charles who perhaps deserved it all more. And he, the intruder from another world, not only occupied this body consuming this love, but was also writing stories that did not belong to this era with the talent of this body. At the same time, he made Adeline, who truly possessed the Caplet family's talented bloodline, sit there organizing these counterfeit drafts for him. Silence spread in the attic with only the sound of pages turning. The sunlight slowly moved, sweeping across Adeline's shoulder. Charles suddenly spoke softly, his voice hoarse and drifting from long silence and the heaviness in his chest. Adeline. Adeline's hands paused slightly as she organized the papers, not turning around, simply replying them. He uttered, signaling that she was listening. Charles looked at her back, the figure seemingly frozen in the thin sunlight, suppressing a wave of cough and deeper emotional pain, and gently asked, "Are you still writing?" Adeline's silhouette instantly tensed. It was an extremely subtle, yet unmistakable stiffness frozen from her shoulders to her spine. Only the faint sounds of the distant city outside the attic remained, along with the uneven breaths of the two. Silence spread like water, heavy and suffocating. This silence itself was the clearest answer. The girl who once wrote by candlelight in the dead of night had been silently covered and buried under the identity of Mrs. Mitchell. The trivialities of family, her worries and responsibilities toward her brother, and the weariness of life itself. Perhaps not forever, but at least at this moment in the visible routine, the pen had been put down. Charles's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by that silence, pained enough to nearly curl up. Yet this time the pain did not bring a sense of guilt or a desire to escape. Instead, it gave rise to an almost desperate impulse. He looked at her rigid silhouette, as if seeing another soul's light gradually dimming. Almost unconsciously, he succumbed to the most tumultuous emotions within him, using a voice that was lower, huskier, marked by intense pain, yet stubbornly persistent, almost whispering. He pleaded, "Eddie." He paused for a moment. This address felt so natural, yet so heavy at this moment. "Just keep writing." Adeline's silhouette quivered as if struck. Charles's voice was very soft, yet it seemed to have exhausted all his strength at that moment, carrying an untainted plea. "Please, don't stop." As his words fell, the attic was left with only the occasional distant sounds from outside. Adeline did not respond. She did not turn back either. But Charles saw that her once straight shoulders had quietly slackened a bit, like a long-distance traveler finally allowing themselves to reveal a hint of true fatigue after confirming they would not fall. Her hands, which were clasped on her knees, had originally been straining together, their knuckles slightly pale from the effort. At this moment, the tension quietly eased, her fingers released, revealing shallow crescent marks on her palm from her nails. She maintained that seated position with her back to him for a long while, then slowly inhaled deeply. That breath was long and deep, as if it aimed to draw out everything flammable from the air, to suppress a sudden resurgence of turmoil within her chest. Then she reached out again, picking up the next sheet of manuscript to organize. Her fingertips glided over the rough paper surface, producing a steady and continuous rustling sound. "This is not the time to talk about that, Charles." Adeline's voice was even more flat. "You need to rest. Other things are not important." "Not important" was spoken a bit too quickly, as if to hastily cover something. Charles did not insist further, and turned his gaze to the gray sky outside the window. Deliberate, yet steady footsteps echoed from the stairs. After two restrained knocks, Watson entered, holding a tray with warm water, medicinal powder, and a thermometer. "Good afternoon, Miss Caplet." Watson politely nodded at Adeline, then his gaze fell on Charles, the professional scrutiny instantly replacing the social greeting. "How are you feeling, Caplet? Is the cough alleviating? Is your chest still tight?" "A little better, thank you," Charles murmured. He glanced at the plate of white medicinal powder, his stomach reflexively twitching. A disaster of a taste awaited. Watson noticed his expression and pursed his lips. He took out the thermometer. "Let's check your temperature. The medicine must be taken on time." Charles obediently took the thermometer in his mouth, his gaze directed at his sister, who was organizing the desk. Adeline had neatly tied the disorganized manuscript piles with a ribbon. She had brought her actions brisk and orderly, contrasting sharply with the attic's disorder. She picked up the proof of the Invisible Man, her fingertips brushing over the title, her expression complex. "Is this the proof sent by Editor Carter?" Watson asked tentatively. He recognized the manuscript paper from the Belmy Street Journal. "Yes." Adeline finally turned around, holding the proof in her hand. When facing Watson, she seemed more accustomed to that practical and straightforward mode of communication. Dr. Watson, from your professional perspective, does my brother's current condition allow for this level of reading and thinking, even if it is just to confirm the proof? Watson pondered for a moment before responding. In theory, he replied cautiously, absolute rest means both mental and physical recuperation. Thinking, especially creative thinking, consumes energy that may be comparable to physical activity, and anxiety and stress are formidable enemies. However, Miss Caplet, I must also honestly say that for someone like Caplet, complete isolation from the core activities of his mental world may sometimes bring another kind of pressure, and even more insidious anxiety. This is also detrimental to recovery. Thus, for today, if his temperature is normal, I believe reading the proof for no more than 20 minutes would be acceptable. But afterwards, he must rest. Genuine rest, allowing his mind to relax. Understood. Just 20 minutes. I will keep time. Adeline nodded. Watson slightly relaxed, taking out the thermometer to check. 37.8, a low fever, but down by 0.3 degrees from yesterday, which is a good sign. He recorded this, then lifted the medicinal powder and warm water. All right, time to take your medicine. Charles quietly drank down the medicinal powder, leaning back against the pillow, breathing a bit heavily. The effects of the medicine and the low fever made him somewhat drowsy, yet his gaze shone brightly as he looked at the manuscript in Adeline's hands, filled with cautious hope. Adeline noticed his gaze. She silently approached, placing the proof of the Invisible Man and an essay about urban and rural development on the blanket over his knees, then pulled out a delicate gold-plated pocket watch from her pocket, snapping it open with a click to take a look. It is now 3:10. I will take it away at 3:30, not a second more. She announced, her tone leaving no room for negotiation, then placed the watch on the bedside table face up, making the movement of the minute hand clearly visible. Watson did not leave either. He tidied up the medical supplies, walked to the window, and opened a small gap, letting in a hint of cool, fresh air while avoiding a direct draft on the bed. Then he sat down on another chair by the fireplace, picking up a medical journal, though he did not truly read it, his gaze occasionally concernedly sweeping over Charles. The attic returned to silence. Charles lowered his head to read the proof. He read very slowly, word by word. The low fever made it somewhat difficult for him to concentrate, and his vision occasionally blurred, but the power of the story itself, or rather the things he had poured into it, pulled him back. When he reached the middle paragraphs, a rusting itch surged from deep within his throat. He abruptly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing suppressively, his thin shoulders shaking. Almost at the same instant his cough erupted. Adeline paused in organizing the manuscript. Watson immediately closed the journal, rose swiftly to the bedside, one hand steadying Charles' shoulder as he leaned forward from coughing, the other gently patting his back. Relax, exhale slowly. Yes, just like that. Watson's voice was deep and steady, carrying a rhythm that could soothe the heart. The breathing sounds are still rough with wet rowels. We must stop, Caplet. His tone remained gentle, but he turned to Adeline, signaling her to end the time. Adeline withdrew the proof, silently put the watch away, and returned it to her pocket, her movements appearing somewhat stiff. Doctor, what should we do next? Let him lie completely flat. If possible, try to sleep for a while. I will go downstairs to prepare a new inhalant which might help alleviate the bronchial spasm and make his breathing smoother. As Watson spoke, he adjusted the height of Charles' pillow, allowing him to lie down more comfortably, and carefully tucked the corners of the blanket. Charles lay with his eyes closed weakly. The coughing had drained the little strength he had just gathered, and the burning pain and suffocation in his chest still lingered. A weak turmoil of frustration from failure and anger toward his own body quickly drowned in deeper fatigue. He felt Watson's steady hand, heard his footsteps going downstairs, and felt Adeline sit back in her chair, but this time she did not pick up any papers, merely gazing at him for a long time. Uncertain how long had passed, just as Charles' consciousness began to blur on the verge of being submerged by drowsy sleep, he suddenly heard Adeline's voice, very soft and gentle, as if she were speaking to herself, or perhaps like whispers drifting through the dust of time. I tried. During the time after marrying Mitchell, he would snore at night, and I couldn't sleep. Pacing around the room, looking out at the darkness, sometimes sentences would flash through my mind. About the door that can never be exited, about the fog in the mirror, about a wife whose voice is gradually fading. Her voice paused, and after a long while she continued, as light as a sigh, but I never wrote them down. On the afternoon of the third day following the publication of The Invisible Man and the accompanying essay in the Bulimii Journal, the first wave of reader letters in physical form surged into the living room of 221B, Baker Street, personally brought in by Editor Carter. Surprise. A tremendous surprise, my dear Caplet. Editor Carter's voice burst through the attic door even before his person did. He carried a bulging linen-wrapped bundle in his arms, his face glowing with a near-exuberant flush, the dark circles under his eyes overshadowed by the brightness, as if they were merely badges of enthusiasm. Caplet. Carter's voice rose higher with excitement as he entered the room, casually shutting the door behind him, his smile so radiant it almost illuminated the cramped space. Look who has arrived. You absolutely won't guess what has happened. Charles suddenly awakened from his daze. He coughed, startled. Mr. Carter, how did I come? Carter interjected, quickly approaching the bed, and with a flourish opened the fabric bag, pulling out envelope after envelope and laying them out on the blanket before Charles. I've come to deliver the cannonballs. Look at these. The Invisible Man. Just the first chapter. It has set the literary scene in London ablaze. He picked up the topmost exquisite cream-colored envelope, waving it before Charles' eyes. The Times. One of the lead reviewers in the commentary section, a personal letter, the third one. He wants to invite you to write a column. He also said your work is one of the most intellectually provocative pieces of fiction in recent years in England. As Carter spoke, he sat down naturally at the edge of the bed, reaching out his arm to pull Charles' thin shoulders closer to him. Look at how the clever people and old fogies of London have been frightened by you. He chuckled at this thought, letting out a couple of honking laughs like a goose, and casually pulled out a letter from the Royal Society, reading aloud the complimentary passages with clear enthusiasm. Today, your esteemed paper has published the first chapter of The Invisible Man, which is the most intellectually penetrating work I have read in years. The author, Mr. C. Caplet, is he the same young man who delivered a lecture at University College London the other day? Yes, indeed. It is him, it is absolutely him. Carter nodded vigorously, affirming himself as he read. He also said, the use of scientific fantasy to question human nature evokes memories of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, yet with a perspective that is colder and more modern. Please convey my respects, and I look forward eagerly to future correspondence. C. Caplet, you're famous. Carter even whistled a light-hearted, proud tune, swaying his arms to the rhythm. Charles, held by him, felt somewhat stiff. He could sense the slight pressure of Carter's hand on his shoulder from excitement, smell the faint ink aroma from the envelope, and feel the exhilaration and joy radiating from Carter. A faint blush gradually crept onto his pale cheeks. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was drawn to another letter that Carter had thrust into his hand. And there's this one, listen to this. Carter held a letter of inquiry from the London Moral Purification Society, and this time his tone was imbued with mockery and a combative uplift. Challenges public morals, amplifying despair. They're afraid. The more they kick and scream, the more it shows you've hit the mark. My boy, you are about to become famous, truly famous, with controversy and weight. His whistling unconsciously resumed as he immersed himself in this immense joy and the excitement of battling with the outside world, momentarily forgetting that he was holding a patient who required absolute rest. Just as Carter found an invitation letter to a salon and prepared to read this gold-plated ticket to Charles, the attic door was unexpectedly pushed open. Adeline Caplet stood at the doorway. She had evidently just returned from outside, her dark attire crisp, holding a small package. Her gaze was like two icy tweezers precisely grasping the arm that Carter had draped over Charles' shoulders. Carter's overly radiant smile instantly froze, leaving only the lingering echoes of his whistle in the air. Editor Carter, is it? Adeline placed the package on the desk, one hand resting on the desk, her fingers nearly digging into the solid wood edge. I thought during my previous visit you had gathered enough understanding that my brother currently requires absolute rest rather than... She paused, her gaze sweeping over the open letters on the bed and the abnormal flush on Charles' face, rather than this excessive noise that would surely stimulate his nerves. Editor Carter fell silent. Adeline released her hand and walked step by step to the bedside, adjusting the blanket over Charles' shoulders. This action cleverly rescued Charles, pulling him free from Carter's embrace. We appreciate the good news you brought, but right now the only good news for me is that he can sleep quietly for a while and his temperature no longer rises. Adeline stated in a declarative tone, her gaze fixed on Charles' soft brown hair without lifting her head. The fiery joy within Editor Carter doused by Adeline's cold gaze, and words hissed and evaporated quickly. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, stood up, the previous forgetfulness and pride replaced by embarrassment and a late sense of worry. Oh, Miss Caplet, I was just too happy for him. He attempted to explain, his voice lowering with regret. I understand your happiness, Adeline interrupted him, but your manner of expression is a burden to him at this moment. Please leave now, Mr. Editor. Let him rest peacefully. As for these letters and that one, she had already keenly noticed the exceptionally exquisite invitation in Carter's hand. The salon invitation, I will discuss it with him and his doctor at the appropriate time. Not now. Carter opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He hastily gathered the letters, stuffed them back into the fabric bag, and placed it at the bedside. He took one last glance at Charles, who gave him a weak yet apologetic look, then nodded slightly at Adeline and almost fled the attic. The door closed gently, cutting off the noise and commotion from the outside world. Adeline sat by the bed, reaching out to check Charles' forehead temperature, her brow furrowing slightly. How do you feel? She asked. Charles closed his eyes, letting out a gentle breath that trembled, whether from lingering excitement or the unmistakable weakness. I didn't expect such a strong reaction, he said softly. A strong reaction is a good thing, but shows that what you wrote has value, Adeline sighed. But living is the prerequisite for holding any value, Charles. Charles closed his eyes and leaned back against the pillow, striving to steady his ragged breath and racing heartbeat. Yet the flush of excitement lingering on his cheekbones refused to fade. Familiar yet slightly hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. The door was tapped once, more in formality than expectation, then swung open. Dr. Watson entered first, holding a pristine copy of the Young Man magazine, its dark cover boldly emblazoned with an ornate, flowing title. Shaking off the chill he'd carried in from outside, He shook his head, his expression tinged with weary exasperation. Good heavens, the newsstand at the corner was packed today like sardines in a tin. All for this issue. He waved the magazine, then broke off mid-sentence as his gaze fell upon Charles's face lying pale against the pillow. Instinct took over. The doctor fell silent instantly, his brow darkening. In 3 swift strides, he reached the bedside. Capulet, what on earth is wrong with your complexion? Has the fever returned? Holmes followed closely behind, pausing just inside the doorway, already having deduced the situation with uncanny precision. It appears Editor Carter has just paid a rather fervent visit. Adeline turned to face them, especially Watson, and though her sternness softened somewhat, her demeanor remained grave. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, you've arrived just in time. Editor Carter has just left. He brought a substantial bundle of reader letters concerning the Invisible Man. She gestured toward the cloth sack resting by the headboard. The volume is astonishing. I was about to inform you that I shall need to perform an initial triage of these letters. Some may demand immediate attention, while others are little more than clamorous noise. Watson pressed a hand to Charles's forehead, then leaned in to listen closely to his breathing, his expression deepening into grim concern. He shot the sack a fierce, almost accusatory glare, as if it were a vector of contagion. Nonsense. What he requires most now is absolute neural calm, not to be buried beneath heaps of praise or vitriol. Such stimulation will reignite his fragile euphoria, plunging him deeper into exhaustion. As he retrieved his stethoscope from the medical case, he snapped at Charles, breathed deeply, slowly. Yes, don't think you can feign compliance with me. Your pulse is racing as though you've just run a marathon. Charles half opened his eyes, guilty and fleeting, only for his gaze to be immediately drawn to the young man casually laid across the foot of the bed. The familiar cover stirred a momentary daze, the name, Montague, and that unresolved island tale drifted unbidden into his thoughts. How has this issue of the young man been received, eh? He asked hoarsely, purely from the reflex of authorship. Received, eh? Watson snorted, but answered nonetheless. As he withdrew the stethoscope, he added, when I squeezed through the crowd to buy it, the vendor was boasting how the issue had gone to press twice, and still sold out within hours. But you, right now this instant, must stop thinking about it. Focus on your breath. Close your eyes. Charles complied. Meanwhile, the detective had already drifted to the desk, where he lifted the topmost envelope from the sack with 2 delicate fingers, its scent rich with perfume. He did not open it, merely held it to his nose, inhaling with clinical precision, then drew back, with faint distaste, one eyebrow arching. Violet and musk, cheap synthetics straining too hard to mimic aristocratic refinement. The paper is machine-embossed, trendy yet devoid of substance. The postmark hails from the fringes of Mayfair, a social climber, grasping for legitimacy, or perhaps the handmaiden of some idle society matron writing on her behalf. The language will be florid and hollow at soul, intent to forge acquaintance with this newly minted prophet of the sickbed. Utterly worthless, except as proof that your readership is swelling rapidly and beginning to attract tedious flotsam. He dropped the envelope back into the sack as though discarding something unclean, then plucked up several others, swiftly scanning their envelopes, their texture stationary wax seals and postmarks. This one thick, substantial paper bearing the University College London crest, its wax seal intact, handwriting immaculate. A genuine scholar, measured in tone yet incisive in critique or commendation. These, he gestured lightly towards several similarly styled letters from different periodicals, critics and peers cautiously probing, comparing merit or seeking collaboration. And these, his fingertips brushed over several envelopes edged in black. The moral guardians have arrived. Predictable, of course. Their rhetoric will likely lack courtesy, but their damage is negligible. What they truly crave is a stage for performance. Holmes turned toward Adeline, his gray eyes alight with the quiet pleasure of analysis. It seems your sorting task, Miss Capulet, demands not only patience, but a modicum of forensic acumen to discern authenticity and intent. Shall I assist? I am conversant with handwriting analysis, paper provenance, wax composition, and even estimating the length of a letter solely from the thickness of its envelope. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I can manage the preliminary sifting. Should any prove ambiguous in origin or motive, I shall certainly consult you. Adeline's gaze returned to her brother, now under examination. For now what matters most is that he rests in silence. Watson stowed his stethoscope, his expression still severe, though marginally less austere. There remains audible congestion in the lungs, but no acute deterioration. You need real sleep. He cast another sharp, disapproving glance at the sack, as if it embodied some malign physical presence. Those letters. Charles opened his eyes again, glancing involuntarily toward the sack. I'll handle them, Adeline said, stepping forward and lifting the heavy cloth sack with clean, decisive motion. Its weight made her lips tighten, but her posture did not waver. Only the most essential will reach you, when your strength permits. The rest I shall summarize, or reply to at my discretion. Your sole duty now is to trust your sister, and rest. Her voice carried a quiet, unshakable assurance, the kind forged over years of practical stewardship. Holmes gave a slight, thoughtful nod, as if acknowledging both Adeline's efficiency and the subtle, almost imperceptible regret that his own filtering had not been enacted sooner. A pragmatic and efficient plan. Yet Miss Capulet, while sorting, do pay special attention to letters marked by extreme rhetoric fractured logic, or those bearing postmarks indicating multiple reroutings. Fame, especially fame that surges so suddenly, often draws unwelcome scrutiny, and sometimes malice disguised as adulation. Early identification serves only to protect. I understand. That is precisely why I insisted on conducting the classification myself, Adeline replied, nodding her thanks once more. Lie down, close your eyes, try picturing blankness, or simply listen to the rhythm of your own breath. Your body needs restoration now, not creation, and certainly not social maneuvering. Charles obeyed, sinking slowly into the mattress as profound weariness began to envelop him. He watched Adeline lift the heavy sack of letters, offer a quiet nod to Watson and Holmes, then settle herself before the writing desk. Her back remained perfectly straight, poised to bear every unsettling disturbance. Watson murmured a few final instructions, then picked up the young man from the foot of the bed, gathered his medical case, and slipped quietly from the room. Holmes was the last to depart. At the threshold he paused, glancing back once more at Charles, already drifting into slumber, and at the deep blue poetry anthology and the slender twig of cherry wood resting beside his pillow. His gaze lingered a moment on the twig, then sotto voce, almost teasing, he murmured, "Spring has not yet arrived, but the wild bees have already begun their frantic flight." He closed the door softly, returning silence wholly and completely to the attic. On the table, the linen bag containing the envelopes had been untied and various envelopes spread out like colorful poisonous mushrooms in a small, unsettling thicket in the dim light. Adeline was attempting to sort them by nature, her brow slightly furrowed in deep concentration, resembling a general trying to clarify enemy deployments on a sand table. At that moment, a more urgent knocking sounded from downstairs, followed by Mrs. Hudson's slightly panicked voice and the dull thud of something heavy being placed. Adeline set down a letter that smelled of cheap perfume, rising to walk to the top of the stairs. She saw Watson and Holmes each tugging at a cardboard box twice the size of the previous one. One corner of the box was bound with rough hemp rope covered in colorful stamps and a label reading "The Boy." What is this? Adeline suddenly had a bad premonition. She lifted her skirt and hurried downstairs. It's all letters for Mr. M. Montague. Watson straightened up, wiping his brow with a complex expression. The mailbox at the corner must have been emptied. This box was sent directly from the office of The Boy, saying that if it were left any longer, their editorial department would be drowned in readers' saliva. Holmes dragged the box he was holding to a corner of the living room, surveying this massive haul with a childlike curiosity, as if discovering a new toy. It seems Mr. Montague's readers are much more enthusiastic and impatient than those of Mr. Capulet. He tilted his head, a glint in his gray eyes. This box weighs at least 40 pounds. If each letter averages half an ounce, that's about 1,200 letters. It seems that editor friend from The Boy is truly overwhelmed this time. Watson, who was pouring himself a cup of tea, said helplessly, "Yes, that's why I hope this enthusiasm stays downstairs and doesn't disturb the one upstairs again today." Holmes casually replied, squatting down and pulling out a letter opener from somewhere, deftly cutting the hemp rope and lifting the lid of the box. Inside was a more chaotic and surging ocean. Envelopes of various colors, even mixed with some scraps of manuscript and clippings. "Oh, look at this." Holmes pulled out a letter adorned with an exaggerated eagle, expensive handmade paper, postmarked from Chelsea with a strong but somewhat hasty handwriting, the recipient's address written like a clumsy poem. A self-important amateur poet eager for Mr. Montague's recognition of his masterpiece. In this letter, a cheap penny post, the postmark blurred, the handwriting scrawled, probably from some apprentice who was captivated by a story and wanted to know if the island really exists. Ah, this one is even more interesting. He pulled out several letters from the box in succession, like performing acrobatics, quickly glancing through them, sorting them into categories with such speed that it was dazzling, muttering to himself, a dilettante of high society, an eager nouveau riche, a genuinely literary youth, a pure curiosity seeker, and this one. He lifted a letter sealed with black wax, the wax bearing a blurry heraldic design. The paper is fine imitation parchment with a faint scent of cedar, and the postmark is from the Athena Temple Club, a rather exclusive gentleman's club. The writer is self-important and used to controlling the situation, but his handwriting reveals a slight tremor, making me curious. Is it anger? Or fear? Then a cough interrupted, and everyone paused. Adeline was the first to turn around, her brow furrowed. Watson followed closely, his face full of disapproval. Holmes, however, stopped his sorting game and looked with interest toward the staircase. Charles C. Capulet descended the stairs. His hazel eyes were startlingly bright, gazing straight at the chaotic sea of letters in the living room. "Charles." Adeline hurried forward, wanting to support him. "Why did you come down?" "Dr. Watson said you need to rest." Watson immediately followed, his tone serious. "My young man, what you need now is quiet, not such a physically exhausting adventure. You should go back upstairs immediately. Sorry, I just heard a lot of noise downstairs and wanted to see what was happening. Besides, Watson, you said one should have proper activity every day, right?" Charles paused, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, then winked at Watson. "Coming downstairs counts as activity, right?" Watson was momentarily stumped by his absurd logic, his mustache twitching in annoyance, but ultimately could only huff heavily, watching him move to sit by the armchair. Holmes remained silent, simply surveying Charles from head to toe with the gaze of someone assessing a new specimen. Then he strolled over leisurely, still holding that letter sealed with black wax. "It seems you've caught the sin of the case as well, Mr. Montague." His tone was light and tinged with a hint of mockery. "Or do you simply find it unbearable to let me enjoy the thrill of cracking the puzzle alone?" Charles looked up at him and softly retorted, "Perhaps it was simply the noise of you opening letters that woke up Mr. Montague. So my Mr. Montague, would you like to see what your fans have sent you? A letter requesting help from the Athena Temple." Holmes waved the exquisite letter. Charles' gaze was indeed drawn to it. He watched as Holmes skillfully used the letter opener to slice through the black wax, pulling out the letter inside, unfolding it, and quickly scanning its contents. Holmes read at an extraordinary speed, his lips nearly still, yet his gray eyes darted swiftly across the paper. "Oh, this is getting interesting." He reached the end, paused to flip the letter over, looking at the signature, and for the first time his brow furrowed in confusion. "Horace Dunn." When he pronounced this name, there was a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "Good heavens, Holmes." Watson, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked. He set down his teacup, looking at the detective in disbelief. "You actually don't know Horace Dunn? Well, it's reasonable you never read these things." "So," Holmes turned to Watson, "a historical legendary playwright. His works, how shall I put it, are filled with passion and bold imaginings that don't quite align with historical fact, and he's a moderate celebrity in the West End, but his reputation isn't good." Watson explained, looking at the three others beside him, who were equally bewildered, unable to help but press his forehead. "Oh God." Holmes clearly showed no interest in Horace Dunn's theatrical achievements. He was more focused on the content of the letter itself. "A poor fellow who has lost his script." He succinctly summarized, the spark of eagerness in his gray eyes intensifying. "And it sounds like a rather important script." Holmes held the letter almost in a teasing tone, addressed to Charles. "It seems you are receiving cases earlier than your creation, that Holmes detective, Mr. Montague." Sherlock Holmes looked back at the letter, reading aloud in a clear and rhythmic tone, "To Mr. M. Montague, I write to you with the most urgent feelings of anxiety. I am Horace Dunn, and you may have seen my name on the program of the West End Theatre. My latest manuscript, a groundbreaking work on Anne Boleyn and the secret history of the Tudor dynasty, has mysteriously vanished from the smoking room of the Athena Temple Club while it was in plain sight. I merely stepped away to use the restroom, and upon my return it had disappeared. The club's waiter swore that no one had touched it, yet the smoking room was nearly empty that afternoon. I implore you, Mr. Montague, to use your extraordinary powers of deduction displayed in your novels to help me recover this masterpiece that is destined to shock the London stage. Otherwise, I will not only face the premature end of my artistic life, but also suffer a significant financial loss due to my inability to deliver the work, which amounts to a dual bankruptcy of both my artistic career and a substantial advance. I must confess to you that I highly suspect this is a result of jealousy and conspiracy within the literary community. I have revealed some astonishing truths about the Tudor court in my manuscript, truths that would undoubtedly disgrace certain academic authorities. To this end, I have reported the matter to the police, though those incompetent constables have not taken it seriously, and I have also announced a substantial reward within the circle for any leads. However, I am well aware that this is no ordinary theft. I wish to ask the recently renowned Mr. M. Montague, as a detective literature expert, to analyze from the perspective of creative logic, what kind of person and for what motive would steal such an unfinished manuscript. I firmly believe that perhaps only a peer can truly understand the thoughts of another peer. Holmes finished reading and gently placed the letter on the tea table in front of Charles, slipping his hands into the pockets of his robe and leaning slightly forward. That posture resembled a natural science professor presenting new discoveries to students, exuding a delight that was hard to conceal. Me, a detective literature expert. Charles coughed, unsure whether to find it amusing or simply absurd. Mr. Dunn might be grasping at straws here. Holmes, isn't this precisely your area of expertise? Holmes did not respond immediately. His gray eyes shifted slightly, scanning Charles' pale face. However, Charles changed his tone, the sharpness of a thinker replacing his momentary resistance. This is indeed an interesting line of thought. To reverse engineer the potential reader from the narrator's perspective, he looked towards Watson, who was sitting at the edge of the desk with a furrowed brow, evidently unimpressed by this playwright. Watson, what notable characteristics does Mr. Dunn have aside from his flamboyance and narcissism? Even the slightest detail. Holmes added. Watson paused. He too looked down on this writer. If you ask me, old Dunn's writing pales in comparison to that of Caplet before us. At least Charles' words carry a haunting authenticity, while Dunn's work is ornate yet hollow. He struggled to recall, as if sifting through an unappealing old item, his most prominent characteristic. The scenery must be lavish, the dialogue always lengthy, and he especially enjoys arranging those unexpected historical truth twists. Watson scoffed. Unfortunately, he often lacks reliable historical support, appearing more concerned with shock value for its own sake. The Observer recently criticized him, stating that his work was an unrestrained emotional outpouring and a compilation of historical inaccuracies. Adeline's voice came from the doorway as she held a stack of freshly organized letters, her gaze sweeping over the letter on the tea table. Then Holmes' voice cut in steadily. The so-called astonishing truth is likely a product of his exaggeration or fabrication for dramatic effect. The theft of the manuscript, if true, could only have a few possible motives: commercial theft, preventing publication, malicious teasing, or... He looked at Charles with a conspiratorial understanding in his gaze. Charles interlaced his fingers slowly, performing a series of finger exercises he often did, while pondering the joints, making slight cracking sounds. Though weakened by illness, his eyes shone brighter. Or perhaps this theft itself is part of his plan. He spoke softly as if to himself, or perhaps casting out a tentative thread. Watson was drawn in by this statement, leaning forward. A plan? What do you mean? A narcissistic playwright. Charles' speech quickened, his logic beginning to spin like a spindle. A manuscript claiming to contain explosive content, a theft scene replete with literary flair, a public accusation pointing to conspiracy within the literary community. Holmes slowly took over, his pace steady yet imbued with the certainty of a puzzle nearing completion. This itself resembles the opening of a third-rate play, does it not? The stage, the actors, the conflict, all present. Charles uncrossed his hands, relaxing against the back of the chair, yet his eyes remained alert. So, my dear writer, are you interested in applying your ability to construct fictional mysteries to this real, yet low-risk little conundrum? Holmes stepped forward, lowering his voice. Adeline stood by the armchair, her previously tense jawline relaxing slightly at that moment. She watched Charles, seeing how his hazel eyes gradually lit up as if someone had struck a match deep within them. That spark was something she had never seen in the old house of Yorkshire. It resembled the light she would have had in her eyes when she proudly crafted a Latin translation as a child. Adeline suddenly felt it was strange and somewhat shocking. The three of them at that moment huddled around a ridiculous plea for help, like three cats competing in front of precise instruments. She had never witnessed such intelligence applied not to accounts, sewing, or social niceties, but to an elusive riddle with a quality that felt almost luxurious. But she quickly snapped back to reality. That's enough, Adeline said, stepping forward first, snatching the letter from Charles' hand and placing it out of his reach. Charles, you may think, she fixed her serious gaze on Charles, forbidding any dissent, but your body absolutely cannot step outside this house. Doctor, this is also your medical advice, isn't it? Watson immediately stood up from the desk, nodding repeatedly, as if finally finding an ally. Of course. Caplet, your current strength barely allows you to climb this flight of stairs, let alone go to the Athena Temple Club. Charles leaned back in his chair, his chest slightly rising from the excitement just moments ago. That burning fighting spirit was slowly deflating like a punctured balloon, turning into a resigned sigh. All right, Adeline. You are right. Oh, I can't even make it to the entrance of that club. He forced a bitter smile, his gaze turning to Holmes with a hint of request. Well, it seems Mr. Montague is destined to be merely a chair detective. All clues, deductions, and conclusions must start and return to this chair. Everything else will have to be entrusted to Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Chair detective. Holmes gently repeated the term, a glimmer of delight flashing in his gray eyes. He adjusted his cuff, bowing elegantly, as if accepting a most exalted title. For you, this is an excellent title, and I am more than happy to serve. When Sherlock Holmes and Watson returned from the Athena Temple Club, it was already dusk. Charles was leaning against the headboard in the attic, the book, the English poetry selection, sprawled across his lap, but he was not reading it, his gaze drifting vacantly towards the deepening twilight outside the window. Adeline was sitting at a nearby desk, her head bowed as she wrote something. The door was gently pushed open and Holmes entered first, his gray eyes glinting with a sense of satisfaction. Watson followed behind him, his expression somewhat complex, a mix of relief after completing the task and a hint of embarrassment. Caplet, Holmes' voice was lively, laced with a touch of theatrical excitement, with no pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Do you know what Watson did this afternoon? Charles raised his eyes to look at Holmes. The detective's face bore an unmistakable expression of ask me more. He then glanced at Watson, who had already awkwardly averted his gaze, raising a hand to adjust his forehead, his ears tinged with a hint of redness. Dr. Watson, what did he do? Charles inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of curious amusement. Holmes leaned slightly forward, as if about to share a grand secret, his tone filled with mockery. We just met Mr. Dunn, that self-important playwright who was still using his extravagant rhetoric to describe how the theft of the manuscript made the entire smoking room hold its breath. Holmes. Watson let out a warning murmur from the side. The detective, however, remained unfazed, completely immersed in his exquisite recreation of the scene. He even mimicked a slightly exaggerated gesture of despair that Mr. Dunn would make, then abruptly shifted his tone. And then, Watson, our dear doctor. Holmes elegantly pointed to Watson, as if introducing a suddenly arrived key character on stage. Our Watson, who is renowned for his patience and gentlemanly demeanor, did something very pragmatic, very direct, and in my opinion exceedingly correct. He deliberately paused to ensure that Charles and Adeline's attention was fully captured. He interrupted Mr. Dunn. Holmes announced, enunciating each word, then adjusted his stance, slightly straightened his back, and tucked in his chin, instantly mimicking Watson's expression and tone, which even carried a hint of professional concern, perfectly recounting. Mr. Dunn, before you continue to elaborate on the undoubtedly profound artistic tragedy brought about by the theft of this precious manuscript, Holmes' version of Watson said in a politely calm tone, Out of respect for your time and our professional services, may I be so bold as to confirm, what is the fee you plan to pay for this consultation? Or rather, do you have a budget range in mind? There was a moment of silence in the attic, and then Holmes spread his hands as if showcasing a perfect dramatic scene. The entire smoking room fell silent. Mr. Dunn's mouth hung open like a fish pulled out of water by its gills, his expression shifting from fervor to astonishment, then to offended anger. A performance as splendid as any of his plays. Watson could finally hold back no longer and put down his hand from his forehead. I just thought, we shouldn't waste time on someone trying to get our services for free. Moreover, his performance was over the top. I instinctively wanted to confirm whether this was a joke. A joke? Adeline precisely echoed those words, her gaze sweeping between Watson and Holmes, her tone calm, yet incisive. So this Mr. Dunn intends to receive professional services for free. Free. Holmes seemed to finally latch onto this word, his tone rising with unabashed disdain. That was indeed his best line. After experiencing initial shock and evident anger, he adjusted his breathing, attempting to reclaim the pride of an artist, declaring, "Gentlemen, the value of my story, this true tragedy of betrayal and loss, is itself the highest reward for keen minds like yours. The glory of encountering Mr. M. Montague and the illustrious Mr. Sherlock Holmes, does it not outweigh the vulgarity of money?" A typical case of concept substitution, Adeline remarked, her tone as frosty as the twilight outside, using hollow words to cover up the fact that he doesn't want to pay. Right on target, Miss Caplet. Holmes nodded slightly in agreement. So we politely took our leave. As they exited the club filled with the stale scent of cigars, and even more stale vanity, Dr. Watson made a particularly incisive remark. He looked at Watson, who this time simply turned his head, pretending to check for dust on the windowsill. God, I thought he would at least pay for our carriage. Even if just for a one-way trip. Charles actually laughed out loud this time. Holmes looked at Charles' reaction with satisfaction, and when his laughter subsided, he leisurely took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Of course, although the client was enraged, the work of consulting the detective had already been completed. He unfolded the paper and handed it to Charles. This is the floor plan of the club's smoking room, along with a list of all the individuals who could have come into contact with the manuscript at Mr. Dunn's seat. Montague, your reasoning can begin. Charles took the paper. The paper was high-quality writing paper commonly used in the club, its edges neatly cut, and Holmes' handwriting on it resembled a group of trained black ants, precisely marking positions with the list beside. Mr. Dunn said he was gone for only 5 minutes to the restroom. Holmes' voice, like a narration, rang out at the right moment, and when he returned, the folder was missing. Right under everyone's eyes. Under everyone's eyes. Charles repeated this phrase, his brow slightly furrowed. This itself was the first contradiction. A manuscript claiming to possess some revolutionary truth disappears in a room full of people under everyone's gaze, more like a magician's trick than a theft. Holmes, you said Mr. Dunn described the manuscript as vanishing into thin air. Then what did the folder containing the manuscript look like? A red Moroccan leather folder, he said. Very conspicuous, Holmes replied. A conspicuous folder. Charles raised his head, sitting right in the center of this empty round table. And Mr. Dunn left for 5 minutes. He paused for a moment, pondering. Mr. Dunn is a man who lives by writing scripts. He dwells within stories, habitually viewing the world through a storyteller's lens, and delights in casting himself as the protagonist of his own narrative. Charles studied the scrap of paper in his hand for a moment longer before speaking slowly. According to him, that manuscript is priceless, capable of securing his immortality in literary history, though it may also earn him formidable enemies. Yet now the manuscript appears to have been stolen. He set the paper down, and with a faintly mischievous air raised a single finger and gave it a gentle wag. First, it convinces everyone that his manuscript is so valuable someone would dare steal it. Second, it casts Mr. Dunn himself in the role of victim, a brilliant mind oppressed by dark forces, precisely aligning with the self-image he has long cultivated. Third, and most pragmatically, it manufactures suspense. Whatever the manuscript contains, everyone is now consumed by curiosity. What could possibly be worth stealing? And fourth, Charles lowered his voice slightly, an involuntary note of compassion slipping through. Perhaps Mr. Dunn has hit a wall. His pen-stalled inspiration dried up, and the manuscript may not be nearly as extraordinary as he claims. In that case, the theft becomes a flawless alibi. It explains why no finished work can be produced while preserving an aura of mystery, sustaining anticipation indefinitely. So it's truly a self-directed performance. Adeline arched an eyebrow. Not necessarily intentional. Charles's gaze drifted toward the flickering flames in the hearth, as if recalling his own agonies of creation. It may be an unconscious need. After all, Mr. Dunn has grown utterly accustomed to living inside drama. When reality grows dull, or when creative block sets in, he may instinctively inject artificial plot to propel events forward. Much like a writer who, unable to advance the story, engineers an accident to break the impasse. Except this time, he is both author and protagonist of his own tale. Holmes offered a quiet, thoughtful round of applause, then leaned forward, his eyes sharp and luminous as he fixed them upon Charles. So your method is to place an event within a broader narrative framework for analysis. He paused, then ventured almost tentatively, you seek to understand what psychological need this event, the alleged theft, fulfills for its central figure even if that need remains hidden from him. Charles nodded, then gently shook his head. It is not quite seeking to understand. More precisely, it is a hypothesis. I assume that any striking event, especially one occurring to a person whose profession is storytelling, carries innate narrative properties. Truth often resides not in bare facts, but in the manner of their telling, in the meaning people ascribe to them. Physical evidence is vital, Holmes. You know this better than anyone. Yet even physical evidence is selected and arranged within a story. Just as when I write fiction, choosing to describe the embers in the hearth rather than a flower outside the window is itself an act of guidance, leading readers to believe the version of reality I wish them to embrace. Holmes inclined his head slightly, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Fascinating Capulet, he said, each word measured and deliberate. I recall an earlier phrase you used. You observe the world from a God's view. You are not content merely knowing who stole the manuscript. You wish to know why this story was told in precisely this way. His gray eyes seemed to peer straight through Charles's pupils, gazing unflinchingly into the machinery of his mind. You perceive the entire world as a vast, boundless book. Each of us a character within it, our narratives interwoven and mutually shaping one another. And this, Holmes continued, his tone alight with the thrill of discovery, may well be the very foundation upon which your fictional deceptions hold together. In your stories, the victim, the murderer, and the detective contend across distinct narrative layers. The murderer constructs a false tale to conceal truth. The detective dismantles that lie, reconstructing truth's own narrative. And the reader, drawn along by these competing stories, journeys until the final revelation, the truth laid bare. Yet for Montague, or for you, that so-called truth laid bare may itself be nothing more than another kind of story. Silence descended upon the attic the instant Holmes fell silent. A wave of dizziness washed over Charles. His heart hammered uncontrollably as though Holmes had pried open a door deep within his psyche, flooding a hidden chamber with blinding light. As a transmigrator, as one who knew the ending of this era, he perceived 1880 not only as vivid, breathing reality, but also as a historical text already written and bound. The world was text, reality was narrative, and within it he stood both as its most perceptive reader and its most profoundly displaced author. Ordinary people saw only Holmes solving a case. He saw instead this story unfolds according to such and such structural logic. Charles cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Let us return to Dunn. Let us attempt to reconstruct the full narrative. Dunn was indeed writing at the club. He may have become stuck, or lost confidence in his work. At that moment he might have overheard a peer, a perpetually critical scholar, or a notoriously acerbic poet, mocking him behind his back. His pride could not bear it. He needed a means of retaliation, a way to assert his significance, and simultaneously a graceful pretext for failure. So, seizing a moment when the waiter looked away, or others dozed off, he may have hidden the manuscript himself, perhaps slipped beneath a sofa cushion or tucked behind a curtain, intending to discover its absence later, staging a poignant drama. But complications arose. The waiter may have returned early to clean, inadvertently removing the pages, or perhaps a disgruntled club attendant, or a familiar acquaintance eager to chastise him, really did pocket it. And Dunn, finding the manuscript genuinely gone, found himself trapped mid-performance. So he doubled down, recasting himself as a persecuted truth-teller. The manuscript may contain no earth-shattering secret at all, but the story that it was stolen because it contained one has already satisfied his vanity, and granted him the perfect indefinite excuse to delay completion. Watson exclaimed, enlightened, so there may be no thief at all. And approaching Montague was simply his way of amplifying the incident's notoriety. That is a logically sound hypothesis. Charles turned to Holmes. What do you think, Holmes? Holmes did not smile, not yet, and did not speak. He watched Charles in silence. That ever-present glint of irony and detachment in his gray eyes had softened, replaced by something far more intricate. It was the subtle, shimmering recognition of kinship. With this frail body, Charles had torn aside the carefully woven curtain of Dunn's reality, revealing to all the flustered, ordinary, faintly absurd director behind the scenes. And therein lay the most fundamental distinction between Montague and his fictional detective, and Holmes the detective of lived reality. Wonderful. Sherlock Holmes softly uttered this word. Your reasoning, Mr. Montague, is impeccable in both the logical chain and the psychological motivation. Horace Dunn, the self-proclaimed master of tragedy, had penned a brilliant three-act play for himself. And you, my dear Mr. Montague, he leaned slightly forward, a hint of playful teasing in his tone, unfortunately, were chosen by him as a crucial prop to heighten the dramatic tension and enhance the story's credibility. Fortunately, not only did you see through the script, but you also conveniently altered the ending for him, a conclusion far more aligned with human logic, yet also far more mundane and tedious. He pressed his lips together, gazing at Charles' eyes, which radiated an unusual brightness due to his intellectual activity, before shifting his gaze to the lingering flush on his cheekbones. Sherlock's brow furrowed slightly, transitioning from the detective immersed in a puzzle to the concerned friend at 221B. However, he changed his tone. Our little Shakespeare has excellently completed his reasoning part. If he continued, he might be forced to write a dismal chapter in the script of his real life titled, Old Ailments Resurface After Exhaustion. That would be even more boring than Mr. Dunn's terrible script. Watson immediately understood, rising with a serious nod. I completely agree. Caplet, your activities and thoughts quota for today has already been severely exceeded. Now what you need is rest. Charles opened his mouth, but said nothing, only letting out a slow sigh. Sherlock politely nodded to Adeline, saying no more, and left the attic with Watson. The door was gently closed, muffling the faint voices of conversation from downstairs. Adeline remained still. She was still seated at the desk, facing away from the bed and the dimness beyond it. Charles closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep. His nerves were still in a frenzied state after overthinking. Amidst this silence, Adeline's presence was unusually vivid, prompting him to finally call out with a hint of hesitance and a tinge of reliance. Adeline. Adeline did not respond immediately. A few seconds later, she slowly turned around. The light danced, illuminating her profile, outlining the clear, yet slightly rigid lines of her cheekbones and her eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Charles'. She looked at Charles with deep eyes, not as if gazing at a frail brother in need of care, but rather as if staring at some distant illusion. I envy you, she suddenly spoke. Charles was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What? I envy you. Adeline repeated slowly. I envy you, Charles. I envy Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I envy the way you all interacted just now. She raised her hand, making a gesture that encompassed all meanings, pointing into the void, as if depicting the earlier conversation surrounding Dunn's manuscript case. Adeline. Charles attempted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Adeline did not allow him to continue. She pointed to the letters on the desk from Caplet and Montague, then pointed to the chaotic scrawlings on the papers further away. You know, Charlie, these past few days here, watching you and your friends converse in your way, I feel as if I was suddenly pushed into a mirror. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled her breath, trembling slightly. What I saw filled me with a sense of anguish. I spent over 20 years learning how to be a desirable daughter, a decent wife, a competent household manager. I learned to tell myself late at night when the entire house was asleep and I lay alone in my spacious bed, feeling an indescribable emptiness and suffocation creeping up, choking my throat. This is life, Adeline. Grow up, look around, isn't everyone like this? And then I came here. Adeline's voice suddenly trembled slightly, her chest rising and falling, as if this candid expression had drained her of great effort. I came to take care of you, my brother, thinking I was facing a chaos that needed sorting out, possibly regarding illness or debts. I started sorting through your letters, your manuscripts, trying to understand the stories you wrote that made me uneasy yet unable to look away. I listened to you talk with Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, how you inferred the entire world from a line of dialogue, a gesture, or the texture of a letter. She suddenly turned her head, looking at Charles, where something in her usually calm and composed eyes shattered, completely unable to piece back the decorum of the past. And then all of a sudden, Charlie, her voice lowered, each word cutting through the silent air like a knife. Everything I spent over 20 years learning, relying on for survival, and once even took pride in, became laughably insubstantial. I cannot go back, Charlie. I cannot return to that Adeline Mitchell who could peacefully enjoy pruning roses, preparing for weekend balls, or finding genuine satisfaction in a successful dinner or a pot of soup just right for Robert's taste. That me. She is dying before my eyes, quietly weathering away as I help you organize these manuscripts while you and your friends discuss those puzzles. And I watch her die. Adeline's throat bobbed, and she struggled to maintain a steady voice, but the sudden moisture pooling in her eyes betrayed her. She did not let the tears fall, biting her lower lip until it lost its color. Yet I felt a terrifying sense of relief. Charles was silent for a long while. Then, using the voice he only used when completely unguarded in front of Adeline, soft, yet firm, he said, "Write it down, Adeline." Adeline shuddered, abruptly looking at him, her eyes filled with shock and confusion, as if she did not expect him to respond this way, did not expect that in the face of such a colossal collapse. He offered her a pen. Write down everything that pains you, that you cannot see clearly, that feels wrong. You don't have to show it to anyone, not even strive for completeness in the writing. Just like opening a breath of window for yourself on paper. He paused, slightly frowning due to discomfort in his chest, but his tone grew ever more resolute. But then what? Adeline's voice was a bit hoarse. This was the first time she showed such direct confusion and vulnerability in front of her brother. I see my husband's limitations, my father's selfishness, the nearly hopeless circle this society has drawn for you. What then? What should I do? Go back to being Mrs. Mitchell, pretending I saw nothing? I don't know, Charles replied, unusually honestly, shaking his head gently. I don't know the answer. Perhaps there isn't a ready-made perfect answer. But he tried to sit up a bit straighter, even though it made his breathing rapid. But writing at least allows you not to suffer in silence. It lets you create a space on paper where you can breathe, question, feel anger, feel sadness, where you can be yourself, Adeline Caplet, and not just someone's wife, daughter, or sister. That space itself is a form of resistance. He looked at her, his eyes clear and full of strength, though this strength came from a frail body. You supported me in your way to let me live, to carve out a difficult, yet potential path ahead. Now let me support you. Keep writing, Eddie. Not to become some writer, but just to avoid losing yourself in silence. He slowly extended his hand towards her. That hand was thin, pale, with prominent knuckles, and still trembled slightly from a coughing fit, yet it steadily reached for her. If you write it, if you are willing, I can read it. I will be your first reader, and the most loyal and devoted one. I may not be able to provide solutions, but I can with all my understanding confirm. Confirm that every word you write is real. Confirm that your feelings are anything but void. Confirm that your thoughts hold the value to illuminate the darkness. Confirm that your pain and any new thing you struggle and grow from are all worthy of being recorded by you with solemnity and dignity. Adeline stared blankly at his extended hand. Tears surged forth, and this time she did not hold them back, letting them roll down and dampen her clothing. After a long while in the flickering light, Adeline Caplet, or rather the dying Adeline Mitchell, firmly reached out her hand to this newly emerging soul. Okay, she heard herself say, keep writing. The days of deep winter are slowly melting away, and after nearly 5 weeks in early February London, the mist finally carries a hint of moisture. Charles sat by the window with a stack of manuscript paper, watching the bare willow branches below sprout tender yellow buds. The daffodils Mrs. Hudson had arranged this morning lay on the table, their fragrance faint as if to dissolve into the cold air. He took a deep breath, the familiar tightness in his chest resurfacing, but it was no longer the heart-wrenching pain. After a long period of recuperation, the fever from pneumonia had subsided, leaving only asthma to wheeze like an old bellows creaking with the change of seasons. Adeline arranged the blanket over his knees, sitting down on another chair beside him, holding an opened letter. Father has written again, she stated, directly handing the letter to Charles. Charles took it, the paper rustling lightly between his fingers. After reading it, he fell silent for a moment before returning the letter to his sister. You have to go back, he said softly. Robert has also written, his words more tactful, but the meaning is the same. The housekeeper cannot handle the spring shopping and repairs. Several cousins have events requiring attention, and there is also your sister's engagement ceremony at the beginning of next month. I cannot stay here indefinitely, Charlie. This is not my home. She had already been here for over a month. The attic at 221B, Baker Street, was an unexpected refuge found by her brother in a time of crisis. It allowed her to temporarily set aside her identity as Mrs. Mitchell and reclaim a piece of Adeline's island, but ultimately it was not where she belonged. Her battlefield, her responsibility, her cage and fortress lay in Yorkshire, in that house with a rose garden and elaborate decor beside the man called husband. I understand. Charles paused for a moment. Thank you, Eddie. Adeline shook her head, her gaze returning to his face. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting speckles of light in her hazel eyes. She looked at him for a long time, as if wanting to etch his current appearance. Still pale and thin, yet with a gaze no longer vacant, now holding a faint but clear vitality into her heart. I booked a train ticket for the morning. She finally said, her voice steady, revealing little emotion. You must promise to take your medicine on time, rest on schedule, absolutely no late-night writing, and no excessive visits, especially not pushing yourself to the point of coughing up blood like before. Her tone regained that sisterly authority. I promise, Charles said. Adeline studied him carefully, as if assessing the truthfulness of his words. In the end, she seemed somewhat reassured. You've grown up, Charlie. She sighed gently, with no regrets, but more a complex sense of relief and pride. You are no longer that little boy who used to run around behind me in the old house in Yorkshire Reed every time he felt wronged. But I will always be your brother, Charles said softly. Yes, Adeline smiled. You will always be that troublesome yet worry-inducing brother of mine. The sound of a carriage arriving downstairs along with Mrs. Hudson's raised voice broke the moment. Adeline put on her gloves, picked up her small handbag and parasol, while Charles lifted the not overly heavy luggage beside her. The two descended the narrow staircase one after the other. In the sitting room, Holmes was curled up on the sofa in a strange posture, frowning at an encrypted advertisement in the morning paper, while Watson was writing something at the nearby writing desk. Seeing them come down, both paused their tasks. Are you leaving, Miss Caplet? You've truly been a great help during this time. Without you, our patient would not have recovered so well. This is what I should do, doctor. I must also thank you and Mr. Holmes for your hospitality and care. Adeline gracefully nodded, her etiquette impeccable, yet her gaze sincere. Holmes glanced at her over the top of the newspaper, his gray eyes sharp as ever. Safe travels, Miss Caplet. The air in London is not beneficial for health, but a little change to stimulate the nerves may not be a bad thing. He said meaningfully, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the slightly ajar bag of Adeline's handbag, revealing a corner of a deep blue notebook. Adeline smiled. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Please take care of yourselves as well. Mrs. Hudson also came over with red-rimmed eyes to bid farewell, stuffing a small bag of still warm pastries into Adeline's hands. Eat on the way, dear, eat on the way. In the end, all farewell words were exchanged. Charles carried the suitcase, escorting Adeline to the door. The February sunshine bathed the sidewalk of Baker Street, and the buildings across the street appeared much clearer in the light. The coachman jumped down to take the suitcase. The siblings stood at the door momentarily speechless. Carriages rattled in the street, the vendors' calls vaguely reached their ears, the torrent of life surged around them, making the silence before the farewell feel somewhat heavy. Adeline, Charles spoke first, his voice very soft, audible only to her. Your battlefield, he looked at her, is different from mine. Perhaps more trivial, more intangible, more exhausting, but equally important. He paused, adding, it may even be more important, because it concerns how to breathe each day, whether one can draw a line of their own within the established confines. I know. Adeline replied softly, raising her hand to smooth his hair, which was not actually messy, just as she did when they were children. This action felt so natural, yet so precious. You too, Charlie. Your fight is visible, written on paper for others to see. But remember to leave a window open for fresh air for yourself. Charles nodded, his throat feeling a bit tight. Adeline took one last deep look at him, as if wanting to engrave her brother's healthier appearance at this moment deep in her heart. Then she turned, stepping onto the footboard the coachman had placed, smoothly boarding the carriage. Once settled, she waved at him through the window. Charles raised his hand as well. The coachman gave a light command. The whip cracked sharply in the air. The carriage slowly started moving along Baker Street towards Regent's Park, gradually departing. Charles stood at the door for a long time, watching the carriage merge into the flow of traffic, becoming a black, and finally disappearing around the street corner. He stood for a long while until Dr. Watson walked over, gently patting his shoulder. Come back inside, it's a bit chilly outside. Charles replied with a soft taking one last look in the direction the carriage had vanished before turning to walk back with the doctor to the familiar black door of 221B. The tranquility of the morning mist did not last long. Melancholy announced its dominion over London with a continuous drizzle, and the cobbled streets of Baker Street glistened with moisture. In such a slippery situation, Carter burst through the door of 221B, startling Dr. Watson, who was just about to step out, causing him to take a step back and nearly drop his medical bag. Mr. Carter. Watson frowned, filled with the doctor's unique disapproval. Be careful on the stairs. These stairs are not designed for those who rush around. Inside, Holmes paid no heed to this, hunched over and focused intently on the bizarrely colored chemical reagents on his workbench, attempting to extract a special tar component from fresh tobacco, his gray eyes only reflecting the shifting colors in the test tubes. Meanwhile, Charles was curled up in the corner of the sitting room by the window with sheets of manuscript spread out before him. He held a pen, staring blankly at the empty paper for a long while, writing only a few descriptive short phrases before tossing it aside, in frustration, his expression dazed and tinged with confusion. Carter clearly had no time to acknowledge this disapproval and indifference. He didn't even bother to brush off the raindrops from his coat, bursting in with heavy breaths, bringing in a chill from outside and an impatient clamor. A pamphlet, my dear friend, a pamphlet, Carter exclaimed as he rushed to Charles' side, slapping a thin booklet down on the table. Charles instinctively leaned back, tentatively picking it up. It was poorly printed with cheap paper, about 20 pages long, and the cover bore a prominent title: C. Caplet's Lectures at University College London, unauthorized edition. Below it was a line of smaller text: for private circulation only, do not distribute. Charles was speechless for a long time. He gathered his words, asking, where did this come from? It's been circulating for a while. Carter rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new vein of ore. In some clubs, cafes, and certain restless circles in academia. It's quite controversial, but there are also quite a number of intelligent people who believe you have pointed out something crucial. Something crucial, eh? Charles echoed. Not those specific technical details. God knows you spoke ambiguously, but rather that feeling, that premonition of a world about to be reshaped by speed and technology. He pronounced the word premonition with a weighty significance, a shrewd glint in his small eyes. Charles remained noncommittal. What he cared more about was, this won't get me into trouble, will it? Unauthorized, and the content might also be inaccurate. Trouble? Carter scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Pamphlets like this are printed every day, and there are plenty of things discussed that are 10 times more radical than this. As long as you don't name and attack the royal family or incite violence, the authorities couldn't care less. Besides, he lowered his voice, laced with a hint of encouragement, a bit of controversy is a good thing. You see, someone has noticed you through this. Who? Charles asked, alert. Carter did not answer directly, but like a magician swiftly produced another envelope. This time it was made of high-quality, thick paper, sealed with an exquisite wax seal, the intricate design hinting at the extraordinary status of its bearer. He smugly said, a rather influential gentleman. He found me through several connections. He has read that pamphlet. God knows how it got into his hands. And our newspaper, and is particularly interested in the part where you mention future urban transportation, especially the section on connecting cities. Charles was once again at a loss for words. How was he supposed to respond? To say he had witnessed that vision, the iron beasts galloping over the ground, silver birds tearing through the clouds, information flowing around the globe like light. The word premonition was now being lightly cradled in his hands. He struggled to make his voice sound merely humbly confused. That gentleman overestimates me. It's merely a literary projection based on existing scientific trends, like Mr. Verne linking the known possibilities together. Why be so modest? Carter raised his hand, making another attempt to grab Charles' shoulder and shake him, but the young man appropriately coughed into his hand, causing him to awkwardly retract it. Carter almost stammered before the words tumbled from his lips. He'll speak plainly. This Sir Michael. He needs you to write something for him. What does he want? Charles asked. A report. Carter solemnly placed the envelope on the table, sliding it towards Charles. A forward-looking concept report. He wanted ideas for a proposed urban transportation improvement plan. No specific engineering techniques involved. He knows you aren't an engineer. What he needs are concepts, blueprints of vision that can impress investors and municipal officials. In your words, it's stories and possibilities. Charles did not reach for the envelope immediately. He picked up his now lukewarm tea, taking a small sip to gather his scattered thoughts. Carter paused, leaning forward, even more, his voice lowered but filled with urgency. And Caplet, the remuneration. The reward is quite substantial. The figure he offers is. He mentioned a number. £50. Half as a deposit, half as the final payment. Charles was stunned. This was a sum that could completely pull him out of the mire of survival pressure. Seeing Charles silent, Carter seized the opportunity. Of course, that gentleman understands your health is still recovering. There is no urgent deadline for the report, but he hopes to see a preliminary framework before the summer council recess. You can work here without extra travel. He only needs your wisdom and pen. This is completely legitimate income for your labor with no conflict with other creative works and may even complement them. Think about it, the stage you envision in the future may well be altered by this report. For a moment, the only sound in the sitting room was the faint crackling of Holmes' experiments. Charles remained silent for a moment. The firelight cast flickering shadows on his pale face. He looked at the manuscript paper in front of him belonging to Montague and Caplet, as if through the wall, he could see the phantoms of iron dragons winding through the future city. What are the requirements for the report? Length, format, deadline. He heard his voice asking, calm to the point of being somewhat strange. Carter's smile deepened, knowing this deal was sealed. As Carter left, the moment the door closed, the chaotic air in the living room, a mix of cheap ink and the dampness from Carter, seemed to be abruptly shut out by an invisible hand. Holmes did not immediately turn away from the experiment table. He maintained his stooped posture, carefully submerging a small piece of glass into the peculiar liquid in the beaker with tweezers. But Charles could see that the droplet hanging from the tip of the glass never fell. £50, Holmes finally spoke, almost as if to himself. That is enough to pay off all your debts to Oxford and still leave you with a considerable sum, allowing you to avoid being driven to the brink of coughing up blood for the next shilling for quite some time. Yes, Charles admitted, raising his eyes to meet Holmes' gaze. There was no congratulation in that gaze, only a deep scrutiny, even with a hint of barely perceptible wariness. It sounds like you disagree, Mr. Holmes. I am merely stating a fact, Holmes replied, taking a few steps closer. His footsteps were silent, yet the oppressive aura he exuded was palpable. That forward-looking report sounds grand, but in reality, it is a piece of political lobbying. Sir Michael, he chewed on the name meaningfully, as if savoring a glass of poor wine. I happen to know a bit about him. He is an ambitious member of the House of Commons, paving the way for the next election. What he needs is less a writer and more a makeup artist to package his rough urban planning ideas as scientific progress and public welfare. Holmes leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed firmly on Charles. Charles listened quietly, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing the smooth edge of the envelope. He did not refute, because every word Holmes spoke was something he had already rehearsed countless times in his mind. Seeing Charles' silence, Holmes assumed he had taken it in and spoke in a slightly softened tone. I do not oppose your work. On the contrary, you need money to maintain your health. But the method is crucial. This report will pull you into a whirlpool that you completely do not understand and cannot contend with. You think you are merely providing ideas, but they will see you as a consultant. If the plan encounters problems or public backlash, the first one to be sacrificed will be you, the prophet on a sickbed. Your battlefield should be on paper in those fictional puzzles. There you have absolute control. But real politics and economics are a lawless dark forest. I do not wish for you to recklessly step in due to a moment of urgent need. This earnest admonition cannot be ignored. Charles met Holmes' gaze, and in those gray eyes he saw an intention named protection. This made a corner of his heart warm slightly, but it was soon overshadowed by the colder reality. I understand, Charles said, his voice calm enough to surprise even himself. I understand the political risks involved, and I know this means I will no longer be a mere bystander. I will become a participant, even a conspirator. Then why agree knowing this? Holmes pressed a hint of what could almost be described as impatience creeping into his tone, something rarely seen in him. Because do I have a choice? Charles lowered his eyes. Refusing the £50 means continuing to live off the meager fees from the Belmer Street Journal and that pitiful column fee. What does that mean? He paused, as if asking Holmes, but more so questioning himself. It means I will still be chased by the pressures of survival. It means Dr. Watson will have to cover my medical expenses. It means Mrs. Hudson will have to worry about my meals. Then am I safe? Am I maintaining my independence? No. In that case, I am merely falling from one specific whirlpool into another slower, but more deadly whirlpool, the whirlpool of poverty. Holmes fell silent. Charles continued, You say my battlefield should be on paper. I agree. But a battlefield also needs provisions, armor, and a place that won't be drenched by rain. Sir Michael's report is my provision. As for whether I will become a pawn, pawns have no thoughts, but the player does. He paused, looking at Holmes, speaking each word deliberately. Mr. Holmes, you often say to observe, not to jump to conclusions. Just as I know the consequences of this job, every possible consequence. My choice to accept it is precisely choosing to use my own way to obtain what I need rather than passively waiting for charity or falling. Holmes remained silent for a long time. The flickering firelight cast shadows on his face. For the first time in front of Charles, he felt a certain degree of speechlessness. His unassailable logic was blocked by such indomitable reasoning. He saw the clarity in Charles' eyes, knowing full well that the swamp lay ahead, yet still having to step into it step by step to survive. Holmes seemed to want to say something more, his lips moved, but he stopped. Those gray eyes that could swiftly dismantle puzzles and provide the best solutions now showed a rare hesitance. He almost blurted out, "I can," but the words stuck in his throat, unable to say, "I can help you." That would mean admitting Charles was truly at a dead end, acknowledging that his observations and protection ultimately succumbed to the weight of reality. "What can you do?" Charles asked softly, his gaze resting calmly on Holmes' face. Holmes was completely at a loss. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Only the things in his eyes began to fragment and rearrange in the firelight. For a long time his gaze towards Charles had always carried a sense of looking down from a height, viewing a fragile peer, a friend in need of protection, an intelligent man teetering on the edge of a cliff. But at this moment that layer had vanished. It shattered. What replaced it was a genuine sense of equality, like a chess player observing another player, an opponent watching another opponent. This gaze evoked more respect than sympathy and more pressure than disdain. "You are more of a player than I imagined. You have accepted the risks and are prepared to bear them," Holmes finally said, his tone returning to its usual indifference, yet with an unprecedented seriousness. "I am merely a patient who needs to survive," Charles replied coolly, lowering his head again, picking up the envelope. "And I am curious about how different Sir Michael's desired story is from the story I wish to write." Holmes inhaled slightly. He turned back toward the experiment table, picked up the tweezers, and with a gentle motion the droplet that had been suspended for so long finally fell into the beaker, creating a small ripple. Then he smiled gently. The laughter was brief, yet carried a sense of renewal. Charles lowered his head, rereading the letter, speaking in a dreamy tone to himself, and perhaps to the detective who had just reached some tacit understanding with him. "In the face of survival, purity is a luxury. I would rather live with a clear stain than die in pure silence." Carter's efficiency is exceptionally high, or rather Sir Michael's urgency far exceeds Charles' expectations. Just 2 days later, on a chilly afternoon, a sleek black four-wheeled carriage stopped at the corner of 221B, Baker Street, the horses exhaling steam and the driver clad in solemn black, contrasting sharply with the ordinary cabs commonly seen on this street. Carter accompanied Charles into the carriage, the interior lined with deep red velvet, reminding Charles of his noble classmates at Oxford and their unintentional sense of superiority when discussing commoners. The meeting place felt somewhat strange yet familiar to Charles, the Athenaeum Club. As soon as Charles entered, he recognized the place. The smoking room where the playwright Horace Dunn had mentioned the theft of his manuscript in plain sight. Sir Michael is a man around 50, maintaining a decent physique, yet his eye bags are heavy and the lines on his face are deep, resembling grooves carved by a knife. He is dressed in an elegant morning suit with exquisite French lace peeking from his cuffs, yet his bow tie is tied somewhat hastily, betraying a sense of impatience. "Mr. Caplet," the Sir did not rise, but nodded slightly, his tone curt from long-standing authority. "I have long admired your name. The Invisible Man is well written, though overly pessimistic, but the imagination is commendable." He waved his hand, and a waiter brought out 2 glasses of sherry. Charles politely declined. He could not touch any alcohol at the moment. "You flatter me." Charles sat down, his hands folded on his knees, feeling the scrutinizing gaze from across the table. Sir Michael clearly had no patience and was arrogant. He skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. He spread out a map, a traffic route map of central London scribbled with chaotic lines. "Carter said you understand the future. What I want is not those ethereal flying machines, but something that can solve the troubles at hand." Sir Michael's finger struck heavily on a congested point on the map. "Look at this. From the East End to Westminster the carriage takes 2 hours. Is this reasonable? Is this still the capital of the British Empire?" His speech was rapid, infused with a sense of anger. "Cornered. I need a plan, Mr. Caplet. A plan that will silence those conservative lawmakers and make the voters feel that Michael is advocating for the people. It must be grand, must be shocking, and must instantly convey this represents progress." Charles listened quietly, observing. Sir Michael's nails were neatly trimmed, yet there were signs of repeated biting at the knuckle of his right index finger. His gaze was restless, often involuntarily drifting toward the door, as if fearing someone might burst in to arrest him. When mentioning voters, the corner of his mouth curled down in genuine contempt, but when discussing plans, his pupils dilated with the greed of a gambler spotting chips. "I will do my best, sir." Charles pushed the map back toward Michael. "I will extrapolate based on existing scientific logic." "Logic? Huh. What I need is persuasiveness." Sir Michael slapped his thigh. "Do you know how many people are watching my position right now? I need something that can ignite public opinion, even if it is just an article." "You can do that, right?" Carter said. "You excel at this." Charles smiled. "Yes," as he said, "I excel at this." The conversation lasted only 20 minutes. As Charles sat back in the carriage heading to Baker Street, the fog outside, thick in the streetlights, had lit up early, casting a yellow halo that diffused in the damp, cold air, resembling vague moons. He returned to 221B, where Holmes sat in the armchair by the fireplace, holding a violin, but not playing, merely tapping the bow absently on his knee. "Did you meet him?" Holmes asked without looking up. "I did." Charles removed his coat and hung it on the rack, his movements somewhat slow. "How did it feel?" "Sir Michael's political career is coming to an end." Charles said calmly, moving to the fireplace to warm his hands. He is struggling in his death throes. Holmes' bow came to a stop. He raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his gray eyes. Oh, tell me more. Charles turned around to face him. The lace at his collar is last year's style, but he hasn't replaced it, indicating a tight financial situation. When he referred to East End voters, he used the term mob, and although he quickly corrected himself, it sufficiently indicates his complete lack of understanding of the lower class and no genuine willingness for reform. He struck the map with considerable force, his knuckles turning white, which is panic, not ambition. Charles paused and continued, most importantly, the chosen meeting place is the Athenaeum Club. Holmes, do you know what scandal this club has been embroiled in recently? I assume you're not referring to that foolish playwright. I've heard that some members have established an illegal underground casino in the basement, and the police are investigating quietly. Exactly. Charles nodded. His choice of this place shows that he does not care about his reputation at all, or rather he no longer cares. He is searching for a miracle that can resurrect him, whether it be an underground railway or a flying carriage. It is merely a facade to cover his shame. Holmes remained silent for a moment, then set down the violin. I have investigated his recent proposals, and they are indeed riddled with flaws, having become a joke in Parliament. Your profiling is quite accurate. He did not pause at all, and quickly continued, this is a dangerous signal. Sir Michael is not the type to choose collaborators lightly. His approach to you itself indicates many problems. I know, Charles said softly, glancing at his tensed arms. Did he approach me because I am the best writer? Because I am the one who understands science the most? Certainly not. Then why? Because he needs a prophet. Charles sighed. A prophet standing on the edge of a cliff, observed by everyone. His political life is already on a countdown. Conventional plans and pragmatic reports can no longer stir any waves. What he needs is a miracle, or something that appears to be a miracle. He paused, lowering his voice, and see, Caplet, this prophet on the sickbed, this name that has just stirred up a commotion in the university college and is being circulated in pamphlets, just happens to provide this sense of miracle. People will think that even such a frail and mad young man who seems to truly see the future believes his plan is feasible, then it might indeed represent some kind of apocalyptic progress. My stain, the rumors about my mental state, my unconventionality have ironically become his best endorsement. How could a madman, a dying person, advocate for a fraud? Holmes fell silent for a moment, nodding slightly, using your own legendary status to gild his plan with an aura of destiny. A brilliant calculation. Charles straightened his shirt cuffs, appearing somewhat indifferent. It's a mutual calculation. He needs a dream that can ignite public opinion, and I need money. As for whether this dream ultimately leads him to the podium of Parliament or to the defendant's seat in bankruptcy court, he no longer cares, nor do I truly care. The detective tilted his head to glance at the thickening fog outside, then stood up, pacing slowly toward Charles. So since you see through this vortex destined to sink, why jump in? Precisely because I see it as a quagmire, I must jump in. Charles lightly coughed twice, a thin smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I never intended to provide him with any practical plan, Holmes. What I plan to write is a grand and magnificent ode. I want to depict the future city as a utopia that can be realized with a massive investment. I want to package all the visions he desires in the most beautiful words, making him feel elated. He paused. I will receive that £25 deposit. As for whether it can materialize later, whether it can be realized, that is his matter, not mine. I am merely a prophet on the sickbed, responsible for prophecies, not construction. Holmes did not speak immediately. The firelight danced in his gray eyes. But soon the usual calmness returned to his face. He seemed to exhale lightly, as if shedding an invisible burden. I see. An exquisite counterfeit to adorn a dream destined to collapse. A fair trade. Charles was silent. Suddenly Holmes seemed to remember something, rummaging beneath his chemical instruments to pull out 2 slips of paper, his tone carrying an unusual cheerfulness that had been rare in recent days. By the way, Neruda, you know Norman Neruda. He's coming to London for a concert. I think a violin solo would be delightful. Well, I've got 2 tickets. He turned to Charles, winking. And you, my prophet, might need a little music to clear your ears. This is an invitation. Do you want to come along? Charles looked at him, and after a moment nodded gently. Sure. He said, I would be delighted. As the days drifted towards that concert amidst Sherlock Holmes' discordant violin, his joy swelled like a fermenting dough, becoming more tangible with each passing day. The mist outside seemed somewhat diluted by this sudden burst of joy, and even the leaden Thames appeared less stagnant. Before Charles lay a heap of scattered manuscripts with several sheets of sketch paper filled with lines representing the essay he was composing, but structure had taken shape, filled with grandiose rhetoric that was by far more than what he had written in high school. He held his pen, staring at the blank page for a long while, ultimately just pressing his fingers against his temple. His thoughts could not coalesce. For Sherlock was standing before the fireplace in a nearly obsessive stance, caressing his beloved violin. His fingers glided over the strings and stroked the wooden grain of the instrument as if he were petting an exceedingly precious cat. Norman Neruda? Sherlock suddenly announced in a loud voice, excitement flashing unreservedly in his gray eyes, breaking the tranquility of the room. Caplet, prepare your finest attire. Do you remember you promised me? As he spoke, he strolled over to the window, gently tapping the edge of the manuscript spread out before Charles, as if awakening someone feigning sleep. then turned to Watson, who had just come down from upstairs adjusting his collar. "At 3 this afternoon. We must go listen. Not a single note will be missed. Watson, you will regret missing it." Having said that, he seemed to be swept away by an uncontrollable joy, casually drawing the bow across the strings a few times, producing a series of discordant yet exceptionally cheerful sounds. He even began to hum along with that off-key melody, his tone straddling between a hum and a whistle, singing with a cheerful la la la. "Sherlock, Dr." Watson suddenly turned around, the veins on his forehead pulsing, his face a shade of iron. He grabbed his medical kit and shot a fierce glare at the detective, who was lost in the world of music. "For God's sake, do you think you are a lark or a skylark? At this early hour, do you wish to wake the entire neighborhood of Baker Street?" Charles lifted his head from the manuscript, a faint smile flickering across his pale face. He did not look at Watson, but rather at Sherlock. There was no concealing the expectation in those gray eyes. "At least I can recognize the tune," he remarked candidly, lightly tapping the paper with his pen, "and you seem quite happy." "Of course I'm happy," Sherlock immediately responded, the bow producing another light sound on the strings, "because this is my first time going to a concert with a companion, specifically you." He emphasized the phrase with a companion, his tone tinged with a hint of pride, as if he had finally achieved something he had long planned. "I specifically chose a front row seat where I can see every movement of the fingers clearly." He leaned closer, lowering his voice, yet unable to hide his excitement. "Trust me. You will enjoy it. Chopin, Neruda's Chopin, that brief piece. Far more interesting than those noisy letters from readers." Charles remained silent, merely watching him. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, preparing to say something, but before he could speak, the front door was slammed open with a bang, and Lestrade swept into the sitting room like a gust of wind. His hat was askew, breathless, and his face flushed from running and anxiety. "Lestrade, what wind has blown you here?" Sherlock's attention shifted instantly. Before he could finish a teasing remark, the detective was interrupted by Lestrade's urgent exclamations. "It's too late. Sherlock, it's too late." Lestrade shouted, rushing forward and seizing Sherlock's arm. "Hurry." Sherlock seemed poised to say something further, but was blocked by Lestrade's assertive demeanor. He had no choice but to protect his violin while being dragged towards the door. "Wait, my bow." He struggled slightly, almost letting out a plaintive cry. "Caplet." Lestrade paid no heed, pulling Sherlock outside, as if dragging a sack of potatoes. Seeing this, Watson sighed helplessly, quickly grabbing his hat and cane from the table and strode after them. "Be careful, Sherlock." Watson called back to Charles by the window, his voice urgent. "Caplet, remember to take your medicine. Don't catch a chill." Before his words faded, the three had already disappeared behind the door, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and Lestrade's pressing calls. With a bang, the front door slammed shut. The sitting room instantly fell silent again, with only the crackling of the firewood in the hearth breaking the stillness. Everything was bewildering and abrupt, even leaving Charles somewhat stunned. He blinked, shifting his gaze from the empty hallway back to the room, finally resting on the violin that had been abandoned by its owner beside the fireplace. It lay in a somewhat wild posture, sprawled across the chair, while the bow had already fallen onto the carpet. Charles sighed, stood up, and carefully returned the bow to its place, loosening the horsehair, then gently wiped away the non-existent dust from the violin's body with a soft cloth, finally placing both the instrument and bow securely into the case. Finally, it was quiet. Around lunchtime, footsteps sounded on the stairs, this time belonging to several people. One was of that light foot sort typical of Sherlock, almost as if he were bouncing. Another was Watson, whose gait was somewhat sluggish due to injury, and the final one was entirely unfamiliar. The door opened, and indeed it was the two of them. Accompanying them up the stairs was another detective, Tobias Grayson. He was far more presentable than the hurried Lestrade, dressed smartly, sporting meticulously trimmed sideburns, and his round face bore a professional smoothness and confidence. Upon seeing Charles in the sitting room and the small table cluttered with manuscripts, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure, nodding in greeting to Sherlock and Watson. "So, Mr. Holmes, what is your preliminary assessment?" Grayson inquired, his tone polite, yet subtly laced with the implication of "let's see what you can come up with." Sherlock did not respond directly. He removed his coat and approached the fireplace, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled manuscript papers before Charles. He reached out and shuffled through them, extracting the 2 concert tickets, and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he began to recount the scene rapidly and clearly. This served as an answer to Grayson, as well as a narration for Watson, and perhaps included Charles, who seemed to have just been pulled from another world. 3. Lauriston Garden Street, an unoccupied house. The deceased male, well-dressed, had a business card in his pocket printed with Enoch Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There were no signs of struggle or robbery at the scene. His cash and personal belongings were untouched. The only unusual object, Sherlock paused, was a woman's wedding ring on the floor near the body. In addition, there were blood letters on the wall, rake at eye level. Charles' pen jabbed down sharply on the paper, leaving a heavy ink blot. He lifted his eyes when the address Lauriston Garden Street was announced. He felt the manuscript paper beneath his fingertips grow cold. American blood letters, rake. These words felt like a key clicking open a long-sealed drawer deep within his mind. A sense of settled certainty washed over him. A study in scarlet had arrived. Detective Gleason's expression shifted from polite anticipation to unmistakable disappointment as he listened to Holmes' clear yet inconclusive recounting. He had hoped that this consulting detective could, like a magician, instantly reveal the name, address, and motive of the murderer, even if just with one or two crucial clues. However, Holmes only provided him with a multitude of trivial details that required further investigation and analysis, along with a vague speculation about a marital symbol. Well then, Mr. Holmes, Gleason stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers, his tone laced with sarcasm. If you discover anything more certain, please do inform Scotland Yard. We will consider it carefully. He nodded in farewell, disappearing at the staircase with his official smoothness. With the door closed, silence returned to the living room, leaving only the crackling of burning firewood and the rustling of Charles' pen against the paper. Holmes did not immediately return to his chemistry lab, nor continue fiddling with his violin. Instead, he gazed out at the mist, his eyes fixed on a single point. Looks like the concert is going to be cancelled. Charles spoke softly without looking up, but the strokes of his pen were steady as a rock. He was sketching the imagined elevated track proposed by Sir Mikhail. Cancelled? Holmes suddenly turned around, his gray eyes astonishingly bright in the firelight, as if his previous stupor had been merely an illusion. Absolutely not. Gleason's disappointment is his affair, our agreement is another matter. He strode over to Charles' desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, showing a hint of impatience. The tickets are here, and the timing is just right. A dreadful case shouldn't ruin a concert that should be wonderful. Charles finally put down his pen, raising his eyes to meet the almost stubborn excitement in Holmes' gaze. He smiled. You're right, it certainly shouldn't. The carriage had long been waiting outside. The driver was familiar to Holmes, who nimbly cracked the whip and drove off. Inside the carriage, Holmes was unusually lively, instead of falling into his usual deep thought, humming a disjointed melody. As the carriage passed through a secluded alley, he suddenly leaned forward close to Charles, his voice lowered to a whisper, brimming with the excitement of sharing a secret. Almost forgot to tell you, Caplet. About that ring. He produced a simple gold ring with 2 fingers from a very concealed pocket inside his waistcoat, like a magician. The ring reflected a glimmer of light in the dim carriage. I picked it up at the scene while Gleason and Lestrade were arguing over the meaning of the blood inscription. Holmes spoke lightly, as if doing the most natural thing. Physical evidence, after all, always needs to be properly preserved. Moreover, I believe it may connect more directly to the deceased's social relations than Gleason's official procedure. As he spoke, the carriage turned a corner and halted at the back door of an evening newspaper office. Holmes jumped out of the carriage, gesturing for Charles to wait, while he darted inside like a gust of wind. A few minutes later, he returned holding a freshly printed proof sheet with a brief lost and found notice, a gold wedding ring found this morning at the junction of Brixton Road and the White Hart Tavern in Holland Park. The owner may claim it from Dr. Watson at 221B, Baker Street between 8 and 9 tonight. Charles looked at the notice, then at Holmes, finally unable to suppress a very soft laugh. Dr. Watson's name, he pointed to the line, and the address, 221B. You really know how to make the most of things. The most reliable method, Holmes nodded as a matter of course, folding the proof and tucking it back into his pocket. Watson is a trustworthy doctor with a clear address and fixed time. If the owner of the ring or anyone related to it sees it, they will naturally come to claim it. This is far more efficient than the bureaucratic system of the police station, and also quieter. And cheaper, Charles added. Exactly, and also cheaper, Holmes agreed cheerfully, opening the carriage door. Let's go, we are going to be late for the concert. When the carriage finally stopped at the concert hall, the night had deepened and the lights were beginning to glow. Their seats were indeed excellent, allowing them to clearly see the black and white keys of the piano on stage, as well as the figure of the violin master Norman Neruda. The concert began. The first piece was Chopin's Nocturne. The melody flowed like a black river, gentle, yet mournful, pouring from Neruda's fingertips, instantly filling the entire hall. Holmes became completely still, closing his eyes and tilting his head back slightly, as if he wanted to absorb every note into his lungs. When the piece concluded, applause surged like a tide. Holmes opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as if he had just surfaced from the depths of the ocean. He turned to Charles, his gaze soft with a rare gentleness. Did you hear that, Caplet? He asked softly, that modulation in a flat major. Neruda hinted at the tragedy in the second measure. That is logic, the logic of music. Every note paves the way for the next. He shifted his tone, just like that blood inscription. Rake, the German word for revenge. It is so complete, Charles understood, that it feels like the final chapter of a story. Final chapter. Holmes repeated the phrase softly. That is a good word. The next piece was an extremely technical showpiece. Neruda's fingers danced swiftly over the strings, the notes falling like pearls on a jade plate, dense and magnificent. The hall was eerily silent, everyone holding their breath. Holmes watched mesmerized. His gaze followed Neruda's left hand pressing the strings, his fingers moving as if unconsciously mimicking the trajectory of bowing. Look at the wrist of his bowing hand. Holmes suddenly leaned closer to Charles, the strength, the precision. If Neruda were not a musician, he would surely make an excellent assassin. Clean, swift, without a trace of hesitation. Charles looked at the man on stage immersed in music and recalled that cold corpse in Lauriston Gardens. An assassin needs no audience, Charles whispered, but a musician does. That murderer wrote the blood inscription on the wall seeking an audience. He was declaring to the world what he had done and why he did it. Holmes gazed deeply at Charles, choosing not to speak further. The music came to a halt, the echoes lingering, and the hall fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Holmes stood up, clapping vigorously, his face revealing unabashed joy and excitement. He pulled Charles, who was still somewhat dazed, and together they moved slowly with the crowd towards the exit. "That was amazing, Caplet." Holmes walked on the outside of Charles, shielding him from the bustling crowd. "Did you hear that? That power. That final act following a long build-up. The power to tear apart a person's soul." Charles was drawn along, navigating through the throng, stepping back into the damp, chilly night of London. As they pushed open the door to 221B, a wave of warm air washed over them. Dr. Watson stood at the center of the sitting room, holding an evening newspaper, hands planted firmly on his hips. The very expression Charles had anticipated, the resigned exasperation of a man whose cat has once again deposited a dead mouse upon the rug, obliging him to dispose of it. "Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson raised the paper, pointing to the lost and found column. "I saw my name and this address on tonight's evening news." He paused, his gaze flickering between Holmes and Charles before settling on Charles with the quiet, knowing certainty of someone who had long expected exactly this. "So, having just witnessed this rather theatrical performance, what conclusions have you two drawn regarding the origins of this lost item?" Holmes shrugged off his greatcoat with practiced ease, hung it neatly, and then, utterly naturally, drew the ring from his pocket and placed it on the table before Watson. "A minor diversion, Watson. I suspect we shall soon receive a visitor. I shall instruct Mrs. Hudson to prepare strong tea. We may be quite busy tonight." Watson stared at the ring, then at Holmes, whose expression remained one of serene innocence, before finally turning to Charles, whose face held the faint, untroubled glimmer of amusement. He sighed heavily, crumpling the newspaper into a tight ball and tossing it into the fireplace. "Oh, God preserve me." He murmured the words softly, yet still obeyed Holmes's instruction, retrieving his revolver. According to the detective, their guest would be no ordinary caller, but a desperate, dangerous man. As he stepped out of the bedroom, the two architects of chaos sat facing each other in perfect composure, poring over one of Holmes's newly acquired antiquarian volumes, Charles chuckling at a particularly macabre witticism, already preparing to deliver one even darker. "You know Louis XVI, pardon me." Charles had barely begun the name when from the corner of his eye he caught sight of Watson standing rigidly in the bedroom doorway, his gaze sharp, warning brighter than the gold band gleaming on the table. He fell silent, instantly swallowing both the punchline about the guillotine and the lingering smile, straightening his posture into the earnest, studious pose of a man deeply absorbed in Sir Michaelis's utopian transport theories. Holmes, however, remained blissfully unaware or utterly indifferent to Watson's silent reprimand. The firelight danced across his profile, casting a glow of near childlike exhilaration upon his features. At that moment, the wall clock struck 8 with unhurried precision. Then, after a few more minutes, ding-dong, a crisp, clear chime echoed through the entire house. Watson adjusted his collar with weary resignation and moved toward the hall. Holmes, meanwhile, became a shadow, darting soundlessly to the edge of the hallway, melting into the gloom, his pale gray eyes gleaming like twin points of light fixed intently ahead. The exchange was brief and entirely unremarkable. An elderly woman, stooped and frail, stood at the threshold, her voice rasping like metal grating on stone. Watson verified the ring's design, then offered perfunctory pleasantries. "Do take care on your way home." The entire encounter lasted less than 3 minutes. In the instant the woman turned to step beyond the threshold, Holmes slipped away behind her, silent, swift, and unseen, leaving not so much as a farewell for the two men still seated in the sitting room. Charles listened to the detective's light, urgent footsteps recede into the night, and smiled faintly. "I'll wager Holmes returns empty-handed." "Why?" Watson turned puzzled. "His tracking skills are unmatched in London, and she walks so slowly." Charles hesitated. He could hardly tell Watson that in the original narrative the old woman was far more cunning, a masterful disguise. "Because," Charles said at last, his tone laced with quiet mischief, "a perfect detective story must leave a trace of regret in its first pursuit. If he catches her on the first chase, what remains for the chapters that follow? So no, he will not catch her." John H. Watson, veteran surgeon of the Afghan campaigns, abandoned all hope of comprehending Charles C. Capulet's line of reasoning. He rubbed his temples and opted for pragmatism instead. "Listen, Capulet, regardless of whether Holmes succeeds or fails, you need sleep." He gestured toward the clock on the wall. "It's nearly 9. Your complexion is worse than it was this afternoon. Upstairs now." Charles seemed not to hear. His gaze remained fixed on the fireplace, fingers absently worrying at the fabric of the armchair. Only after several long seconds did he speak slowly. "Dar. Watson, you're not sleeping either, are you?" Watson blinked. Indeed, he had lingered, not only to await Holmes, but to avoid the cavernous emptiness of his own bed upstairs. The victim's grotesque face kept flashing through his mind, each recurrence prickling his skin with goose flesh. "But I'm hardly ill enough to require bed rest," he retorted, irritation edging his voice. Charles turned to him. In the firelight, his hazel eyes were startlingly clear, almost pleading. "Please, just this once. I'll sleep the moment Holmes returns. I swear it. I must see if my guess proves true." Watson stared. Charles held his gaze. The silent standoff ended with Watson's surrender. He sighed deeply, a physician capitulating to the most obstinate of patients, and waved a hand in defeat. Fine. Wait until he returns. But if you cough once or grow one shade paler, I'll carry you upstairs myself. Agreed. Charles smiled faintly and settled back into the chair like an audience awaiting the final curtain. Minutes ticked by. Watson sat at his desk, pen still moving, but the script grew increasingly illegible, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. 11 o'clock. Midnight. The clock beneath the stairs told the hour. Just as Watson was about to seize the man who had sworn such solemn oaths and haul him upstairs, by force the soft, unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock rose from below. Click. The door opened. Holmes strode in, bristling with indignation. Mud spattered the hem of his greatcoat, his hair was disheveled, and those ever-luminous gray eyes, usually alight with intellectual fire, now smoldered with disbelief and raw frustration, like embers cooling to ash. Watson sprang to his feet. You truly didn't catch her. Holmes froze mid-buttoning, startled like a cat whose tail had been trodden upon, and snapped his head up. Watson! You! He drew a sharp breath, poised to protest. Then with a snarl flung his coat onto the rack and muttered, I will never let Scotland Yard learn of this. Never. Think how often I've mocked their ineptitude. He launched into a rapid-fire litany, ranting about Scotland Yard's incompetence, Lestrade and Gregson's folly, and how thoroughly he'd been outwitted by a mere old woman. Watson watched, astonishment eclipsing any petty satisfaction he might have felt. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. So it's true. You returned with nothing. Holmes stilled. After a beat, he ground out through clenched teeth. Yes. Then the suppressed flame reignited. He strode to the fireplace, clasped his hands behind his back, leaned forward slightly, and entered his familiar explanatory mode, though now charged with fervor and defiance. But I will redeem myself. Watson, you cannot imagine what transpired. She boarded a cab, just the ordinary hansom at the corner. I clung to the rear step. Don't say I looked like an Indian Capulet. Charles raised both hands in mute surrender. We sped through fog and alleyways, no slouching pace. Yet when we arrived, poof, the carriage was empty. He snapped his fingers, the sharp report rang out in the stillness of the sitting room. She was no old woman. She's an accomplice. No, perhaps the murderer himself, disguised as a crone. That ring was bait, and I took the bait. I actually chased her. Sherlock Holmes paced anxiously in front of the fireplace, resembling a raptor trapped in a cage, still murmuring about disguise, the carriage, and the incredible blunder. But when Watson recounted Charles' remark that a perfect detective story always requires the regret of the first chase, he suddenly halted. Moments later, the expression of frustration on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a new riddle. He slowly approached Charles, slightly bent forward, his hands resting on the arms of the armchair, casting Charles in his shadow. Capulet, Holmes said with piercing eyes, you knew all along. Even before you finished reading that missing persons notice, even earlier, when you heard Lauriston Gardens and Rake, you already knew, didn't you? Charles nodded calmly. Then Holmes straightened up, his tone regaining its analytical lightness, yet deep within his gaze surged an unprecedented desire for inquiry. Since you are so certain this is merely a story, please, as a detective novelist, tell me, how would Montague view this case? This murderer disguised as an old woman, the bloodstain on the wall, the American abandoned in an empty house. You are blocking the light, Holmes. From the perspective of the story, Charles looked up at the imposing figure of Holmes, shaking his head gently. I would assume that this death before us is the final act of a long tragedy. Therefore, its first act must have occurred many years ago in a distant place. Not London, and perhaps not even Europe. Holmes stepped back a few paces, even turning to poke the fireplace with the poker, making the flames blaze brighter. Continue. The murderer wrote Rake. Charles continued, his pace steady, as if analyzing a plot. But did he really expect the police to understand it? Or was it truly meant for the police? How many policemen in London, or even how many Englishmen, could immediately recognize this rather uncommon German word for revenge? If he wanted to convey a message, why not write revenge in English? Or in French, or Italian? He tilted his head slightly, entering a contemplative state. So perhaps this word is not a clue, not a guide for the pursuers. It is a declaration, a statement from the murderer to himself, completing some kind of ritual. Or perhaps it is meant for someone not present here, but who understands this word and all its weight. It is a period, a declaration of an ending. A very poetic imagination, Holmes commented, then fell silent once more. In my story, the source of hatred is more important than the executor of that hatred. Charles continued his narrative calmly. Thus, the key to the investigation may not merely be who killed Drebber, but what had Drebber done to whom that led the other party to go to such ritualistic lengths to end his life. Watson listened intently, forgetting to urge Charles to sleep, his pen unknowingly coming to a halt in his hand. Holmes stood motionless, his gray eyes fixed firmly on Charles, as if he intended to weigh the significance of every word spoken. I am merely offering a possible interpretation. Charles changed his tone, shrugged, stood up, and gave a slight nod to Watson. True detective work involves searching for paths among the traces left at the scene, which is the domain of Mr. Holmes. I am just an occasional literary youth who enjoys contemplating story structures. Watson sat beside him, his fingers loosening and tightening around the pen. The rational voice in him quietly reminded him, it's getting late, just look at Charles' expression. He should be tucked into bed immediately, even if it means binding him. But another voice, that of the young doctor who had endured long nights on the Afghan battlefield listening to stories, screamed in desperation. He was too eager to know what followed. No, he even wanted to immediately open his notebook and record this passage verbatim. That means Watson opened his mouth, unable to control the words that spilled out. You mean the murderer might be completing some kind of ritual? Holmes exhaled softly, as if expelling the frustration of the earlier failed pursuit along with it. He picked up the violin, elegantly placing it on his shoulder. This is not just a murder, it is a performance, and we are all invited spectators. With a stroke of the bow, a single note trembled in the silence. Holmes turned his head, offering Charles a genuine smile. Thank you for your story, Perspective Caplet. It seems tonight was not in vain. In the oddly tuned yet remarkably steady sound of Holmes' violin, the light of the fireplace gradually dimmed. Watson and Charles each returned to their rooms, slipping into deep slumber. The following morning the fog was thicker than usual, like a bowl of cooled porridge clinging to every window on Baker Street. Dr. Watson sat at the breakfast table, absently stroking his beard while perusing the freshly delivered Daily Telegraph. The social section reported the Lauriston Gardens murder with sensational headlines filled with speculation about conspiracy or political prisoners. Nonsense. Watson threw the newspaper onto the table with a thud. These editorials are worse than your writing, Caplet. At least your bloodstain sounds like a logical story rather than a pile of baseless guesses. Charles had just descended from the attic, leisurely spreading butter with a knife, and merely smiled faintly without replying. Logic. Holmes' voice came from the staircase. He was already dressed, his coat fastened meticulously. He approached the dining table, lightly tapping the glaring rake on the newspaper. You are right, Caplet. Your words last night made it all clear. He seized a piece of cold bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. I must go back to Lauriston Gardens and take another look, especially at that wall. And also to check Dreber's background in America. Watson, will you come along? Watson glanced at the cup of coffee on the table, still untouched, then looked at Holmes, who seemed ready to bolt out the door, and sighed heavily, slumping back into his chair. No, I have no energy left. I didn't sleep well last night, and my mind is filled with that murderer disguised as an old woman. I want to catch up on sleep. Ooh, please, no more cases. Charles respected and blessed his good wishes. After Holmes dashed out the door, he quickly finished his breakfast and bid farewell to Watson. I'll step out for a moment to buy some paper, pens, and ink, then return. Watson wearily waved his hand. Charles C. Caplet tightened his scarf, exposing only his eyes as he cautiously discerned the road through the fog. The stationery shop owner was a taciturn old man who merely cast a curious glance at the newcomer, buying a large quantity of writing paper and ink. Charles paid for his items, carefully wrapping the paper and ink before tucking them into the inner pocket of his coat. The edge of the paper pressed against his ribcage, bringing a solid slight pain. On his way back, he chose a less frequently taken shortcut. This narrow path was quieter, flanked by inconspicuous inns and rental apartments. The Halide Inn was one of them, its facade old and the paint on its sign peeling. As he passed a small alley beside the inn, a flash of unusual brightness caught the corner of his eye. A wooden ladder stood alone, leaning against an open window on the second floor. Then he saw it, a half-figure protruding from the second-floor window. It was a man, red-faced and bearded, with a physique as robust as a bear. He was awkwardly attempting to climb out of the window, his movements marked by a restless stiffness. As he turned, Charles clearly saw that the cuffs of the man's light-colored coat were splattered with undried dark red stains. The fog was damp, and the red stains appeared particularly glaring under the grayish light. The man saw him too. They stared at each other across the narrow street. The burly man said nothing, quickly climbing down from the ladder. He stepped in front of Charles, his towering shadow completely overshadowing him. Kid, he breathed heavily. What did you see? Charles paused for a moment. He should have been scared, trembling. But he was not. He simply looked calmly into those eyes. Beneath that fierce exterior, he saw something else. A profound fatigue, a despair pushed to the edge of a cliff, and something akin to a plea. The burly man, sensing Charles' silence, seemed at a loss, and the ferocity in his demeanor began to wane. He scratched his head as if giving up on a threat, and suddenly forced out a smile that was more painful than a cry. Listen, he said, tinged with a resigned tone. If you don't tell anyone about this, I can let you go. Just pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Charles looked at him. Jefferson Hope. Compared to the character in Conan Doyle's writings, this man was rougher, more disheveled, more like an ordinary person crushed by life. Charles made a gesture that surprised even himself. He slowly raised his hand, pulled out the handkerchief he always carried in his coat pocket, and offered it to the red-faced man. Sir, you can use this to wipe your sleeve. Also, if you don't mind, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? The hot coffee from the shop at the corner might warm you up a bit. Hope was completely stunned. The flesh on his face twitched, and his bloodshot eyes filled with fatigue, hatred, and a hint of madness fixed intently on Charles, as if assessing whether this was some trap he couldn't comprehend. He should have pushed this bothersome kid away, or at least threatened him to get him to leave. But some weariness, which even he could not articulate, or the tranquility emanating from this young man that was so out of place in this filthy alley, kept his raised fist from coming down. Strangely, he did not take the handkerchief, but merely grunted rudely and stepped aside, allowing it. Charles nodded slightly, turned first, and walked toward the cafe at the corner. He chose the most secluded spot, leaning against the wall. Hope sat across from him like an iron tower, his massive frame causing the cheap wooden chair to groan under the strain. At this hour the cafe was not crowded. But their combination was too peculiar, a young gentleman dressed in thin, yet tidy clothing, and a burly man with a fierce demeanor. A few neighboring patrons could not help but cast curious, yet fearful glances, whispering among themselves, distancing themselves further. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Charles pushed 1 cup in front of Hope. The steaming coffee emitted a fragrant aroma, and Hope stared at the cup, then looked back at Charles, his brow furrowed, as if the cup contained poison. "Why?" he finally spoke, his tone less aggressive, more confused. "Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid of me?" Charles stirred his own cup of coffee slowly with a small spoon, watching the sugar cubes swirl and dissolve in the dark liquid. "Afraid?" he answered honestly. "How could I not be afraid? You look like someone who could easily snap my neck." Hope grunted, picked up the cup, and took a large sip. The scalding coffee evidently made him feel somewhat better, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. "Then why did you offer the handkerchief? Why invite me for coffee?" He pressed his gaze sharp. "What do you want from me? Money? I have none. Or are you trying to stall for time until the police arrive?" Charles set down the spoon, the porcelain clinking against the cup's wall with a crisp sound. "My name is Charles C. Caplet," he said calmly. "I am a writer." "A writer?" Hope scoffed, a clear disdain in his voice, "a pen pusher. You all just sit in warm rooms writing impractical things without understanding what true pain is." "Perhaps so." Charles did not refute, "but a writer's job is sometimes to observe." "An observer, is it?" Hope murmured, his voice hoarse. "Then what have you observed? Have you observed a murderer?" Charles remained silent for a moment. The firelight from the fireplace danced across Hope's rugged face, outlining deep wrinkles and a faint old scar. "I observed a man who came from far away," Charles slowly said. "Your accent is not from London. Your skin is the kind of darkened hue brought forth by the sun at high altitudes, not the sooty gray produced by London's coal smoke. And your gaze at that cup of coffee doesn't resemble someone looking at a drink. Rather, it looks like someone staring at something long forgotten." Hope's hand resting on the table began to tremble uncontrollably. "You know nothing." "Yes, I know nothing," Charles admitted calmly. "I do not know what you have been through. I do not know what those bloodstains mean, nor do I know why you were trying to climb through that window. I was just thinking." He glanced at the dark dried stains on Hope's sleeve, the color reminiscent of winter's dead berries. "You seem very cold, and this cup of coffee might warm you up a bit, at least temporarily. A frozen person cannot think clearly or make decisions." "You shouldn't have done this," Hope finally said. "You shouldn't get close to me. I am a man on the brink of death." "We are all on the brink of death, Mr. Hope." Hope was silent. His broad shoulders slumped, resembling a mountain eroded by the biting winds and snow for too long. He did not look at Charles, his gaze passing through the foggy window, staring out at the dreary London. After a long while, long enough for Charles to think he would never speak again, Hope finally said, "When I was young, I thought the world was that valley. I thought that as long as I struck silver mines, earned enough money, married Lucy, and watched the children grow up, that would be living. This was the order arranged by God." He paused, his rough fingers unconsciously tracing lines on the table, as if searching for paths on a map that had long since vanished. "But later I discovered I was wrong. There is no order in this world. There are only survivors and the dead. I crossed continents and oceans thinking I was the hunter. Yet when I stood in that empty room on Lauriston Garden Street, looking at Dreber's face, aged, yet still repulsive, I suddenly realized that I was never the hunter." He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm, the dark red stain on his sleeve glaring in the dim light. "I am the fool toyed with by fate. I have chased him for so many years just for this moment. But when I truly killed him and watched him fall, what I thought was..." Hop's voice trembled, "that I wanted to go home. I want to return to that valley. I want to tell Lucy's father that I could not protect her. I want to tell him that I am very sorry." Charles watched the burly man tremble like a child and softly said, "Mr. Hop, you just killed a man, and I know his name is Stangerson." Hop's whole body shook. "He is Dreber's secretary, right? The one who died in the Lauriston Garden Street case, the one who made you write rake. I don't care how you know, it's just how it is." Hop stared into the void as if he had returned to that empty room, the smell of blood invading his nostrils. "The revenge of Devon. I thought that was the most accurate word. I wanted to tell everyone that I did all of this for a reason. It is an explanation." He turned his head to look at Charles, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "But why? Why do those damn police, those newspapers write as if I were already dead? Why do people think it was a mistake? Why do they only see the blood on the wall, yet no one asks why he deserved to die?" His voice suddenly rose, drawing glances from several tables nearby. Hop immediately reined himself in like a startled beast, cautiously retracting his neck, yet the frenzy in his eyes could not be quelled. Charles looked at him without a hint of fear. He gently set down his cup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden table, producing a clear ding. "You know, Mr. Hop, in this world, killing is an easy thing. Pulling the trigger or slitting a throat takes but a moment." He said softly, "If you kill someone, people will only see the blood and death. They will nail you to the gallows and depict you as a born demon, a heartless monster. Your hatred, your pain, your justice will all be overlooked and forgotten in that moment. You become the bad one, and that is all." Hop's breathing grew heavy. But Charles continued, "If you tell the world the reason, If you let people know how they wronged your beloved, how they slithered away from justice like a venomous snake until you crossed the ocean and found them in the mists of London writing revenge with your own blood, then the dead Drebber and Stangerson will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. He looked at Hop, whose pupils dilated in shock, and spoke word by word. People will understand you. They will say your revenge is the tragic final chapter. Thus, when you finally walk towards the conclusion, perhaps there will be no regrets in death, right? The cafe was noisy, the clinking of a server cleaning cups endless. But in that corner, time seemed to stand still. Hop sat motionless, staring intently at Charles. What he wanted was never just the lives of Drebber and Stangerson. What he wanted was for the world to know why they deserved to die. He wanted Luce's father, that righteous old man, to find a shred of solace beneath the earth. He wanted the hatred that had burned through his life to have a reason for recognition rather than being quietly disposed of like a wild dog. Hop lowered his head, gazing at his reflection in the cup. The man, twisted by hatred. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the coffee to almost cool. Then, as if having made a significant decision, he carefully raised the cup of coffee, which was far too expensive for him, and drank it sip by sip. He drank slowly, as if savoring the finest wine of his life. After finishing the last sip, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood up. "You are a writer," he said. "Indeed. You can write. Yes. Then I want to see you write. I want to see you write down every word. I want to see the crimes of those two scoundrels printed in black and white." Charles nodded. "Good. Let's go." Hop said. "My carriage is outside. I will take you back." As the door to 221B, Baker Street, swung open, the fire in the fireplace blazed brightly. Sherlock Holmes was curled up on the sofa in an extremely uncomfortable position, trying to unearth more information about Rake from the social pages of the Daily Telegraph. Dr. Watson sat at the desk, staring blankly at a sheet of paper, the pen poised, clearly still lost in thought over last night's theory that a perfect detective story needs regret. The door opened. Charles C. Caplet walked in. "Sorry I'm late," he said. Holmes and Watson both looked up simultaneously. Then their gazes drifted past Charles, landing on the man behind him. The red-faced man stood awkwardly in the shadow of the door. His hat was pulled low, but those eyes, upon encountering the warm fire of the living room and Holmes' sharp gaze, suddenly shrank. Holmes sprang up from the sofa, as if electrified. His gray eyes widened instantaneously, the pupils visibly shaking. Dr. Watson's pen dropped with a thud onto the table. His mouth fell open as he stared at the supposed fugitive who now stood at their doorstep, like a guardian. Holmes' mind once again fell into a stutter. He felt that the logically coherent life he had led for the past 27 years was utterly crushed at this moment by the scene before him. The killer he had been tracking, brought back by his frail and pale roommate, who should have simply gone to buy paper like a lost puppy. Caplet Holmes pointed at the burly man at the door, then at Charles, and finally at himself, as if confirming whether he was hallucinating. "Who is this?" Charles closed the door, shutting out the fog and cold outside. "Let me introduce," he said. "This is Mr. Jefferson Hop. He promised to watch me write down his story." He paused, adding more to himself, "starting from the bloodstain on Lauriston Garden Street." The air froze as if it were congealed lard, slickly adhering to everyone's lungs. Hop stood at the door, his towering figure nearly blocking all the light from the entrance. He felt somewhat awkward, his rough fingers unconsciously fiddling with the cuff, the dried bloodstain resembling a badge of shame. Charles gestured for him to step forward and gently closed the door. "Give me your coat, Mr. Hop," he said casually, as if murderers came to Baker Street for tea every day. Hop paused for a moment, then clumsily removed the heavy outer garment. Charles took it carefully and hung it on the coat rack, ensuring the stains were not too prominent. He then walked to the fireplace, placed the stack of crisp new manuscript paper and ink on the small round table, and then calmly looked towards Holmes and Watson. "Please sit, gentlemen," he said, his voice devoid of any ripple. "Mr. Hop is about to tell his story." This sentence broke the fragile stalemate like a spell. Holmes returned to the sofa, but his back remained straight, his gray eyes unblinkingly fixed on the burly man at the door, as if he intended to dissect him with his gaze. Watson swallowed, awkwardly shifting back to the chair behind the desk, his fingers tightly gripping the paper and pen. Hop stood and placed the shadow from his hat brim obscuring his expression. His heavy breathing sounded particularly clear in the silence, carrying a beast-like vigilance. Charles returned, walked to his side, and gently patted his arm, an action imbued with a hint of reassurance. "Sit here, Mr. Hop." Charles pointed to the empty hardwood chair by the fireplace. "Closer to the fire, it will be warmer." The burly man finally moved. He stepped forward heavily like a moving mountain into the circle of light in the living room. "This chair should be suitable," Charles said, sitting down at the desk, uncapping the ink bottle, pulling out the first sheet of manuscript, the pen poised above the paper. "Start from the very beginning." Hop opened his mouth. I am not a bad person. At least I wasn't before," he said, his Adam's apple rolling violently. Lucy shouldn't have died. Drebber, that beast, he ruined everything." He stammered out a few place names. Holmes leaned slightly forward, attempting to capture those fragments, but he found Hop's narrative utterly illogical, the timeline confused, and emotions overshadowing the facts. "I don't know where to start." Hop's voice was low. "It's been too long. That damn Salt Lake City too far away." "Then let's start from there." Charles did not look up, merely wrote down a few words. Hop nodded. His narration began to stumble, often pausing, requiring Charles' gentle inquiries to continue. But as he spoke of that distant valley of the pure sky, his pace gradually smoothed out. The sentences became coherent, the imagery began to flow. He described the blazing sun over the plateau, the dust kicked up by hooves, and the girl with the clear gaze. Charles' pen moved rapidly across the paper, filling sheet after sheet with black ink from the first to the fifth, then to the 10th. Holmes remained silent, but his tense body gradually relaxed. He closed his eyes as if constructing the tragic stage that spanned the ocean in his mind. Watson also no longer gripped the pen tightly. He watched the ceaseless flow of words from Charles' pen, observing the almost reverent pain gradually building in the red-faced giant's eyes as his fear and vigilance were replaced by a solemn pity. Hop's voice grew higher and clearer, no longer hesitating as at first. He spoke of Drebber and Stangerson's emergence, of Lucy's death, and of his long pursuit. Charles kept his head down, the pen tip barely pausing. The sheets of manuscript multiplied. Hop spoke of the ring. It belonged to Lucy, which he had taken at her funeral, of his exhilaration when Drebber was poisoned, of the feelings when he rode in blood, and of that fateful release when he plunged a knife into Stangerson's heart. Finally, he recounted standing by the window of the Holmes Hotel, watching the young man. Charles, hand him that handkerchief. At this point, Charles raised his hand, signaling for Hop's story to pause. He set down the pen, organized the stack of manuscript paper, and gently pushed it to the center of the table. It's over, Mr. Hop, he said softly. Now you can rest. Jefferson Hop did not reply. He extended his arm, took the stack of manuscript paper, his lips moving as he began to read aloud softly. Slowly, he finished the last word. Then he did not speak immediately, merely lowering his head, his shoulders slightly trembling. These dozens of pages bore the scars of his life, burned by hatred. After a long time, he raised his head. His eyes first looked at Charles, then turned to Holmes and Watson, who had been silently observing. Will you send it out? His voice was hoarse, as if he had been walking in the desert for days and nights, published in the newspaper for everyone to see. Charles gently closed the ink bottle with a crisp click. He met Hop's gaze without flinching. Yes, Mr. Hop, I will send it out. However, perhaps it won't be published as a standalone piece. He said, his gaze slightly shifting to Watson, then sweeping over Holmes. I think it might need to be paired with another story. A tale of pursuit, of logic, of how an outstanding detective unravels a web of mystery step by step. Charles paused briefly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, without that detective's tracking, your story might forever be an anonymous act of revenge. And without your story, the detective's achievements would merely be a cold case. Only when both are combined do we see the complete London. Hop followed Charles' gaze, looking at Watson, then at Holmes. He scrutinized the tall, stern-faced man, his eyes filled with examination, complexity, and even a hint of strange respect. I know who you are, Hop's voice lowered. You are Sherlock Holmes, the detective who has been hunting me. Holmes remained seated, his hands clasped under his chin, his gray eyes fathomless. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded slightly as if in acknowledgement. Hop suddenly laughed. He released the manuscript paper, spread his calloused and scarred hands, palms up, as if already prepared to receive the cold handcuffs. Well then, detective, you can take me away now. A week later, the fog of London seemed to have been slightly washed away by this thrilling case. The bloodstains on Lauriston Garden Street remained a hot topic of discussion, but the clamor at Scotland Yard had temporarily subsided. Jefferson Hope had suddenly passed away during transport due to a ruptured aneurysm, bringing a controversial and poignant conclusion to this revenge that spanned 2 continents. Watson's documentary article, titled The Study of Blood, and the edited oral account of Hope, prepared by Charles, were jointly sent to several newspapers and journals with differing stances. The Times published a brief review in the corner of its 3rd edition, calling it a lamentable barbaric tragedy, filled with disdain for the lawless atmosphere at the American frontier, yet maintaining a cautious silence regarding the detailed portrayal of the Mormon community and the logic of revenge. In contrast, several widely circulated tabloids seized the opportunity, lavishly embellishing the Salt Lake City blood case and London empty house murders with full-page spreads depicting Hope as a vengeful angel, half-man, half-demon, and placing Holmes' name alongside the adjudicator, resulting in a surge in sales. Charles was buried beneath a pile of newspapers. He was helping Watson with scrapbooking, compiling the chaotic reports into a notebook. Meanwhile, Watson sat in his usual seat, the thick notebook spread across his lap, but the pen hovered for a long time, still unable to write a single word. Finally, he sighed and closed the notebook. It's all over, isn't it? He seemed to be talking to himself, yet also seeking confirmation. Yes, Holmes replied, immersed in his own notebook, taking over the conversation, but perhaps it has only just begun. Are you working on another interesting case, Holmes? Charles asked softly. Holmes paused, not raising his head, but his voice came calmly, in a sense, yes. Charles waited for a moment, seeing that he had no intention of elaborating further. The curiosity, mixed with a long-held intuition, urged him to ask the lingering question. It's me, isn't it? Holmes slowly raised his head, looking at Charles with the same calmness as when they first discussed the stolen bacillus. He did not deny it. Charles' heartbeat, surprisingly, did not quicken this time. He remained silent for a few seconds, then asked, can you tell me your provisional hypothesis? Holmes closed the notebook, but did not put it down. He crossed his long legs, leaning slightly forward, a posture indicating readiness for a serious conversation. This is not a formal hypothesis, but more like a supposition. He carefully chose his words, as if giving an academic presentation based on observations over the past few months. Charles C. Caplet, that is you, exhibiting an extremely unique and contradictory structure of knowledge and cognitive patterns. First, the structure of knowledge. You possess a level of mathematical and cutting-edge scientific literacy that exceeds conventional standards, especially in certain branches of biology and physics, with concepts so novel that they even surpass the mainstream discussions in current academic journals. At the same time, your references in literature, history, and even obscure myths demonstrate a breadth that is almost random, yet always seems to hit the nail on the head. This combination of knowledge is exceedingly rare, even among dropouts from Oxford or experts in any single field. Second, behavioral contradictions. You often provide remarkably foresight and penetrating insights into complex social phenomena, technological ethics, and the darker sides of human nature, as if you could directly touch the structural core of certain issues. However, in other aspects, especially regarding the routines of everyday life, certain social tacit rules, and even basic geographical knowledge of London, you display perplexing lapses or obvious signs of later acquisition. Third, social patterns. In public venues such as salons, you tend to remain silent and observe with a clear sense of alienation and discomfort. Yet in 221b, when talking to Watson, Mrs. Hudson, or even me on certain topics, you can exhibit an extremely relaxed, even sharply humorous side. Fourth, health and creative cycles. Your neuroses, anxiety, and physical symptoms, such as hemoptysis, correlate significantly with peaks in your creative pressure. For you, creation is evidently not merely output, it resembles a high-intensity consumptive process that I would term reconstruction. When this process is obstructed or external pressures become overwhelming, your physical and mental systems will sound a loud alarm, even to the point of collapse. Fifth, and the most difficult to categorize, linguistic anomalies. I have noticed that in exceedingly rare specific situations, usually after extreme exhaustion or when a high fever clouds consciousness, you unconsciously emit a combination of syllables. The rhythm and tone are entirely different from any European language I know, or even common Eastern languages. Additionally, in your private writing drafts, beyond English, another completely unfamiliar script appears. I consulted friends familiar with East Asian affairs and preliminarily ruled out Japanese kana or Korean script, but more specific identification cannot be conducted currently due to a lack of systematic samples and references. Holmes paused for a moment, his gray eyes fixed on Charles, as if measuring the propriety of his next words. Based on these observations, my current hypothesis is you may not be a genius or a patient in the usual sense, but you do possess an extraordinarily rare trait in perception or cognitive structure. This trait may enable you to, perhaps unconsciously, construct or imagine a vast and chaotic information repository or conceptual warehouse. The contents of this warehouse are highly fragmented, spanning multiple domains, and your consciousness may, due to certain reasons such as trauma, illness, or innate tendencies, incorrectly or excessively fuse these fragments from the warehouse with current perceptions of reality, personal experiences, and identity recognition. This can explain many contradictions. Your creative acts, whether in science fiction, extrapolation, detective puzzle construction, or the profound themes of alienation in poetry, are likely an attempt to create external order to soothe internal chaos. By the way, now I can answer the previous question. This is not purely pathological, but rather a unique and costly survival and thinking strategy. With that, Holmes leaned back in his chair, falling silent. He laid out his provisional hypothesis, like presenting an unfinished, complex mechanical model waiting for the other person's reaction. Charles sat motionless, yet deep within a storm had already surged. Holmes' reasoning was so close to the truth, yet so wondrously diverged from the core fact of crossing over. He interpreted the knowledge repository of another world as an abstract, vast warehouse, and the tearing of identity recognition as a fusion error caused by perceptual barriers. This inference within the cognitive framework of the Victorian era was nothing short of revolutionary. It offered Charles a strange sense of solace. At least one person was so earnest and diligent in trying to understand his internal chaos and provided a logically coherent and benevolent explanation. He took a deep breath. What you see is mostly correct, Holmes. Contradictions, disconnections, the pressure to integrate. All of these are true. Charles admitted this with such calmness that it made Holmes feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he continued, his voice still light, yet as if suddenly pulling a thread from a ball of yarn. The warehouse is not the right term. I would prefer to call it. He paused for a moment, as if searching for the most accurate word. Then, mimicking a gesture Holmes had made at some previous moment, he slowly raised his hand, extending his index finger, not truly touching, but lightly tapping the area just left of Holmes' chest. That was the location of the heart, metaphorically pointing to a person's core, the irrational depth that harbors emotions and intuition. A palace. Charles said, his gaze locked onto Holmes' eyes, as if trying to see through the ashes of reason to the flames beneath. It is not chaotic, detective. It possesses its own harsh yet brilliant logic, vast to the point of suffocation and intricate to the point of despair. I cannot bear it if it does not belong to me, yet I am trapped within. Writing is like chiseling holes in the walls of the palace, trying to breathe, and also attempting to let those outside see at least a glimpse of the light emanating from within. You say that is soothing you, perhaps it is. But for me it feels more like a cry for help and a desperate sharing. His finger still lightly pointed at Holmes' heart. Just like yours. Holmes did not move. He did not even breathe. A long silence settled between them. Charles slowly lowered his hand and sank back into his armchair, waiting quietly. The palace. Holmes finally spoke. Each word emerged as if wrested from the deepest recesses of his lungs. No matter how resplendent it may be, if only one soul dwells within its walls, it is merely a more ornate prison. He paused again as though embarrassed by his own candor. Yet honesty ultimately overrode restraint. I built my palace, brick by brick, with logic, with fact, with every mystery I unraveled. I paced its corridors, moving from chamber to chamber, every artifact arranged with precision, every syllogism flawless. Yet there was no echo. His lips tightened, and a fleeting expression, almost painful, crossed his face. And now, I hear it. It was the first time Sherlock Holmes had ever, outside the context of a case, laid bare to another person the profound cost of inhabiting his own mind's sovereign realm. He raised his eyes, refocusing them on Charles's face. Deep within that gaze, Charles saw not just observation, but contemplation, as if he were studying a riddle in its purest, most elusive form. A riddle perhaps destined never to be fully solved. In the next instant, Holmes seemed to register his own indiscretion. Almost instinctively, he recoiled backward, withdrawing from his earlier forward-leaning intensity, sinking once more into the shadows of the armchair, as if physical distance could veil that momentary loss of control. He snatched up an old book from the table and began flipping its pages at random, as though searching for an anchor, a safe, tangible point to steer the conversation back on a solid ground. Ahem, he cleared his throat, his tone regaining its customary briskness and lightness, though upon closer listening a tremor of disquiet and haste lingered beneath. In any case, your palace appears not to have impeded your performance of worldly duties. I noticed the manuscript papers on your desk have lain untouched for several days. His restless page-turning halted, his gaze fell upon the book's cover. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he lifted his eyes and launched a new topic with studied nonchalance. By the way, Capulet, how fares Sir Michaelis' forward-looking report? I recall Editor Carter appeared quite urgent during his last visit. Your manuscript must demand considerable effort to refine. He used the word refine, laced with subtle irony, yet driven more by a deliberate effort to drag the conversation down from metaphysical heights and back into the dust and grit of everyday life. Sir Michaelis' report. Charles repeated slowly, watching Holmes's near-frantic attempts at self-recovery. His gaze drifted toward the window where fog hung thick and impenetrable. The first draft is complete. The grand vision and persuasive force his lordship demanded, I have delivered both. Sufficient to let him paint a steaming, vivid picture before Parliament. His voice remained perfectly calm, devoid of triumph or resentment. Yet Holmes, ever perceptive, sensed something coiled beneath that stillness. Only the first draft. Holmes pressed, visibly relieved that the subject had shifted to safer terrain. And the subsequent elaboration, the coordination with engineering consultants. It won't be necessary. Charles interrupted, turning back to meet Holmes's gaze. I shall inform him that the core concept and structural framework are fully delivered, more than enough to sustain his advocacy. As for the precise engineering pathways, cost analyses, and risk assessments, those belong to technicians and politicians, not to prophets. He pays the deposit, I deliver the first draft. The bulk of the transaction is fulfilled. The remainder, it will likely go unclaimed after his utopia shatters against the walls of Parliament. Holmes fell silent for a moment. A prudent strategy, he concluded at last. Charles offered no reply to the assessment. He rose and walked to the desk, his fingers brushing over the draft pages concerning Sir Michaelis' report, now slightly curled at the edges. Then he picked up the topmost sheet and handed it to Holmes. Would you care to read it, Holmes? Watson has already done so, he said. His appraisal was high, and he kindly corrected several grammatical and orthographic errors. Holmes accepted the manuscript. The paper was thick, fine-quality writing stock. He skimmed the opening pages swiftly. Capulet's handwriting remained unmistakably his own, incisive and precise when clarity was required, yet soaring with near-frenzied elegance when evocation was called for. The content itself was staggering, undeniably absurd, yet imbued with a disconcerting, almost hypnotic persuasiveness. You are dangerous, Capulet, Holmes said, lifting his gaze with unvarnished honesty. He placed the sheaf gently back upon the desk, his fingertips lingering briefly upon the surface of the paper. You are dangerous, Capulet. He repeated softly, the future you have conjured on the page does not merely deceive politicians like Sir Michaelis. It risks making anyone who reads it question whether this very earth beneath their feet remains worth calling home. And the most terrifying part, he added, is that you have convinced yourself. That is the highest art of deception, Capulet. At that very moment, ahem, a faint, almost deferential cough emanated from the armchair beside the fireplace. Both Charles and Holmes turned their heads in unison. Dr. John Watson sat there. He still held his thick notebook, but it had long been closed and his pen had lain idle for some time. He sat in silence, as still and unobtrusive as the furniture around him, as the armchair itself, as the Persian rug beneath it. He seemed wholly unconcerned at having been entirely overlooked moments before. He simply raised his eyes, first to Holmes, then to Charles, His perpetually weary, thoughtful blue gaze now softened with a quiet, resigned kindness. "Gentlemen, I do not know whether your respective palaces contain clocks, but in the sitting room at 221B, Baker Street, it is now 6:15. He gestured toward the stairwell where the muffled sounds of Mrs. Hudson, bustling about in the kitchen, clinking plates' rhythmic clatter, drifted softly upward. If you continue staring at each other, or debating matters of deception and belief. Watson rose, brushing his palms together as though shaking off invisible dust. Then dinner will grow cold and Mrs. Hudson will become furious. You know well enough an incensed Mrs. Hudson poses a far greater threat than any murderer you've ever pursued, or any phantasmal future you've just conjured." Holmes blinked, then almost imperceptibly the rigid line of his mouth softened. He glanced at Charles, who was already turning to meet his gaze. "Watson is correct," Charles murmured, breaking the suspended tension first. "I am hungry." Holmes paused for a breath, and then stood. Watson smiled, satisfied, like a parent who has at last drawn two quarrelsome children back from abstraction into the warmth of reality. "That's better," he said, "and I believe Mrs. Hudson has prepared lamb stew tonight. If you delay much longer, I fear I'll have claimed every last drop of broth myself." The dinner was indeed, as Watson described, a specialty of Mrs. Hudson's braised lamb. The meat was tender, the broth rich, and on a cold evening in London it felt like a warm stream flowing into the stomach. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat subtle. Holmes seemed still not fully recovered from the profound revelations about the palace that had taken place that afternoon. He ate very little, merely absently fiddling with the food on his plate with his fork, his gaze occasionally flickering over to Charles only to quickly look away. Watson acted as the mediator of the atmosphere, recounting amusing incidents encountered at the clinic today, such as a plump gentleman who worried about growing an apricot tree after consuming too many apricot kernels, which made Mrs. Hudson laugh. Charles quietly ate, chuckling at this small matter, but for the most part, he merely listened. After the meal, Mrs. Hudson efficiently cleared the dishes, and the sound of washing dishes echoed from the kitchen. Holmes immediately retreated to his chemistry workbench, and soon the dissonant sound of his violin began to echo intermittently once more. Watson, holding his notebook, sat down on the other side of the fireplace, preparing to continue organizing some records. He was working on his pen, moving deftly across the page. Charles did not linger long. He bid goodnight to the two and ascended to the attic. He lit the oil lamp, its dim glow illuminating a corner of the desk. On the desk, the draft report from Sir Michael was neatly stacked on fine paper, with tidy handwriting depicting the grand blueprint of elevated tracks, steam power, and letting the lifeblood of the city flow. Charles barely glanced at the stack of papers. From the depths of the desk drawer, he pulled out a completely different stack of paper. These were the sheets he had used when he first moved to Baker Street, rough in texture, dull in color, with edges that were not very neat. Ink would spread slightly when written on like inferior sponge. He spread the cheap sheets flat, opened the ink bottle, but hesitated for a long time before picking up the pen. A familiar dull itch arose in his chest, causing him to gasp a couple of times, but at that moment a completely different impulse occupied his mind. An impulse to cleanse something. His gaze shifted from the rough paper to the almost impenetrable night fog outside. The mist enveloped everything, blurring the boundary between reality and illusion. Charles suddenly recalled a short story he had read in some time and place in some world. That story was also about lies, about truth, about an inescapable arrival. Finally, he grasped the pen, dipped it in ink, and pressed the nib onto the dull paper, writing the title forcefully. The Water That Falls on You from Nowhere. After writing the title, he paused again. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let the tide of memories drown him. It was in the 21st century, when he was just an ordinary university student, secretly searching for Hugo award-winning short stories on his phone during a boring elective class. He clicked on the story. Rain falls from nowhere, drenching you. Whenever you lie, it appears. It is merely ordinary distilled water, yet utterly pure. Absolutely true. When the water began to fall a few weeks ago, I tried it myself. Everyone on Earth has tried it, at least all who possess basic laboratory safety awareness. Never assume that some liquid is just water. When you say I always record while experimenting, the amount of water that falls is just enough for you to take a sample without having to mop the floor afterwards. Which statement is the lie doesn't matter. The test results are always distilled water. If you state a paradox like this statement is false, you will fall into extreme anxiety, as if a catastrophe is about to strike. Most people cannot hold out for 5 seconds before blurting out a definitive truth. Thus, the longer one struggles, the more it becomes the latest popular challenge, with drunken fraternity boys and tough guys enduring root canal treatments without anesthesia, reveling in it. Psychologists have found that the longer you hold it in, the more certain truth you need to achieve a moment of peace. The story was simple enough that some claimed it won the award solely for political correctness, while others called it a fantasy version of The Wedding Banquet. He finished reading feeling no real connection to the story itself, only finding the premise intriguing. Whenever someone lied, water would fall from the sky, drenching the liar. He rated it 5 stars, swiped to the next story, and ultimately put down his phone, continuing to face his tedious exams and uncertain future. What he never anticipated was that he would later become such a person, a traverser stealing the shell of another soul, using the words of another world to survive, even deceiving people like Sir Michael with false prophecies. Charles suddenly became curious about what kind of water would drown him. Tsunami waves, floods, torrential rains capable of drowning everything. He looked at the title on the manuscript. The rough paper absorbed the ink, causing the writing to blur slightly, appearing less clear. This was good. It was suitable for writing a story about lies. Why did he want to write it? It was a story capable of winning the Hugo Award, but many stories had won the Hugo Award. Perhaps on this night he needed to reaffirm something. He recalled many things. In Michael's report, he wrote the future transportation network will completely reshape London's spatial order, allowing slums and affluent areas to connect seamlessly in a physical sense, enabling every hard-working laborer to reach the city center within 30 minutes. A lie. He knew it would only be a new segregation, new exploitation, new class barriers. Yet he wrote those beautiful words, earning a deposit of £25. He told Hope, "I will write down your story so that people know why they deserve to die." Truth. But at the same time, he knew that when Watson sent a study in Scarlet to the newspaper in order to enhance readability and sales to cater to the public's curiosity, those cruel and real details, those about religious persecution, broken love, and decades of painful pursuits, would likely be cut, transformed into another more suitable story. Half true, half false. In this world without the water of lies, he was still drenched. Charles dipped the pen in ink and began to write the first line of the text. That day, without any forewarning, it began to rain. At first, people thought it was just an ordinary localized shower until the Meteorological Bureau confirmed that there were no clouds, no wind, no convection over the entire British Isles, only water condensing from nowhere. It only fell on the heads of liars. Thus, court trials no longer required a jury, only a lie detector and a clear blue sky. Lovers, when proposing, no longer needed vows, only to look at the sky. The social structure began to collapse and reorganize. The advertising industry has vanished, for any hyperbolic promotion would instantly invite a storm. Artists and novelists found themselves in crisis. They made their living by weaving lies, and their entire world was a grand and public deception. A great poet stood by the Thames reciting his life's masterpiece to the overcast sky. Each word was the blood and tears of his soul. Each image was a beauty he firmly believed in. Not a drop of rain fell from the sky. Then he paused and added, "This poem will be remembered by future generations, becoming an immortal classic." Heavy rain. For deep within him, even if only briefly, the desire and doubt about immortality were enough to constitute a lie. Pure art has been tainted. As long as it is linked to utilitarianism, self-justification, or any form of meaning, it is no longer pure truth. People began to learn a new language. A language stripped of all embellishments, exaggerations, metaphors, and emotional hues. A language that merely states the simplest and most indisputable facts. The sky is blue. A sunny day. The grass is green. A sunny day. I need help. A sunny day. I am in pain. A sunny day. People learned to arm themselves with the most precise facts, living like robots. Humor, satire, irony, praise, comfort. All these required some degree of processing or deviation from the facts, making them taboo that would invite rain. But this brought about new problems. When I am in pain no longer evokes sympathy, but is merely recorded as an objective fact, the bonds between people fray. Humanity has become a collection of isolated islands. The pen glided across the paper, rustling like an unending fine rain. An hour passed. As he marked the time, letting the last drop of ink fall on the paper, creating a small dot, Charles set down his pen. He did not look at the completed manuscript again, but carelessly stacked it together and stuffed it deep into the drawer of his desk, separating it from Sir Michael's glossy report draft. He stood up to wash up. The cold water splashed on his face. The piercing chill made him shiver, yet it slightly dispelled the haze of rain that hung in his mind. He changed clothes and then blew out the oil lamp. The next morning before dawn, a grayish blue light seeped in through the gap in the curtains. Charles woke up. He sat up. The movement stirred his chest. A dull itch surged up. He instinctively covered his mouth and coughed a few times. His throat felt like it was on fire. He walked to the window and pushed open the dusty glass window. A gust of cold wind laden with damp mist rushed in, making Charles shiver again. He couldn't help but cough a couple more times, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet morning, startling a few pigeons foraging on the rooftop across the street. He leaned out, watching Baker Street slowly awaken in the morning light. The sky was heavy, clouds hanging low over the rooftops, and it seemed it would rain. Charles gazed for a long time until the cold air raised goosebumps on his exposed skin. Then he withdrew and closed the window. When he went downstairs, no one was in the living room. The fire in the fireplace had gone out, leaving only ashes with a hint of warmth. Mrs. Hudson had not yet risen to prepare breakfast, and the whole house was silent. He took Sir Michael's manuscript and pushed open the door of 221B. The air outside was colder and murkier than that in the attic. He tightened his coat and walked briskly down Baker Street. Carter had asked him to meet at a cafe around the corner, which was not far away, only a 10-minute walk. When he arrived, Carter was already there. This editor always looked like he had too much energy. Even in the morning, he wore a well-tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled. Seeing Charles enter, Carter immediately stood up, his face beaming with an enthusiastic smile. "Caplet, over here. Come quickly, it's freezing outside." Carter shouted, waving for a waiter to bring a cup of hot coffee. "Drink this and warm up." "Did you bring the stuff?" Charles said nothing, merely pulling out the bundled manuscript from his pocket and gently pushing it towards Carter. Carter grabbed it eagerly, impatiently untying the string. His eyes scanned the title page, then the contents, and he immediately began to read greedily. Just then, without warning, rain began to fall outside the cafe's glass window. But Carter seemed completely oblivious to the outside world, reading faster and faster, leaning forward as if he wanted to bury his face in the stack of papers. Charles picked up the cup of hot coffee, but did not drink. My God. Carter finally looked up, his eyes shining brightly like two burning flames. My God. Caplet, you genius. You madman. He excitedly pounded the table, drawing the attention of several tables of patrons nearby. This is amazing. This is tailor-made for Michael. Let the blood of the city flow. God, that phrase alone is worth 20 pounds. And this section discussing how elevated tracks eliminate the dirt and chaos of slums, bestowing dignity upon every worker. Carter's eyes sparkled, his hands gesticulated wildly, almost spitting saliva onto Charles' face. What will those old fogey politicians think? Those commentators who can only chew the cud. They will think this is a divine oracle, a revelation from the future. Michael will surely be thrilled. He can use this to smash the faces of those dissenters, to knock on the doors of the cabinet. He lowered his head again, greedily scanning once more, fingers trembling as they brushed over the paper. How did you think of this? These details, these damn details. You packaged everything they wanted to hear into something they had to listen to. Carter looked up, his face radiating a joy and admiration akin to discovering a gold mine. This is not just a report, Caplet, this is a weapon. It is a battle song. With this, Sir Michael is bound to win. Charles finally raised the cup of coffee and took a sip. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, burning through his esophagus until it reached his stomach. I'm glad you like it, he said softly, his voice drowned out by the sound of rain outside and the clamor of the cafe. Carter paid no attention to his reaction. He was completely immersed in that manuscript. He carefully reassembled the manuscript, treating it like a sacred decree, tucking it reverently into his inner pocket, then patting it firmly to ensure it was secure. He'll send the money to Baker Street as soon as possible. Carter stood up hurriedly, putting on his coat, and before leaving he made sure to pat Charles' shoulder hard enough to make him cough a couple of times. Wait, Caplet. Wait for your name to spread across London. This time it's not just the prophet on the sickbed. You will become the greatest of this era. The rain showed no signs of letting up. Charles sat in the innermost corner of the cafe, staring at a cup of coffee that had long grown cold, much like his current mood, floating with a layer of icy grease. He hadn't brought an umbrella. When he left home in the morning, although the sky was overcast, there was no hint of rain. He was so focused on wanting to submit his manuscript to Carter early to collect the £25 deposit that he forgot that London's weather never showed mercy. Time passed slowly. The patrons in the cafe changed repeatedly while he remained seated like a statue, gazing at the rain outside. It was not until close to lunchtime that the rain finally eased, transforming from a torrential downpour into a gentle drizzle, like a layer of gray gauze enveloping the entire street. Charles stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. He paid the bill, pushed open the heavy wooden door of the cafe, and stepped back into the humid air. The rain was fine. He walked briskly, the soles of his boots splashing in the puddles, making a pattering sound. His hair tips and shoulders quickly became damp, bringing a slight chill, but fortunately, he was not soaked through. When he returned to 221B, Baker Street, he only bore a few wet stains. As he opened the door, a warm atmosphere rushed to greet him, dispelling the chill from his body, causing him to gasp for breath. Sherlock Holmes was curled up on the sofa by the fireplace, holding a magnifying glass, intently examining something. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up. It seems even the prophet can get soaked by the rain, Holmes said lightly, his gaze sweeping over Charles' slightly damp shoulder and hair tips. It seems the detective also has a knack for uttering trivial quips, Charles retorted, taking off his coat and hanging it on the rack, wiping his hair with the sleeve. Holmes did not continue the topic. He glanced at Charles, who was oblivious, and a barely perceptible emotion flitted across his gray eyes, something akin to pity mixed with a certain understanding of his expected. He refrained from further teasing and gently tapped the table with his magnifying glass. Dr. Watson has gone upstairs 3 times since this morning. The last time he was holding your account book. Charles' hand, which was unbuttoning his coat, froze. The account book. He was not surprised that Holmes knew he had one, but that word should not have surfaced at this moment. It was a rough little booklet bound with craft paper tucked away in the bottom drawer of his desk, filled with dense entries recording every charge for Watson's visits and each expense for medicine, accurate to the shilling and penny. A heavy, slow footstep echoed from the direction of the attic, descending step by step like a wounded soldier trudging through the mud. Charles sensed that something was amiss. Holmes, as if completing a predetermined procedure, also seemed to finally pass on the hot potato. He naturally tucked away the magnifying glass, stood up elegantly, dusting off non-existent dust from his robe, and displayed an innocent expression to Charles, an expression that even carried a hint of relief, as if he could finally enjoy some peace. I believe my chemistry experiment requires some new data, he said, striding towards his workbench, his silhouette smoothly disappearing into the shadows of bottles and jars, perfectly avoiding the storm center about to erupt in the living room. Watson stood at the top of the stairs, neither fully descending nor going back up. He remained there, wearing the old coat that Charles was very familiar with, tightly gripping the account book in his hands. His face was flushed, carrying a sense of shame and anger after having his secret exposed, his lips pressed into a stiff line, and his usually tired, yet gentle blue eyes now burned like red-hot coals, fixed intently on Charles. The air froze for a few seconds. "What is this, Caplet?" Watson's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed out from deep within his throat, trembling with an extreme level of restraint. He raised the account book in his hand. "My account book," Charles replied calmly. "Account book." Watson repeated the word, feeling like a searing brand, making his lips tremble. He took several steps down the stairs, rushing in front of Charles, and slammed the account book down hard on the small round table. The sharp sound echoed painfully in the quiet living room. The account book lay open, its pages fluttering helplessly in the air before finally settling on one page. It displayed Charles' occasionally sharp and sometimes erratic handwriting. The entries were clear, the dates accurate. December 6th, Dr. Watson's consultation, fee 2 shillings. January 4th, pharmacy purchase cough syrup, 1 shilling and 6 pence. February 8th, Mrs. Hudson's extra meal allowance chicken soup, 4 pence. March 2nd, a Dr. Watson's house call fee night, 3 shillings. Next to these dense accounts were calculations pinned by Charles in pencil. When Sir Michael's £25 deposit arrived, which part he needed to repay first, and how long it would take to clear all debts. Those figures nailed Watson to the spot, like rows of judgmental nails. You recorded every single transaction. Watson's Adam's apple bobbed violently. Every medicine, every consultation, even the extra soup and herbal tea that Mrs. Hudson prepared for you. You kept such meticulous records, as if I were some creditor requiring timely repayment. Yes, Charles affirmed, his tone carrying an almost obstinate calmness. I recorded it all. Because it's the truth. What I owe you, what I owe Mrs. Hudson, what I owe this house. I exchanged my money for my life. It is a transaction, Watson. And I do not like owing things to others. Transaction. Watson seemed to recoil at the word, his voice rising sharply, filled with hurt and anger. You call this a transaction? Charles C. Caplet, I thought we were friends. Thus we need to settle the accounts clearly. Charles stepped forward, not shying away from Watson's gaze. Among friends, especially for a friend like me, who has nothing, if we do not settle the accounts clearly, that friendship will become a heavy burden. I do not want your money. Watson nearly shouted, stepping back, his chest heaving violently. God, can't you see? What I gave you was never meant to be repaid. It was given willingly, just like how Mrs. Hudson would be willing to put an extra piece of meat in the pot. That's what family does. Family. That word struck Charles like a bullet. A crack finally appeared in the calm demeanor on his face. It was a pain that could not be defended logically. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Watson had already turned around, almost fleeing toward the front door. Bang! The door was slammed shut with a heavy thud, causing dust from the stairs to fall down in a flurry. The living room returned to silence. Charles stood still, gazing at the closed door, unmoving for a long time. Holmes raised his head from the shadows, his gray eyes sweeping over the trembling door, and then over Charles, who stood rigid by the table. He set down the magnifying glass, his tone devoid of emotion, simply asking, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" Charles continued to stare at the door, as if he could see through the heavy oak and visualize Watson walking through the muddy rain and mist of Baker Street, the fire in his heart burning fiercely, causing pain in his very insides. "I want chase after him," Charles said. His gaze fell upon the open ledger, the numbers glaringly absurd at that moment. Dr. Watson, Charles began to calmly analyze, addressing the empty room as well as the shadowy figure of Holmes, as if dissecting a medical case or a fictional character. He appears cheerful, loves to chat, even a bit loquacious. But in truth, he has always been depleting himself. Charles paused, lowering his voice slightly. He is a good person, so good that he is even a bit rigid. He believes it is only natural to help me because it is the right thing to do. But he is also a patient just like me. His battlefield lies in Afghanistan, amidst the wounds that never seem to heal, within the nightmares that awaken him in the dead of night. He uses his giving to combat that sense of helplessness, proving that he is still useful, still valuable. And my damned ledger has shattered his final piece of self-comfort. So Charles lifted his eyes to Holmes. He needs to run away now. To run into the rain, to any place devoid of ledgers, and the Capulet he is responsible for. He will keep walking, keep thinking, until he exhausts himself, or until the rain stops. Holmes raised an eyebrow slightly. And what do you intend to do? Sit here and wait for him to return drenched like a drowned rat, only to continue your cold war with him? No, Charles shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. I will wait for him to return for dinner. Mrs. Hudson made his favorite stew tonight. It is his most solid anchor in this homicide from the clinic. No matter how far he runs, when dinner time comes and his stomach growls, he will come back. After saying this, Charles no longer looked at Holmes and walked up to the attic. Holmes remained in place, lightly humping, as if making some sort of assessment before also turning and returning to his pile of chemical reagents and tobacco. In the attic, the light was dim. Charles did not sit down immediately. He walked to the window, watching the still dense rain and the willow tree now adorned with green leaves trembling in the storm. He stood for a long time until his fingertips grew cold before returning to the desk, pulling open a drawer and taking out a piece of rough draft paper. The water of lies falls from the sky. The last poet perished in a drought. That was a long time later. The sky has not shed a single drop of rain since, for no one has spoken a single lie. People lived like perfect machines describing the most precise world with the most accurate words. There was no praise, no comfort, no I love you, because love itself contains expectations and embellishments, the oldest and sweetest of lies. They no longer needed the profession of poet, because all words, all language had been reduced to mere instructional functions. Until one day a young girl, while celebrating her mother's birthday, looked at the cake with extinguished candles and instinctively, with a hint of nostalgia and sadness, uttered the greeting long banned by law. Mom, may every day of yours be as bright as today. There was no rain. Not a single drop. She froze fearfully, covering her mouth. The onlookers stood still like a row of rusted gears. Then someone began to cry. That sound of crying spread like a plague. People cried and shouted desperately, trying to squeeze out even a single lie in exchange for a torrential downpour to wash away the suffocating reality. I am happy. There was no rain. This flower is beautiful. There was no rain. I have hope. There was no rain. They realized they had lost the ability to lie. The rain that lasted for decades not only washed away hypocrisy, but also destroyed the well of language deep within. They were permanently trapped in a desert of reality, stripped of even the right to dream. The girl looked at the gray sky, using all her strength to utter the world's last lie. I am not afraid. Still no rain. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. And the legend of the water of lies dried up in human memory, just like that poet. He wrote with great speed and immersion, as if he needed to pour out all the struggles and confusions within his soul onto the cheap piece of paper. Time passed second by second. The light in the attic grew dimmer, but he did not light a lamp. Charles continued to write in that dimness, utilizing the last rays of daylight. He finished writing. When the final period fell, Charles set down his pen and let out a long sigh. That breath turned into a white mist in the cold air. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The attic was cold, but he felt a strange calmness within due to the completion of these words.